I'm really a villain. Chapter 971 to Chapter 1058. How is that possible? What do you mean? Dawn Bloodbeast asked. Since he's not a fool, why did he let us out? Patriarch Shua asked. Is he the fool, or are we the fools? Patriarch, are you saying that he has a trump card? Chong Bloodbeast asked. I don't know if he has a trump card, but I know that we don't have the capital to gamble anymore. Patriarch Shua said, I don't know how ambitious you two are, but believe me, the only thing our people desire now is freedom. Nothing else. And this is no longer the mythological era. What era is this? We don't know what changes have happened to the continent now. If the Xianxia clan is exterminated because of my wrong decision, I don't want to be a sinner for all eternity. The patriarch of the Shua clan sighed. The ship of the new era has set sail, and where should we go from the old era? Hearing Patriarch Shua's words, the two fell silent. Although they were still a little unwilling, they had to admit that this era was very strange to them. Let the people know their place. Everything will be planned slowly, Patriarch Shua said. The Xianxia clan broke out of the seal, but they didn't do anything too excessive. Su Zimo found Han Yenro and the Han brothers. He told them the truth. The world they lived in was just a white lie. Compared to the Han brothers' disbelief, Han Yenro was much calmer. In this world, you won't be ridiculed by others, and many people will be willing to be friends with you. Su Zimo smiled and said, because we're all the same, human. When he was in the Xianxia space, he was in the form of a Xianxia clan. Now, he was showing his true appearance. Han Yenro looked at him, pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, I don't care if I'm ridiculed or how many friends I have, I just want to be by your side. You should know that I don't have much time to stay, Su Zimo said. I want to go to the sky beyond heaven, or even a higher world. There will be more enemies waiting for me there. And you are not suitable to stay by my side. Seeing Han Yenro lowering her head in silence, Su Zimo passed his identity token to her. Take this identity token and go to Zhenwu Xingzong in the eastern continent. That's my home, so it's also your home. If one day I become as strong as you and won't drag you down, will I be able to be with you? Han Yenro suddenly raised her head and asked. Su Zimo smiled and nodded slightly. Because he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. Alright, then I'll go to Zhenwu Xingzong, Han Yenro took the token and asked. What about you? I'll be going back soon. Su Zimo looked up at the distant horizon. There are some things and some people that need to be settled. What should be ended, and those who should die as soon as possible. Su Zimo found the Lord of Destruction and explained some of the things that had happened in the blood clone space in detail. He didn't know who had ordered the Lord of Destruction to guard this ownerless land. It was very likely that it was the Holy Master. Forget it. Now I'm free, the Lord of Destruction chuckled. Su Zimo asked the Lord of Destruction to send a few people to escort Han Yenro to Zhenwu Xingzong, and the Lord of Destruction did not refuse. He prepared to bid farewell to Ji Ruobing. However, just as he turned around, Su Zimo discovered that Miss Jing was wearing thin clothes, standing in the autumn wind and smiling at him. Child Su, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Did you miss me? Miss Mirror smiled, revealing shallow dimples. I still have something to do. Let's chat later. Su Zimo smiled and prepared to leave. I have some big news about you, Child Su. Do you want to hear it? Miss Mirror asked with a smile. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and looked at her in confusion. This time, Miss Mirror was not joking. She said directly, 7 days ago, the leader of the Blood Hades holy sect in the eastern mainland, Xianxia, suddenly made an announcement. Ancestor. Blood Hades Emperor told me in a dream that the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo, is an unpardonable demon and must be eliminated as soon as possible. 6 days ago, the Tai Tru sect and the Divine Wind sect of the western mainland also stood up and said that for the world to be peaceful, they wanted to eliminate the demon. 5 days ago, 12 of the 36 empires of the northern mainland formed an alliance. They all said that the ancestor had entered a dream and the demon had confused the stars. The world was in chaos. 4 days ago, the little light sacred ground of the southern mainland released a poem. Slay the demon leaders, free the evil from birth. Slay the demon with a frost blade, all is pure land. 3 days ago, the Bailey family of the eastern mainland had a woman named Bailey Xiao who claimed to be the eldest disciple of Empress Hong Tian. Rumor has it that Empress Hong Tian had issued a decree to slay the demon and protect the Tao. 2 days ago, the holy son of killing immortalism, Lu Changhen, said that he was willing to take the lead and unite everyone to return peace to the world. The current continent is unprecedentedly united. You have to be careful. Many of these people have no enmity with me, and many of them don't even know me. Why are they in such a hurry to jump out? Su Zimo said with a smile. Miss Mirror smiled. She pointed at the sky and said, "The mandate of heaven is about to be formed." I suddenly thought of a poem, Su Zimo said with a smile. What is it? Miss Jing asked. Watch him build a tower, watch him feast, watch him collapse, Su Zimo said with a grin. Let me be so mighty for so long, and when I'm only one step away from the mandate of heaven, you want to collapse this tower of mine. Then what do you plan to do next? Miss Jing asked. Go into seclusion, return to the sect, and then kill people, Su Zimo said with a smile. How can you still be so calm? Miss Jing said with a reproachful tone. Then what can I do? Be flustered and exasperated? Tremble in fear? Su Zimo said with a smile, if that's the case, they won't target me. Miss Jing rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and said softly, remember, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Thank you, Su Zimo smiled. No matter what she was thinking, it was good enough that she told him about these channels. After parting with Miss Jing, Su Zimo went to find Ji Ruobing. Where are you going? Ji Ruobing asked. Go into seclusion for a while, Su Zimo replied. He needed some time to digest the 10 divine techniques he had obtained in the ancient heavenly court. Then I'll protect you, Ji Ruobing said. No need, you should go back to killing immortalism as soon as possible, Su Zimo refused. You don't know how to appreciate others' kindness, Ji Ruobing snorted and said with dissatisfaction. The situation is a bit complicated right now. It's not as simple as you think, Su Zimo said with a smile. I need some time alone. Ji Ruobing seemed to have noticed Su Zimo's seriousness and was no longer joking as usual. Then I'll wait for you at the sect. If there's anything, you can look for me anytime, Ji Ruobing said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Oh yes, be careful of the saint of your sect. Don't worry, I've fought with him for a long time and neither of us won, Ji Ruobing said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded again. He was a little dispirited, so he sat on the dark heavenly tiger and slowly left the city of destruction. He leaned on the dark heavenly tiger's back and looked up at the sky. The sky in the city of destruction was always black. Did the demons in the past also face such a scene? Su Zimo chuckled. Enemies all over the world. He didn't even understand why there were so many imperial lineage and ancient races. It was fine if they had grievances with him, but he didn't even know many of them. He didn't know if it was his ancestors who told him in his dreams, but it wasn't important now. The mandate of heaven was at hand, and they didn't want him to be tainted. So they wanted to get rid of him. Or rather, after he inherited the mandate of heaven, no matter what they wanted to do, they wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, during this period of time, it should be the last chance. It was also the best time. The mortal world is like duckweed, and we're all ants, Su Zimo muttered to himself. The dark heavenly tiger dragged him with light steps. It just wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate. The whole continent was in an uproar because of him. All kinds of forces were surging in the dark. Some people even proposed to go to Zhenwu Xingzong and force them to hand over Su Zimo. However, as the person involved, Su Zimo suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared. Without a trace. The entire continent felt as if a storm was about to come. The lawful embodiment of heaven and earth imitates heaven and earth. The head is the heaven and the stomach is the earth. The ancient divine lord is nothing more than this. In the gloomy darkness, a figure was constantly changing. He casually used all kinds of divine abilities. His figure would occasionally be tens of thousands of zhang tall, shaking heaven and earth. From time to time, space-time would fluctuate. A finger of creation would devour the earth. Yin and yang intersected, and the great Tao was in chaos. The world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The figure gradually blurred and was swallowed up by the darkness. In the far west of the eastern continent. The origin of Luofeng City was rather simple. It was rumored that in ancient times, a divine phoenix had landed here and let out 3 long cries as if it was seeking a mate. Later on, a city was built with a divine phoenix as its totem. It had a long history. Within fallen Phoenix City. "Waiter, bring the wine," a clear voice called out. The young man with the saber on his back sat in front of the window facing the street. Suzimo quietly looked at the bustling streets. Traveling from the land of destruction, he did not deliberately pursue speed. It took him nearly a month to return to the far west land. He wondered how the sect was doing now. "Sir, your wine is here." The waiter placed a jar of wine on the table and waited for his orders. "Waiter, I want to ask you something," Suzimo said. "Sir, please speak." The waiter nodded. "Has anything big happened here recently?" Suzimo asked. "Nothing big." The waiter shook his head slightly and said. "However, there is an organization called the Demon Buster Alliance that has been making a lot of noise recently. They say that they want to exterminate demons or something. What do you think?" Suzimo asked. "What can I think? It has nothing to do with me." The waiter smiled. "I hope that business will improve today and that the boss will give me more money. When I go back, I can also provide for my children's cultivation needs." Hearing the waiter's words, Suzimo nodded slightly. "That's right. Ordinary people in this world actually have very simple desires. They don't care about immortals or demons at all. Even if the sky falls, they won't care. They only cared about themselves and the land they owned. In order to satisfy their own selfish desires, those in power like to bring the world along and do things that are morally superior." "Sir, are you all right?" The waiter looked at Suzimo and asked curiously. "Do you know the difference between a good person and a bad person?" Suzimo looked up and smiled as he asked. The waiter thought for a moment and said, "Good people are benevolent, while bad people commit all kinds of evil." "That's both right and wrong," Suzimo replied. "Apart from those beasts who have lost their humanity and those virtuous people who are truly selfless, there are 2 types of people in this world. One is those who kill in the name of righteousness, and the other is those who kill without any qualms." "Sir, I don't really understand what you are saying." The waiter shook his head. Suzimo laughed out loud and drank all the wine in the jar in one gulp. He casually left behind a cultivation manual and a few dozen spirit stones and left. "Take this and give it to your children for cultivation." "Sir," the waiter called out. However, he realized that Suzimo had already disappeared. Since ancient times, life has been a joy, to be able to enjoy half a day of leisure. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, autumn had passed and winter had arrived. Suzimo drank a jar of wine to warm his stomach and left Fallen Wind City for Zhenwu. Fallen Wind City was not too far away from Zhenwu. He arrived in half a day. On the ancient road outside Zhenwu, there were already some immortal trees growing healthily. These immortal trees were planted by Emperor Sandao before he went on an expedition. The 4 seasons of the year, the snow, and the scorching sun could not affect these immortal trees. The immortal flowers were always in full bloom. The bright red petals were like blood seeping through a blade, trembling slightly. On the ancient road, snow drifted and melted. Everything was silent. Looking at the skyline in front of him, the mountain Zhenwu was on seemed to be covered in ice and snow. Under the shroud of fog, it looked even more magical. There was a thick layer of ice and snow under his feet. The ice and snow were mixed with the immortal flowers, and the immortal flowers were covered in ice and snow. Suzimo's figure stopped on the ancient road. He did not know when a figure had appeared in front of him. The bleak wind was biting cold and piercing. The figure looked up and said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He wore a scholar's robe and held a gentleman's sword in his hand. There was a righteous aura between his brows and his eyes were clear. "Why are you waiting for me?" Suzimo asked. "I am Lu Gongjin of the southern continent. I'm here to slay demons," the man in the scholar's robe said righteously. "If I'm really a demon and you're a righteous person, I'm willing to not fight back and be killed by you," Suzimo said. "But you have to wait." Okay. Lu Gongjin nodded and waited quietly for Su Zimo. He did not ask for the reason. There was no need to ask. Su Zimo slowly closed his eyes. His spirit entered the true destiny world and controlled the chaos bead to enter the Yuanyang continent's river of destiny. He flipped through Lu Gongjin's river of destiny. Time passed bit by bit. The snow in the sky covered his entire body, making him look like a proud ice sculpture. After a long time, Su Zimo opened his eyes and spat out a stream of white gas from his mouth. A cracking sound was heard, and the ice sculpture on his body also shattered. Lu Gongjin, from the southern continent's Lu family village. When you were young, you became a disciple of Venerable Xianxia and cultivated for 3,000 years. When you were 18 years old, you went down the mountain with your senior brother and encountered a ferocious eagle. Your senior brother fought the eagle to protect you, but you coveted the position of a direct disciple. It was only after senior martial brother was killed that he returned to the sect to report the news. His wish was fulfilled and he became a personal disciple. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Gongjin's expression changed. How do you know? Su Zimo ignored him and continued, when you were 23 years old, you met a senior sister that you liked. In order to win senior apprentice sister's heart, you annihilated a small sect and finally obtained the sect guarding treasure, the glazed jade heart. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Gongjin defended himself, that's because I was young and frivolous. When you were 300 years old, in order to break through to the divine vein realm, you betrayed your best friend and used his head to exchange for a realm-breaking pill. Su Zimo was still talking. Enough, shut up. Lu Gongjin took a deep breath. His pupils constricted as he looked at Su Zimo in shock. These were things that he did not want to talk about in his life. Anyone who became a powerhouse had their hands stained with blood, and who hadn't used despicable means. After you were 500 years old, you became a lot more stable. However, you still can't leave your reputation. You cultivate righteousness and love to be chivalrous. However, your chivalrous deeds are known by everyone. You don't even bother to look at things that don't affect you much. You don't clean a house, but you want to clean the world. Nonsense. Lu Gongjin snorted coldly. With an ugly expression, he said, I sent a chivalrous person. I don't need a demon like you to criticize me. I have never denied that I am a demon. However, you people like to use the banner of righteousness. When will you have the courage to admit it? Su Zimo said with a smile. There's no point in saying more. Once I capture you, everything will be clear, Lu Gongjin said coldly. His aura soared into the sky, and a vast and majestic aura exuded from him. He drew the noble sword from his waist and charged straight at Su Zimo. Snow fluttered beneath his feet as the imperishable flowers danced in the air. Su Zimo used his fist as a weapon and directly punched out. Endless power erupted from his fist, and a rumbling sound could be heard as the void exploded. The power of a single punch was terrifying. When the fist and the sword collided, the noble sword was bent. However, its toughness was very good. Even though it was bent to the extreme, it still did not break. Demonic filth pervades the world, and heretical cultivators are everywhere in the world. Since I am mighty, I will naturally cut off all injustice and tell all living beings that they do not abide by the rules. The aura around Lu Gongjin grew stronger and stronger. He breathed out a mouthful of vital energy, and an auspicious cloud covered his body. The mighty aura soared into the sky, and the noble sword let out a shrill cry as it slashed down. Cultivating the Tao is difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's difficult to understand a person's nature and comprehend one's heart. Su Zimo laughed coldly. You don't even dare to face your own heart. What kind of Tao are you cultivating? What kind of injustice are you cutting off? At his fist, the spiritual aura was like a majestic ship of enlightenment, smashing all the small boats along the way. Kneel! Su Zimo shouted angrily. The longsword let out a sorrowful cry and forced Lu Gongjin to the ground. He kept a mouthful of spiritual energy in his heart, and he was invincible in the world. Lu Gongjin only felt a tempestuous wave attacking him. His meridians and internal organs were all shattered. His mind was blank, and it was as if his entire body had become numb. His body knelt in the snow, and then his head fell to the ground in a daze. His pupils did not focus. He only saw his noble sword fall in front of him. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a petty person is sorrowful. Su Zimo chuckled. Someone like you dares to call yourself the noble sword, what a joke. He stepped over Lu Gongjing's corpse, and the snow was soon covered in blood. Only the cold corpse was buried in the ice. Su Zimo was halfway there when he suddenly stopped. He grinned and chuckled at the void. Ah, remember to collect his corpse. After his figure disappeared into the snow, a few black-robed figures walked out of the air. Sir, this. The figure on the left said hesitantly. Go back and register, the black figure on the right replied faintly. Yes, then what about this corpse? Feed it to the dog. When he returned to the sect, he was a little dispirited. The disciples guarding the gate did not stop him. He walked straight to the top of Green Mountain. No matter what, since he was back, he had to greet his parents first. Su Qingshan sat in front of the stream at the top of the mountain. He seemed to be cultivating. When he saw Su Zimo come up, he suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed in his eyes. You're back, Su Qingshan said. Su Zimo nodded. Where's my mother? She went back to your grandfather's house, Su Qingshan said. Did you have a safe journey? It's fine, Su Zimo said with a smile. Since you're back, rest well for a while, Su Qingshan said. Father is here for everything. Su Zimo nodded. He did not refuse or agree. Then I'll go back and rest, Su Zimo said. Go. Su Qingshan waved his hand. The father and son tacitly did not mention the recent events. Xiao Gizi had not returned since he went out to train. However, Lin Ruhu had returned to the sect. He was now considered the pillar of the sect's younger generation. He returned to his residence at Yannan Peak. The two maidservants, Xiaqiu and Chen Xiang, were still guarding the courtyard, just like when he left. It was spotless. Young master, you've had a hard journey, Xiaqiu greeted with a smile. Come, help me bathe. Su Zimo laughed. The sky in Jinwuxing Zone was very blue. Even though it was snowing outside and winter had arrived, the sect was still like spring all year round. The wind was noisy and gentle as it blew past one's face. Su Zimo lay on the chair and enjoyed the wind. He was very relaxed. Brother Zimo, Lin Ruhu's loud voice shouted from afar. It had been a long time since they last met. He seemed to have become stronger and more muscular. He had short hair and even his skin was much darker. Perhaps it was because of the Big Dipper fiend tiger body, but he gave off a fierce vibe. Long time no see, Ruhu, Su Zimo said with a smile. Why are you still lying here? Don't you know what's going on outside? Lin Ruhu said anxiously. You have to take things one step at a time. What's the rush? Su Zimo chuckled. Then do me a favor. What favor? Lin Ruhu asked quickly. Send a letter of challenge to the Bailey clan. Tell them that I'll take Bailey Zhao's head in 7 days. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Ruhu nodded heavily. I have long disliked that Bailey Zhao. During this period of time, she was the only one in the eastern continent who dared to do whatever she wanted. She even wanted to form the Demon Buster Alliance. Lin Ruhu said angrily. I heard that Empress Hong Tian sent down a decree, is that true? Su Zimo asked. Lin Ruhu remained silent for a while and finally said, I heard about it, but it's just hearsay. The Empress did send down a decree, but it was not to capture you. Instead, it was to tell the sect not to get involved in this matter. What about the sect master? Su Zimo asked. I'm not sure, the sect master did not say it clearly, Lin Ruhu replied. Grandfather said that the sect master's thoughts are the most profound. No one can guess what he is thinking until the very last moment. After all, his every word affects Shenwu Xingzong's future. He cannot be careless, that is understandable. Su Zimo smiled. I have never thought of relying on the sect either. This matter is so serious, what exactly are you thinking? Lin Ruhu asked. I'm not thinking so much. With the saber in my hand, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. Su Zimo smiled. Alright, then let's work together and turn this continent upside down, Lin Ruhu said with a mischievous smile. Your grandfather probably doesn't want you to get involved, right? Su Zimo asked. He can't make decisions for me, Lin Ruhu mumbled. Rest here for a few days. I will help you find out more about the outside world. After Lin Ruhu left, Su Zimo's life became peaceful again. He slept for an entire day. The next morning, a disciple came to report that Sect Master Xiao was looking for him. Su Zimo yawned and tidied his clothes. Then, he walked towards the island where Sect Master Xiao was staying. The island floated in midair. There were clear waters, green hills, and lush trees. Su Zimo walked all the way and once again came to the bridge where they met last time. Sect Master Xiao was dressed in a white robe that was much more formal than the last time he saw him. His long gown fluttered without any wind. He was sharpening his sword by the river, once, twice. Long time no see. Sect Master Xiao looked at Su Zimo and smiled. It's been a long time. Su Zimo nodded slightly. May I know why the Sect Master is looking for me? Sect Master Xiao smiled and said, catching up on the old days. Besides, such a big thing happened. Don't pretend like nothing happened. Then what does Sect Master Xiao think? Su Zimo asked. You should be able to understand the difficulties of the sect. Sect Master Xiao was silent for a while before he finally sighed. I understand. Everything is for the sake of the sect. Su Zimo smiled. Sect Master Xiao continued, if there comes a day when the sect's choice is not what you want, don't blame me or the sect. I also don't want to escalate the situation. Did Sect Master Xiao call me here to ease my worries? Su Zimo laughed. There are some things that I should tell you. I think you've heard of them before. Sect Master Xiao said. The Empress's decree is true. Many of the sect's elders are of the same opinion. We're taking a wait-and-see attitude toward this matter. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Su Zimo waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Sect Master Xiao. He wanted to return to the sect for a few days of peace. What I mean is, if you stay in the sect will do its best to protect you. Until you bear the mandate of heaven. If you leave the sect will be unable to help you. Sect Master Xiao said. You also know that there are many members of the imperial lineage who are involved this time. Think about it carefully. Thank you very much, Sect Master Xiao. Su Zimo nodded and left the island. Sect Master Xiao had indeed done all he could to give him the chance to choose. He had also given the sect a chance to bet on him. Su Zimo was halfway there when he suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled. Sect Master Xiao, this Shenwu Xingzong really hasn't changed. His words were somewhat emotional, as if they were hinting at something. However, Sect Master Xiao narrowed his eyes and thought carefully about something. Not long after returning to Yannan Peak, Lin Ruhe came looking for him again. He looked at Su Zimo and wanted to say something, but he stopped. If you have something to say, just say it. The sky won't fall. Su Zimo smiled. Uncle Su resigned from his position as the sect's deputy sect master, Lin Ruhe said. Oh? Su Zimo frowned slightly. I heard that the upper echelons of the sect were having a meeting today. Uncle Su quarreled with a few elders, Lin Ruhe said carefully. In the end, he resigned from his position as the deputy sect master. My father. Su Zimo paused for a moment and then understood. He said to himself, his personality is still the same as in my previous life. Su Qingshan was very calm in front of him and did not even mention this matter. However, when it came to doing things, he did not hesitate at all. Is there anything else? Su Zimo looked at Lin Ruhu and asked. I have already sent the letter of challenge to Bailey Xiao, but he doesn't seem to care, Lin Ruhu said. What's more, I heard that the Bailey clan is going to hold a Demon Buster Alliance Chief Assembly. The basic content is to elect the Demon Buster Alliance Chief. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. These grasshoppers seem to like jumping around more and more. Ruhu, do you know why they are targeting me at this time? Su Zimo asked. They are afraid that you will bear the heavenly mandate, Lin Ruhu replied. That's right. They are afraid that I will bear the heavenly mandate and become invincible. Even if they join forces, they will be nothing more than a mob. Suzimo smiled and said. However, they don't understand one thing. Even if I don't bear the heavenly mandate, I will still be invincible. I believe you, Brother Zimo. Lin Ruha nodded heavily. When you go to the Bailey clan next time, make yourself a set of battle attire. Make yourself look cooler. Suzimo smiled and said. You have to maintain your aura. Alright. Lin Ruha nodded heavily. Then, he left and did not disturb Suzimo's rest. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Suzimo stood up from his reclining chair and stretched. He patted the purple robes on his body and sighed. It's time to change my clothes. He left Yannan Peak and went straight to Qijian Pavilion. This was where Zhenwu Xingzong kept his treasures. Although it could not be compared to the Heavenly Tao Academy's 10,000 treasure pavilion, it was still a forbidden area. As a saint, Suzimo naturally had the right to enter. Saint sons can receive 1 item a year. The elder in charge of Qijian Pavilion looked at Suzimo and said calmly. Help me find a sky image stone. I remember that the sect should have one, Suzimo said. He sat on a chair and waited. The elder searched for about 3 minutes in Qijian Pavilion. Finally, he placed a box in front of Suzimo. This was obtained from an ancient formidable martial artist's cave abode. It should be a sky shadow stone, but the box is not open, so I can't guarantee the integrity of the crystal. Do you want to take it? Give it to me. Suzimo took the box. The old man also began to record it down. Leaving Qijian Pavilion, Suzimo looked down at the box in his hand. The box was white, and there was nothing special about it. Only the crystal inside was in the shape of a transparent 9 chestnut, and there was a mysterious power surging inside. He brought the sky shadow stone back to Yannan Peak, and then took out a huge crystal box. There was a battle robe in the crystal box. Suzimo reached out his right hand and gently touched the crystal box. After a long time, he put the sky shadow stone into the recessed part of the crystal box. A 7-colored light flashed, and the crystal box began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the crystal box disappeared, the devil chi of the battle robe rose to the sky. The battle robe was black and purple, and it was gilded with gold. The black and purple stripes kept flashing. There were a few ferocious and fierce faces embroidered on the high collar, each with its own characteristics. The other parts were covered with devil seals. The cape behind the battle robe was blood red, and a devil throne was faintly imprinted in the blood-red color. The moment the crystal box melted, the battle robe rose to the sky and directly attacked Suzimo. The moment he touched his body, Suzimo felt a warm power flowing through his body. The magic robe automatically put on his body, and the devil chi in his body instantly went wild. Even the devil body of purgatory showed signs of being activated. The spirit chi in his 8 extraordinary meridians turned into devil chi, and the gilded black and purple stripes surged. The red cape flapped in the wind. Suzimo stood on the peak of Yannan Peak. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes were pitch black. The devil chi mixed with the will of the great path seemed to pass through time. It passed through thousands of miles and landed in 100-Mile City. The brand new tyrannical shadow behind him was also trembling, as if excited, and asked to fight. Suzimo felt that the current him seemed to lack a BGM. He waved his right hand, and an enormous figure of chaos walked out of the void. Mighty immortal chi reverberated in the void above his head. Now, Hun Dun had already stepped into the pinnacle of immortality. With the great Tao in front of him for him to comprehend, even the most mediocre person would be able to achieve great things. Boss, Hun Dun looked at Suzimo and said. Let's go to 100-Mile City. Suzimo stepped into the air and stood on top of Hun Dun's head as he spoke calmly. Yes, sir. Hun Dun roared angrily and jumped down from South Yanfeng Peak. Who do you think is the strongest among the younger generation of Zhenwu Xingzong? A few new disciples sat together and discussed curiously. The strongest among the younger generation is naturally the Holy Sun. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the Holy Sun. Someone replied. But the Holy Sun hasn't been back for a long time. I've been in the sect for so long, but I haven't seen the Holy Sun. The person from before questioned. Moreover, it seems that the reputation of our sect's Holy Sun isn't very good recently. Everyone is clamoring to crusade against him. Yes, I keep feeling that there are a lot more people around the sect recently. Every time I return to the sect, I feel like I'm being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. There are many powerful people in the sect. It's unimaginable for us to be frogs at the bottom of the well. Just as the few of them were chatting, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from not far away. The sound was so loud that it almost broke their eardrums. Moreover, just the aftermath of the explosion had almost sent them flying. What kind of monster is this? Someone looked at Han Dun and shouted. Could it be that someone is attacking Mai Zhenwu Xingzong? What kind of joke is this? Which force would be so daring? Look, there's someone on top of that monster. Someone suddenly shouted. Then, everyone raised their heads to look at the source of the voice. A man in a black robe and a red cloak that was as red as blood stood there, shrouded in demonic clouds. Where's Ruhu? Su Zimo shouted softly. Here, Lin Ruhu shouted as well and stepped into the air from not far away. The battle robe that he wore was mainly blue with black as a supplement. The front of his chest looked like dragon scales, emitting a blue light. Especially on his arms, Qi Zhao's shoulder armor covered them, and a huge tiger head was reflected on his collar. Tiger stripes surrounded the tiger head armor, and Qi Zhao matched the blue light with a silk belt around his waist. He stepped into the air and appeared in front of Han Dun. Where's your dark heavenly tiger? Su Zimo asked. He still remembered that back then, he and Lin Ruhu each had a dark heavenly tiger and named them Situguden and Zhuge. He did not expect that so many years had passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, a beast roar was heard. Then, the huge body of the dark heavenly tiger came with a bloody rain. Its huge eyes looked at Lin Ruhu gloomily. Lin Ruhu leaped into the air and laughed heartily. Today, you and I will fight side by side and flatten this 100-mile city. Go to that damned Demon Buster Alliance. I'll eat Bailey Zhao's head with wine. The two demonic beasts stood side by side and flew towards 100-mile city. As they passed by Zhenwu Xingzong's gate, Sect Master Xiao, dressed in white, asked loudly, Saint Sun, why are you going? To kill 100 miles and trample Demon Buster, Su Zimo replied in a loud voice. What if you don't return? Then you won't return. The two huge demonic beasts' shadow gradually disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind two hearty laughs. In life, gratitude and vengeance were nothing more than this. Forget it, sigh. Sect Master Xiao sighed softly. Sect Master, why are you sighing? An old voice sounded from the side. The third elder's figure slowly walked over. I have no reason to keep him, Sect Master Xiao said. Why do you want to keep him? The third elder asked. You let your grandson go with him. Does that mean you support his decision? Sect Master Xiao asked. I told Ruhu not to get involved in this matter. After a few years, I will give him the position of third elder. By then, everything will be within his reach. The third elder smiled. Guess what he said to me? What happened? He said that I'm old and don't understand the ways of the world. Zhenwu Xingzong has been peaceful for millions of years. We are just enjoying the protection of our ancestors and waiting for our deaths. The third elder was not angry. Instead, he laughed. He also said that men should have lofty aspirations and stand at the peak of the mortal world to see the sights that other people can't. Otherwise, life would be too boring and not exciting. As for life and death, so be it. The third elder played with a sword in his hand and continued to laugh. This sword, if it's not out of its sheath, no matter if it's a treasure sword or a divine sword, it's just a sword. But once it's out of its sheath, blood will splatter 3 feet and stain thousands of lives. Anyone who sees it will avoid it. The last time 100-mile city had been so lively was during the heavenly martial meet. However, everything had changed now. The entire city was in turmoil. People from various continents and factions had all gathered here. According to the Demon Buster Alliance, no matter their status or faction, as long as they were willing to destroy the demon race, they could participate in this Demon Buster meet. As for the Alliance chief's position, it would depend on one's strength. Su Zimo and Lin Ruhu arrived at 100-mile city and kept Han Dun and the Dark Heavenly Tiger. Brother Zimo, won't we be too conspicuous if we go in like this? Lin Ruhu asked. After all, the entire Demon Buster alliance was formed for Su Zimo. As the main character, if he walked in so openly, he would be too conspicuous. Go and buy 2 masks. We'll bring them with us. Don't be in a hurry. I'm curious about what this Demon Buster meet is like. Su Zimo said, also, help me find out who the major factions are this time. Got it. Lin Ruhu nodded. He walked into the city and bought 2 Azura masks. One was black and one was white. They looked ferocious and domineering. Su Zimo brought the white mask and followed closely into the city. Perhaps it was because there were more people gathering in the city, even the number of peddlers on the streets had increased. All sorts of hawking sounds and the fragrance of food filled the air. The Demon Buster meet will begin tomorrow. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Ruhu suggested. Let's go to a restaurant with more people. It will be more convenient for us to gather information. Su Zimo nodded and did not refuse. During the previous Heavenly Martial meet in 100 Mile City, Su Zimo had come here once. However, he did not pay special attention to this city. Lin Ruhu, on the other hand, knew much more about this place. Under Lin Ruhu's lead, the 2 of them came to a restaurant that reached the clouds. This restaurant was called Star Picking Restaurant. Su Zimo raised his head to look. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was grand and imposing, and could be said to be majestic and magnificent. This is the most famous restaurant in 100 Mile City. It has a total of 33 floors, and is also known as the 33 Heavens. Lin Ruhu introduced, it said that the name Xianxia came from the vast Sky Emperor. Legend had it that when the vast Sky Emperor was young, he once stood on the highest floor of the star-plucking tower. One night, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky. The vast Sky Emperor stretched out his hand and a star fell into his palm. From then on, he was known as the Star Plucker. Nonsense, this restaurant sure knows how to flatter itself, Su Zimo said with a smile. The stars are 108,000 miles away from us. Although they look like tiny specks of dust from afar, every single one of them is incomparably huge. A single star is enough to destroy this 100-mile city. When Great Emperor Chong Kong was young, he had yet to become a great emperor. How could he pluck a star? I don't know about that. Lin Ruhu chuckled. Anyway, that's what the legends say. The 2 of them came to the front of the star-plucking tower and saw that it was equally majestic. The 5 elemental metal door, the greenish-red pavilion doors and windows, and some mutated beasts were carved inside. Especially the 2 words Zhai Xing on the signboard, which were made of stellar crystals. It was just short of 2 galaxies. 2 women with impeccable figures, dressed in long red robes, stood on both sides of the door to welcome guests. These few days were the most important days in 100 Mile City. Even the shopkeeper of the star-plucking tower came out personally to welcome guests at the door. Let's go in and take a look, Su Zimo said with a smile. When the 2 of them reached the door, they were suddenly stopped by the shopkeeper. What do you want? Lin Ruhu frowned and asked. He was wearing a black Azura mask, which matched his tall and sturdy body. It was rather intimidating. This guest, our star-plucking tower has been reserved by the 100 Miles clan. We only serve guests who are attending the Demon Buster conference, the shopkeeper said with a friendly smile. The 2 of us are here to attend this conference. What's wrong? Lin Ruhu replied. Not everyone is qualified to attend this conference. May I know who the 2 of you are? The shopkeeper asked. When we, the black and white Azuras, dominated the entire continent, you were nowhere to be found. How dare you question us now? Lin Ruhu grabbed the shopkeeper's collar and said fiercely. Since they were here to cause trouble, Xianxia did not intend to be polite. No one would believe that the star-plucking tower had nothing to do with the 100 Mile City's 100 Miles clan. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly, but before he could say anything, a disdainful sneer came from within the star-plucking tower. 2 nameless people. How dare you behave so atrociously here without even looking at the place? I advise you to apologize to the shopkeeper first. Who is it? Who's talking? Lin Ruhu raised his head and glared as he snorted. He looked into the building. It was spacious inside, and there were many people sitting there. The one who spoke was a young man at one of the tables. The young man was sitting with an old man, leisurely sipping tea. Whose dog is it? Why is no one controlling it? Why is it barking here? Lin Ruhu asked. With a bang, the young man's teacup shattered. He looked angrily at Lin Ruhu and said, "Boy, watch your mouth." What? Am I wrong? Lin Ruhu asked. I'm arguing with the shopkeeper. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Boy, do you know who I am? The young man stood up. He was dressed in a white robe, and his face was feminine. His eyes faintly emitted a powerful aura. Could it be a eunuch? Lin Ruhu guessed. Brother, he is the holy son of the Skybird sect, Xianxia, a man beside him explained with a smile. It was obvious that his status was not low. The people around him were watching them like they were watching a show. Those who could come to Zhaixinglu had seen all kinds of scenes. Beast sect? Lin Ruhu said in surprise. Why are people still using this name? Forget it. How can I be forgiven like a beast? Xianxia suddenly slammed the table, and his aura burst out. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ruhu. At this moment, when swords were drawn, a chuckle suddenly came from the side. The one who spoke was the old man sitting at the same table as Xianxia. I usually teach you. Your cultivation is enough, but your Dao heart is still far from enough, the old man said with a smile. How can you be angered by a few words? Master is right, Xianxia hurriedly replied respectfully. Since this friend has never heard of our Skybird sect, you can go and teach him. The old man smiled satisfactorily. Also, let him remember it deeply. Yes. Master, Xianxia replied. Then, he turned to Lin Ruhu and snorted, Did you hear that? Do you dare to accept the challenge? You? Lin Ruhu laughed contemptuously. He did look down on Xianxia. He grew up in Jinwuxing Zone. Growing up in such a huge force, coupled with his grandfather's resources. How could someone like Xianxia compare to him? Although he had never heard of the Skybird sect, just from the name alone, he knew that it was just SOSO. If they were really distinguished guests, they might just stay in the 100-mile mansion. Only when the 100-mile mansion was full would some other people be assigned to Stargazing Tower. Perhaps it was because of the celestial tiger body and the Azura mask, his body was full of killing intent. Zhangxia's right hand turned into an eagle's claw, and his left hand was like a tiger's claw. He aggressively charged towards Lin Ruhu. Lin Ruhu also snorted in disdain. He directly pounced and punched Zhangxia's head. It was as if he wanted to smash Zhangxia's head. Zhangxia's eyes flashed with surprise. Feeling the biting cold of the fist, he hurriedly dodged to the side. But Lin Ruhu was very fast. The spirit energy in his body was like a raging wave, and the tiger's roar was deafening. A huge tiger seal suddenly burst out from his right hand and caught Zhangxia as fast as lightning. His hands were like steel claws, piercing deeply into Zhangxia's flesh. Zhangxia screamed. What are you screaming for? It's just the beginning, Lin Ruhu snorted. With the power of one punch, Zhangxia's body flew out. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from his mouth. Lin Ruhu clenched his fists and walked towards Xianxia step by step. His burly body faintly emitted the aura of the king of beasts. Master, save me, Xianxia shouted as he spat out blood. Lin Ruhu only grinned, not caring about anything else. He came in front of Xianxia, stretched out his right foot, and stomped on Zhangxia's limbs. A glint flashed across the eyes of the old man from before. His figure quickly charged towards Lin Ruhu. But he was fast, but someone was faster. Su Zimo's figure instantly blocked in front of him, and their palms met. Su Zimo did not move, but the old man took more than 3 steps back. It was obvious who was stronger. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Su Zimo smiled. Fear flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, Sir, I'm afraid this is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to kill. I won't go so far as to dirty my feet by killing him. Lin Ruhu coldly snorted. The 4 limbs of the other party were directly crushed, and screams of agony rang out continuously. At this moment, Xianxia was lying on the ground like a dead dog. I'm just making an example out of you. When the black and white azura came in, the shopkeeper said he didn't know our names. Today, I'll let all of you know. If anyone still can't remember, feel free to stand up and say it. These words were already very arrogant. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Who was the chicken? Who was the monkey? This goes without saying. Lin Ruhu spat in disdain when he saw that the people around him were silent. People like you actually came to participate in the Demon Buster conference? Why don't you just let my big brother be the Union Lord? Su Zimo did not care about Lin Ruhu. His gaze swept across the first floor. Finally, he saw the figure of a familiar face. He walked forward slowly and looked at the woman in front of him. Smiling, he said, "Lady Jing, what a coincidence." Lady Jing's clothes were different from the previous few times. She was dressed in a light purple robe, and her collar was wide open, revealing her beautiful neck and exquisite collarbone. Her collarbone was so deep that she could even raise goldfish. Sunlight shone in from the window at the side and landed on her body. Her skin was like jade, and her beautiful face was soft and gentle. Especially her purple-colored eyes, which had been specially made up, had a natural spirit aura and a soft, charming, and cunning color. It was as if no matter where she sat, she would always be the first to attract people's attention. "This can't be considered a coincidence," Lady Jing said in a low voice. "I'm here especially for Child Su." "For what?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "The Demon Buster conference. Originally, I wanted to interfere and disrupt this conference." Lady Jing covered her mouth and laughed softly. "However, since Child Su is here, there's going to be a good show to watch." "I think you're just here to watch the show," Su Zimo replied. He had issued the challenge 7 days ago. Anyone who wanted to know would naturally know about it. "Child Su, you've traveled a long way here. Are you thirsty?" Lady Jing raised the wine cup in her hand and handed it to Su Zimo. There was still a lipstick mark on the rim of the wine cup. It was obvious that she had just used it. "No need." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He sat at the table beside her. Lady Jing smiled and shook her head. "You're still so unromantic." Lin Ruhu also sat down beside her and shouted, "Innkeeper, bring us good wine and dishes." The innkeeper sighed. It was obvious that he didn't want to cause too much trouble. Thus, he ordered his men to prepare. After the meal, the sky outside gradually darkened. However, the entire city was still brightly lit, preparing for tomorrow's Demon Buster conference. The 100 Lane clan was probably at its busiest. Su Zimo stood on the highest floor of Zhaixing Lu and looked around. He couldn't see into the city from this height. As it was too high up, he could only see the surroundings. Lin Ruhu walked in with a name list in his hand. "Brother Zimo, I've done some research. A total of 12 imperial lineage are coming to the 100 Lane clan this time," Lin Ruhu said. "As for the other first-rate and second-rate factions, there are countless of them. What's more, these 12 imperial lineage are not all of them. I heard that many other imperial lineage have gone to the central mainland's Killing Immortalism. They want to join forces with the Killing Immortalism Saint. It's really a rare event." Su Zimo smiled and said. "Which 12 imperial lineage are they?" "There are 4 in the eastern mainland, the Blood Hades Sacred Sect, the Purgatory Sacred Sect, the Mo clan, and the 100 Lane clan themselves. 5 empires from the northern mainland came, the Phoenix Ancient Nation, the Sword Spirit Nation, the Vast Ocean Nation, the Deqian Empire, and the Celestial Dragon Nation. 3 imperial lineage came from the western mainland, the Heavenly Fox race, the Small Radiance Sacred Ground, and the Putua Temple. As for the southern mainland and the central mainland, the imperial lineage there seems to be more Killing Immortalism. They didn't come here." Su Zimo nodded slightly. The northern mainland was famous for its empires. 36 empires ruled there. It could be said that each empire was equivalent to an imperial lineage. He wasn't familiar with many of the imperial lineage here, but he knew more about the sects in the eastern mainland. "Even the Mo clan is here." Su Zimo smiled and said. As the clan of the Dowere the Arch, he had a good relationship with the Mo clan. When he went to the central mainland previously, he borrowed the teleportation array. "I hope they will be surprised tomorrow." Su Zimo looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself. It was a silent night. The sky finally brightened. The entire 100-mile city was bustling with activity. Gongs, drums, lion dances, and cheers. The Demon Buster Conference was officially held in the 100 Lane Clan. Just like the heavenly martial meet, there was a projection in the void in the center of the city. One could see everything that was going on. The Demon Buster meet was being held in the 100 Lane Clan's Tianyuan small world. Early in the morning, people were already heading towards the 100 Lane Clan. Besides the 12 imperial lineage leading the way, there were first and second-rate sects behind them, as well as famous itinerant cultivators in the continent. The requirements for this Demon Buster meet were not that high. Anyone could come out and fight. However, it did not matter if they lived or died. Simply put, if one wanted to fight for the position of Alliance Lord, one had to be prepared to die. Otherwise, if someone were to pass off as a genuine person and allow anyone to go on stage, how long would this convention be held? Below the star-picking building, when Su Zimo and Lin Ruhe came down, they found Lady Jing waiting for them. "Brother Zimo, how should I address her?" Lin Ruhe asked. He did not know the relationship between Su Zimo and Lady Jing. "You should call me sister-in-law." Lady Jing covered her mouth and laughed softly. "So you waited for me so early in the morning just to tease me?" Su Zimo asked. "Can't you be gentler with me?" Lady Jing looked at Su Zimo reproachfully. In an instant, she looked very flirtatious. She took out 2 tokens from her sleeve and said, "Here, these are the tokens to enter the Demon Buster meet. Although there are not many restrictions, you don't think anyone can enter, do you?" "Thanks," Su Zimo said as he took the tokens. He looked at the tokens. One side was black, while the other was golden. On the golden side, there was a small person raising a long sword and stabbing it. On the black side, the ugly demon fell to the ground. Recently, there have been many discussions on the continent. Simply put, it's about the destruction of the Demon King, Lady Jing said. Some people are deliberately spreading the rumors. They might want to put you against the entire world and make people hate the demon race. Some people are even pretending to be demon race members and using their banners to kill, and rob. I think these people are the ones who deserve to die the most, Lin Ruhe said angrily. They have the face of a human but the heart of a beast. They are all animals. Su Zimo nodded slightly. "Brother Zimo, do you also think that they are beasts?" Lin Ruhe asked. I don't care about anything else." Su Zimo looked at the token and said, "The Demon King is clearly a handsome guy, but he's drawn to look so ugly. Just this point alone is enough to infuriate both humans and gods." After speaking, Su Zimo looked at Lady Jing and asked, "Are you going to enter the Demon Buster Conference as well? How could I miss the chance to see you display your invincible might?" Miss Mirror smiled. "If you're defeated, I'll be able to save the hero. Also, you don't have to thank me. The future is long, and there are many things you need to thank me for." "What do you plan to do then?" "That's easy. If you ever run into trouble or get hunted down, I can consider saving you," Su Zimo replied. "I won't run into any trouble," Miss Mirror said confidently as she shook her head. "Don't be so confident," Su Zimo replied. "You're that confident," Miss Mirror said as she looked into Su Zimo's eyes. Clang, the sound of the tyrannical shadow saber suddenly rang out. Miss Mirror looked in front of her in shock. Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow was already resting on her neck. The ice-cold saber intent was even touching her skin. She could feel the murderous intent coming from him. "Now, I'm going to kill you. Then, I'm going to persuade myself not to kill you," Su Zimo said as he sheathed his saber. "Look, didn't I just save your life? We're even now. What kind of F***king logic is this?" Miss Mirror stood rooted to the ground. "Are you scolding me?" Su Zimo looked up and frowned. "No, it's F***king sweet, not scolding," Miss Mirror hurriedly explained. "Alright, let's go to the Bailey clan." Su Zimo waved his hand, not bothering with her anymore. As the host of this Demon Buster conference, the Bailey clan had been preparing for a long time. It could be said that the 100 Lane clan had been preparing for a long time. During this period of time, the entire clan had put down everything to prepare for the meeting. The clan head, Bailey Chungfeng, was also dressed in a long green robe. He stood at the entrance of the clan to welcome the guests as a sign of respect. There was a place at the entrance to check the identity tokens. Su Zimo and Lin Ruhu put on their masks, handed over their identity tokens, and walked in. Brother Zimo, if we take off our masks during the Demon Buster conference, what do you think those people's expressions will be like? Lin Ruhu laughed. He thought for a moment and said, they won't think that we're wolves in a tiger's den, right? Shouldn't they be tigers in a flock of sheep? Su Zimo laughed. The door to the small heaven world opened, and the void door slowly rotated. Those who were of high status had already entered. As for the rest, they could only line up and enter the small heaven world. Coming to the small heaven world again, Su Zimo thought of many things. The first time he came here, he wanted to create a world and steal the heaven and earth aura. Later on, without the heaven and earth aura, the small heaven world became useless. Now, it could only be used to hold large-scale events. The only advantage it had was its vast size. Everyone was sizing up the interior of the small heaven world. In the middle of the small heaven world, there was an arena that was close to 1,000 meters wide. The materials used to create the arena were all rare Dao crystals. It was obvious that the Bailey clan had put in a lot of effort this time. There were many things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Even if they killed the Demon King, it didn't seem to benefit the Bailey clan that much. They didn't understand why the Bailey clan was so eager. They had paid such a huge price. There were a few hundred seats around the arena. These seats were for those with a little bit of status. Especially the first few dozen seats, which were made of dazzling gold. They looked majestic and dignified. As for the rest, they could only stand outside and watch. After all, the election of the alliance leader had nothing to do with them. They were just here to watch the show. At the edge, there were a few huge drums. Su Zimo looked at his command token and realized that he didn't have a seat. The black and white Azura title had only been announced yesterday. It was normal that he didn't have a seat. He looked around and happened to see someone familiar. He signaled to Lin Ruhu. Oh, if it isn't the two of you from the Beast sect. Lin Ruhu swaggered forward with a smile. Although he had broken Xianxia's limbs yesterday, the Skybird sect was considered a big sect. They had spirit pills that could bring the dead back to life. In addition, the elder had treated his injuries. It wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. Seeing Lin Ruhu and Jiangyi walk over, Xianxia's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "What do you want? This is the Demon Buster conference. The 12 Imperial lineage are all here. You better behave." "Don't worry, I won't hit you this time," Lin Ruhu said with a smile. "But I think your seat is pretty good." "This is Skybird Sect's seat," Xianxia said quickly. "I don't like to stand. Once I stand, I get angry and want to hit someone. Once I hit someone, I'll be paralyzed again. You know what I mean, right?" Lin Ruhu said with a smile. "Master," Xianxia looked at the old man next to him and wanted to cry. "Let's go." The old man looked at Su Zimo behind him, stood up and left without saying anything. He saw the world too clearly. The only truth was the power of the fist. Su Zimo and Xianxia sat on the chairs. Although the chairs were a little at the back, they were on a higher ground and could clearly see the changes in the arena. "Brother Zimo, do you want to participate?" Lin Ruhu looked at Su Zimo and asked. "Don't the protagonists always appear at the end?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "You, on the other hand, can go up and try. See how strong you are now. Look at Miss Jing. I saw him just now, but he disappeared as soon as he came in," Lin Ruhu said strangely. "Stay away from her. That woman is not simple," Su Zimo said. "Why? Didn't she help us?" Lin Ruhu asked. "Then why did she help me? Just because I'm handsome?" Su Zimo asked. "Maybe it's because you're handsome," Lin Ruhu said with a smile. It seems to make sense," Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Although he said that, he had always been wary of Miss Jing. Right at this moment, the sound of drumming resounded in the surroundings like a sudden clap of thunder. The originally noisy scene was suppressed. The drum was deafening. The person playing the drum was wearing a red robe and holding a drumstick. There was a red string on the drumstick. With the sound of the drum, the red string fluttered and danced in the air. It shook one's heart. Accompanied by the drumsticks, the sect leaders of the 12 sects stepped forward and walked over together. These 12 people all had different auras around them. Endless spiritual chi surged around them, but all of them had great momentum. They were like gods, giving everyone a sense of oppression. 12 people walked past, and 11 of them sat in the front seats. Bailey Chingfeng walked up the stage. His green robe fluttered in the wind. The sword at his waist was still in its scabbard, but there was already a sword light that shot into the sky. He raised his right hand, and the deafening drumming stopped. I'm very grateful to all of you for being able to gather here today and for being able to contribute to the common people of the mortal world. I think the imperial lineage doesn't need to explain, but for many ordinary rogue cultivators or sects, they simply don't understand. What is a demon? After Bailey Chingfeng finished speaking, he paused for a moment. He raised his right hand, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. The moment he opened the scroll, Endless Emperor's aura surged out. At this moment, the Emperor's aura soared into the sky, like a blade hanging over the heads of all living beings. Everyone felt a sense of oppression. Subconsciously, they wanted to submit. There were only 2 words written on the golden scroll: slay demons. These words were definitely written by the great emperor. There was no mistaking the emperor's aura. This imperial edict was bestowed by our ancestor, the great emperor Chongkong. Bailey Chingfeng's words silenced all the discussions. It's not just our Bailey clan. I believe that many imperial lineage received similar edicts from their ancestors. I can briefly explain it to everyone. In the distant past, there was a buried piece of history. The demon lord brought his own demons to destroy the entire world. In that history, all living beings were destroyed, and the flames of war were everywhere. The entire continent was plunged into despair. In the end, all living beings couldn't stand being oppressed and united to resist the demon lord. After tens of thousands of years of fighting, they finally sealed the demon lord and defeated the demons. Now that time has passed, the demon lord has begun to awaken. Before he fully recovers and gathers the demons, this is our only chance. Bailey Chingfeng said solemnly, everyone, don't think that this matter doesn't concern you. On the day that the demon lord descends, no one will be innocent. So now, I ask everyone to be like our ancestors and unite together. Follow me, to slay demons. Slay demons, slay demons. As Bailey Chingfeng's voice fell, the people around him started to respond. In fact, their voices were getting louder and louder. There was a sea of people, and their voices were earth-shattering. Nonsense! Lin Ruhe shouted indignantly from within the crowd. This person's speech is really good at bewitching people. Why didn't I notice it before? Su Zimo laughed. What do you think will happen if I make him kneel on the ground and shout, "Long live the demon lord"? On the arena, Bailey Chingfeng waved his hands, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then smiled and said, since we have already formed the Demon Buster Alliance, we naturally have to fight for the same goal. However, we have no leader now. This is a huge taboo. At the same time, this is the original intention of the Demon Buster Conference. I believe everyone knows the rules. As long as you have the strength and can convince the masses, everyone can participate. I hereby announce that the Demon Buster Conference has officially begun. Once he finished speaking, the crowd below the arena started to clamor. The competition this time was not a competition between young people. Anyone could participate. Even old men in their 70s did not matter. Since everyone is waiting, why don't I, Huang Long, make the first move? A loud laugh came from below. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It's perfected Huang Long, someone said. An itinerant cultivator. You have guts after all. The Taoist was wearing a yellow dragon robe. With his head held high and his chest puffed out, he smiled as he walked onto the arena. I wonder which brother is willing to spar with me. I'll do it. Once he finished speaking, another voice rang out. A tall and sturdy man with a huge axe on his back walked up to them. It's Mountain Man Song Yu. Someone started to introduce him to those who did not know him. His Song Yu sect lives on Yu Mountain. I heard that this Mountain Man Song Yu is very strong. Back then, he carried Yu Mountain for 50,000 kilometers without resting. Although it sounds good, whether it's perfected Huanglong or Mountain Man Songyu, I feel that they are lacking something. Someone said softly, we are choosing an alliance lord, they are not qualified. You don't understand, do you? Someone laughed from the side. They are giving themselves a chance to show off. In the future, they will be able to obtain an official position in the Demon Buster Alliance. Unless a true big shot appears, this is just a warm-up. The two men stood on the arena and cupped their hands. Mountain Man Songyu slowly took out the huge axe on his back. As for perfected Huanglong, he stood still and calmly looked ahead. A faint golden dragon seemed to flow within his body. It was as if the divine dragon was flowing through his blood and was about to burst out of his veins. A pine tree in the North Sea, floating in the world for millions of years, Mountain Man Songyu roared as he raised the giant axe in his hand. The giant axe exploded with unprecedented might, tearing through the void as it slashed toward perfected Huanglong. With a dragon's roar, perfected Huanglong's figure turned illusory, as if he had really turned into a divine dragon and soared through the void. One was known for his strength, while the other was known for his speed. For a time, they were evenly matched. After fighting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Mountain Man Songyu's aura suddenly changed. He threw down the giant axe and clasped his hands together, assuming a very strange posture. Seeing his opponent throw down the giant axe, perfected Huanglong was suspicious, but he still struck out with his palm. With a boom, perfected Huanglong was shocked to find that his strength was completely unable to move his opponent. By the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Countless wisps of spirit chi transformed into branches, encircling him from all directions. Do you know why I'm called Mountain Man Songyu? Mountain Man Songyu laughed. You is Yushan, not Songyu. Because I am Yushan, a pine tree that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Seeing the spirit chi branches bind perfected Huanglong tightly, Mountain Man Songyu breathed a sigh of relief. His opponent was indeed very fast. He kicked Reverend Huanglong out of the arena, but did not injure him. Mountain Man Songyu wins this match. You can choose to continue fighting or rest. I'll rest for a while, Mountain Man Songyu said with a smile. Following that, more people began to appear on the stage. It felt as if each of them had dominated for hundreds of years. However, everyone knew that these people were just the appetizers. The real main course was yet to come. For the entire morning, the matches in the arena were carried out in this manner. Even Su Zimo sighed with emotion. These people could really keep their composure. Finally, another match came to an end. As a figure stood up, the noisy scene gradually calmed down. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Why don't you let this little monk push this boat? Step by step, a bald monk walked towards the arena with firm footsteps. The prayer beads hanging around his neck were especially large. Each prayer bead had a different skull pattern. He was wearing an old but very clean gray robe. It's venerable attraction, someone said. Venerable Luan Luan was the abbot of Putua Temple. As one of the 12 imperial lineage, the history of the Putua Temple was not very long. It was common knowledge that the previous great emperor of the Yuanyang continent was the great emperor of the immortal realm, and the great emperor of Kunlun was the great emperor of the Kunlun continent. But before the Kunlun heavenly emperor bore the mandate of heaven, the world actually called him the Kunlun monk. Venerable Guiding was his guide and brought him into Putua Temple. This supremacy of attraction was a true old monster. No one knew how long he had lived. However, in his own words, all living beings were suffering, and the Buddha sea was boundless. They needed someone to guide them. His guiding venerable was the lamp that led all living beings out of the sea of bitterness. Seems like the venerable monk is also taking things too hard, Su Zimo chuckled. What is this old monk doing here instead of reciting scriptures in his own Putua temple? Lin Ruhu snorted coldly. Maybe he's tired of reciting scriptures, Su Zimo chuckled. A young man beside him heard Su Zimo's words and added with a smile, Brother, you're wrong. Venerable Guiding is a true enlightened monk. He's here to save all living beings from the sea of bitterness. Then, what sea of bitterness do you need to save? Su Zimo looked at the young man and asked. Yes, and I have a lot of them, the young man smiled. Poor aptitude, low cultivation, no heaven-defying family background, There are many places that I view as a sea of bitterness. Suzimo chuckled and did not answer the question. After Venerable Guiding walked onto the arena, many people who wanted to go on stage hesitated. They knew each other well, so there was no harm in standing. However, Venerable Guiding was not an existence that they could fight against. Yet, they were unwilling to give up. I'll do it. Right at that moment, a loud laugh came from afar. A man walked up to them. They're all afraid of your title, but I'm not. The man scoffed coldly. We haven't fought before, we'll know if I'm strong or not. Venerable of Attraction looked at the burly man with a smile. He then said, Benefactor, you should calm your mind. As soon as he said that, an invisible force appeared around the man and pushed him off the arena. Even though the man tried his best to resist, it was to no avail. Seeing that, everyone's hearts trembled. Only pushing him off the arena without hurting him, that was the style of a venerable monk. It's time to calm their minds. That's right, it's time for all of them to calm their minds. You have to do what you need to do with your strength. Many people thought to themselves. The Venerable One's words were not only for the man, but also for them. The entire place fell silent. Yawn. A figure stood up from the chair lazily. He seemed to have just woken up as he smiled and said, Old Man Guiding, let's play. Seeing that figure, everyone became serious again. Little light sacred ground, someone muttered to himself. That person was sitting on the little light sacred ground seat. However, looking at his appearance, they did not know who he was. Several Laozu from the sacred ground, including the sect master, had heard of him before. However, that man was wearing a long golden robe, and his hair was a little messy behind him, making him look particularly unruly. He had a square face and looked to be in his 40s. His eyes were deep, his nose bridge was high, and he had stubble. The stubble made him look even more mature and steady. Seeing that the man walked up, everyone started discussing. Even Venerable Guiding was a little surprised. May I know which senior of the sacred ground you are? Venerable Guiding asked humbly. My identity and name are not important. I walk the world only to achieve my dreams, the man said with a smile. Suzimo, who was sitting in the spectator area, stared at him for a long time. Then, he spat out 3 words, shouting Tian. He was an old acquaintance of his previous life, and could be considered a close friend of his previous life. However, in this life, he had met him before he destroyed the heavenly sect in the central mainland. He also knew the other party's true identity. He was a good friend of his previous life. Back then, he was defeated by Chu Yang and was down and out. Therefore, they could become good friends at that time. However, in this life, they were absolute enemies because of his different identity. Perhaps this was the other party's ideal and principle. Venerable Guiding nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. The Honorable In Luan performed a Buddhist bow with his right hand. His right hand opened up into a palm with Buddhist light emanating from it. He took one step after another. His steps were clearly slow, but they were extremely fast as he attacked the man. Putua palm, his palm flew down and turned into thousands of palm prints. It was clearly a very ordinary technique, but when he used it, it seemed to have reached the pinnacle of perfection. The man on the other side looked calm. He waved his hand and said with a faint smile, There are only 2 hands. There are no illusions. In an instant, the palm prints disappeared, leaving only 2 hands in front of him, slowly moving. The Honorable In Luan wasn't surprised. He clasped his hands together and the Buddhist light beneath his feet surged. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, but his figure was moving very quickly. Especially when he attacked the man, his figure had already disappeared. It wasn't that his speed was so fast that he disappeared, but that he had truly disappeared. How could one defend against something that had disappeared? It's the 9 diagrams 6 positions movement technique, someone below shouted excitedly. Meditation can also be used as a movement technique, someone asked doubtfully. You don't understand this, do you? There are a total of 99,900 meditation positions in Putua Temple, which means that there are 99,900 variations. A single variation, a combination of variations, this means that there is no end to them, the person from before explained. This meditation is the strongest movement technique. The so-called disappearance is nothing more than an illusion or the use of a higher level of the Tao. There is no such thing as true disappearance in this world. Everything has its own meaning from birth to descent. After the man finished speaking, he waved his right hand in the air. There was clearly nothing in the air before, but a grunt was heard as the Honorable Yin Luan's figure was sent flying. Honorable Yin Luan, use your full strength. There is no need for us to test each other, the man smiled and said. In Mahayana Buddhism, there is the 5 eyes and 6 senses. What level have you cultivated it? 2. Heaven's Eye. The Honorable Yin Luan closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. He could feel that something had changed in his eyes, but he couldn't tell what it was. It was as if something had changed in the unseen world. The so-called Heaven's Eye can see the 6 paths of life, suffering and happiness, and the direction of life and death. Honorable Guiding mumbled to himself. He looked at the man in front of him and saw that his body was full of life and death lines. He frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there was only one line between life and death for everyone. It came from birth and led to death. This was the fate of all living beings. But at this moment, something's not right, something's not right. The frown on Venerable Guiding's face deepened. Buddhists had never been the kind of people who liked to fight. They convinced people with great wisdom and taught all living beings with great principles. But at this moment, Venerable Guiding realized that he couldn't see through the man in front of him. How could he convince him or teach him? Heaven's ear connection, mind connection. Out of the 6, he had already opened 3. Heaven's ear connection could hear all the suffering in one's heart, and his heart connection could know all the desires in the other party's heart. But at this moment, it was useless. He couldn't sense anything. Of the 6 senses, the remaining divine celerity was a footwork technique, so it should not be of any use to this man. Destiny connection. Supremacy Guide shouted with great difficulty. This was the 5th time. One could tell that he was having a tough time. His entire body was filled with the sounds of the great Tao, as though there was an endless river of fate flowing through his blood. It was as though his entire body was being crushed. The power of destiny connection was extremely strong. It could see through one's fate, life and death, past and future. The passing of the world and the changes of things. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it could predict the future. It could be as small as a person's fate, or as big as the fate of the entire world. That's the limit, isn't it? The man opposite him shook his head in disappointment. If you could have comprehended that final connection and the 6th connection, you might have been able to put up a fight. What a pity, what a pity. Just who are you? Supremacy Guide asked word by word. Raising his head, he could only feel that this man before him was both majestic and calm at times. He did not know which was the real him. If you want to know my identity, I'll open all 5 of your eyes. The man chuckled. 5 eyes, 6 senses. Other than the 6 senses from before, these 5 eyes were the naked eye, Heaven's Eye, Wisdom Eye, Dharma Eye, and Buddha's Eye. The so-called naked eye referred to the eyes of all living beings. It could see in front but not behind. It could see near but not far. It could see day but not night. It could only see things that were not covered or obstructed. Supremacy Guide had cultivated for countless years, but he had only opened the 4th eye, the Dharma Eye. The Dharma Eye was the eye of a bodhisattva. It could see through all living beings. The moment the Dharma Eye was opened, Supremacy Guide's expression changed drastically. His entire body trembled slightly. You are, the Lord of Light. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless light burst out from the man in front of him. That light was not Buddha's light, nor was it the light of fire, nor was it the light of any object. It was just the purest and most primitive light. Lord of Light? Who is that? Someone asked in confusion. The founder of the small holy land of light. He was the one who founded the Holy Land back then. Someone said excitedly. There were even people who had already knelt down and bathed in the light. Their entire body felt comfortable, dispelling all the discomforts in the world. I was the one who had eyes but failed to see. I actually dared to compete with the Radiant Lord, Venerable Guiding said, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. He could be considered as the leader of an imperial lineage, but at this moment, he admitted defeat so straightforwardly. You've misunderstood. I didn't want to win against you. The Lord of Light shook his head. I only wanted to help you because I saw that you were in trouble. Out of the 6 senses, you've only comprehended 5. Out of the 5 eyes, you've only opened 4. For thousands of years, you haven't been able to advance any further. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, Lord of Light. Supremacy Guide said. Let me ask you. Is Buddha good or bad? The Lord of Light asked. Buddha is merciful. Of course, it's good. Supremacy Guide replied without thinking. Then, are all the Buddhas in the world good? The Lord of Light asked again. This? Supremacy Guide hesitated for a moment. Buddha was just a general term. There were so many people who had attained Buddha status, and there were all sorts of birds in the forest. He truly did not dare to say that. In the past, he had even heard that there were evil Buddhas in this world. See, you're confused. That's because you haven't seen your own Tao clearly. The Lord of Light chuckled. You said that Buddha is merciful. Then, are you cultivating Buddha or merciful? Actually, you're going in the wrong direction. You're merciful and care for all living beings, and are willing to be the guide of others. That's the reason why you're cultivating kindness and mercifulness, not Buddha. Or rather, the Buddha in your heart is nothing more than the embodiment of kindness and mercifulness. I refer to all of these as light. Be it Buddha or kindness, enter my light. The Lord of Light was bathed in light. At this moment, he was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The words that came out of his mouth immediately turned into reality. As if he was preaching, the sound of the great path was heard. More and more people began to kneel down and kowtow to him. Light is the end of all things. Everything begins with light. Along the way, we should dispel the darkness and finally return to the light. Buddhism, Taoism, chivalry, the empire, and the world are just the tip of the light. The Honorable Guiding Sage looked at the Lord of Light in a daze. His eyes were full of piety. In the end, he even began to tear up. His emotional changes were indescribable. After a long time, the light began to dissipate. The Honorable Guiding Sage also stood up from the ground. He bowed deeply to the Lord of Light. From today onwards, I am willing to be the guide of light. Putua Temple is a Buddhist temple and also a temple of light. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the people below changed drastically. He did nothing. With just a few words, he made Laozu, an imperial lineage, follow him like this. The big shots present were also unable to calm down for a long time. May all of you yearn for the light, the Lord of Light said loudly. Suddenly, endless flowers of light floated down from the top of his head. As the Honorable Guiding Sage admitted defeat and left the arena, Bailey Chungfeng also announced the Lord of Light's victory. The people who were kneeling down below were all from other sections. When the experts of many sects saw this scene, they looked embarrassed and snorted heavily. Those who were kneeling down were startled awake. All of them looked ashamed. Legend had it that the Lord of Light left after establishing the small holy land of light and never returned. He walked the world and scattered light. However, he was not very famous because he had many avatars. Many people who were indebted to him did not know that he was the Lord of Light. However, the appearance of the Lord of Light this time made many people realize something. Could it be that the devil was really going to destroy the world? Many people thought to themselves. However, Bailey Chungfeng asked, Lord of Light, are you going to fight or rest? Since I am on the arena, I will not step down, the Lord of Light said with a smile. The Lord of Light will never leave a way out. All right. Who will challenge the Lord of Light next? Bailey Chungfeng asked loudly. Suddenly, the scene was silent. Everyone seemed to be silent. Some didn't dare, while others were weighing the pros and cons. Why don't I give it a try? A gentle voice sounded. This voice was like ripples in spring water, softly and gently sweeping across everyone's hearts. Before they even saw the owner of the voice, many people could no longer restrain the lust in their hearts and were aroused to the point of having a reaction. Someone's breathing quickened as he looked in the direction of the sound. A pair of fair and light feet slowly stepped onto the stage. She was not wearing shoes, but she was still spotless. Above her jade-like feet were long, slender, and fair legs. Her long legs were covered with a transparent veil, covering only half of them. He couldn't wait to see her face or even her entire body. She was an extremely charming woman. Her long and straight hair was not tied up, but casually draped over her shoulders. Her lips were soft, her eyes were charming, her nose was delicate, and her eyebrows were graceful. Her appearance and facial features were a match made in heaven. It was like a gentle wave that wanted to flow over and embrace you, making you intoxicated. Some people were mesmerized by her, drooling. No matter how determined one's Dao heart was, they could not help but praise her beauty. "It's Xianxia." Someone suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said with lingering fear. "The clan leader of the Heavenly Fox clan. She's a natural fox seductress. Her bewitchment skills have probably reached the peak. With this woman, the world is nothing." Su Zimo turned to look and found that Lin Ruhu had a dazed look on his face. It seemed that this kid's Dao heart was still not strong enough. However, he couldn't be blamed. He had cultivated for too short a time. It seemed that if he had the chance, he would have to give him the 3,000 years of the big dream so that he could train well. "Stop looking." Su Zimo patted him on the shoulder. "Ah." Lin Ruhu let out a cry of surprise before regaining his senses. "Brother Zimo, just now it's nothing." Su Zimo shook his head. "You still have a long way to go. Although you're already more outstanding than many of your peers, it's still not enough. Compared to these old monsters who have lived for countless years, your skills are still lacking." "I know," Lin Ruhu replied with some guilt. "You don't have to feel discouraged. Everyone has to go through this. Very few people are born invincible." Su Zimo smiled. At this moment in the arena, Xianxia looked at the Lord of Light. She said with some bitterness, "Master, it's so hard to meet you." "Miss Xianxia, why did you come up?" the Lord of Light asked. "Master, you're asking the obvious." Miss Xianxia smiled. "I don't understand." The Lord of Light shook his head. "You're so cruel. Back then, you left. For so many years, I've been looking for you, but you didn't even come back." Xianxia said, "You left me alone to think about you and miss you." "Miss, you've misunderstood. Your so-called master is just an avatar. I'm the Lord of Light." The Lord of Light shook his head and explained. "An avatar is also you." "I don't care." Xianxia said. "All these years, I've been looking for you only for one answer." The people below looked at the conversation between the two of them and were a little surprised. Could it be that the Lord of Light and Xianxia had known each other for a long time? And from the looks of it, their relationship was not simple. "Xiao Ding Tian, I didn't expect a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be such a person." Su Zimo smiled with interest. "Miss, what answer do you want?" the Lord of Light asked. "Do you have me in your heart?" Xianxia asked. "Of course I do. I have all the people in the world in my heart, and I bring light to the world." "Since you're one of the people in the world, you're naturally one of them," the Lord of Light replied. "I'm not talking about some bullsh** tea light," Xianxia replied angrily. "I'm talking about love. I don't have love in my heart." The Lord of Light shook his head. "Alright, I'll stand in this arena today. If you kill me, you'll win," Xianxia said stubbornly. "Miss, why do you have to do this?" The Lord of Light shook his head. "It's just an obsession." "Why? You don't dare?" Xianxia smiled. She smiled, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a hint of pride. Her white cheeks and sparkling eyes were so tender that they could melt the ice and snow of Mount Tianshan. The Lord of Light raised his hand, and a ray of light descended, sending her flying. Light surged, and the Lord of Light raised his hand. Dozens of meters away, Xianxia's flying figure was lifted into the air. "Miss, have you let go of your obsession?" the Lord of Light asked again. His eyes were calm and emotionless. "Never." Xianxia still shook her head. She shed tears, her eyes hazy. Tears flowed from the tip of her slightly red nose, making all living things quietly listen to her voice. "People say that we foxes are born coquettish, that we are a source of trouble, a seductive master, and an ominous sign. There was once an emperor who fell because of a fox demon. We are born with a lot of attention, but I always remember what you said to me. Living beings can't decide their own fate, but but they can decide their own fate after they are born. Some people are born rich, and some are born poor. But the rich will also lose their family fortune and become poor. The poor can also work hard and become rich in the end. Speaking of this, Xianxia looked at the Lord of Light seriously. I have never forgotten what you said, and I will also remember your kindness. Kill me if you want. This obsession, even if I die, I can't let it go. Speaking of this, Xianxia actually began to hum a tune. Green fox demon, wrapped in a white waist, smiling coquettishly. Beautiful eyes, delicate appearance, calm steps, looking back at thousands of flowers. The moonflowers are beautiful, the clouds and bamboo are luxuriant, the wind is ethereal, dancing on its own. Beautiful hibiscus, smooth skin, silk. Who can live a happy life after seeing the mortal world? The Lord of Light looked at him, the light on his body flickering. He was having a battle in his heart. After a long, long time, the Lord of Light sighed deeply. He put down his right hand, and Xianxia's figure landed lightly on the ground. The Taoist master asked me to tell you that he doesn't like you wearing such revealing clothes. After saying this, the Lord of Light hurriedly walked down from the battle ring and headed outside without looking back. His heart finally wavered. There was a crack in the light. Seeing the Lord of Light leave, Xianxia quickly chased after him. Is the Taoist master jealous? The Taoist master hasn't answered my question. Has the Taoist master thought about me all these years? The two figures disappeared from the Bailey family along with their voices. The crowd below looked at each other. What happened to the hot-blooded battle? Why did it feel like they had been fed a handful of dog food, and then the initiator disappeared? Bailey Chungfeng was also a little embarrassed, but he had to go up the arena. Since the Lord of Light and Xianxia have left, it means that they have forfeited. Now, the rest of you can continue with the competition. Brother Zimo, I want to go up and try, Lin Ruhu said. I want to spar with these top experts and see how strong I am. Go ahead. Su Zimo smiled. It was time for Lin Ruhu to leave his grandfather's protection and go to the outside world. Lin Ruhu didn't say anything. Instead, he walked up the stage without saying a word. Wearing the black Azura mask, he attracted everyone's attention when he walked up. Who's coming? He looked around at everyone and asked loudly. Who is this guy? Someone who wears a mask and hides his head and tail. I'm afraid he can't show himself. I saw this black Azura at Star Plucking Tower yesterday. There is also a white Azura. They are very domineering. He's just a nameless junior. How is it his turn to fight now? At this moment, a figure stood up from the center of the field. If you don't want to go, then I'll go. We can't let others look down on our imperial lineage. An old man said with a chuckle. It's someone from the Sword Spirit country. He seems to be Old Man Taya. The first emperor of the Sword Spirit country was the ancient Sword Emperor. Rumor has it that his true fate weapon was a divine sword called Taya. This sword followed him through life and death and finally carried the mandate of heaven. However, after being baptized by the mandate of heaven, the sword turned into a human form. The ancient Sword Emperor felt that he was blessed and left Taya in the Yuanyang continent while he ascended alone. After countless years of cultivation, the human form of Taya finally became the ruler of the Sword Spirit country. He also called himself Old Man Taya. At this moment, as Old Man Taya walked forward step by step, he was full of power. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, or rather, he was a divine sword. The power of ascension to immortality rolled over. Lin Ruhu was only at the divine vein realm. However, his face was resolute. He didn't move an inch despite the power rolling over him like a tidal wave. Please enlighten me, said Old Man Taya. Lin Ruhu roared angrily. He stretched out his fists and smashed them at Old Man Taya without any fancy moves. When he first started cultivating, Su Zimo had given him Baodi's inheritance. Lin Ruhu had been cultivating according to that. Every punch was full of violence. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with one punch. If there was, then 2 punches would be enough. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions rang out. The surrounding void was completely shattered. Old Man Taya wasn't simple either. He didn't have a sword, but his body contained endless sword intent. It was as if the sword intent was a part of his body. The two stood together. Old Man Taya's sword intent was endless, but Lin Ruhu's fists didn't stop either. He shattered as many sword intents as there were. For a moment, he was suppressing his opponent. This was Baodi's fighting style. Old Man Taya seemed a bit surprised, but he waved his right hand and used Sword See Horizon. He was too familiar with using these sword intents. He used them as if they were part of his body. The endless sword intent turned into a torrent and rushed at Lin Ruhu. Lin Ruhu snorted and gathered rupturing fists on his fists. Like lava erupting, flames spread and dyed the sky a fiery red. The fist and sword intent collided. Because the power was too strong, the surrounding void shattered and flowed upward. There was even a black hole that swallowed everything. But the two were still in a stalemate in the void. Taya sword, Old Man Taya said softly. He immediately revealed his true fate. Lin Ruhu also snorted coldly. Behind him, the shadow of a ferocious tiger condensed. This tiger was an ancient purple-eyed demonic tiger. Because he had fused with the Big Dipper tiger body, Lin Ruhu chose the tiger's true fate. He had suffered a lot for this true fate. Perhaps because the previous battles were too boring, this kind of battle aroused the crowd's enthusiasm. Under the white azure mask, Lin Ruhu's veins bulged. He gritted his teeth and punched. The Taya sword, which was emitting a shocking sword aura, collided with Lin Ruhu. Then, the void stirred and the two were destroyed. Suddenly, a deafening tiger roar sounded. Lin Ruhu activated his Big Dipper tiger body. He roared and destroyed the long sword in an instant. His fist punched Old Man Taya's abdomen. As a sword, Old Man Taya didn't vomit blood, but the sword light around him had weakened a lot. He looked up and saw Lin Ruhu activate one of the 100 Great Battle Constitutions. Not only did the true Fate Beast appear behind him, but he also exuded the aura of the King of Beasts. Looking at Old Man Taya, Lin Ruhu was surrounded by tiger roars that shook the sky. Endless power flowed around him. He stepped into the air and charged at Old Man Taya. From afar, he looked like an ancient ferocious beast, violent and powerful. It was as if he was drinking blood. Old Man Taya took a deep breath. Sharp sword light condensed in his hands. This time, he was not using sword intent, but the way of the sword. To enter the way of the sword and cut through everything. Boom! When Lin Ruhu approached his opponent, he felt as if he had been exiled to another void. It was the void of swords. There were endless sword intents and all kinds of sword attributes. There were overbearing heavy swords, strange and unpredictable dual swords, and fast swords that were as swift as a white steed flashing through a crack. These swords were all charging at him, as if they were going to drown him. Although Lin Ruhu was already defending with all his might, several sword intents still cut his body. He roared. The black and white hair on his head seemed even darker. The muscles on his body bulged. His eyes looked as if they could devour a person's soul. Boom! 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 He walked. His heavy footsteps echoed in the void. Then, he raised his hands and smashed them in all directions. Once, twice. With his body as the center, a vacuum appeared around him. The sword intents were all annihilated. The void finally could not withstand his power and was completely smashed open. The enlarged fist swept through the void and smashed into Old Man Taya's face. Old Man Taya's body was sent flying again. His figure sprinted madly and chased after the figure that was flying backward. Before the figure landed on the ground, he grabbed it and punched it again. Cough, cough. I admit defeat. Old Man Taya's voice sounded. Lin Ruhu's frenzied expression instantly calmed down. He panted heavily, grabbed the figure, and threw it out. Laozu. The people from the Sword Spirit country hurriedly went to help Old Man Taya. Lin Ruhu took a deep breath. Although he had defeated his opponent, he was still seriously injured. All of them had the pain of being torn apart by a sword. This honorable Black Azura has won. Would you like to rest or continue fighting? Bailey Qingfeng walked over from the side and asked with a smile. Lin Ruhu glared at him. Then, he said indifferently, naturally, I will fight again. I didn't come here for the position of Alliance Master. I just want to see my own strength. Good, hero, Bailey Qingfeng said with a smile. Then who will accept the challenge of this Black Azura? Little brother, logically speaking, you're injured right now. If I were to fight you, I would be bullying you. A voice came from below. But this is a competition. There are no such rules. Lin Ruha looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the direction of the vast oceanic nation. This man was dressed in a scholarly robe. He looked very scholarly. His robe was white, and he also had white eyebrows. It's Xianxia. The people below immediately started discussing. It was as if every person who appeared on stage was able to pull down the achievements of the other party in their discussions. The monarch of the vast oceanic nation is rare. Xianxia walked forward. He didn't have the kind of pressure that a monarch should have. Instead, he was vast and boundless, like a bottomless sea. He walked forward step by step. Little brother, admit defeat, Xianxia said with a smile. I don't want to have an unfair advantage, although you might not be able to defeat me even at your peak. What's the point of talking so much? Lin Ruhu snorted coldly. He directly punched at his opponent with both fists. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, everyone felt the air around them become moist. A wave crashed into the void from afar and came down 3,000 feet. Ruhu is going to lose, Su Zimo muttered to himself when he saw the scene. When the wave crashed over, Lin Ruhu was surrounded by it. This water could be soft or hard. It nourished all things and nourished all living beings. Lin Ruhu was surprised to find that his fists couldn't exert any strength. It was as if the water had some kind of special power that was very strong. Even if he broke the water with a punch, it was meaningless. This was because water was shapeless to begin with. Stormy waves, Xianxia raised his right hand, and an endless stream of water surrounded him. The front part of the waves evolved into a tiger's head and tried to devour Lin Ruhu. Lin Ruhu smashed the water with a punch, but the water splashed all over him. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Water can be soft, the sea can contain all rivers. It can also be hard, freezing thousands of miles. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people could clearly feel the temperature drop. The water that surrounded Lin Ruhu also began to condense into ice, freezing Lin Ruhu's entire body. Then, under the slap of the water, he was directly sent flying. Below the arena, the ice shattered and dissipated. Lin Ruhu looked at his opponent with an uncertain gaze. When fighting with this person, he felt that he couldn't use his strength at all. We admit defeat, Su Zimo said from the side. Lin Ruhu walked back with a gloomy expression. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Zimo smiled. Not really. I just feel that I lost in a stupid way, Lin Ruhu replied. You shouldn't be depressed at this time. Instead, you should have realized something, Su Zimo said. Ever since you started cultivating, you've been practicing the Violent Emperor's technique and using the Big Dipper Fiend Tiger body. From the beginning, you took the path of violence. But you don't understand. Violence is not brute force. It can be soft or hard. You have to learn how to control and release it freely. Only by knowing how to use it can you become stronger. I'll work hard. Lin Ruhu nodded. After Xianxia won, he looked around and said with a smile, who else wants to fight with me? The arena began to calm down. There were still some members of the imperial lineage, but they were no longer willing to fight. The main reason was that some people were not interested in the position of alliance leader. This time, they came mainly because of the demon race. As for the position of alliance leader, they just wanted to participate. After all, the alliance leader could only command them on the surface. In private, their sects were still under their control. Just as everyone was thinking, they suddenly heard the sound of wind in the distance. Who is it? Xianxia thought that someone was sneak attacking him and hurriedly dodged. But when he looked again, he found that it was just some ordinary ribbons. Ribbons of various colors flew over from the distance. There were red, blue, green, yellow, and purple. The ribbon circled half a circle around the stage before finally stopping on the stage. The colorful ribbons were like decorations, covering the sky above the arena. Then, on the other side of the colorful ribbons, a graceful woman slowly walked over along the ribbons. The woman wore a red robe embroidered with a few blue battle cloud flowers. She wore a red robe and her black hair was tied up into a beautiful bun. It was unknown how these women took care of their skin. It was whiter than snow, or rather, whiter than snow. Her face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows were like willows, and her eyes were like endless ice that could freeze everything. It added a bit of elegance to her whole person. Her bright red lips were slightly curved, her hands were soft, her skin was smooth, her collar was smooth, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were beautiful. This woman was Bailey Xiao. After not seeing her for a while, her change was unimaginable. Compared to her past self, it could be said that she was a completely different person. Her temperament had completely changed. Seeing this woman walk over step by step on the colorful satin ribbon, the people subconsciously thought of a poem. It was the beginning of February, when the betrothal gifts were in their 13th year. She was as cold as ice, and her body was surrounded by a vast immortal aura. Suddenly, the people seemed to have seen a white-clothed fairy descending to the mortal world. Unfortunately, she was not wearing a white robe, and she was not a fairy. Her red robe was like blood, and her beautiful face was like a blooming epiphyllum, bright and full. She was trembling, floating, and emitting a fragrance. A prickly daffodil was more suitable. I've long heard that the Bailey family has produced 1,000 extraordinary women who can even be compared to Empress Hong Tian. It's an honor to meet you today, Qi Tianhai said with a smile. Bailey Xiao shook her head and said seriously, no one can overshadow the Empress's brilliance, not even me. Her voice was ethereal, like a skylark in the mountains. Don't belittle yourself. The achievements of our predecessors are meant to be broken, Qi Tianhai said with a smile. I heard that you were the one who proposed this alliance leader meeting. Yes, Bailey Xiao said calmly. Lord Qi, if you have any doubts, you can ask me when the meeting is over. But we are still competing now. Forgive me for my rudeness. Qi Tianhai smiled. But looking at you, I really can't do it. Looks are just a skeleton after thousands of years. Lord Qi, you're too serious. Bailey Xiao shook her head. In that case. Qi Tianhai stopped smiling. The power around him exploded again, and stormy waves rushed toward Bailey Xiao. Bailey Xiao's eyes were calm. She stretched out her right hand and flicked her finger. The water flow that was rushing over was instantly frozen. Bailey Xiao waved her hand, and with a bang, the frozen water instantly shattered, transforming into numerous ice arrows that shot towards Qi Tianhai. Qi Tianhai's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected his opponent to turn the tables so easily. Looking at these ice arrows, he waved his hands and another stream of water appeared in front of him. These streams of water formed a circular shape, spinning counterclockwise in front of him. All of the incoming ice arrows were sucked in. Qi Tianhai's aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rose. He opened his arms, and with him as the center, several pillars of water appeared around him, soaring into the sky. These water pillars transformed into dragons and charged towards Bailey Xiao with a mighty aura. Rumble. The dragon's roar resounded through the wilderness. Why is Sovereign Qi probing? Bailey Xiao shook her head slightly. She stood there motionless. She waved her right hand again, and a heavenly hand formed by Spirit Qi appeared above her head. Qi Tianhai's lips curled into an intriguing smile the moment he slapped his hand out. The hand of the heavens missed. As the 4 water dragons charged towards Bailey Xiao, they suddenly split up and merged into the ground in 4 different directions, north, south, east, and west. Bailey Xiao frowned as she watched. A formation? She felt the aura around her change and asked. You guessed right. Qi Tianhai smiled. I know you're a difficult opponent, and I have to kill you in one hit. Qi Tianhai snapped his fingers. The arena beneath their feet began to shake. 4 forces shot up to the sky in 4 different directions, and each direction was intertwined. It was like a picture of a 4-pointed star. Frost Dragon Seal Formation. Qi Tianhai chuckled. Within the range of the formation, the ground beneath their feet began to turn white, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. A huge ice dragon circled in the air and appeared above them. The huge dragon head spewed out 2 streams of white frost. Bailey Xiao found that she couldn't move, and the space around her had been completely sealed. At this moment, Qi Tianhai no longer hid anything. The true fate above his head opened, and he shouted. The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, and flows to the sea, never to return. Above his head, the sky began to change. The wind blew and the clouds rolled. Splash. Rumble. The sound of flowing water grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the sky above them was torn apart, and a vast ocean appeared. It was a real ocean, vast and boundless. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. The overflowing Yellow River flowed above their heads. "If you admit defeat, I'll spare your life," Xianxia said. "Once the true fate falls, you'll have to bear the consequences." Bailey Xiao looked at him. She didn't panic, and her eyes were still as cold as ever. "Kill," Xianxia shouted coldly. He dragged the vast ocean with him and charged towards Bailey Xiao. The power of nature was absolutely terrifying. One could even interpret it as the power of heaven and earth. When this vast ocean fell, everything would be reduced to nothingness. Boom! With Bailey Xiao at the center of the formation, a huge explosion occurred. The ocean fell. In an instant, it was as if a fortress had been destroyed, and the surging waves rushed over. Heaven and earth rumbled, and cracks appeared on the stage made of crystals of the Great Path. The storm swept over, and many spectators even retreated. Xianxia looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. He was determined to win the position of alliance leader. "You seem very proud," a voice suddenly said from behind him. His face froze, and his entire body stiffened. His head trembled as he stood there, and in front of him was a beautiful face. How? When? He didn't have much time to think, because Bailey Xiao's hand had already touched his back. An extreme force came over. His entire body was penetrated, and a bloody hole appeared. Then, he flew forward uncontrollably, and was drowned in the waves of his formation. In an instant, he was annihilated. Bailey Xiao wins this round. Bailey Qingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Who else wants to fight? If not, the competition should be over. The audience was silent. As the ruler of the vast oceanic nation, Xianxia was defeated just like that. Alarm bells rang in everyone's hearts. Just as Bailey Qingfeng was about to announce the winner, a figure suddenly stood up. "How about I play with you?" A man wearing a black battle robe and a white azure mask stood up. His red cape fluttered behind him as he walked step by step onto the stage. A gentle breeze blew beside him, and the man seemed to yawn. "Sorry, I sat down for so long that I almost fell asleep." Seeing Su Zimo walk up the stage, the audience started to whisper among themselves. "That guy seems to be with the Black Azura. Who are these two?" The Black Azura actually defeated Old Man Taya. Why haven't I heard of such people before? Maybe they know each other and deliberately put on a mask. Su Zimo and Bailey Xiao looked at each other. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I also want to be the alliance chief for fun." "Take off your mask," Bailey Xiao said with a frown. "Why should I take it down?" Su Zimo asked. "I know it's you. Since you dared to come, what's the point of hiding?" Bailey Xiao replied. Her voice was cold, but it contained a strong hatred. Su Zimo smiled and slowly raised his right hand to take off his mask. His long hair fluttered in the breeze. Compared to the past, the current Su Zimo had distinct edges and corners. He seemed to be more determined and callous. Who was that guy? Everyone below the stage was stunned for a moment. Then, countless powerful auras shot up into the sky. The crowd instantly became noisy. "It's Shenwu Xingzong Saint Sun, Su Zimo. He must be the Demon King. How dare he? Now that so many of us are gathered here, he actually walked right into our trap. I thought he would go into hiding." Below the stage, a few imperial lineage formidable martial artists stood up. On the Phoenix Ancient Nation's side, the Heavenly Phoenix Empress was dressed in a fiery red robe. She stood up, and her red robe looked like the wings of a phoenix. "Since the Demon King is here, I think there's no need to continue this Demon Buster conference." The Heavenly Phoenix Empress said coldly, "Kill the Demon King, and everything will be fine." "I agree," the Great Qian Empire sovereign, Ren Qiankuan, also stood up and replied. "Haven't you always wanted to take revenge with your own hands?" Su Zimo ignored the others and looked at Bailey Xiao with a smile. "Now that I'm here, I'm giving you a chance." Let's see if you can grasp it. Bailey Xiao stared at Su Zimo without saying a word. Instead, he turned his head to look at the indignant crowd below the stage. Perhaps they all felt that Su Zimo was too arrogant. So many members of the imperial lineage, yet none of them were taken seriously. Everyone, listen to me. This person has an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with me, said Bailey Xiao. Leave him to me. I'll take care of it. Everyone, just hold the line. What does your 100 Lane clan mean? Could it be that you want to take all the credit for yourself? Someone shouted from below. That's not what I meant. Today, he died. Whether I killed him or all of you, the credit belongs to the Demon Buster Alliance, said Bailey Xiao. But this person must die by my hands. Everyone, hold the line. If I'm no match for him, you guys can step up. What do you think? At this point, Bailey Qingfeng also walked up from below and said with a smile, everyone, just treat it as giving face to my Bailey clan. In any case, the credit will go to everyone in the end. Why not just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? The crowd below exchanged a look. Ren Qianquan nodded and said, I hope your 100 Lane clan will do as you say. Only after the crowd below calmed down did Bailey Xiao look at Su Zimo. I said before that I would definitely kill you. Many people in this world want to kill me. Even the heavens want my life. However, I'm still alive, said Su Zimo with a smile. That's right, I heard that you're Empress Hong Tian's eldest disciple. What a pity. What's a pity? Bailey Xiao frowned and asked. A pity that we were born in the same era, replied Su Zimo. Have you never thought about why I was reincarnated in this era? Bailey Xiao snorted coldly. Because of me? Su Zimo frowned slightly. Everyone here is here for you. You were destined to be destroyed the moment you were born, said Bailey Xiao. That's enough. Don't talk to me about your bullshit theories. What birth? What fate? My greatest strength is that I don't believe in fate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lived until now. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. You can't kill me. They can't either. The current Yuanyang continent is just SOSO. I heard that outer heaven is quite fun. I want to go and have a look. You'll have to live until then. Bailey Xiao snorted coldly. The spirit chi in her hand surged as she opened her right hand. It was as if the entire void was under her control. The spirit chi above her head formed a giant palm and charged toward Su Zimo. The giant palm covered half the sky and caused the air to explode. A rumbling sound could be heard above her head. Su Zimo threw a punch. The power of creation surged around his fist and shattered the giant palm. He moved quickly and charged toward Bailey Xiao. Both of them unleashed extremely powerful auras. They were at the peak of the divine range. It could even be said that they were at the peak of the divine range. Although they were not immortals, they were more powerful than immortals. Their figures flashed quickly in the void. Most of the people around them could not see the two of them clearly. However, the void kept exploding, and the arena under their feet was cracking. After a long while, the void exploded again. Bailey Zhao's figure was sent flying backward. Su Zimo stepped into the air. The aura around him was like the sun in the sky, suppressing everything. His eyes were burning. He looked at everyone present and finally fixed his gaze on Bailey Zhao's figure. Bailey Xiao stood up slowly and extended her right hand. The void in the distance exploded. A harp passed through the void and floated in front of Bailey Xiao. The harp played leisurely. Occasionally, a few notes would burst out. The void rippled as if it could sweep through people's hearts. Bailey Xiao leaned against the edge of the arena. The harp was leaning against her side. Then, she slowly lowered her fingers. The strings of the harp vibrated, and a rumbling sound could be heard. Everyone, close your ears, someone shouted from below. As soon as the harp music started, some cultivators sensed that something was wrong. Fortunately, the harp music was not targeted at them. Otherwise, the people around them would have to retreat hundreds of miles away. Su Zimo looked at Bailey Xiao. The harp music had materialized. Along with the surging waves, there were musical notes mixed in. It's the Seven Emotions harp music. Someone was knowledgeable and immediately recognized it. It's the peerless harp music created by the six-fingered Guqin demon. It's said to be the strongest harp music in the Yuanyang continent. No one has been able to surpass it for millions of years. This harp music can control one's 7 emotions and 6 desires. It can make one crazy and infatuated. It can even control a person. I'll pay for all the pain I've suffered on you. Bailey Zhao's voice was filled with murderous intent. It's a harp competition, Su Zimo said with a smile. I have a song here too. You can try it. He slowly took out the jade flute he had obtained in the ancient heavenly court. Among the 10 great divine techniques, one was called the demonic immortal manual. As the saying goes, one only envies Mandarin ducks, not immortals. This demonic immortal manual was a song for immortals and also a song for fallen demons. Su Zimo slowly picked up the jade flute. The moment the jade flute sounded, a light and violent sound could be heard. It was like the surging waves of the sea. It did not have a specific style like the sound of an ordinary zither. Instead, it was extremely messy. It was like countless waves intertwining together. Countless fragments of the void were densely intertwined. It was like a messy and disorderly ball of thread. The music was so violent that even the people around them who had closed their ears could not control themselves. Great music without sound. Opposite him, Bailey Xiao frowned. The music in her hands was constantly changing. Great music without sound. Great Tao without strings. After a few soft shouts, Bailey Zhao's jade fingers flew quickly, turning into countless afterimages as they swept across the strings. However, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He played the jade flute, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The demon played immortal score, Nirvana, broke through the boundary between immortals and demons. It was a supreme divine song. This immortal score was a song of new life and destruction. He was strong, he was strong. A cool breeze brushed the hills. He was unreasonable, he was unreasonable. The bright moon shone over the river. Su Zimo stood at the center. No matter how hard Bailey Xiao tried, the music could not get within 3 meters of him. Suddenly, the sound of the jade flute changed. Sometimes it was as crazy as a demon, sometimes it was as light as an immortal. The sound of the Guqin was mixed in and completely exploded. With a boom, the arena made of great Tao crystals under their feet completely shattered. Bailey Zhao's figure was also sent flying by the aftermath. Su Zimo stood still and slowly took the jade flute. Looking at the harp under his feet, he directly raised his foot and stomped down hard. With a boom, the originally classical harp was instantly shattered into pieces. That's it? He looked at Bailey Xiao and smiled. Bailey Xiao stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was still calm as she looked at Su Zimo. However, the power around her became much stronger. It was like a huge wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Each wave was higher than the previous one. Flowers of time and space. She stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the world quieted down. This was true silence. Space and time had all stopped. Petals condensed from space-time energy floated down from above. This petal had 3 petals, as if it was reflecting eternity. One by one, they fell on Su Zimo's body and fused into his body. Su Zimo frowned slightly and realized that he couldn't feel anything either. As more and more petals fell, Bailey Xiao stretched out her hand. Immemorial haste. The flowers of time and space that had fused into his body were like seeds that began to sprout. In an instant, Su Zimo felt as if he had been filled with the rich power of time. Bailey Xiao snapped her fingers again and said, "All eternity is empty." The void, which was originally still, returned to normal. However, this time, Su Zimo discovered that space-time was flowing backward, while the power of the space-time flower on his body was flowing forward. It was as if the flow of time had diverged. One went forward, the other went backward. When the 2 flows of space-time covered each other, Su Zimo felt that his body was being separated. Boundless power circled around him, speeding up the flow of time around him. It was like a person who originally had 100 days of life, but under 10 times acceleration, he only had 10 days left to live. At this moment, Su Zimo was in such a situation. The acceleration was more than 10 times, and it was 10 times better. He looked at his body that had begun to fade. He smiled and said, I only learned a little bit of the great Tao of time and space. How would I dare to show it off? He waved his right hand, and with a boom, time and space were completely still. Su Zimo's right hand moved quickly. Before Bailey Xiao could react, it landed heavily on her shoulder. Her figure was sent flying again. He was even more proficient with space-time energy than Bailey Xiao. Looking down at her, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. I was looking forward to the surprise you gave me, but the progress you've made during this period is not worth mentioning. Bailey Xiao bit her lips and did not say a word. The aura around her changed once again, from the original thick and vigorous to a sharp one. A sword of separation. She turned her right arm into a sword. This was the vast Sky Emperor's ultimate technique. The unbounded sword will whizzed over, seemingly endless, and annihilated the void where Su Zimo was. However, it was still useless. Su Zimo reached out and crushed the sword intent in his hand. At this moment, Bailey Xiao seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Her body emitted a ray of light. Then, a shadow split out from her body. That shadow was the second Bailey Xiao. Before Su Zimo could react, the shadow hit his abdomen and sent him flying. Su Zimo stood up and patted his white robe. Your true fate is actually reincarnation. As expected of someone who reincarnated. The so-called reincarnation was the most direct way to tread on the immortal path. Bailey Xiao divided herself into two parts. One part entered the immortal path, while the other part fought for the heavenly mandate to enter the Tao. Once she succeeded, the immortal path would be integrated into her body. It could be said that she was very powerful. At this moment, the shadow that had entered the immortal path. It emitted light like a bright moon. Su Zimo also slowly pulled out his tyrannical shadow. The sharp blade light reverberated in the void. Bailey Xiao's two figures attacked him at the same time. One figure was like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. It had a majestic aura and a great momentum. The other figure was like a cleaving wind and waves. It was the kind of move that got stronger as the battle went on. The two figures cooperated seamlessly. It could be said that they were very skilled. As Su Zimo dealt with the attacks of the two figures, he also realized that something was not simple. These two figures were not just reincarnated. One of them was full of vitality, while the other was lifeless. Samsara battle of life and death, Su Zimo snorted coldly. This old man Samsara is really generous. After seeing this, Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow suddenly erupted with a powerful force. It directly suppressed the two figures with absolute strength. It was one of the 10 great divine techniques, Aisha seal. A seal called Aisha materialized and suppressed them. It directly pressed down on the two figures. Su Zimo waved his blade again. The 19th style of the Tao querying was used. Bailey Xiao's two figures were sent flying. However, the two figures erupted with a strong aura of life and death. It turned into a black hole in front of them. They wanted to pull Su Zimo into the black hole and end up trapped in samsara. That's all you've got? You're too unoriginal, Su Zimo said coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand slashed again. It directly annihilated the black hole. The two figures of Bailey Xiao were also enveloped by the blade. With a swoosh, blood spurted out and floated in the void. It was a blood-red color. Under the tyrannical shadow, the blade radiance was dazzling. After it shattered the void, everything was destroyed. Bailey Xiao's two figures flew out, leaving deep wounds on their bodies. Blood flowed out, and the wounds were shocking. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, just use them all. Otherwise, you'll have regrets when you go to hell, Su Zimo said calmly. Don't you feel it? Bailey Xiao said. Feel what? Su Zimo frowned slightly. You've entered samsara, but you don't even know it. Bailey Xiao chuckled. In the void where Su Zimo was, wisps of gray gas suddenly appeared without warning and wrapped around him. Each wisp of gray gas represented a portion of samsara's power. At that moment, samsara's power had already covered Su Zimo's entire body. It was dragging his body and soul bit by bit, trying to fall into samsara. When? Su Zimo frowned slightly. The black hole of samsara just now was just bait. He didn't even realize that he had fallen into samsara. Wait, the soaring immortal physique. Su Zimo suddenly remembered. As the fastest physique among the 100 great physiques, the soaring immortal physique had already surpassed space and time to a certain extent. Bai Li Xiao's space-time imprisonment and her reincarnated doppelganger were all premeditated plans. She wanted to cover for samsara. I know it's difficult to kill you. I know your background better than anyone else, Bai Li Xiao continued. But there's nothing invincible in this world. At that moment, samsara's power restrained Su Zimo. Bai Li Xiao's surroundings began to distort. Her reincarnated body stood face to face with her. Then, a second reincarnation appeared. A dazzling light shone in the void. Another figure walked out of Bai Li Xiao's body. There were 3 Bai Li Xiao standing in the void. Do you know why I'm called Fairy Yuqing? Bai Li Xiao snorted coldly. Fairy Yuqing was her name in her previous life. How would I know so much? Su Zimo chuckled. Even though he was being held back by samsara, he did not look nervous at all. He only looked at Bai Li Xiao with interest. In our era, everyone knows that Empress Hong Tian has 3 disciples. They are Fairy Yuqing, Fairy Xianxia, and Fairy Taiqing. Bai Li Xiao said indifferently, however, very few people in the world know that we are not humans, but the 3 purest qi in the world. Sanqing qi? Su Zimo was stunned. He had heard of this legend before. The universe was eternal and unchanging, but every world was constantly changing. From the creation of the small world, to the peak of prosperity, to the decline and destruction. After the destruction of the devil race's epoch of eternity, after tens of thousands of years of preparation, the current world appeared. The current world was divided into the mythological era, the desolation era, and the emperor's era. Regardless of whether it was Great Emperor Zhenwu who founded the era of emperors or Sacred Lord who founded the era of desolation. They had only created a small era. However, in the world they were in now, the entire Yuanyang continent, there were also pioneers. However, because it was too long ago, many people had already forgotten about them. The name of the world's creator could still be seen in many ancient mythological books. Great Antiquity. According to the legend, after Great Antiquity created the world, he died. His soul turned into 3 streams of qi. They were the Xianxia, Yuqing, and Taiqing, which were known as the 3 pure ones. These 3 streams of qi were the purest and most ancient qi in the world. At this moment, Bai Li Xiao and the other 2 figures stood in the void. Endless power surrounded them. The entire void was filled with powerful energy. Empress Hong Tian is an extraordinary woman. Back then, she found the 3 streams of qi and created the Yuqing immortal art, Xianxia immortal art, and Taiqing immortal art. Bai Li Xiao's eyes flashed like a god. The 3 ultimate immortal arts were created specifically for the devil race. They are enough to kill you. Is that so? Empress Hong Tian must have worked hard, Su Zimo said with a smile. To be remembered by the Empress at all times, should I be happy or afraid? Today is the day you die. No matter how much you struggle, you are just a fish on the chopping board, Bai Li Xiao snorted coldly. Her 3 silhouettes stood in the air. They raised their hands high and looked solemn. It was as if a mysterious power was condensing from the void. Yuqing, she said with a vast and solemn voice. Then, the second figure also shouted, Xianxia. The third figure shouted, Taiqing. 3 boundless rays of light condensed in the void and covered everything. At this moment, they were the focus of everything. It was as if the world was gathered here. When the rays of light condensed to the extreme, they turned into a beam of light that shot toward Su Zimo. The 3 streams of qi attacked together and destroyed everything in their path. In an instant, the world fell silent. It was obvious that this move consumed a lot of Bai Li Xiao's energy. Her 2 doppelgangers were directly shattered, and her true body was deathly pale. She couldn't even fight steadily. Her forehead was sweating profusely. However, she smiled and looked at where the beam of light was destroyed. You have lost to me in the end. It's time for everything to come to an end. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the void. The aftermath of the mushroom cloud destroyed the entire Bai Li manor. In fact, it even affected half of the Bai Li city. Everyone dodged hurriedly. Those who were weaker were sent flying into the sky. This? Bai Li Qingfeng looked at everything blankly. Even he had not expected this to happen. Don't worry. As long as he dies, everything can be rebuilt. Bailey Xiao said calmly. The benefits that the Bailey family will receive will be hundreds or even thousands of times more. Eventually, Bailey Chingfeng nodded his head. Following the aftermath of the explosion, the mushroom cloud began to dissipate. Everyone looked at the direction where the dust had dissipated without blinking. That is. Suddenly, a battle song rang out. A sky full of demons rose up and covered the entire sky. Dressed in battle robes, Bailey Chingfeng stood in the middle of the demonic mist. His hair was a fiery red color, fluttering behind his back. On his body, black and purple demonic seals were swirling around, shining with a faint glow. There seemed to be some profound meaning within them. Within his eyes, there seemed to be 1,000 demonic worlds surging as an endless amount of demonic chi revolved around him. His blood-red cape was fluttering in the wind. Above his head, where the demonic chi was, lightning flashed and thunder boomed as dark clouds filled the sky. A series of black thunderbolts were like black dragons that shuttled through the dark clouds in the sky. How could this be? Bailey Xiao looked at everything in disbelief. Logically speaking, these 3 immortal skills should have been enough to evolve all demonic chi. Su Zimo should have died without a doubt. Today, everyone will die. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he looked at everyone. Hearing Su Zimo's words, some people's expressions changed slightly. Someone even shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. It's enough to kill him together." As soon as that person finished speaking, Su Zimo turned his head and glanced at him. With a boom, his body directly exploded. He exploded on the spot. Su Zimo turned his head again, but no one dared to look at him. His gaze finally fell on Bailey Xiao. "I really want to interview you about your current mood," Su Zimo said with a smile. "You?" Bailey Xiao opened her mouth slightly, but she didn't know what to say. "Are you curious why you didn't kill me?" Su Zimo walked forward step by step. Bailey Xiao nodded slightly. "Because from the beginning, we weren't on the same level." Su Zimo grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. The two of them looked at each other. "You're always mocking me and telling me to accept my fate. You said that my path would eventually lead to destruction. But you don't know that you're just someone else's chess piece." Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. He threw Bailey Xiao's figure away and then walked forward step by step. "The winds and clouds of this great era are rising. Geniuses from all over the world are ascending the arena. To others, those geniuses who are vying for supremacy represent the future. They are the hope of the new generation. But to me, including you, you're just a bunch of clowns." Su Zimo said indifferently, "From the moment I arrived in this era, everything was already destined. It's not destruction, but my domination." The tyrannical shadow dragged behind him and moved forward bit by bit. Su Zimo came in front of Bailey Xiao. She looked up at his figure. The moment he raised the tyrannical shadow, a ray of light suddenly flew over from afar. Su Zimo slashed down with his sword and directly shattered the light. However, a figure had already appeared in front of him and stood between Su Zimo and Bailey Xiao. The Lord of Light's body shone brightly and illuminated the world. He looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes. "Sir, please stop. Long time no see." Su Zimo looked at him and smiled. "You want to stop me? Isn't it obvious?" The Lord of Light nodded slightly. "Based on what I know about you, you won't be a lackey for those people," Su Zimo said. "I'm not here for anyone. I'm only here for the light in my heart," the Lord of Light said, shaking his head. "Isn't your light already shattered, that girl called Xianxia?" Su Zimo chuckled. The Lord of Light's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. There were no more words. "You also think that I'm a great demon who wants to destroy the world?" Su Zimo retracted his smile and looked at him indifferently. "No, the so-called destruction and salvation of the world are the same thing," the Lord of Light said, shaking his head. "I don't know if you are going to destroy the world, but they are definitely not people who will save the world." "Then why are you stopping me?" Su Zimo asked. "I am saving the world," the Lord of Light said, shaking his head. "If you start a war with the imperial lineage, the entire Yuanyang continent will be in chaos. The number of innocent people who would be implicated would be uncountable. So, whether you are going to destroy the world or not, I have to stop you. Good and evil are not important. What is important is the outcome, Suzimo chuckled. I seem to understand your light. For the sake of the world, it doesn't matter even if you have to sacrifice good. As long as the world is stable and the country is prosperous and the people are safe, right? The Lord of Light looked indifferent and said nothing. The light around him became brighter and brighter. Do you think you can stop me? Suzimo asked. With my broken body of light, I will burn everything, the Lord of Light said. It's meaningless. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He was surrounded by demonic energy. If it weren't for their friendship in his previous life, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to the Lord of Light. Compared to his miserable past life, Xiaoding Tian was indeed a rare good friend. He ignored the Lord of Light and walked straight toward Bai Lixiao. The demonic energy around him was vast and mighty, reflecting the demonic energy in the sky. The Lord of Light wanted to stop Suzimo, but he felt a great terror lock onto him as soon as he moved. The pressure made his heart pound. It was a warning. It was as if he would be smashed into pieces the next second if he dared to move. The imperial lineage, including the experts who came, surrounded Suzimo, but no one dared to step forward. Suzimo walked past the Lord of Light just like that. The Lord of Light didn't move from the beginning to the end. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even the light had dimmed a lot. Who can save you now? Suzimo walked in front of Bai Lixiao. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow, and the demonic energy on the blade raged wildly. When the machete slashed down with a suffocating force, everyone's eyes were focused on it. There was an explosion, and Suzimo's figure flew backward. At this moment, a hole was opened in the demonic energy in the sky. A ray of light shone down from the sky. Within the light, several figures carrying a palanquin walked out of the light. Vast and mighty immortal energy covered the world. The Emperor's aura soared into the sky, dispelling all the demonic energy. Endless streams of light flashed in the immortal energy. Everyone looked up at the palanquin. They only felt that it was extremely vast and profound. He actually felt like he was an ant. This palanquin seemed to have traveled through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It traveled from all directions. At this moment, the sky was silent. It was as if it had suppressed everything. This mighty emperor's aura not only lingered in 100 Miles City, but also in the entire Yuanyang continent. Every living thing could feel it. Some people looked up in shock, not knowing what had happened. The great empress had come in person. Amidst the endless light, a woman's voice echoed from the palanquin. She can't die. The voice was indisputable and emotionless. It was as if she was not talking to you, but ordering you. They could not see the face of the person in the palanquin, but it was unfathomable. It was difficult to see through it. Empress Hong Tian? Suzimo looked at the other party and asked with interest. This matter ends here. The voice in the palanquin sounded again. I'm sorry. Today, even if the great empress and all the other great empresses came, it would be useless, Suzimo said indifferently. She must die. I said that. Kill him, and everyone will get a nirvana pill. The being in the palanquin ignored Suzimo. Instead, she said to all the imperial lineage around her. The nirvana pill was a divine pill that could allow an immortal to comprehend the laws and enter the half-step nirvana realm. Hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. Everyone knew that the being in the palanquin meant what she said. She would not lie to them. Nirvana void pill, the woman in the mirror continued before she could finish her sentence. Aside from the nirvana void pill, anyone who comes to outer heaven in the future can also join my faction and receive protection. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Finally, someone charged toward Suzimo. I'll do it. With the first person taking the lead, the others followed suit. One by one, they charged toward Yi Futian. However, just as everyone was about to charge toward Yi Futian, there was a loud boom. Another powerful force came from heaven and earth. It was like an avalanche, suppressing everyone on the spot. Be it Laozu of the imperial lineage or the powerhouses among the itinerant cultivators, they were just small fries in the deep sea in front of this sudden force. How lively, a man's voice sounded. Then, everyone saw a black light shooting up from the other side of the sky. The light turned into a throne in the void. It was like a golden lotus growing from the ground. A group of black-robed men stood in the air, and a path to the heavens appeared in the middle of this group of black-robed men. On the path, the laws flowed and the profoundness intertwined. The power of the gods fell like endless falling trees, forming this path to heaven. A man in a red robe stepped on the path to heaven and slowly walked over. Finally, he sat on the throne in the void. The black-robed people around him knelt down beside him. They're from the gate of God. Among the imperial lineage below, someone recognized the clothes of this group of people. The gate of God was a force that was about to be forgotten. They could have ruled a part of the world like the imperial lineage and stood in the secular world. Unfortunately, their ancestor was too reckless. He wanted to rule the entire Yuanyang continent. One had to know that even great Emperor Shenwu had never thought of such a thing. In the end, he angered countless people of the imperial lineage. 3 great emperors came to the world and killed him. As for the gate of God, from the imperial lineage, it became a target of scorn. Helplessly, it could only hide in the old land and struggle at death's door. Seeing the appearance of the gate of God, some people were still confused. How many years has it been? The gate of God finally dares to come out of the old land. What are they trying to do? Don't tell me you want a piece of the pie too? Some people didn't understand, but most people's eyes were still focused on the man sitting on the throne in the gate of God. Ma. 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 The monarch of the ancient Phoenix nation, heavenly Phoenix consort, stuttered. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. These 2 words were like a heavy rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, making it hard for them to breathe. It didn't matter who was present, whether it was Laozu from the imperial lineage or an undying old monster among the rogue cultivators. It didn't matter if he was famous throughout the world or had lasted through several eras. In front of the 2 words Great Emperor, he was as light as a feather and not worth mentioning. What day is it today? Why are there 2 great emperors at the same time? Someone shouted stutteringly. Someone glanced at the man on the throne and then looked at the person in the palanquin. They all looked at each other. Under these circumstances, they were just cannon fodder and had no say in anything. Since the great emperor appeared in the gate of God, someone thought of a terrifying fact. Don't tell me the God Emperor isn't dead yet. Or rather, the God Emperor was just injured and had been recuperating all these years. Many imperial lineage thought of their actions of encircling the gate of God and felt a chill run from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Even the being in the palanquin was silent for a long time. She probably didn't expect that there would be a great emperor in this world. Who are you? The being in the palanquin asked. Her voice was as light as the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. Although I'm not from the same era as Empress Hongtian, I know that you're definitely not her. Am I right? The God Emperor slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth were condensing around him. Precepts flowed and profound truths of the great Tao emerged. The sound of the great Tao rang out. Empress Hongtian would never forcefully open the great Tao and descend to the Yuanyang continent for something like this. The being in the palanquin was silent for a long time. Clearly, the God Emperor was right. Empress Hongtian wouldn't lower herself. If she really wanted to kill Su Zimo, she would have waited for him to ascend to the heavens beyond heaven. She wouldn't have done it so pointlessly. To be precise, she was afraid that Su Zimo would inherit the mandate of heaven and that she wouldn't be able to kill him when the time came. That was why she descended to the lower realm in advance. To the Empress, this was a fantasy. This has nothing to do with you, the being in the palanquin replied flatly. You want to protect him, even if you can protect him for now, you can't protect him forever. You'll only bring trouble to yourself in the end. No, no, no. I think you've misunderstood me. The God Emperor waved his hand. Then, he turned around and bowed deeply to Su Zimo. Greetings, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the already silent surroundings became even more silent. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Their mouths were wide open and couldn't be closed for a long time. What did he just say? Someone couldn't believe his ears and repeated the question. The God Emperor can't be that demon's subordinate, can he? Someone muttered softly. At this moment, everyone felt that this so-called Demon Buster alliance was just a joke. Especially Bailey Xiao. She lay on the ground, her face pale. She suddenly recalled what Su Zimo had just said. Look at the rising winds and clouds of the world. Various prodigies are ascending the arena. To others, they represent the future of the Yuanyang continent. They represent the final battle for the mandate of heaven. However, to me, they're just clowns in a show. Bailey Xiao raised her head and slowly looked at Su Zimo. His face was calm and indifferent. It was as if everything in front of him, the arrival of the Arch and the so-called Demon Buster alliance, was just an illusion. It wasn't worth mentioning. You've already calculated this, haven't you? Bailey Xiao asked. I can't see through you. I haven't been able to see through you since the beginning. Just as everything around them was in a stalemate, everyone's eyes were on Su Zimo, waiting for his next decision. Another ear-piercing sound came from afar. Child Su, long time no see. How are you? Another group of black-robed men flew over from afar. There were obviously more of these black-robed men. There were 10 of them in the lead, and the rest had to take a few steps back. These figures stood still and densely packed, covering the entire sky. It's the Guming clan. Someone shouted again. Among the 10 leaders, one of them lowered the black robe on his head and enjoyed the sunlight outside. He took a deep breath and smiled. The space outside is so fresh. Su Zimo looked up. This person was Guming's king of Qinyu, one of the 10 Yama kings. The king of Qinyu was Guming, who had the best relationship with Su Zimo. Back then, the two of them had made deals and worked together. However, Guming had gotten what they wanted and had been secretly developing his power. As Su Zimo's power increased, he often had no fixed abode, and they had less contact with each other. It could be said that when the entire Yuanyang continent was suppressing Guming, Su Zimo was the only one who did not care about their identities and worked together. You're here to join in the fun too? Su Zimo chuckled. He had only told God Emperor about this matter. As for Guming, he had almost forgotten about him. You're in trouble too, master. Of course, we have to help you, the king of Qinyu said with a smile. I think you're just helping me because you want to hitch a ride with me so you can see the light of day again, Su Zimo said. Now that the entire continent is clamoring to get rid of demons and protect justice, no one wants to hitch a ride with you. I, Guming, can't ask for anything more. Can you spare us a seat, the king of Qinyu said with a smile. In my era, I can protect you for 3,000 years. When the time comes, it's up to you, Su Zimo said. Thank you, master. Guming smiled. Today, whoever makes an enemy of master will be an enemy of Guming's clan. The king of Qinyu ordered, and the people of Guming's clan scattered. They surrounded the area. The people of the imperial lineage suddenly looked terrible. The situation had reversed, but they did not dare to complain. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the god of light beside him. He smiled and said, Now, what will you choose? Will you stand on my side? Or will you stand on their side? The god of light did not speak, but the light around him fluctuated more and more. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. Please tell me, the Lord of Light said, shaking his head. Because in my eyes, you are not the Lord of Light. You are still Xiaoding Tian. Or the Taoist priest in Hu Xian'er's eyes, Su Zimo replied. If you had killed Hu Xian'er just now, perhaps you would be a corpse by now. He didn't want to avenge Hu Xian'er, but in his impression, Xiaoding Tian had his own thoughts and ideals. He didn't want to become a dog of light. He was a person who could compromise for the greater world, and not stubbornly pursue something on a certain level. I've learned my lesson today, the Lord of Light replied. You've also made me understand that the road ahead is long and the road ahead is still very long. I'm more curious about something, Su Zimo said with a smile. Please go ahead. You're still the Taoist that Hu Xian'er mentioned, not the Lord of Light, right? Su Zimo replied. Since you've already seen through it, why bother asking, the Lord of Light said, shaking his head. Su Zimo had always had a guess in his heart. Whether it was Xiao Dingtian, the Taoist priest, or the person in front of him, none of them were the real Lord of Light. It could even be said that the real body of the Lord of Light wasn't even in the Yuanyang continent. These external bodies were just used by him to spread the light. But what was different was that each of these external bodies had their own thoughts. This was the scary part about these external bodies. They could give him thoughts, and not puppets. I'd like to meet the Lord of Light, Su Zimo said with a smile. When the time is right, you'll naturally meet him, the Lord of Light replied. Then do you want to be the real Lord of Light? Su Zimo asked. Hearing this, the Lord of Light's expression froze. The real Lord of Light, he smiled and looked at Su Zimo, still not saying anything. Finally, he said, we'll talk about it when you become a great emperor. Only the two of them understood the hidden meaning in this sentence. Su Zimo then looked at the palanquin in the sky. He smiled and said, if this was the heavens beyond heaven, you would still have some say. But now that you've forcefully broken through the world wall, under the great Tao rules of the Yuanyang continent, how much power do you have left? The person in the palanquin was silent. The palanquin was dark red, and there was a strong wind blowing in the sky. In the next moment, within the palanquin, the four silhouettes carrying the palanquin erupted with a shocking might as they charged towards Su Zimo. The God Emperor was just about to make a move, but he was stopped by Su Zimo. Let her do it, Su Zimo said with a smile. If she was a real great emperor, Su Zimo's current power was indeed too weak. But those who returned from the heavens beyond heaven would be affected by the great Tao rules and would be much weaker. And she could not stay in this world for long. Looking at the four light figures charging towards him, his eyes were the great Tao eyes. At this moment, the Eye of Samsara, one of the 10 great divine techniques, was activated. Between the great Tao and Samsara, a powerful aura exploded. A huge eye remained above Su Zimo's head. This eye seemed to be looking down on all life, looking at everyone with indifference. For a moment, time and space were distorted. Before the four light figures could touch Su Zimo, they were directly swallowed by the distortion in the void. You want to do it yourself, Su Zimo said with a smile. I'll wait for you in the heavens beyond heaven, the person in the palanquin said without showing her face. Please leave your name, in case I can't find you, Su Zimo said with a smile. But the person in the palanquin did not answer. Only vast and mighty immortal chi reverberated in the void. A gate seemed to have been opened in the sky above her head. The palanquin began to slowly dissipate in the immortal chi. I'll send you on your way. Su Zimo raised the tyrannical shadow, and the ungendered saber intent swept over. It turned into a shocking skyblade and slashed at the palanquin that was about to dissipate. A cold snort came from the palanquin. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Su Zimo's behavior. But in the end, the beam of light disappeared together with the palanquin. Su Zimo looked at Bai Li Xiao in front of him and murmured in a low voice, "It's time to end it." At this moment, his feelings were indescribable. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, everything in the past should come to an end here. He would bear the mandate of heaven and go to the heavens beyond heaven to witness a new era. At this moment, Bai Li Xiao closed her eyes slightly. Countless images also seemed to appear in her mind. Chu Yang, that cute little girl in Xingyang village, or the various ups and downs of her previous life. As the tyrannical shadow fell, the saber light bloomed, and the world in front of her finally turned pitch black. Amidst the pain, her figure vanished into thin air. Su Zimo stood with his saber in hand and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around and swept his gaze across all the imperial lineage and itinerant cultivators present. Sir, please have mercy and spare our lives. At this moment, some people were unwilling to die and began to kneel and beg for mercy. We were all deceived by the Bai Li Xiao clan. We are willing to be your subordinates. More and more people began to kneel. The longer one lived, the more afraid of death. This saying was indeed true. Su Zimo looked around before his gaze landed on the rulers of the imperial lineage. He chuckled and said, "Now, what should I do with you? Since we've done something wrong, we're willing to accept the punishment," Heavenly Phoenix said. "Look at you, you're not even as courageous as a woman." Su Zimo shook his head. You're still yelling about how you're going to save the world. I think you'll run faster than anyone else when the real disaster comes. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame, but no one dared to refute him. I only have one question now, Suzimo said. Is it really a dream from the ancestors? Or is it some kind of suspicion that made you join forces to kill me? Our ancient Phoenix country is under the orders of our ancestor, the great Phoenix Emperor, Heavenly Phoenix replied. Our Dacian Empire is the same, someone said one after another. Suzimo looked at these people. They were basically under the orders of their ancestors, and they didn't look like they were lying. Actually, not all forces are targeting you, Old Man Taya said carefully. At least as far as I know, only a portion of the 36 countries in the northern continent have this idea. Most of the countries don't care about this. Our southern continent is the same, someone replied. There were many imperial lineage in the Yuanyang continent, but this incident only involved a small portion of the imperial lineage. Of course, even if it was only a small portion of the imperial lineage, there were still dozens of them. It was a shocking force. Suzimo had no way of knowing why these great emperors did this. He could only wait until he went to heavens beyond. He would naturally meet them and ask them then. You can leave, Suzimo waved his hand and said to everyone. You're letting us go? Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone was stunned, as if they couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm letting you go. Suzimo nodded. As for the consequences of this incident, it's up to you how you want to compensate. I'll give you 7 days. At that time, you'll have to bear the consequences. Suzimo's meaning was very simple. I won't tell you how to make amends, but you can see for yourselves. I've already given you a chance. If I'm not satisfied with your apology after 7 days, there's no need to talk about the consequences. Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone knew that it wouldn't end so easily. Heavy bleeding was unavoidable, but to what extent, they would have to discuss it among themselves. Anyway, there was only one thing that satisfied Suzimo. Sir, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 7 days, the Heavenly Phoenix consort replied seriously. Then, he led the people of the ancient Phoenix nation away. The other forces also began to leave one after another. As for the rogue cultivators who had come to participate, Suzimo looked at Gu Ming's clan with a murderous look in his eyes. He only said the word kill, and the meaning was simple and clear. These loose cultivators couldn't be released. There had to be a price of blood. Only then would some people know fear. This was also a warning to the imperial lineage. Those people's corpses were still hanging in the ruins of 100 Mile City. Rogue cultivators were different from the imperial lineage. The imperial lineage couldn't run away. Their roots were there. A sect that had risen and fallen for millions of years couldn't be abandoned just like that. But once the rogue cultivators were released, they would probably go into hiding in the vast Yuanyang continent. Moreover, the imperial lineage had the order of their ancestors to kill him. Why did these rogue cultivators do it? Did they want a piece of the pie? Or did they want to join in the fun? No matter how one looked at it, rogue cultivators couldn't give him the compensation he wanted and were difficult to manage. It was the best way to make an example out of them. At King of Qinyu's order, all Gu Ming's clan members rushed down. The killing began, but Suzimo's eyes were calm. King of Qinyu and God Emperor walked down from the sky. It's been a while, Suzimo said with a smile. Although you're helping me in this battle, it's also beneficial to you. Whether it's your sect or Gu Ming, they can all see the light of day again. Yes, at least in your era, no one dared to offend you, King of Qinyu said with emotion. As for what happens in the future, it's none of our business. The younger generation has their own lives. God Emperor, how long can you stay? Suzimo asked. There was a limit to how long the Great Emperor could stay in the Yuanyang continent. When their time was up, they would be rejected by the Yuanyang continent and be forced to ascend. In the past, God Emperor's mandate of heaven had been shattered, so he wasn't affected. But now that he had appeared, he might have attracted the attention of the Great Tao. Don't worry, it won't be a problem when you inherit the mandate of heaven, God Emperor said with a smile. Suzimo raised his head and looked at the horizon. The heavenly will had already condensed 80 to 90%. He muttered to himself, soon, soon. By the way, help me send a message to Killing Immortalism, Suzimo said. Apart from the 100 Lane clan, Killing Immortalism is the happiest group in this incident. Tell them to bring Saint Lu Zhonggan's corpse to me as an apology. Otherwise, I will personally punish them for killing Immortalism. I want to see what the so-called #1 faction in the Wushang territory is capable of. Killing Immortalism is used to being arrogant. I'm afraid they won't agree, King of Qinyu said with a smile. They have 5 great emperors, so they have the right to be arrogant, God Emperor said coldly. But that depends on who they're with. Times have changed, and this is no longer their era. Even if the great emperor comes, they'll have to watch obediently. King of Qinyu nodded slightly, indicating that he would send the message. At that moment, Lin Ruhu ordered a few people from the Divine Gate to bring a middle-aged man over. Suzimo took a closer look. The other party's hair was disheveled, and he did not recognize him at first glance. This person was the 100 Lane clan's patriarch, Bailey Qingfeng. Brother Zimo, in the battle just now, a few Laozu from the 100 Lane clan have already died. Lin Ruha laughed at the side. Only this old thing was hiding at the side and pretending to be dead. I found him. Patriarch Bailey's actions don't match your reputation, Suzimo shook his head in disappointment. Previously, I saw you in high spirits on the arena, saying something about slaying evil and defending the Tao, and returning peace to the world. Child Su, Shower has already died in your hands. Our 100 Lane clan has also been destroyed by you. Please let me live, Bailey Qingfeng said in a somewhat pathetic manner. I'll do whatever you want. My impression of Patriarch Bailey is not like this, Suzimo said with a smile. There's only one explanation. You're begging me for mercy on the surface, and you're struggling at death's door. But in reality, you only want revenge, right? He smiled and said, your performance is not bad, but you can't hide the hatred in your eyes. He was all too familiar with this gaze. Wasn't he like this in his previous life? In his previous life, he was defeated by Qu Yang. His mother took revenge for him and ended up in a miserable state. His father's hair also turned white overnight and he eventually retired into the mountains. He understood many things. At that time, he was also secretly accumulating power to take revenge on Qu Yang. Be it Lan Qir or Xiaoding Tian, he got to know them during that time. People who seek revenge are the craziest. Suzimo deeply understood this point. When a person was fearless, he could do anything. He looked at Bailey Qingfeng, whose expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, although you're really as weak as an ant, I don't mind if the ant bites me from time to time. It won't do if it doesn't hurt. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly. Then, a few Guming took him away. The consequences were obvious. Suzimo, let go of me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. When you go to the heavens beyond, Ancestor Changkong will deal with you. As Bailey Qingfeng's angry roar gradually faded away, it stopped abruptly. Hang the corpse in front of the gate of 100 Mile City. Everyone can go now, Suzimo said. During this period of time, I want to be quiet for a while. When the time comes, just wait. For my orders. Yes, sir. King of Qinyu and the others nodded. Just like when they came, Suzimo brought Lin Ruhu and sat on the dark king tiger and slowly walked out of 100 Mile City. Behind them was a pile of ruins. The wind blew, and the yellow soil was filled with sand. All the prosperity had ended. In front of him, Miss Mirror was standing there, wearing a floral dress. Her long hair was braided into 2 braids, like a young girl in puberty. Her cheeks were pink, and her big eyes were watery as she looked at Suzimo. Her floral dress fluttered in the wind, and the hair in front of her forehead wrapped around her earlobes. There was a smile on her face. Congratulations, young Master Su, Miss Jing said with a smile. So you were already prepared. No wonder you didn't need my help. Don't you know everything? Suzimo said with a smile. There are still things that can surprise you. In this world, you're the only person I can't see through, Miss Jing replied with a smile. I'm actually a very simple person. Suzimo raised his head. The wind and sand swept across his face like a knife. He closed his eyes and said faintly. I'm actually very simple. In the beginning, I just wanted to be a rich second generation, a playboy in the eyes of others. I just wanted to eat, drink, and play. Occasionally, I would bring a few evil slaves to the streets to flirt with good women. Later on, there was a woman who wanted to use my position to scheme for her own cultivation. Someone else told me that I had offended the son of destiny. There are also people who say that I'm the great demon king that everyone wants to kill. At this point, Suzimo slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He asked, "The Lord of Destruction told me that Miss Mirror knows the past and the future. Can you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes, and no," Miss Mirror replied. "But I believe in young master." She could feel that when Suzimo said this, he seemed to be joking, but there was also a hint of affection in his words. "It doesn't matter whether you understand or not," Suzimo said with a smile. "That's why it's always easy for people to forget their original intentions. They all say that their original intentions have never been disappointed. They all say that their original intentions have never been disappointed." Suzimo ignored Miss Mirror and muttered a few more words. The dark sky tiger slowly brushed past Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror stood in the wind and sand like this. She watched as Suzimo's figure disappeared into the distance. The wind and sand covered him and he disappeared from her sight. Just now, she muttered to herself, "I think he seems to have realized something." However, the surroundings were silent, and no one answered her. Only the wind and sand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came whistling, burying everything. A few kilometers away from 100 Mile City, Suzimo saw a large group of people in front of him. Among them were his father Su Qingshan, his mother Wenren Yun, and his grandfather Wenren Jingshi. Even Xiaogizi was among them. Suzimo slowly got down from the dark sky tiger and walked forward with Lin Ruhu. "Father, mother." He smiled and greeted each of them separately. Wenren Yun hugged him in her arms. Her tears fell like rain. "If anything happens to you, how can I live?" Suzimo smiled. A mother's love seemed to be like this. It was like the spring breeze, like the autumn water, delicate and delicate. He silently listened to his mother Wenren Yun's scolding, heartache, and concern for him. He didn't refute at all. He knew that his parents didn't come over just now because he had stabilized the situation and didn't need them anymore. Otherwise, no matter what the outcome was, they would have rushed over immediately. Zhenwu Xingzong didn't want to get involved in this matter, so his mother Wenren Yun went to the North Continent to seek help from his grandfather Wenren Jingshi. When he returned to the sect, he didn't see his mother. "All right, the child has grown up. He knows what to do," Su Qingshan said from the side. "Let's go back." His grandfather Wenren Jingshi's voice was very loud. He let out a few deafening laughs. Everyone nodded. Xiaogizi was originally training outside. When he heard the news, he rushed back immediately. At the same time, in Zhenwu Xingzong, Sect Master Xiao was dressed in a white robe. He sat by the stream at the end of the bridge and closed his eyes to fish. His disciple Meng Qinshui stood beside him. After a long while, Meng Qinshui said softly, "Master, you haven't caught a single fish for the entire day." Sect Master Xiao opened his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse as he replied, "It's chaotic. The fish naturally won't take the bait." "It's not chaotic. The water is so quiet," Meng Qinshui replied doubtfully. "I'm talking about my heart." Sect Master Xiao shook his head slightly. On the other side of the bridge, Third Elder's figure suddenly appeared. He walked over slowly in a green robe. "Is there a conclusion?" Sect Master Xiao asked. 100 Mile City has been destroyed, Third Elder replied. The surroundings were silent for a long time. This time, the water surface started to ripple. Third Elder continued, "When he appeared at the Demon Buster conference, he shocked everyone. It was said that the Arch had arrived, but I don't know if it was the Great Empress. However, there was also the Arch at the Old Territory's Gate of God. I think it was the God Emperor. Gu Ming's men were also present." "They were all on his side?" Sect Master Xiao asked. "Yes, he killed some of them and let some of them go," Third Elder said. "They are now on their way back to the sect. I believe that this news will spread across the entire continent soon." Seeing that Sect Master Xiao didn't say anything, Third Elder sighed. He was about to turn and leave. Third elder, Sect Master Xiao suddenly called out to him. "An? I'm old. Everyone will grow old. This fish ate my bait, but it didn't take the bait." Sect Master Xiao raised his fishing rod. There was nothing on it. "Normally, I like to fish the most to cultivate my mind. Even if I managed to catch it, I would let it go. However, I realized that I was the bait this time." Hearing Sect Master Xiao's words, Third Elder fell silent for a while. Then he smiled and said, "Sect Master, you're thinking too much." Sect Master Xiao raised his head and looked at Third Elder. "No matter what, he's still a disciple of Zhenwu Xingzong," Third Elder replied. "You said before that if he stayed in the sect, you would protect him. Although we didn't help him that much, it's not like we didn't do anything." "I understand." Sect Master Xiao nodded. Then he asked, "What's the reaction from the other elders?" "Not much. They're very quiet." Third Elder smiled. "Quiet? I think they're all on tenterhooks." Sect Master Xiao shook his head. They worked together to oust Qingshan from his position as deputy sect master. Let's see what they'll do now. At this point, Sect Master Xiao sighed again. "I should go see Laozu and explain the situation." "Sect Master, in my opinion, Laozu doesn't want to get involved in this matter," Third Elder said. "What do you mean?" Sect Master Xiao was stunned. "Laozu may not appear, but you and I both know that nothing in the sect can escape the notice of Laozu," Third Elder replied. Third Elder replied, "But the matter this time is so big, yet Ancestor didn't appear from beginning to end. Think about it, how could the Patriarch not know about this? Or does he not want to get involved?" At this point, Third Elder didn't say anything else. He was well aware of the situation. "You see things more clearly than I do." Sect Master Xiao smiled bitterly. "It's just that the sect master is deeply involved and doesn't know it." Third Elder shook his head. "But the sect master is rarely like this." "Then what do you think I should do?" Sect Master Xiao asked. "You don't need to do anything. Or rather, the sect master doesn't need to find Suzimo. You can find the deputy sect master," Third Elder analyzed. "Given the current situation, no matter how well the sect does, it's just icing on the cake for that kid. It's already very difficult to provide timely assistance. Why don't we start with the vice sect master? Who knows, there might be miraculous results." Upon hearing Third Elder's words, Sect Master Xiao nodded slightly. Then, he sighed softly. The group returned to the sect from the outside world. At this moment, not to mention the whole of Zhenwu Xingzong, even the eastern continent was shocked. It wouldn't take long for the entire Yuanyang continent to know about it. Suzimo said to everyone, "I want to go back and rest. If there's nothing else, try not to disturb me." Everyone nodded. She also knew that he was tired of it. Perhaps it was the best time to rest before the heavenly mandate battle. Back at Yannan Peak, Suzimo took a hot bath and then lay down on his old armchair. He rested like this for 3 consecutive days. Even though the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past few days, Yannan Peak remained peaceful and undisturbed. On the 4th day, Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi came looking for him. "Brother Zimo, the people from the imperial lineage are here," said Lin Ruhu. "Who are they?" Suzimo slowly opened his eyes and yawned. He was only wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt. The tyrannical shadow was placed at the side. He hadn't taken care of it for the past few days, so his hair was slightly messy. "The people from the imperial lineage who participated in the Demon Buster conference of the Bailey clan are all here," replied Xiao Gizi. "Some of them didn't participate, but those who expressed their stance previously are also here to apologize." "What does the sect mean?" asked Suzimo. "Sect Master Xiao asked me to ask for your opinion." "Everything will be up to you," said Lin Ruhu. "Let's go and take a look." Suzimo waved his hand and stood up. In Zhenwu Xingzong's reception hall, many people from the imperial lineage were gathered. Sect Master Xiao didn't appear, but the Grand Elder dealt with them. Any one of these people was an overlord. If they joined forces, they could even make the Yuanyang continent tremble. However, at this moment, they couldn't sit still, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. If this matter wasn't resolved, they wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Child Su. Seeing Su Zimo appear, everyone quickly stood up and greeted him. You're all here early. Su Zimo chuckled. He casually glanced around. The Wind Phoenix Ancient Kingdom, the Sword Spirit Kingdom, the Purgatory Sacred School. This included some immortal emperor lineages that he had never seen before, such as the Eternal River School, the Hidden White Sect, and the Sword God Valley. Tell me your solution, replied Su Zimo. Phoenix Ancient Nation's Heavenly Phoenix Empress was the first to stand up. She waved her right hand, and 3 drops of blood appeared in her pure white palm. The fresh blood was bright red, giving people the feeling that it was being brewed by a peerless demonic beast. It was as if the blood had a life of its own. Phoenix Empress said, these 3 drops are the essence blood of the ancient phoenix. I'm willing to offer it to Child Su. Apart from that, Child Su can ask for anything you need. The ancient phoenix was a mythical beast from the mythological era. In this era, ancient creatures had long gone extinct. Even the monsters of the wilderness were less than 1 in 10. The essence blood of the ancient phoenix was a drop that would be lost with every use. It couldn't be regenerated. Even though it was nothing much to Su Zimo, he understood that the ancient Phoenix Nation had already bled a lot. It's not enough. He tapped the table with his right hand and said indifferently. Take your ancestor's Emperor True Weapon and seal it in Jinwu Xingzong for 30,000 years. In addition, you have to pay no less than 10 million spirit stones to Jinwu Xingzong every year. This was the only thing Su Zimo could think of at the moment. The imperial lineage wasn't very useful to him at the moment. Phoenix Empress's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Su Zimo to be so greedy. If they had to pay tribute every year, wouldn't her Phoenix Ancient Nation become Jinwu Xingzong's vassal force? The other leaders of the imperial lineage also changed their expressions slightly. I'm not forcing you. You can choose for yourselves. Su Zimo smiled. I'm a very benevolent person. Su Zimo couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. He turned and left with Su Zimo and Xiaogizi. Grand Elder, if they're not willing, you can send them off. There's no need to bargain. Seeing Su Zimo leave, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Su Zimo to leave so quickly. It was as if he didn't care about this matter at all. When he arrived at Green Peak, his parents were also there. Father, how have you been? Su Zimo asked with a smile. My Green Peak's doorstep is about to be trampled. Su Qingshan shook his head and smiled helplessly. Those people who forced me to leave now all want me to be the vice sect master again. And the sect master too. What's wrong with the sect master? He wants to give it up a little. What do you think? Su Zimo asked. I'm not interested. Being the vice sect master is tiring enough. Su Qingshan shook his head. That's true. It's rare to be free in life. Su Zimo smiled. What are you going to do next? Su Qingshan asked. I don't have any plans at the moment. I'll wait for the heavenly mandate to be formed, or I'll go to killing immortalism. Su Zimo smiled. They won't hand over the son of Saint, Su Qingshan said after some thought. This isn't just about the son of Saint. It's about their sect's reputation. Then I can't go back on my words. Su Zimo smiled. After chatting with Su Qingshan for a while, Su Zimo left. The sect was trying to get him back to the position of deputy sect master. Even sect master Xiao had some intentions of retiring. It would be obvious who would take over. However, Su Qingshan had been busy for the sect for so long. It was not easy for him to let go of the burden, so he naturally did not want to pick it up again. He was also prepared to rest for a while. At the very least, he had to wait for Su Zimo to bear the heavenly mandate. Brother Zimo, where are we going now? Lin Ruhu asked. Let's go down the mountain for a walk. Su Zimo smiled. I haven't had a quiet walk in a long time. Senior brother wants to eat the food of the mortal world. Xiaogizi smiled. I heard that many immortal ascension experts begin to fall into the mortal world after reaching the peak. They say that they want to experience the life of the mortal world. I'm not. Su Zimo smiled. It's just that a few days ago, I suddenly thought of my old dream and felt that it's better to put it into practice. What was senior brother's old dream? Xiaogizi asked, puzzled. I know, Lin Ruha said with a smile. He used to want to be the #1 hedonistic young master in the world. Then what did senior brother go through to change so much? Xiaogizi asked, surprised. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. He thought to himself, you've been reborn, so your life will probably be different. Then, he smiled and said, why? I'm not a hedonistic young master now, so I'll bring you guys down the mountain to experience the life of a hedonistic young master. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked down the mountain. Zhenwu Xingzong was surrounded by towns and cities, but there were very few cities. The closest city was Maori City in the east. Maori City was named after the sun. It was said that when the sun rose, the first ray of light would shine on this city. There seemed to be a gathering in Maori City today, and it was very lively. People were coming and going. Hawkers were hawking their wares on the streets. The aroma of food wafted through several streets. What happened in 100 Miles City had become a hot topic. Even the entire Yuanyang continent knew about it. Many of the major forces began to warn their disciples to behave during this period of time and not to go out and cause trouble. Even though people had already foreseen the coming of a storm. However, these were only matters of the major powers. Compared to ordinary people, small merchants, and peddlers, they couldn't be bothered to care about them. All they cared about was whether they could fill their stomachs with 3 meals a day, what the weather was like today, and how much they had sold. These were the things that ordinary people should consider. As for the destruction of the world? Sorry, I still need to make money. Even if the sky collapsed, there were still tall people to hold it up. How do you think a hedonistic son should dress up? Su Zimo asked with a smile. A white brocade robe? And a folding fan? Xiaogizi chuckled and said, his face should be sickly pale due to kidney deficiency. And a few evil slaves. Lin Ruhu nodded. When walking, his nose should be in the air, his head should be raised, and his steps should be swaggering. Ruhu, you know quite a lot, Su Zimo said with a smile. Then let's be hedonistic young masters again today. The three of them came to a decent-sized restaurant. They looked up and saw the words Bright Moon Restaurant written on it. There were also couplets on both sides of the restaurant. When will the bright moon appear? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the clear sky. They walked into the restaurant. The decor of the restaurant was quite elegant, and it had a retro style. There was a hint of uniqueness in the retro style. There were quite a lot of guests eating on the first floor. Most of them were people of high status. Even when they were chatting, they lowered their voices. When the three of them walked in, they saw Lin Ruhu's burly figure sitting on the table with a swagger. He shouted, "Boss, bring the wine." His shout attracted almost everyone's attention. The waiters of this restaurant were not men, but beautiful women. They wore the same cheongsam, and each of them had a curvy figure. "Sir, is there anything you need?" A woman walked over from not far away. She swayed her slender waist. "Bring all the good wine and dishes you have here to our young master," Lin Ruhu coldly said. Su Zimo sat down at the head of the table. Xiaogizi patted his back with a solicitous expression. "Our restaurant has a full range of dishes. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them all, and this table won't fit." The woman smiled and replied. "Why don't I bring the menu over for you to choose?" "Cut the crap." Lin Ruhu slammed the table. Bang bang bang. "Are you afraid we won't be able to afford it? Just do as I tell you." "All right then." The woman nodded helplessly and retreated. Su Zimo noticed that some people were secretly surrounding them. Perhaps they were afraid they would cause trouble. "Senior brother, what do you think of me?" Lin Ruhu turned his head and chuckled. "Not bad." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The few of them sat down at the table. The Bright Moon restaurant was also very fast. In less than an hour, the dishes were brought to the table one after another. Xiaogizi asked while eating, "Senior brother, what do you plan to do with killing immortalism?" "Didn't I say before?" Su Zimo replied. "I want Lu Chang'an's head as an apology." "If they don't agree, are you really going to kill their sect?" Xiaogizi asked. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo replied. "I'm not afraid of them. It's just that we're at the final stage of the formation of the heavenly mandate. We have to prioritize the heavenly mandate, Xiaogizi explained. Once you inherit the heavenly mandate, you can do whatever you want. Don't worry, I know what to do. Su Zimo nodded. Are you going to go out and train again this time? No. Xiaogizi shook his head. After the dust settles, I'll go into seclusion to cultivate. Ruhu, what about you? Su Zimo asked again. I think I still need to train. After you inherit the heavenly mandate, I want to go to the heavens beyond to take a look, Lin Ruhu said. As they were talking, a few more people walked in from the outside. The leader of the group was an elegant young man who was like the moon surrounded by stars. There were more than 10 people in the group, and they were about the same age as Su Zimo and the others. Innkeeper, someone shouted. A woman walked over from the side. Are you staying or having a meal? You can't. Ask your manager to come out. The elegant young man waved his hand and said casually. Did you hear that? Young Master Gao Yang said you're not qualified. Ask your manager to come out. Someone started shouting. When the few of them arrived, the first floor of the restaurant was already filled with scattered people. At this moment, young Master Gao Yang and his group started driving the others to other tables to make room for them. Some people were unconvinced and wanted to argue, but they were stunned by a few slaps. This group of people was completely unreasonable. The originally tranquil atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Young Master Gao Yang, what brings you to my store today? A gentle voice sounded from the back of the store. Immediately after, a woman slowly walked out. She was slightly older, in her 30s. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she could still be given an 8 out of 10. The main thing was her figure, which was very small. It was graceful, round, and smooth. Her body had more flesh than it should have. Her figure was flawless. One couldn't even find a single flaw. Anyone who saw her would probably praise her. Big Sister Su, I missed you, young Master Gao Yang said with a smile. The woman walked in front of him. He reached out his right hand, wanting to pull her into his embrace. However, the woman was very agile. She turned around and avoided his action. She smiled and said, Young Master Gao Yang, you've scared my customers. It doesn't seem like you missed me. How can that be? Young Master Gao Yang leaned against the table and said with a smile, how much can they be worth? Big Sister Su, you can tell me if you need money. Xiao Mei, bring the menu over. Let's see what young Master Gao Yang likes to eat. The woman didn't reply. Instead, she instructed another woman beside her. At the other table, Su Zimo and the others saw this scene. Lin Ruha said with a smile, don't tell me we met a hedonistic young master? Interesting, Su Zimo said with a smile. No, no. If we let him finish his act, then what are we doing? Lin Ruha thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Don't worry, let's wait and see, Su Zimo replied. Many details of the Bright Moon restaurant were very good. Whether it was the service or the decoration of the restaurant, it left a deep impression. Young Master Gao Yang took the menu and looked at it while taking advantage of the woman who gave him the menu. The woman was a little embarrassed and could only dodge. Xiao Mei, you can leave. The woman surnamed Su waved her hand, as if she couldn't bear to see this. The dozen or so people that Gao Yang brought couldn't sit at the table, and another guest was chased away. They were a young man and an old man. The young man's silver hair was very eye-catching. His skin was soft and tender. Although he was a man, his feminine aura was more masculine than masculine. What right do you have? The young man was a little angry that his seat had been snatched away. He stood up and shouted. His right hand was already on the sword at his waist, but he was still stopped by the old man who came with him. He doesn't know any better. Please don't mind him. The old man hurriedly apologized with a smile. However, their food had just been served and they hadn't eaten much. The old man looked around the first floor and finally fixed his gaze on Su Zimo. Young masters, can you share a table? Su Zimo nodded slightly. Their food was brought to Su Zimo's table, and the two of them quickly sat down. When the young man sat down, there was a faint fragrance on his body. Lin Ruha felt that his body wasn't very used to it, so he sat down next to Su Zimo. He whispered, "Is there something wrong with this guy's sexual orientation? Don't you know there's a phrase called a woman dressed as a man?" Su Zimo replied with a smile. Ah? Lin Ruhu was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to realize something. Then, he carefully sized up the other party. The other party's face turned red. What's the background of this young Master Gao Yang? Everyone here seems to be afraid of him? Xiao Gizi asked. The young man next to him was still angry. He snorted coldly, "He's just showing off in this small place." The old man was very amiable. He first introduced himself. He was called Wei Guohua, and the young man was called Wei Ying. The two of them were grandfather and grandson. They came from the empire of Ziyang to visit their relatives. Young Master Gao Yang's Gao family is a famous and powerful family in the empire of Ziyang. Of course, this kind of powerful family is just SOSO. Even the entire empire of Ziyang is just a lackey of the sect. However, this Gao family has produced an extraordinary person. I heard that the younger brother of the Gao family's patriarch is an inner sect elder in Jinwu Xingzong. Hearing this, Su Zimo and the others looked at each other and smiled. They understood a little. An inner sect elder wasn't a very high position, but it depended on where it was. Now that Jinwu Xingzong was the overlord of the eastern continent, the status of an inner sect elder was very high. Especially after the incident in 100 Mile City, many people thought that this generation's saint of Jinwu Xingzong would inherit the mandate of heaven. Once a great emperor appeared, the status would be different. An inner sect elder was something that many first-rate forces didn't dare to offend. They even wanted to curry favor with him. Which inner sect elder? Su Zimo asked casually. He looked at Xiao Gizi who was beside him. He and Lin Ruhu had honorable statuses. They were both core disciples from birth. One's father was a vice sect leader, while the other's grandfather was a core elder. Basically, they didn't come into contact with the inner sect. However, before Xiao Gizi met him, he was an inner sect disciple. He was much clearer about the situation in the inner sect. The inner sect elder with the surname Gao is Gao Rushu. Xiao Gizi thought for a while and said. Yes, it is Gao Rushu. The old man quickly nodded. He looked at the few of them with some surprise. You are? We are Jinwu Xingzong's outer sect disciples. Su Zimo laughed. Young and promising, this old man has misjudged you. Old Fartway quickly said. Su Zimo waved his hand and said, Then you two eat, we will leave first. The three of them got up and prepared to leave, but they were stopped by the lady in the restaurant. Please pay for the meal. It is a total of 103 spirit crystals. I will charge you 100 spirit crystals. This is a black restaurant. Lin Ruha looked at the lady and said. Furthermore, when have I ever paid for my meal? Go to Maori City and ask around. Hearing this, old Fartway, who was eating beside them, was stunned. The lady in the restaurant also slightly changed her expression. Someone wants to eat and dash. Young masters, what is the meaning of this? The lady with the surname Su heard the commotion and walked over from the side and asked. You few want to eat and dash in Bright Moon Restaurant. I am afraid you did not choose a good place. Young Master Gao Yang sat at the side and picked up the wine jug to fill his wine cup. A group of scoundrels. The young man called Wei Ying snorted. Then what do you want? Lin Ruhu asked. Break their legs and let them go to Maori City to beg. When they have enough money to pay for the meal, then let them go. Young Master Gao Yang said. Hearing this, Lin Ruhu sneered and said, Brat, this joke isn't funny. Is it? Young Master Gao Yang replied. You'll soon understand that this isn't a joke. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Gizi coldly snorted and smashed the staff in his hand towards the other party. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Young Master Gao Yang chuckled. The wine cup in his hand flew over, emitting a dazzling light. The wine cup was like a round sun, blocking Xiao Gizi's staff. However, the power of this staff was indeed great. The round sun shattered, and young Master Gao Yang's figure flashed to the side. You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Young Master Gao Yang coldly snorted. Who are you? You dare to cause trouble here? I'm afraid you don't know young Master Gao Yang's identity. The group of people who had been with young Master Gao Yang began to clamor. I advise you to apologize, lest you get into trouble. A small inner court elder of Zhenwu Xingzong isn't enough, Su Zimo replied. Brat, don't boast shamelessly. Let me tell you the truth. My uncle is in Maori City, young Master Gao Yang coldly replied. Su Zimo didn't pay any more attention to the other party. Instead, he glanced at Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi also understood what he meant. The staff in his hand danced vigorously. The staff smashed through the void, bringing with it layers of ripples. With a boom, young Master Gao Yang stood up to block. Although the sun above his head was enveloped, he was still sent flying by the staff. I hope your body is as tough as your mouth. Xiao Gizi chuckled. He walked towards young Master Gao Yang step by step. When the people around saw this scene, their gazes froze. Someone shouted, everyone, quickly protect young Master Gao Yang. Go get Elder Gao. The group of people immediately dispersed. A portion of them rushed out of the restaurant, while the other portion blocked Xiao Gizi. Young masters, this may be a misunderstanding. The crowd was not in the mood to fight and only smiled. However, Xiao Gizi was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly raised his long staff, which transformed into countless afterimages. A buzzing sound reverberated in the void. A staff smashed over with a deafening sound. This group of people were all profligate sons of rich parents. How could they have any powerful strength? With just one strike, they were split into pieces. Xiao Gizi walked in front of young Master Gao Yang and said with a smile, I'll break your limbs first. Begging, it seems like you've already thought about your fate. Bang, bang, bang. Following young Master Gao Yang's blood-curdling screams, he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He looked at Xiao Gizi with a venomous gaze. Trust me, you will definitely die. You're still being stubborn at this time? Xiao Gizi chuckled. He sent another kick straight at him. At this moment, a group of people flew in from the void outside the Bright Moon Hotel. This group of people wore golden armor. There were about 10 of them, each of them mighty and domineering. The leader seemed to be a general. He came to the Bright Moon Hotel and frowned as he looked at everyone present. His gaze landed on old Fart Wei and Wei Ying. The general walked over, his heavy armor making a sound. I'll have to trouble Grand Secretary Wei and Princess to come with me. The general said with a smile. When the people around heard this, they were stunned and looked at the table. Princess? Su Zimo and Lin Ruhe looked at each other. This so-called princess should be the princess of the Purple Sun Empire. We hid so far away, I didn't expect you to still find us. Old Fartway laughed bitterly. You didn't even leave us a way out. Grand Secretary Wei and Princess, please come with us. The general repeated. I'm not going back. Wei Ying turned his head to the side and snorted. If Princess is unwilling, then we can only bring you back by force. The general said calmly. I hope Princess will not make things difficult for us. You're all that woman's lackeys. Wei Ying snorted. Just as they were arguing, another group of people walked in from outside. The leaders were 2 middle-aged men of similar age. Seeing these 2 middle-aged men, young Master Gao Yang's eyes widened and shouted with all his strength, Father, save me. The middle-aged man on the left, Gao Rujin, saw this scene and his face changed. He quickly ran over. Young how did you end up like this? Gao Rujin asked. It's them, these little bastards. Young Master Gao Yang said resentfully. Gao Rujin stood up, his body faintly surging with spirit energy. He looked at Su Zimo and the rest with an unfriendly gaze. Everyone, you've gone overboard. At the side, the general bowed to Gao Rushu and smiled, Greetings, Elder Gao. Elder Gao was easy to recognize. He wore a gray robe, which was the special attire of the inner sect elders of Zhenwu Xingzong. Although he was young, his hair was gradually turning white. So it's the general of the kingdom of Ziyang. Elder Gao nodded with a smile. Did something happen? Do you need our help? The general asked. No need, it's just a small conflict. Elder Gao shook his head with a smile. At the side, Gao Rujin was still eyeing Su Zimo's group covetously. Second brother, we can't generalize this matter, Elder Gao said with a smile as he stepped forward. Yang had a conflict with others, so we should first ask about the ins and outs of the matter, whether it's right or wrong, and then deal with it. Don't question others as soon as you come. But Yang was beaten to this state. Gao Rujin said angrily. Then he felt that his eldest brother was a little strange. No matter what, we must first find out the truth. Elder Gao insisted. He looked at a young man beside him and waved his hand, calling him over. He asked, "Tell me. You and Yang are friends. Don't be biased. Tell me everything." The young man pointed at Su Zimo and the rest and quickly said, "They were eating and dashing here. Our young master felt it was unfair and said a few words to them, and then he was beaten to this state. They were eating and dashing in this Bright Moon restaurant. It should be between them and the manager of the Bright Moon restaurant. What does it have to do with Gao Yang?" Elder Gao asked. "Our young master is righteous and stands up for justice," the young man explained. "This is called meddling in other people's business. Do you have nothing better to do?" Elder Gao snorted coldly. "In my opinion, they deserve to be beaten." "Well done. Why didn't they die?" Elder Gao continued, "First of all, this is our fault. I think we should apologize to these young masters." "Big brother, you." Gao Rujin was confused. Why did he suddenly feel that he didn't know this big brother anymore? "Big brother, you are an inner sect disciple of Zhenwu Xingzong." Before Gao Rujin could finish his words, he was interrupted. "Shut up," Elder Gao snorted. "It's because of my identity that I have to deal with this impartially. I have always been a righteous person. Don't mention family matters to me. Otherwise, I will have nothing to do with the Gao family." Speaking of this, Elder Gao immediately put on a smile and walked to Su Zimo and the others. He said very respectfully, "Young masters, I've frightened you. Are you satisfied with my handling?" Su Zimo pointed to young master Gao Yang and asked, "What are you going to do with him?" "You are all victims." "I'm willing to listen to your opinions," Elder Gao quickly replied. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Young master Gao Yang shouted behind him. "Hurry up and catch them all. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death." "Shut up," Elder Gao angrily rebuked. It was probably the first time Gao Yang had encountered such a scene. He was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. "Do as he says." Su Zimo looked at young master Gao Yang and said, "It won't be a fate worse than death. Just give him a quick death." "What do you mean?" Elder Gao's expression changed slightly as he asked uncertainly. "Kill him." "I'll let you do it yourself," Su Zimo replied. "He's still young. He's just a child. Just punish him severely," Elder Gao replied. "If Elder Gao doesn't want to, I won't force you," Su Zimo said with a smile. "That's not what I meant." Elder Gao quickly shook his head. He turned around and looked at young master Gao Yang awkwardly. After a long silence, he finally walked towards young master Gao Yang step by step. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Gao Rujin stood in front of him and shouted, "He's Yang. We're family." "I know." Elder Gao nodded. "Get out of the way." "I won't." Gao Rujin shook his head. "Get out of the way." Elder Gao angrily shouted and directly pushed Gao Rujin to the side. Elder Gao's status in the Gao family was quite high. Because of his identity, he was always in a high position in the Gao family all year round. Being yelled at like this, Gao Rujin also froze in place, not knowing what to do. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Young master Gao Yang asked anxiously. He felt Elder Gao's killing intent and wanted to run away, but his limbs were broken and couldn't recover in a short time. "Uncle, I'm Gao Yang," young master Gao Yang shouted. "Yang, it's been hard on you." "For the sake of our Gao family," Elder Gao sighed. Then, as Gao Yang shouted with all his might, a palm strike landed. Crack. The sound of a skull breaking could be heard. A line of blood flowed out of Gao Yang's forehead, and his entire body lay flat on the ground. Elder Gao turned around with a smile on his face. "What does young master think?" "Pretty good." Su Zimo nodded. He looked at Old Fartway and Wei Ying, and laughed. "Old Fartway, do you need my help?" "Depends on young master's mood." Old Fartway replied. Elder Gao, please help me deal with these people as well, Su Zimo turned around and said with a smile. Elder Gao's body trembled for a moment, but he nodded immediately. Spiritual chi surged around his body, and he rushed towards the general. Oh right, remember to help me pay off the debt of the inn, Su Zimo said and left with Lin Ruhu and Wei Ying. Compared to the noisy scene in the Bright Moon Inn, the scene outside was much quieter. It was as if the air was fresher. As expected, I'm not suitable to be a silk pants anymore. Su Zimo chuckled. Everyone is growing. Lin Ruha laughed at the side. Xiao Gizi, remember to take care of the aftermath, Su Zimo instructed. Gao Rujin and his brother cannot leave Maori City alive. Understood. Xiao Gizi nodded slightly, and his figure gradually disappeared. Brother Zimo, what are we going to do now? Lin Ruhu asked. Let's walk around Maori City. When Xiao Gizi comes back, we'll return to the sect, Su Zimo said. In the Bright Moon Inn, after more than 10 rounds of fighting, Elder Gao pretended to reveal a flaw. When the other party fell for it, he directly killed the other party. He cut off the general's head. His chest was heaving up and down, and it was obvious that he had used up a lot of energy. He slowly walked in front of Gao Rujin and patted him on the shoulder. A bloody handprint was left on his hand that was full of blood. Why? Gao Rujin looked up and asked in a daze. He's the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, Elder Gao replied directly. That's... Gao Rujin stopped. Everything seemed to make sense now. Of all the people to provoke, you had to provoke him. Elder Gao sighed. I was thinking for the Gao family. Don't hold a grudge against me. I didn't want to do that either. Just as the two were chatting, Xiao Gizi's figure walked in from outside. Sorry, I forgot to take something just now, Xiao Gizi said with a smile. What is it? Elder Gao asked curiously. Your life. When they returned to Zhenwu Xingzong, the sky was already dark. A crescent moon was faintly discernible in the sky, hidden in the black fog. A few scattered stars twinkled in the sky. Su Zimo sat in the pavilion in the courtyard of Yannan Peak, leisurely looking at the night scenery. Is everything ready? He asked. In the darkness next to him, a voice came out. Everything is ready. Good, let's treat it as the last battle before the arrival of the heavens. Su Zimo nodded. Then he asked, what's the reaction from killing immortalism? It's very quiet, the voice replied. Even the disciples in the sect rarely go down the mountain. Recently, they've been planning something. Someone's coming. After the voice sounded, it disappeared, and the surroundings were extraordinarily quiet. Su Zimo looked up and saw an old man walking in from the entrance of Yannan Peak. Sengoku. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up and greeted, Ancestral Master. Sengoku looked at him carefully, then chuckled. Ancestral Master, what brings you here so late at night? Su Zimo asked. Naturally, it's for you. Sengoku smiled. I don't really understand. Ancestral Master, please enlighten me, Su Zimo replied. You want to go to war with killing immortalism, Sengoku said. Su Zimo nodded and did not deny it. Why didn't you tell the sect about this? Sengoku replied. Didn't the sect already make a choice? Su Zimo asked. I know you have resentment in your heart, Sengoku said. No resentment, really. I'm very open-minded. Su Zimo shook his head. He was a little disappointed, but not resentful. Let me put it this way. In this world, other than parents, most relationships are actually mutually beneficial, Sengoku said. I understand. Su Zimo nodded. So no matter what, the sect can be considered half your home. You grew up in Zhenwu Xingzong, said Sengoku. I'm not trying to play the emotional card. I'm just speaking the truth. Sect Master Xiao might not be suitable to be a hero in troubled times, but he's a capable minister in prosperous times. Why did Lao Tzu look for me? Su Zimo looked up and asked directly. Count Zhenwu Xingzong in on this trip to killing immortalism, said Sengoku. I also want to meet those old friends of mine. Lao Tzu and the others have already put aside their pride to ask me. Naturally, I can't reject them, Su Zimo nodded. I just don't want some things to happen a second time. That's good, Sengoku replied. I'll let Sect Master Xiao know. Don't be calculated with the others in the sect. To be honest, you've hidden yourself well. Who would have thought that there would already be a great emperor before the heavenly mandate has even been fought? God Emperor is different, Suzumo shook his head slightly. Sengoku chatted for a while more before leaving. Only Suzumo was left lying on the chair alone, blending into the darkness. The sky gradually brightened. The sky seemed to have darkened. Drizzles fell silently, dripping onto one's skin and chilling one's heart. Suzumo called for his maids, Chun Xiao and Xiaqiu, and ordered, "Tell the sect that I'm leaving. Tell them to get ready as well." Then, he called for Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi, and they rode on Hundan's enormous body and gradually disappeared into the distance. The Divine City. As the main city of killing immortalism. This was a city that was immersed in the long river of history and vowed to exist for eternity. Because behind him stood the killing immortalism, a sect with 5 emperors. He was shrouded in fog. Looking from afar, the immortal chi was vast and mighty, as if there were mountains and precipitous ridges evolving in the immortal fog. The entire city was simple and unadorned, yet exuded an aura of immortality. There were even people who regarded this place as the holy city of the supreme region. The drizzling rain continued to fall. The sky was green and misty, and the pedestrians were hurrying about. Everything seemed to have just dawned. For the residents of the immortal city, this was an ordinary day. Although news about 100 Mile City had been coming in recently, and there were many people talking about it in the restaurants and teahouses, most people did not take it to heart. Because this was the immortal city, they knew that no one would dare to offend this place. One sect with 5 emperors, they had been glorious for one generation after another. "Uncle Wang, give me a pie," a voice shouted in the street. "It's raining. Bring it to me." The peddler named Uncle Wang had just wrapped the piping hot pie in paper when he suddenly realized that the oil pan in front of him began to shake. The oil on the surface fluctuated more and more violently, and it began to boil. He seemed to have sensed something, and looked up in shock. He did not know when, but the sky was filled with densely packed figures. There was Gu Ming, and there was also the holy gate of the old territory. No matter how strong they were, they seemed to have turned out in full force. "Uncle Wang, why are you in a daze?" On the opposite street, the voice of the old customer could still be heard. However, the peddler did not have any other thoughts. He only felt that the sky was about to collapse. "Where is the city lord of the immortal city?" A vast voice exploded in the sky above his head like a sudden clap of thunder. It was as if lightning had appeared out of thin air from the autumn dew, and it rolled down with an unstoppable might. A few seconds after the voice sounded, a figure slowly walked out from the city lord's residence. "Greetings, Lord of the Immortal City, Mu Qingmiao." The figure raised his head and replied calmly. "We are here under the orders of the Lord to encircle and eliminate killing immortalism. Do you have any killing immortalism members here?" The voice in the sky asked again. His voice was like thunder, causing one's scalp to go numb. However, Mu Qingmiao still mustered up his courage and said with a bitter smile, "I'm the city lord because of killing immortalism. The celestial sect asked me to send a message that if you come, you can go to the celestial mountain in front. They are waiting for you there." Hearing Mu Qingmiao's words, the existence in the sky did not say anything. After a long while, a shocking aura descended. Its power covered the entire immortal city. Mu Qingmiao felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter under this might. The blood in his body flowed in reverse, and his face turned pale. After holding on for a while, he finally knelt on the ground. At this moment, not only him, but almost everyone in killing immortalism knelt down when this power descended. Everyone looked up in horror, but they could not see anything. They only felt an emperor's might soaring into the sky. He wanted to compete with the heavens. "Let's go to the celestial mountain." As the voice faded, all the silhouettes stepped into the air and flew towards the celestial city. After all the existences left, Mu Qingmiao felt the pressure loosen, and his whole body became comfortable. He wanted to stand up, but his knees were already shattered when he knelt down. He could no longer force himself to stand up. He looked up. It's changed. The heavens have changed. In the splendid shop of the Four Moons Immortal Mountain, a painting of clouds. The stone on the back of the Qilin cracked, and the red branches under the scales of the horned dragon snapped. Gods floated in the clouds, and immortals came riding cranes. This was the appearance of the celestial mountain. Shrouded in immortal fog, this was a colossus with 5 emperors. This existence was known as one of the strongest factions in the Yuanyang continent. For countless years, it had been hiding in the celestial mountain. Coming from afar, stepping into the fog, one could only see a vast expanse of white. Further ahead, the appearance of the celestial mountain began to appear. The Qilin turned into an immortal stone, and the horned dragon was an immortal tree. This celestial mountain was not only tall, but it was also tens of millions of meters tall. At the top of the mountain, it naturally had a supreme appearance. One could not see the inside of the celestial mountain clearly because it was too big. The divine beasts had turned into fossils, and the trees had turned into trees. There was a clear waterfall flowing down from the top of the mountain, reaching a height of tens of millions of meters, all the way from the top of the celestial mountain to the bottom. The waterfall was like the Milky Way, and the water splashed in all directions. It was a strange scenery. Jagged rocks of strange shapes, shady trees, and fragrant flowers bloomed. The essence of the sun and the moon flowed between all things. The Jade Palace was like a celestial palace, and all kinds of buildings rose from the ground. The disciples were dressed in loose robes. Some were gray, some were white, and some were purple. The styles were the same, but the colors were different. The long robes fluttered in the wind. Phoenixes soared, ancient beasts softly cried, and strange peaks were spread out like stars in the sky. After the Gu Ming clan and the divine sect came, even if their forces were already like the imperial lineage. But at this moment, when they saw the scenery of the celestial mountain, they could not help but sigh. Compared to their sect, this place was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This place was like a paradise, like a heavenly palace. It was beautiful, but it also gave people a feeling of illusion. As if it only existed in a dream. After the group arrived, they did not act rashly. The leader, King of Qinyu, sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and meditated. He did not seem to be in a hurry. It was just that a dense crowd suddenly appeared in the sky above the celestial mountain. Someone came in front of King of Qinyu. "Sir, should we attack?" that person asked. King of Qinyu waved his hand and replied with a single word, "Wait." Everything became quiet again. Killing immortalism seemed to have sensed something and did not send anyone to ask. Tens of millions of years ago, the Slayer Emperor was born. In the battle for the will of the heavens, he killed the popular candidate, Immortal Jade Cauldron, and obtained the throne. Later on, he called himself an immortal. Mortals admired immortals and felt that they were incomparably strong. They often rode cranes and were happy. Everything beautiful in the world could be described as immortals. The Slayer Emperor made his debut by slaying immortals and created killing immortalism. 30,000 years later, the ancient emperor searched for a cultivation method from the 10,000 years of history. He searched through the mythological era, the desolate era, and the emperor's era. Finally, he created his own ancient scripture and created the path of the ancients, cultivating to become an emperor. At that time, killing immortalism was boundless and everyone felt that it was already a colossus. People felt that it was his peak, but they did not expect that it was only the beginning of this colossus. 10,000 years later, myriad Calamity Emperor experienced all the tribulations in the world. Life was a sea of bitterness. We were just struggling in the sea of bitterness. We wanted to see the shore, but we could only welcome death. Everyone's end was death. This was myriad Calamity Emperor's philosophy. He did not want to struggle in the sea of bitterness, but to enjoy it. He enjoyed all the tribulations in the world, life, death, love, hate, and emotions. He did not even hesitate to risk his life and go against the heavenly tribulation, almost dying in it. One word to describe myriad Calamity Emperor's life was that he was tough. He survived all the tribulations and finally became an emperor. After myriad Calamity Emperor, 10,000 years later, primitive emperor appeared. He walked out of the ancient Sai, as if he was welcoming the light of the future, crossing an era. Emperors were destined to be just a scenery in his journey. Primitive emperor was very mysterious. Even after he became an emperor and became widely known, very little was known about him. Some people said that primitive emperor was a descendant of some creature from the mythological era. Even before he inherited the mandate of heaven, the primitive emperor had always been a nobody. Among the geniuses and monsters of the world, there was no mention of his name. Even before the Heavens Will contest, he wasn't in the top 10 of the great emperor rankings. He just silently descended into this world, and then silently cultivated in killing immortalism for 10,000 years. After he came out of seclusion, he was invincible. This was the story of the primitive emperor. It was short, really short, one sect with 5 emperors, of which 3 were successive. One could imagine how powerful this killing immortalism was. Perhaps even the primogenitor, the Emperor Slayer, did not expect the immortal Slayer Church to grow to such a scale. Of course, the primitive Supreme Lord was not the entire story of killing immortalism, because a million years later, another man would come to end this story. His imperial title was the White Emperor. Is there really such a thing as self-awareness in this world? People always had to ask about this sentence. But I think that the White Emperor might be able to answer this question better than anyone else. The moment he was born, he was shrouded in auspicious clouds, with strange phenomena occurring in the world. Exquisite buildings appeared, and boundless spirit chi gushed towards him. He was born with a Tao wheel at his glabella. People often exclaimed that he had the bearing of a great emperor the moment he was born. And the truth did not let down the expectations of many people. Compared to the primitive Supreme Lord who was a nobody, the White Emperor was invincible the moment he was born. Ever since he was young, he had been invincible the entire time. From the records, the White Emperor had fought a total of 380,000 battles in his life. And he had not lost a single one. As for the authenticity of this data, no one doubted it. After all, no one had ever heard of the White Emperor being defeated before. The moment he was born, he was miles ahead of his peers, riding ahead of everyone else. This was the epitome of killing immortalism, a colossal entity that had traversed the river of time. After a long period of silence in the immortal slaying sect, a figure stepped out from the air and flew over. "May I know why you have come to killing immortalism?" the figure asked indifferently. He was dressed in a white robe that was as white as frost. There was a killing symbol engraved on it. The figure was a middle-aged man. His face was as clear as jade, and he was handsome with a high nose bridge. His eyes were clear and calm. This man was the current sect master of killing immortalism, Feng Tianya. "Feng Jiaozhu, long time no see," the king of Qinyu said with a chuckle. "Your Gu Ming is still alive. Why aren't you hiding like cowards? What are you doing here in killing immortalism?" Feng Tianya said indifferently. "We're here on orders. Today is the day that killing immortalism will be wiped out." "Sect Master Feng, why are you trying to win a war of words?" the king of Qinyu replied. "Then you're underestimating killing immortalism," Feng Tianya said. "We don't want to be enemies with the holy Sun Tzu, but if he insists on doing things his own way, we're absolutely not afraid." Feng Tianya's voice had just faded when a series of applause sounded out. The dense crowd in front of him dispersed. With Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi accompanying him, Su Zimo slowly walked out. "Feng Jiaozhu, I agree with what you said," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of trouble, and I definitely won't cause trouble. Then, I'd like to ask, where's your sect's holy son? Get him to come out and see me. Changhen is in seclusion." "I might have to disappoint the holy Sun Tzu," Feng Tianya replied. "Then I won't beat around the bush," Su Zimo said. "Feng Jiaozhu just said that you don't want to be enemies with me. Then, was there a problem with my understanding of Lu Changhen's actions a few days ago? Didn't you want to be the leader of the world and eliminate evil and defend the Tao? Why are you being a coward now?" "I'm not sure about that. When Changhen comes out of seclusion, I'll get him to apologize to you." "How about that?" Feng Tianya said. "There's no need. Since I'm here today, I have to see him even if I have to force my way in," Su Zimo said. "If you want to stop killing immortalism, you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, the tens of thousands of people behind him surged with power. They faintly connected together and shook the heavens. Feng Tianya remained unmoved. His eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "Could it be that all of you are looking down on my immortal slaying sect?" "You're only fit to be stepped on," Su Zimo replied calmly. His words seemed to have angered the crowd. Countless powerful auras shot up into the sky from within the celestial mountain. The originally boundless fog was shrouded. The mighty sky suddenly changed and surged in the void. The entire celestial mountain seemed to be shaking. Get your Laozu to come out. Everyone, don't waste time, Suzimo said with a smile. The outcome of a battle was determined by the strength of the top combatants. As a sect with 5 emperors, there were naturally many Laozu of killing immortalism. Just the 5 emperors' generals alone could not be ignored. Hearing Suzimo's words, Feng Tianyao looked around and asked, "Where's the God Emperor?" "So you're afraid of the God Emperor," Suzimo said with a smile. "Without the God Emperor, how could you charge into my killing immortalism?" Feng Tianyao asked. It could be seen that he was very confident in the killing immortalism. This confidence was almost blind, but it was also based on evidence. Seeing that Suzimo did not speak, Feng Tianyao coldly snorted and waved his right hand. Suddenly, an astonishing power erupted from the immortal mountain. Following the rumbling sounds, countless amounts of spirit chi within a radius of 10,000 miles began to madly sweep towards this place. This was the sound of the killing immortalism's sect-protecting formation being activated. A multicolored light screen enveloped the surroundings of the immortal mountain. And from within the immortal mountain, there were also countless powerful surges of energy that soared into the sky and finally condensed on the curtain of light. Not only was this curtain of light nourished by spiritual energy, but it was also strengthened by countless powerhouses. Probably no one could break it apart from the great emperor. This power caused the expressions of everyone present to change slightly. The killing immortalism had been prepared for a long time and was just waiting for them to come. I prepared some small gifts for everyone here. You can try them, Feng Tianyao said with a smile. He raised his right hand and endless amounts of spiritual energy began to spread out. In the middle of the immortal mountain and everyone, the void was covered into a vacuum, and a wide area appeared. In this wide area, countless streams of light flew out from the immortal mountain. Each of these streams of light represented an array flag. It was so densely packed that it was impossible to count. Countless formation banners condensed into the void and immediately corresponded with the sky. During this time, countless starlight scattered from the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the stars in the sky were bright and dazzling. When the countless stars fell, the void in front of everyone began to change. Killing intent pervaded the air, incomparably deep. Starlight illuminated the world as it changed endlessly. This is... The king of Qinyu frowned as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he replied solemnly, "Zhou Tian battle formation." "I didn't expect there to be someone who knows what's good for them," Feng Tianyao said with a smile. "Everyone, please enter the array." "What is the Zhou Tian battle formation?" Lin Ruhu asked in confusion. "It's an ancient array. Legend has it that during the mythological era, there were 3 most powerful arrays in the world. They are the Zhou Tian battle formation, the Du Tian divine fiend formation, and the chaotic heavenly heliocentric formation." King of Qinyu explained, "These 3 formations represent the top formations of the age of mythology. Many gods died tragically in these formations." "So strong," Lin Ruha said in surprise. Qinyu nodded and continued, "To refine this array, the requirements are very high and very difficult. To set up this array, 365 great Zhou Tian star banners are needed to refine, corresponding to the 365 main stars in the sky. After that, he still needed 14,800 minor heavenly cycle star banners, which corresponded to 14,800 secondary stars. Secondly, countless people are needed to support it before it can be set up with such a powerful array." Hearing this explanation, Lin Ruha muttered to himself, "The great star banner is the root, the small star banners are the trunk, countless people are the branches, and the power of Zhou Tian stars is connected together. I'm afraid only the great emperor can contend with such an array." "You're wrong about that. If it was the complete Zhou Tian battle formation, even the great emperor might not be able to contend with it," Suzimo said with a smile. "The complete Zhou Tian battle formation requires the power of billions of gods and demons. One god and demon represents 1 star. However, there are no gods and demons now. They have been replaced by humans. This array doesn't need the great emperor." Hearing Suzimo's words, Feng Tianyao, who was in front, snorted coldly. Then, he replied, Holy Sun Su, please enter the array and experience it. Su Zimo laughed loudly and took the lead to walk into the array formation. However, he was stopped by King of Qinyu. Let someone try it. It won't be too late to go in after seeing the array's power, King of Qinyu said cautiously. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. The moment he stepped in, the world in front of him changed instantly. From outside the array, there were rows of stars. They shone brightly and were as beautiful as the starry sky. However, the moment he stepped in, every star represented a wisp of murderous intent. It was as if millions of murderous intents had locked onto him in an instant. It made his scalp go numb and goosebumps appear on his skin. Su Zimo raised his head and slowly took out the sky spill astrolabe. It was the nemesis of all array formations in the world. It could generate changes in the universe and break all array formations in the universe. Ever since he obtained the sky spill astrolabe, he rarely took it out except when he used the 6 elements indestructible formation in the Mo family. The main reason was that his cultivation was very strong. He could break ordinary array formations by force. He didn't need this array. Now that he had encountered the Zhou Tian battle formation, it was a suitable item. The sky spill astrolabe was a circular disc that looked like a full moon. There were bright stars on it and the Milky Way hung upside down. It looked extremely beautiful. However, the moment the sky spill astrolabe appeared, a ray of starlight entered the Zhou Tian battle formation. The originally dense murderous intent disappeared immediately. The array that was about to operate also slowly stopped. The astrolabe rotated at a speed of millions of times per second, connecting the array and deriving everything. What are you doing? Feng Tianya, who was outside, had an inexplicable bad feeling. Especially the moment the astrolabe appeared, he realized that the array formation was actually out of his control. He didn't control the operation of the array formation. He couldn't help but feel anxious. You'll know soon enough, Su Zimo said with a chuckle. He raised his right hand and the astrolabe immediately burst out with astonishing starlight. The void began to fluctuate. Array flags appeared out of thin air. These array flags were originally hidden in the void along with the array formation. The Tao of array formations could be difficult, but it could also be simple. As long as you understood the array flags and the array core of the array formation, no matter how powerful the array was, it could be broken without the core. As the array flags began to appear one by one, Su Zimo ordered, destroy these array flags. Gu Ming's men around him immediately took action. A series of powerful forces came crashing down, followed by a series of rumbling explosions that resounded through the void. Immediately, the starlight was annihilated. When the dust settled, the Zhou Tian battle formation in front of them was only an empty shell. Su Zimo clapped his hands and put away the sky spill astrolabe. Then, he calmly looked at Feng Tianya. It seems that you've taken killing immortalism for granted. Holy Sun Su, you're quite capable, Feng Tianya said calmly. In that case, you can try our killing immortalism sect protecting array. Let's see if you can break it. Su Zimo looked up at the killing immortalism sect protecting formation. Although he didn't recognize this formation, from its size and power, it was probably on the same level as Zhou Tian's fighting formation. How about I do it? At that moment, a voice came from the depths of the void. His voice exploded in everyone's hearts. When everyone raised their heads to look, they saw the Divine Emperor walking over from the void in the distance. Countless golden steps appeared under his feet. With every step, a flight of stairs appeared in the void. The golden steps flashed with golden light. He wore a red robe that seemed to be dyed in blood. The symbol of the divine gate appeared in front of him. His long hair fluttered without wind. His emperor's aura was vast and mighty. His eyes were filled with divine power. Greetings, God Emperor, Feng Tianya greeted politely. Whether it was in terms of talent or strength, God Emperor could be considered a senior. He was also in existence from a long time ago. Feng Jiaozhu, let me test your sect protecting formation. God Emperor waved his hand, unwilling to waste time on pleasantries. God Emperor, do you really want to become enemies with killing immortalism? Feng Tianya asked. What? Do you know what I hate the most? God Emperor calmly replied. Acting all high and mighty. Acting like you're the rulers of the mortal world and are nothing but ants. In that case, God Emperor, please do as you please, Feng Tianya calmly replied. Then, his figure returned to the celestial mountain's light barrier. The God Emperor raised his hand, and immediately, a myriad of divine powers gathered. The surrounding space and time all came to a standstill in his palm. He punched out. The entire void trembled. It was as if the eyes of the world were focused on him. His every action affected the hearts of countless people. When the fist landed, the sound of space cracking could be heard. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. It was as if a small star had been shattered. Even the celestial mountain trembled. The celestial mist was greatly diluted. The sect-protecting formation shattered. There were no surprises. That was how terrifying the power of a single punch was. However, the moment the great sect protection array shattered and the divine emperor withdrew his fist, a white screen of light floated over. This light screen was completely silent. Even a God Emperor would not be able to sense it. But before God Emperor could speak, the light barrier suddenly turned into a membrane. When it got close to God Emperor, it covered him. The light film was silent. It was like a huge net that enveloped the God Emperor within it. Seeing God Emperor trapped by the light barrier, a loud laughter came from the celestial mountain. A white-haired old man with an imposing appearance walked over step by step in the air. His hair, beard, and even his robes were all snow-white. But on his back, he's the Blade S, the Immortal's blade, the Light's blade's blade. That's... Someone looked at the old man who suddenly stepped out of the immortal mountain and was surprised. In the end, he finally recognized it. It's Xianxia. That's right. It's the ancient emperor's war general, Xianxia Laozu. The old man laughed loudly. His voice was deafening. Everyone, welcome to my celestial mountain. A majestic aura surged around his body. His long white hair fluttered behind him even though there was no wind. The aura around him gave people a very strange feeling. It was like he was half immortal and half devil. The divine emperor looked at the light film that enveloped him. Then, he raised his palm and slammed it down. But the light barrier seemed to absorb all the power. There was no reaction at all. No matter how God Emperor attacked, the light barrier was undamaged. Don't waste your energy. You can't break it, Xianxia Laozu said. This is the condensation of the power of order. The power of order? Someone asked curiously. What's that? Have you heard? When the heavens and earth were first created, the chaos was like a chicken. At that time, a new world was being born. The chaos was boundless, and there were countless gods and demons. In order to protect this new world, the chaos laid down the power of order on its surface, forming a light barrier to protect it. Xianxia Laozu explained. Hearing his explanation, Su Zimo chuckled. No wonder killing immortalism is so fearless. You've been prepared. When the ancient emperor searched the future for the great Tao, he obtained this light barrier. Xianxia Laozu snorted. Even he couldn't do anything to this light barrier. In the end, he left it in the sect. Holy Sun Tzu, do you really think killing immortalism has no trump cards? What are you trying to say? Su Zimo laughed. Killing immortalism is not like the 100 Lane clan. Holy Sun Tzu's journey has been too smooth. Xianxia Laozu replied calmly. It's been so smooth that I've forgotten myself. Before Su Zimo could reply, a loud shout came from behind. Xianxia, it's not your turn to educate the younger generation of Xinwu. General Skyblade was carrying a large sword on his back as he slowly walked over from afar. His sword intent was raging around him as he faced Xianxia Laozu. Old thing, I haven't seen you for so many years. You're still alive. Skyblade, you've gone too far this time. Xianxia Laozu narrowed his eyes and replied. Let the others come out. We're not that close. Skyblade Laozu waved his hand and said directly. It seems Xinwu is determined to fight with us, Xianxia Laozu said. The blood-red sword on his back was trembling as if an endless amount of blood was beginning to spread out. If you want to talk about going too far, it's killing immortalism that started it, Skyblade Laozu replied. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia Laozu snorted coldly and then looked at Gu Ming, who was next to him. If Gu Ming quits now, I promise you that there will be a place for you in the Yuanyang continent in the future. Thank you for your kindness. King of Qin, you sneered. But what's the difference between the words of a force that's about to be destroyed and a fart? Good, very good. Xianxia Laozu was so angry that he laughed. Killing immortalism had been standing in this world for a long time. No one had dared to speak to them like this. Just as everyone was about to break out into a fight, a vast power descended from the sky. The noisy situation suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the top of the immortal mountain. At the origin of the torrential waterfall, a man stood in the sky and looked at the northwest sky. He sighed softly and said, "Let Tianmu come." This man looked young, about 30 years old. Of course, the appearance of an immortal cultivator was not to be trusted. He was dressed in a white robe and had long eyebrows. His deep eyes were calm and indifferent, and he had a calm aura. It was as if he could dissolve everything. Like the snow in March meeting the scorching sun, everything melted in an instant. This man was no longer surrounded by immortal aura, but the true power of nirvana. He was a nirvana expert, the pinnacle of the mortal world, an existence that had already transcended. The man looked at everyone present. Everyone could feel a strong pressure coming from him. It was as if their hearts could be seen through. He bowed deeply to God Emperor. God Emperor, if you retreat, we will take this power of order, how about it? Supreme, how long do you think this thing can stop me? God Emperor said indifferently. However, when the word Supreme came out of his mouth, everyone shuddered. One had to know that Su Zimo's attack on killing immortalism had attracted the attention of the entire continent. Everyone was watching the situation here with their own unique methods. The extreme of the sky, grasping the sun and moon, controlling the stars, I am the master of the ups and downs. The extreme of the earth, stepping on the underworld, escaping from samsara, and transforming into a god. The extreme of the immortal, finally becoming supreme. He was the #1 general of Emperor Slayer, an old monster that had lived for countless eras and stood tall in this world. It could be said that according to his age, if he had not entered the Nirvana realm, he would have died long ago. The title of Supreme was not given to him by Emperor Slayer, but by Great Emperor Traversing Sky. The two of them had fought for hundreds of moves without being defeated, and Supreme Laozu finally became famous. Therefore, he knew how terrifying a great emperor was, and he was very respectful to God Emperor. Hearing God Emperor's words, Supreme Laozu said calmly, "We don't need to trap you for long. This Yuanyang continent has its own laws and great emperors can only stay here for a limited time. Once the time is up, you will be forcefully summoned to Sky Beyond." Supreme Laozu's meaning was very clear. They could not trap God Emperor, and they did not need to trap him for long. As long as the time was up, the great Tao of Yuanyang continent would naturally reject him. This was also one of the reasons why great emperors had to ascend when the time was up. God Emperor, why don't you think about your future? Supreme Laozu continued. You are invincible in this Yuanyang continent, but once you go to Sky Beyond, everything will be a new chapter. Our killing immortalism has 5 great emperors above. Do you think God Emperor will have an easy time? You're threatening me. The God Emperor's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently. Back then, his heaven's will was shattered by 3 emperors. This had always been a sore spot in his heart. No great emperor in history had been humiliated like that. It's not a threat. I'm just stating a fact, said the Wushang ancestor calmly, shaking his head. Then let's give it a try. The divine emperor snorted coldly. He sat cross-legged in the power of order and began to search for a way to escape. Heroes come from young. You're not bad, I've heard of your deeds. I know you too. Unfortunately, your killing immortalism has no successor. Su Zimo shook his head. Where's Lu Chonghen? He doesn't even have the courage to face me. What's the point of fighting for the heaven's will? He should find a place to bury himself. Holy Sun Su is now very powerful and has destroyed several imperial lineage. He naturally doesn't dare to meet you, Supreme Laozu said. Whether he's timid or fearful, it's human nature. Just like how I felt uneasy when I knew that there were still great emperors in this world. What's important isn't timidity, but facing the fear in one's heart. That's what a strong person should go through. Then he faced the fear head-on, Su Zimo said with a smile. He has to be given some time, Supreme Laozu replied. Then, he looked at the distant skyline and chuckled. Sky screen, long time no see. The void was torn apart by a large hand, and Sengoku's figure walked out. Sengoku was wearing a battle robe, just like when he followed Great Emperor Shenwu back then. His long hair was mixed with a few strands of silver. His dry skin was full of wrinkles. He was an old man, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Compared to Supreme Laozu, there was clearly a gap. An old man, a man. Supreme, I agree with what you said. Facing the fear in one's heart, Sengoku said with a smile. But have you faced your fear head-on? What do I have to fear? Supreme Laozu chuckled. We're all old, Sengoku said. The ships of the old era are already far away. When the ships of the new era sail into the future, we're destined to be reduced to spectators. You still can't let it go, right? Seeing that Supreme Laozu didn't say anything, Sengoku continued with a smile, Lianpa is old. Can he still eat? You'll know when you try, Supreme Laozu replied indifferently. Just as the two were talking, a few figures came out of the celestial mountain of killing immortalism. How can we miss out on such a lively scene? There were 3 figures. One of them looked like a savage who came out of a primitive forest. His clothes were already in tatters, and his skin was dark like bronze. His long hair and beard covered his entire face. The other person was a fat man. He wore a wide robe that exposed his fat belly. He stepped on a green ring with his left foot and a flying bracelet with his right foot. He held a fire bow in his left hand and an immortal rope in his right hand. A series of rare treasures hung around his neck. He had a dignified expression and didn't smile. The last person among the 3 looked like a Taoist priest. He wore a white robe and had an immortal aura. He had white hair. Although he was an old man, he gave off a feeling of endless vitality. Sanzu, Taoist Duobao, and Taoist Jiu. Sengoku chuckled. Looks like they're all here. A sect with 5 emperors. Naturally, these 5 people were the 5 generals. At this moment, only these 5 people came out of the celestial mountain. However, no one would believe that there were only these 5 people in killing immortalism. Killing immortalism had existed for millions of years. Just the number of experts that the sect had nurtured was innumerable. At this moment, those who hadn't appeared on the celestial mountain were all emitting a shocking aura. Their aura soared into the sky as if they were declaring war on their enemies. The fog above the sky was dispelled. The celestial mountain and the immortals were right in front of him. Sanzu let out a long sigh. He sat cross-legged in the void as if he had become one with the celestial mountain. It was said that killing immortalism was established here. When Sanzu first started cultivating, he used this celestial mountain as the main mountain and turned it into a vast land of mountains. All living beings worked hard to transform into humans, but he yearned for the mountain. As for Taoist Duobao, he had countless treasures. Any one of them would be snatched by the world. He might not be the strongest, but when he took out all his treasures, no one dared to underestimate him. Countless treasures shone brightly. He was known for his love of treasures and his collection. As for the last one, Jiudao Laozu. He was one of the White Emperor's generals. Rumor has it that there were 9 esotericas, namely Lin, Bing, Dou, Zhe, Jia, Shu, Group, Qian, and Xing. Each esoteric was a great path to the heavens. Jiudao Laozu was the one who combined the 9 esotericas and created an unprecedented 9 path. He became famous because of this and made great contributions during the White Emperor's era, eventually becoming known to the world. Among these battle generals, 9-old ancestor was the closest one to the current battle general. He stood in the air with the 9 esotericas circling around him, as if the void was covered by 9 great paths. It was as if endless Tao intent was spinning. In front of Jiudao Laozu, a man appeared without any warning. He wore a grey robe and his long hair casually fell to his shoulders. This man was one of the Divine Travel Emperor's generals, the Pilgrim. The Pilgrim looked at Jiudao Laozu and smiled. I heard that one of your 9 esotericas is the pinnacle of worldly travel, leaping into the 9 heavens and traversing the 9 underworlds. You can go anywhere in the world, I'd like to see it for myself today. I wonder how much of the Divine Travel Emperor's teachings you've learned, Jiudao Laozu calmly said. The Divine Travel Emperor had always been the most respected in the path of speed, even the 9 esotericas had to admit it. Everyone stood facing each other, their auras shaking the heavens and earth. Before they even made a move, the heavens and earth had already begun to tremble. Endless storms swept across, shattering the void. On Su Zimo's side, although the God Emperor was temporarily trapped, many powerful Laozu still appeared. As for Gu Ming's side, 10 different lights shot into the sky. The lights were so dazzling that even ascending immortals couldn't see what was going on inside. However, no one dared to underestimate the powerful aura that spread out. This was because they were Gu Ming's 10 Yama kings, the absolute rulers. They led this huge race to fight against the demon race during the Desolation Era, causing chaos in Gu Ming. It could be said that the Desolation Era and the Emperor's Era had created a short era. Everyone, let's destroy this place today and create a new era together. Sengoku stood at the forefront, took a deep breath, and said indifferently. Once killing immortalism was destroyed and Su Zimo was able to carry the mandate of heaven, then Jinwu Xingzong would have 5 emperors. He would become the overlord of this continent. When the time came, there would be an alliance between the Holy Gate and Gu Ming. Let's see if you have the ability to do so, Wushang Laozu replied coldly. Kill. Su Zimo stood at the front. With a shout, everyone charged towards the immortal mountain. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the universe was annihilated, and the void collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence wreaked havoc, as if the entire world was about to collapse. There was no sun on this day, only a light drizzle gently drifting through the void. Sky screen, let's fight in the void. This world can't withstand our power, Wushang Laozu said. That's what I was thinking. Sengoku nodded. A huge hand fell, and the entire sky turned upside down. Sounds of killing and blood fell from the sky. The surroundings were in chaos, and almost everyone had joined the battle. Countless explosions rumbled, as if thunder was rumbling in the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and the land within a radius of 10,000 miles was affected. Su Zimo raised his head, his gaze calm, and slowly walked towards the immortal mountain. Before he could take a few steps, the leader of killing immortalism, Feng Tianya, blocked his path. Holy Sun Su, why don't I spar with you? Feng Tianya said indifferently. Su Zimo glanced at him, then shook his head and replied, you're too weak. This wasn't Su Zimo bragging. Feng Tianya's strength had only just entered the immortal realm. He was probably at the same level as Sect Master Shao. Regarding this point, Su Zimo could also understand what kind of conditions a sect master had to meet. One didn't have to be the most powerful, invincible, and the strongest person to become a sect master. Instead, one had to have the ability to manage and lead the sect to glory, allowing it to develop and strengthen. An outstanding sect master was often not the strongest person, but he was definitely a qualified manager. Many experts had to comprehend the Tao after entering the immortal realm. Some people went into seclusion for thousands of years, so how could they manage the sect? Just like Su Qingshan, when he was young, he was also one of the top geniuses. Unfortunately, after he became the deputy sect master, his strength improved very slowly. It wasn't that his talent was bad, but that he didn't have so much time to cultivate. In this world, one could have the best of both worlds. Whether I'm weak or not, we'll only know after we try, Feng Tianya said indifferently. Just as he was about to fight, he was stopped by someone. Tianya, you can leave. An old voice sounded. In this immortal mountain, there was a cave abode that shone brightly, as if it was an illusion of the mortal world. In the light, an old man wearing a rainbow-colored robe walked out of the cave abode. He took a step in the air and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 miles away and arrived in front of the two of them. Master, you're out of seclusion, Feng Tianya hurriedly greeted the old man when he saw him. It's been hard on you all these years, the old man sighed slightly. Back then, I took in 3 disciples. The 3 of you were extremely talented and focused on the Tao. However, in the end, I still heartlessly cut off your Tao for the sake of the sect. Master, let's not talk about the past, Feng Tianya shook his head slightly. I've already gotten over it. You go take charge of the situation. I'll take care of it here, the old man nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to chat. He turned to look at Suzimo and chuckled. After a few generations, I'm almost unable to adapt to the changes in this world. I never thought that someone would dare to attack our killing immortalism. How should I address you? Suzimo asked. He could feel the vast power in the old man's body that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and endless. Although the old man's body was like a candle flickering in the wind, the aura around him suppressed the world and made people feel extremely suffocated. I've almost forgotten my name. It's been a long time since someone called me that, the old man chuckled. I just vaguely remember that in the era when I was in seclusion, someone called me Heavenly Lord. You can call me Wu Tianzuan. The old man let out a long sigh. He looked at the continuous flames of war in the distance. 30,000 years of ambition, but it's just a dream. Wu Tianzuan, Suzimo raised his head and thought for a while. Finally, he smiled. I remember now. Killing immortalism's abandoned child. Speaking of Wu Tianzuan, his life could be considered inspirational. The former leader of killing immortalism was the son of a lowly servant girl. He was suppressed at birth and even expelled from killing immortalism. In the end, he relied on his own efforts to return to killing immortalism. He even became the new leader of that era's killing immortalism. I was once considered an abandoned child. Wu Tianzuan was not angry. He just nodded calmly. Most people's lives were not the same. As an abandoned pawn, some people might want to destroy killing immortalism and avenge themselves. However, there were countless geniuses and heroes who died in battle every day. Compared to most people who died silently, Wu Tianzuan obviously chose a different path. He showed his value to killing immortalism and was recruited to become the previous sect leader. This was his life. Wu Tianzuan also looked at his own life. He looked at Suzimo and said, since it has come to this point, there is no room for negotiation. After today, either I, killing immortalism, die, or you, Zhenwu Xingzong, die. The power of the immortal realm surged around him. He wore a colorful robe and a colorful light shot up to the sky. It turned into a rainbow rain and paved a rainbow road in the gray sky. I heard that you can become an immortal through martial arts and know all the martial arts in the world, Suzimo said with a smile. Now I want to try. Most people thought that once they entered the immortal realm, they were immortals. In fact, this was wrong. Whether it was immortal or great emperor, they were just a kind of realm, a realm on the long wrong path of cultivation. They were still far from being a real immortal. What was immortal? The storyteller in the tea house in the downtown area once said that there were immortals in the world. They appeared on the clouds, in the bustling downtown area, in the ancient temples deep in the mountains, or in the immortal mountains overseas. The biggest difference between immortals and humans was that they cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and had no desires. Immortal, and immortal through martial arts were 3 different concepts. Immortal was a kind of realm, and immortal was a real immortal. Immortal through martial arts meant that one had reached a kind of extreme realm on the path of martial arts, and could be called an immortal. However, the end of martial arts was still martial arts, and immortal was just a description. That was why he was respectfully called Wu Tianzuan. Please enlighten me. Wu Tianzuan waved his right hand and a sword light flashed in the distance. Then, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered, and a long sword appeared in his hand. With the sword in hand, he casually made any move. It was as if martial arts were connected to the heart, and the sword moved according to the heart. Torrential turbid waves. The long sword in his hand fell. Even an ordinary stormy wave sword technique could be used with astonishing power in his hands. It was like an uncanny workmanship that had reached perfection. The towering waves annihilated the void. Along with the long sword in his hand, they turned into a monstrous wave, surging and rushing towards Suzimo. Suzimo's tyrannical shadow unsheathed his saber. Skyblade's aura swept across the void, directly splitting the oncoming waves apart. Waves rushed past him as he walked forward step by step. Flood tide. Wu Tianzuan swung his sword again. The originally split waves turned into a torrential river. The tide rose and fell, and there seemed to be the concept of Tao mixed in it. The rise and fall of fate. All the changes in samsara were evolving in this monstrous wave. With a boom, the wave drowned Suzimo, and the pressure contained in it directly sent him flying into the sky. Wu Tianzuan swung his sword again. This sword did not have any sword intent, but was surging with the Tao of the Great Tao. Nirvana experts comprehended the laws. And those who entered immortality comprehended the profound meaning. Wu Tianzuan was now at the pinnacle of immortality, and seemed to have begun to come into contact with the laws. However, he was still very far away. His profound meaning should be of the water element, but it did not seem like it. Su Zimo did not know much about the entering immortality level. The profound meaning of the water element on the longsword surged, and the meridians in his body became stronger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of meridians opening rang out one after another. All streams returned to origin, Wu Tianzuan shouted softly. The waves that had drowned Su Zimo gathered in one place again, turning into an unparalleled raging wave. The surrounding sky was annihilated, and the other existences that were still fighting were all pushed away by the water power. Looking up, the sky, which was originally drizzling, could no longer be distinguished between the rain and the waves. Only lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning struck down. Under the dusky sky, the roaring waves rose up to tens of thousands of feet high. Everything was annihilated. The raging waves fell from the sky, and the white waves surged into the sky. The immortal mountains were exiled for tens of thousands of miles. Wu Tianzuan looked at the center of the waves with a calm gaze. When the waves buried everything within 10,000 miles. All of a sudden, a long saber stirred up a foul wind and a rain of blood. It flew out from the waves and set off huge waves. It directly attacked Wu Tianzuan at an extremely fast speed. Wu Tianzuan hurriedly raised his sword to meet it. Boom! The tyrannical shadow's blade struck the hilt of the sword, and it spun away. The huge force directly pushed Wu Tianzuan back 5 or 6 steps. After the tyrannical shadow spun back, it was caught by a large hand. Su Zimo walked out of the huge wave. Sky Sovereign, is that all you've got? Su Zimo smiled. If that's the case, then I won't hold back, Wu Tianzuan said calmly. Holy Sun Su, if you can break this move of mine, then I'll consider it my loss. Wu Tianzuan clasped his hands together and stood in the air. Waves of immortal qi emanated from his body. His gaze was calm, and he firmly spat out 4 words. Immortal scripture of transcendence. It seems that I've underestimated you. Su Zimo felt the power around him and smiled. I always thought that you became an immortal through martial arts. I didn't expect you to cultivate real immortal techniques. When I was idle, I once obtained an immortal technique. Without becoming an immortal, I could combine immortal and martial arts, Wu Tianzuan said calmly. I created a few moves myself. With immortal martial arts as the foundation, Holy Sun Su, please evaluate them. At this moment, the power of 2 great Daos circled around Wu Tianzuan's body. One was like martial arts, the other was like immortal. As immortal and martial merged, the 2 great Daos began to vibrate, and the void kept rippling. The moment the 2 great Daos merged, the surrounding void was completely shattered. It didn't crack, but shattered into powder. Wu Tianzuan's rainbow-colored robe suddenly flapped as he passed through the chaotic streams of space. The long sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a giant axe. He held the giant axe in his hand, and endless sharpness surged on the axe. Heaven-splitting slash. Wu Tianzuan shouted softly and stepped into the air. A moment ago, he was still some distance away from Su Zimo. The next moment, he appeared in front of Su Zimo. The giant axe directly chopped down. Even Su Zimo was moved by the sharpness on it. He hurriedly dodged. With a boom, the axe fell, and all the creatures in the void within a radius of several miles were destroyed. It was as if the sky had been cut down and completely collapsed. The power of the axe was like this. It destroyed the world. That's right. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Holy Sun Su, why dodge? How about taking my move head-on? Wu Tianzuan laughed. At this moment, he was like a martial artist, as if he had returned to his original state. Martial artists were like immortals, seeking the highest level of things from the initial realm. The celestial art of transcendence was like this. It seemed to be a way yet not a way, like dust yet not dust. The meaning of the sky-splitting technique was to split open the heavens. When Wu Tianzuan came with the giant axe in his hand, he was like a sage who had split open the heavens in the vast era. His figure was boundlessly majestic. Another axe fell. Su Zimo used the demonic form of the 10 Mo styles. The power of space surged around him, projecting an identical void around him. However, the power of this axe was clearly beyond Su Zimo's expectations. Under the axe, space shattered and countless mirror images collapsed. The axe once again landed heavily on Su Zimo's side, and the powerful impact forced him to take a few steps back. What? Holy Sun Su, do you only know how to dodge? Wu Tianzuan attacked Su Zimo while trying to distract him with words. Since you want to compete in strength, I'll satisfy you, Su Zimo replied indifferently. He held the tyrannical shadow in his right hand and raised it slightly. The fifth style of the 10 Mo styles, the demonic form of man, the destroyer of all things. Endless demonic qi wrapped around his body. In this demonic qi, it was as if all the power of nirvana was contained in his palm. The power of the heavens was endless. Fighting with the heavens was endless fun. However, the power of man was also endless, even surpassing the heavens. Man could conquer the heavens. In this demonic qi, Su Zimo also used the power of the heaven-shaking technique. Whether it was the power vortex in his body or the power vortex in his divine soul, they were all spinning wildly. Behind Su Zimo, the towering figure of the heaven-shaking giant soared into the sky, standing tall behind him. This heaven-shaking giant was originally formed by the power vortex, but now it was tainted by the demonic qi. Its entire body was pitch black. There was a scarlet light flickering in its eyes, and its body naturally carried the power of nirvana. When Wu Tianzuan chopped down with his axe again, the devil qi in Su Zimo's eyes surged, and he directly waved his saber to meet the attack. Boom! An invisible pressure pervaded between the two of them. The surrounding void exploded with a loud bang. In a split second, Wu Tianzuan's figure flew out. Again. Su Zimo roared and stepped into the air. The saber force around him was like a long rainbow that hung upside down for 3,000 kilometers, endless. Under this vast sky, between the flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder, there was only infinity. Split the heavens and break the earth, shatter the earth, absolute shock, heaven and earth slash, Wu Tianzuan said word by word. With every sentence he spoke, the aura around his body grew stronger. This seemed to be a set of consecutive moves. After each move, Wu Tianzuan's movements seemed to become much heavier. It was as if the giant axe in his hand weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, breaking through the wind and breaking through the waves, cutting through the thorns. The roaring wind stirred up a series of tornadoes in the surroundings, and the space was constantly torn apart. Under the illumination of the lightning and thunder above their heads, the saber and the saber clashed. The two of them did not use any superfluous techniques. It was purely a clash of strength. The heaven-shaking giant was also roaring, and the mighty devil qi covered the void. As Wu Tianzuan's moves became more and more powerful, Su Zimo also found it difficult to deal with them. However, he still did not back down. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a hardy battle. It was one of the 10 great divine techniques, the God-Fiend visualization diagram. Rumor had it that there were God-Fiends in ancient times who were hundreds of millions of feet tall. Their heads reached the sky, the earth melted, and they could pluck the sun and moon. The distance between their feet was the distance of half the world. They were incomparably powerful. Of course, these were just rumors. However, at this moment, in Su Zimo's mind, a God-Fiend diagram formed in his sea of consciousness. They were God-Fiends, real God-Fiends from ancient times. They roared, each in their own form, evolving in Su Zimo's sea of consciousness just like that. The moment Su Zimo opened his eyes, he felt like an ancient God-Fiend. His body was filled with powerful strength. His right hand that was holding the tyrannical shadow exerted more force and slashed down directly. The long hair on the top of his head was all tainted by the devil qi. With a boom, there was another explosion. He fought with Wu Tianzuan's figure. This time, he was almost suppressing his opponent and gaining the upper hand. You've lost. After a few rounds, Su Zimo shouted softly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand erupted with unprecedented power and slashed down heavily. Wu Tianzuan could not dodge in time and his right arm was directly cut off. However, the moment the two of them came into contact, Wu Tianzuan's face revealed a smile. Primeval Bind. This was a complete combo. From heaven-splitting / earth-splitting / soul-shocking extinction, heaven-earth / and finally the primeval bind. Even though he lost an arm, the giant axe in his hand turned into a stream of air. This stream of air was like a rope, tightly binding Su Zimo to one piece. The one who lost is you. Wu Tianzuan said indifferently. He looked at the struggling Su Zimo and let out a deep sigh. If you didn't come to attack my killing immortalism and fight for the heaven's will, with your strength, you might really be able to become an emperor. Unfortunately, you couldn't keep your composure. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo ignored him and answered him. Instead, he slowly raised his head with a hint of scarlet in his eyes. The killing intent was condensing. A purplish-black demonic seal began to spread from his neck. He activated the demon body of purgatory and one of the 10 divine techniques, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The originally tight rope was directly broken by him. He was tens of thousands of feet tall and at this moment, he was like a real fiend god. He walked out from the ancient size and dust with an unstoppable might. Su Zimo raised his hand and slapped down. Wu Tianzuan's figure was directly sent flying. The peak of the boundless immortal mountain was directly smashed into pieces by his palm. Everyone was shocked by this giant figure standing in the void. Wu Tianzuan spat out a mouthful of blood. All of his internal organs were shattered and his right arm was broken. There was no room for him to struggle at all. Die. Su Zimo lightly shouted as his large palm slammed down once again. His hair was deep red, as if it was burning with raging flames. The demonic seal was constantly glowing. Duobao saw this scene from afar and his eyes almost popped out. He saw that under Su Zimo's continuous slaps, half of the huge immortal mountain had already collapsed. He looked at King Qingguang of the 10 Kings of Hell who was fighting with him and a golden light flashed in his hand. Absorb, shouted a loud voice. The golden light transformed into a sphere and trapped Qingguang Wang for a short period of time. Little brat, stop. Duobao furiously charged towards Su Zimo. Around him, countless rare treasures flew out and floated in the void. It was as if he himself was 100 treasures pavilion. Scram. Su Zimo coldly snorted. Like rolling thunder descending from the sky, his large palm instantly covered the entire sky. No matter what kind of treasure or strange light he had, it was useless. Under this palm, Taoist Duobao's figure was sent flying. The light of several treasures around him fell. There was a purple-green cauldron, a sharp divine sword, and a majestic divine beast statue. Countless treasures were destroyed by Su Zimo's palm. At this moment, Su Zimo's body became 10,000 feet tall, like a demon god suppressing the world. His eyes absorbed the light, his shoulders carried the sky, and his palm fell with boundless power. With another palm, heaven and earth shook, and the sky darkened. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and a bottomless abyss spread under his feet. The incomparably majestic immortal mountain collapsed with a loud rumble. Countless angry roars came from within, and the sound of rumbling could be heard. This celestial mountain that had been silent for several eras, and represented the highest peak of the supreme domain, finally turned into ruins. The jagged rocks, strange wind, strange scenery, jade palaces, and even the waterfall that fell into the mortal world. They all seemed to have been destroyed in the storm along with this colossal figure that had ruled over countless eras. So the disciples of killing immortalism were all furious. There were even Laozu who risked serious injuries and life to kill Su Zimo. This celestial mountain represented everything. It was like their home. The celestial fog was dissipating, but Su Zimo stood in the void without fear. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and everything was reflected in his eyes. He looked at the power of order that trapped God Emperor and said, "You attack from the inside, I'll attack from the outside, we'll break through this with all our strength, all right." The God Emperor nodded slightly. Su Zimo raised his right hand up high. Wind and thunder throbbed in his palm, and boundless spirit energy fell. The spirit energy condensed into spirit liquid, and the river flowed upside down. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. As the tyrannical shadow in Su Zimo's hand fell, God Emperor's expression also became solemn. The emperor's aura around him surged, and his divine power surged, colliding with the tyrannical shadow. The power of God's mysteries, the power of order, and the demonic aura intertwined in an instant. With a boom, the void where the emperor god was at exploded completely. However, after a short period of time, the emperor's might surged. The god emperor stood out, stepping into the void. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at everything around him. The great battle gradually came to a stop. The people on both sides separated and retreated to one side. In the void, Wuxian Laozu slammed down with his palm. The turbulence in the surrounding space wreaked havoc as he retreated a few steps. He looked at the sky screen war god opposite him and sighed deeply. Sky screen, you've won. From the very beginning, you had no chance of winning, Sengoku said calmly. You think we are relying on God Emperor, but that is not the case. He is not the main character. With this kid here, what's the point of this battle? Sengoku's gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on Suzumo. The godlike Suzumo's aura was astonishing. Why can't such a monster be born in my killing immortalism? It's fate. At this point, Wuxian Laozu sighed again. From his own mouth, the battle for the heavens was meaningless. One could imagine how much importance he attached to Suzumo. In the past battles for the heavenly will, it could be said that the controversy had always been the greatest. No one had ever submitted to another. After all, who wasn't a genius? People would even set up a genius list and vote for the geniuses they thought highly of. In the past, there had never been a lack of geniuses who carried the heavenly will, and there would often be unexpected situations. However, this time, Wuxian Laozu had a premonition. In this era, there was probably no suspense in the battle for the heavenly will. Perhaps if all the geniuses gathered together and eliminated Suzumo first, there might still be a slight chance. For a moment, Wuxian Laozu had a myriad of thoughts. However, after thinking so much, this had nothing to do with killing immortalism. Tianmu, can we talk about the conditions? Wuxian Laozu asked. Talk to him. Sengoku looked at Suzumo below and replied, I'm not the one in charge this time. Suzumo looked at Jirushue in front of him. As the saintess of killing immortalism, the two of them were once good friends. After parting ways in the land of destruction, they didn't expect to meet again in such a situation. Must it be like this? Jiruabing looked at Suzumo blankly and asked. This was also her home, and she had too many memories. It's already like this, Suzumo replied. It didn't have to be like this, Jiruabing said. I advised the sect not to get involved in your matter, but Lu Changhan's faction insisted on using this matter to increase their reputation. Suzumo knew that killing immortalism was currently divided into two factions. One was Saintess Jiruabing, and the other was Saint Lu Changhan. The two factions had always been fighting openly and secretly, and Lu Changhan's faction probably also wanted to use this matter to increase their reputation and suppress Jiruabing's faction. Originally, the script had already been written. With so many members of the imperial lineage wanting to kill Suzumo, there was no doubt that they would die. However, no one expected that there was the Arch alive. Not only did he destroy 100 Mile City, countless members of the imperial lineage went to apologize, and some even fled at the mere sight of him. Killing immortalism had also gotten into big trouble. Originally, at this time, Suzumo had also given them a chance to apologize with Lu Changhan's head. However, killing immortalism refused. They were unwilling to bow their heads. Or rather, this huge faction with 5 thearchs had never bowed its head to anyone. You still don't understand, Suzumo said as he looked at Jiruabing, who was in a daze. This is my era, and I will not allow any faction that goes against me to exist. Killing immortalism only has two paths. You can either tuck your tail between your legs, or be destroyed by me. Unfortunately, you don't understand this logic, or perhaps you understand, but are unwilling to accept it. Jiruabing took a deep breath, not knowing how to refute Suzumo. What about Lu Changhan? Suzumo asked with a light smile. After fighting for so long, as the protagonist, he has become a coward. As soon as Suzumo finished speaking, Feng Tianya walked over with Lu Changhan. This could be considered the first time Suzumo and Lu Changhan met. However, the young man in front of him was far from being high-spirited as the holy son of killing immortalism. Instead, he was a little timid. He didn't even dare to look at Suzimo directly. Didn't you want to slay demons and defend the Tao? Suzimo laughed. Now I'm in front of you, and I'm giving you this opportunity. This is a misunderstanding, Holy Sun Su, Lu Chonghen replied. That's enough, a sigh came from the side. Wushang Laozu and Sengoku walked over in the air. For existences at their level, a battle was far from being over in a short period of time. Holy Sun Su, can you give killing immortalism a way out? Wushang Laozu asked directly. You can state any conditions. As long as we can do it, we will definitely agree. If you go to heavens beyond in the future, it can be considered a favor from Laozu. Supreme Laozu seemed to have seen through it. His words carried a lot of weight. Not only did the killing immortalism fully agree to any conditions, but they even used the favor of their 5 ancestors. How can you make the decision on Laozu's matters? Suzimo replied. Holy Sun Su, you can rest assured. Although the Laozus can't come down, they still know what's going on here, Supreme Laozu replied. The Laozus he was talking about were naturally the 5 great emperors of killing immortalism. Apart from them, with his strength and seniority in killing immortalism, he didn't address anyone else as such. Suzimo looked at Sengoku, only to see Sengoku nodding slightly. This could be considered as confirming Supreme Laozu's words. In fact, Jinwu Xingzong was the same. Most of the time, they could contact Laozu. It seems like you're trying to mend the pen after the sheep is lost, Suzimo chuckled. Holy Sun Su, if you have any conditions, just state them, the Wushang ancestor said. First, your killing immortalism must apologize to me in front of the whole continent, Suzimo said. Okay, Supreme Laozu nodded. Second, him, Suzimo pointed at Lu Chonghen. He will die, Supreme Laozu replied concisely. Laozu, I don't want to die, Lu Chonghen pleaded. Holy Sun Su, spare my life. I'll do anything. However, no one paid attention to him. Suzimo continued with a smile, from today onwards, there will be no more killing immortalism in this world. Holy Sun Su, what is the meaning of this? Feng Tianya asked from behind. I don't understand, Suzimo replied. I can let you live, but I won't allow you to establish another sect. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. What? Didn't you say that you would agree to anything? Suzimo laughed. You can't do that? Holy Sun Su, what other requests do you have? Tell me all at once, Supreme Laozu replied. If you want to re-establish killing immortalism, that's fine too. Suzimo looked at Supreme Laozu and said. But other than you, everyone else must cripple their own cultivation. Suzimo's words were very clear. They could either swear an oath to the heavenly Tao or not establish a sect. Otherwise, some of them would cripple their own cultivation. You guys can discuss it, I don't have much time to waste here. Suzimo said. This sect cannot be destroyed. Sanzu closed his eyes and calmly said. Jiodao Laozu and Xianxia Laozu looked at each other and said, the 4 of us are willing to cripple our own cultivation. We hope that Holy Sun Su will keep his word and let the sect live. Then let's begin. Suzimo nodded. The 4 of them looked at each other and channeled the spirit energy in their body towards their true fate. The true fate was the most important part of a cultivator. Once it was broken, at the very least, their cultivation would be destroyed. At the very least, they would die. The spirit energy in their bodies was very strong. A red light flashed across their faces as they spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their originally ruddy complexions immediately became pale. The aura around their bodies also weakened, as if they had aged a lot in an instant. They didn't even have the strength to stand and needed others to support them. They were all old monsters that had lived for several eras. After crippling their own cultivation, they probably didn't have much time left. At most, they would die in 1 or 2 years. Laozu. Feng Tianya painfully shouted from the side. Tianya, remember, even if the sect is gone, it can still be rebuilt, Old Ancestor 9 Paths replied. Rebuilding means everything. There is hope. Holy Sun Su, do you have any other requests? Laozu continued to ask. He casually waved his hand and Lu Chonghen's body was thrown in front of him. you guys are quite bold. Su Zimo chuckled. I hope you don't hate me. Winner takes all, I understand this logic. Lao Tzu said. Holy Sun Tzu, for you to let us live, we are grateful. Su Zimo turned to everyone and said, everyone, please go back. This matter ends here, I owe you a favor. Child Su's favor is not easy to owe. King of Qin smiled and replied. However, he still left with the Guming clan. If the Guming clan wanted to see the light of day again, they would need to rely on Su Zimo. God Emperor slightly nodded towards Su Zimo and also left with the people from the Divine Gate. Su Zimo lowered his head and looked at the ruins of the Immortal Mountain. He waved his right hand and the heaven and earth began to shake. Even though the Immortal Mountain was destroyed, killing immortalism, as a sect with 5 emperors, had accumulated an enormous amount of resources over countless eras. Resources were a necessity for a sect's development. Just like that, Su Zimo brought the ruins of the Immortal Mountain into his true fate world in front of everyone. Of course, he didn't reveal his true fate and only opened a crack in the divine continent. The expressions of the Killing Immortalism members were particularly interesting. Before leaving, Su Zimo looked at Ji Ruobing and smiled faintly. By the way, I used to be good friends with the sanctus of your sect. What a pity. Seeing Su Zimo's departing figure, the Killing Immortalism members breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, the pressure in their hearts was suddenly lifted. Lao Tzu, Feng Tianyao looked at Lao Tzu and the others and said, what should we do now? Apologize to the entire continent to Zhenwu Xingzong Sanctus. Lao Tzu replied. This matter must be reported to the ancestor. He can only be mighty in the Yuanyang continent for a while. Feng Tianyao said bitterly. When he reaches the sky beyond heaven, he will definitely pay the price. Do you think the ancestor doesn't know about this? Lao Tzu asked in return. Then why? Feng Tianyao was stunned for a moment as if he couldn't react in time. From now on, you are not to be enemies with Zhenwu Xingzong. Lao Tzu didn't explain and directly instructed. You are the sect master, so you are the main responsibility of rebuilding the sect. At this point, Lao Tzu added, wait until he is sure to inherit the heavens will before rebuilding. I understand, Lao Tzu. Feng Tianyao nodded slightly. Also, let her be the successor of the new sect master. Lao Tzu looked at Ji Ruobing and continued. Killing Immortalism will withdraw from this year's battle for the heavens will. Got it, Feng Tianyao replied. Everything is just starting from the beginning, the Wushang ancestor murmured to himself as he looked at the distant horizon. Then, he looked at the other 4 Lao Tzu. Old friends, let's go and enjoy the last moments of your lives. On the way back to the sect, Lin Ruhu asked curiously, Brother Zimo, why did you show mercy? He was very puzzled. Destroying the sect was already a huge enmity, so why didn't he just kill them directly? Do you think I don't want to? Su Zimo chuckled. He raised his head and looked at the sky in the depths of the clouds. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still dark. He is destined to be the ruler of the sky beyond heaven. At the moment when Killing Immortalism was destroyed, Su Zimo felt that several powerful gazes from the depths of the sky fell on him through the void. The attitude was thought-provoking. He let Killing Immortalism go. It could be said that Killing Immortalism existed in name only. Without resources, it was not difficult to rebuild it, but it was almost impossible to restore its former glory. Leaving one of the 5 Lao Tzu alive was the last protection for them. The other masters were also killed or injured in this battle. Less than 10% of their strength was left. He let Killing Immortalism go. Not only would the great emperors not hate him, but they would also owe him a favor. This was the exchange condition for the existence of Killing Immortalism. To some extent, he and Killing Immortalism were not irreparable. The most important person was Lu Chonghen. Killing Immortalism was finally resolved. The huge body of Hundun led everyone to Zhenwu Xingzong. Su Zimo also returned to the divine mainland midway. As a nirvana existence, the heavenly rock finally surrendered after a series of training. Although Su Zimo did not see the training process. He looked at Baimont and the others and asked, how is the development of the divine mainland now? Nothing too special. Everything is fine, Baimont replied. He patrolled the entire continent on behalf of Su Zimo. Like the heavenly Tao, he played the role of supervision. The mandate of heaven is about to be formed. After I bear it, this world will be reborn again, Suzimo said. It's time to go to the Outland. Okay. After all, the Outland is the real battlefield, Baimont nodded. How's your cultivation? Suzimo asked. Baimont and the others had already opened 10 meridians. When they reached the Outland, they would naturally be existences of the great sage level. One had to know that even a great emperor had only opened 9 meridians. After the great sage realm was the Tao fruit realm. The existence of 11 veins. These days, Suzimo had been using the way of the divine land to help Baimont and the others directly comprehend it. The heavenly Tao was right in front of him, and all the rules of the great Tao appeared in the void. This was a condition that others would never experience in their lifetime. Baimont shook his head with a smile and replied, how can it be so easy to comprehend a Tao fruit? Even if the great Tao is right in front of me, it's not something I can achieve in such a short time. However, we already have some clues. That's good. Suzimo nodded his head and instructed, I've always kept the 1,000 Demons tribe in seclusion because they're too powerful. If they appeared rashly, it might affect the development of the world. However, from the looks of it, the 1,000 Demons tribe is slowly revealing the tip of the iceberg and revealing themselves to the world earlier than expected. The development of the world was not something Suzimo could interfere with. The development of the world had its own rules and regulations. The higher the level of the world's evolution, the more powerful it was, the lesser the chances of him interfering with it. However, there were times when he could not allow the existence of creatures that could destroy his world. The 1,000 Demons tribe was the best way to solve this problem. The 1,000 Demons tribe was secretly under his control. There were many things that he could not do, but the 1,000 Demons tribe could do it for him. Hearing Suzimo's words, Baimont nodded his head slightly. I'll make the arrangements. Don't reveal too much at once. Let's recycle the economy. Suzimo reminded him. Then, he left the divine land. It was autumn. The yellowed leaves on the trees resembled the Yuanyang continent of this era. It was bleak and cold. The sky was dark and gloomy as dark clouds covered the sky. News of the killing immortalism's defeat spread like wildfire across the imperial lineage. Then, news of the first and second tier forces spread. In the end, it did not take long for the entire Yuanyang continent, including the itinerant cultivators and the common people, to know about it. The killing immortalism of the 5 emperors had been defeated. The immortal mountain was destroyed. 4 out of the 5 Laozus had destroyed their own cultivation in order to protect the killing immortalism. Furthermore, they had publicly apologized to the saint of Zhenwu Xingzong. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shook the hearts of almost everyone. Before the war, although there were people who thought that Zhenwu Xingzong would win, they thought that they would only kill each other. They did not expect the killing immortalism to be defeated so thoroughly. This era was probably going to be dominated by Zhenwu Xingzong. Unless Suzimo failed to fight for the mandate of heaven. This was the only chance for the other forces to stand out. He had not even inherited the mandate of heaven, but he was already so powerful. If he really became a great emperor, no one else would be able to survive in this era. Many forces were worried. However, they warned their disciples not to provoke anyone from Zhenwu Xingzong. After returning to Zhenwu Xingzong, Suzimo went to find the 3rd elder, who was Lin Ruhu's grandfather. 3rd elder, how is the matter that I asked of you? Suzimo asked with a smile. It's almost done, the 3rd elder said with a smile. However, you have to find the sect leader. I think he has something to say to you. Sect Master Xiao? Suzimo chuckled. Don't be so biased against Sect Master Xiao. He has his own difficulties, the 3rd elder said. I understand. Suzimo nodded. He wasn't a narrow-minded person. Since he had promised the Tianmu battle god, he naturally wouldn't fuss over this matter. After bidding farewell to the 3rd elder, Suzimo went to the island where Sect Master Xiao lived. Sect Master Xiao was dressed in green. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him for a long time. You're here, the Sect Master Xiao said. The 3rd elder asked me to look for you. Suzimo nodded slightly. I found out the location of the Taoist race. The holy son of their race should be in the race now, the Sect Master Xiao replied. Due to the Taoist race's seclusion, they live in their own small world. I've captured someone from the Taoist race. He can bring you into the small world. Thank you. Su Zimo nodded slightly. At present, all the grudges were almost settled. Only the old man from Samsara was left. After Samsara, he became the holy son of the Taoist race. Su Zimo knew about this. Seeing that Su Zimo was about to leave, the sect master Xiao quickly said, I should apologize to you for what happened last time. I've long forgotten about it. Don't mention it again. Su Zimo waved his hand without looking back. There were some things that everyone knew. There was no need to say too much. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, the sect master Xiao was silent for a while. In the end, he chuckled a few times. After returning to Yannan Peak, Su Zimo did not leave for the Taoist race. He was going to let the sect handle the Taoist race for him. Next, he needed to rest for a while and prepare for the destiny that was about to appear. He looked up at the sky. The destiny was nearing completion. An ancient path stretched from one end of the sky to the other. It permeated the vast void above. Above the heavens' will, endless light of purification surged. One couldn't see the end of it. It was formed by the essence of an era's great Tao. People often said that entering the great Tao was as difficult as ascending to heaven. That was because the great Tao was not open. Even divine meridian experts couldn't come into contact with the great Tao. That was why the mandate of heaven existed. It was a path that could lead one to the great Tao. Although it was difficult and far, it was still a path for millions of people. The mandate of heaven was like a bright star, a dazzling sun. Whether it was day or night, it was eye-catching in the sky. Everyone looked up. That was their life's goal. The mandate of heaven symbolized the epitome of an era. In the afternoon, with sect master Xiao leading and a few Laozi following, Zhenwu Xingzong went to fight against the Taoist race. Su Zimo didn't follow. He wasn't needed in this battle. That was because the Taoist race had never thought of resisting. Even if the old man from Samsara was the saint of the Taoist race, he was still sent out to protect the Taoist race. Su Zimo stood at the peak of Yannan Peak. The cold wind blew down from above. He remembered that on the day of his rebirth, he was also at the peak of Yannan Peak. He often felt that time was short. It was as if many things were right in front of him. He turned his head. The old man from Samsara had his meridians sealed. He was tied up and kneeling in front of him. I've always wanted to ask you something, the old man from Samsara said. He seemed very calm. Perhaps he knew that he was going to die. He didn't beg for mercy or struggle. There was only endless death and relief on his face. Speak. Su Zimo nodded. Why are you so against Chuyang? Is it just because of Bailey Xiao? The old man from Samsara asked. I also know a little about observing people. I've observed Chuyang before. His luck is strong. It's like the North Star shining in the east. He's definitely a person with great luck. The old man from Samsara sighed deeply. If not for you, he would have achieved great things in the future. Is this question very important? Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. I didn't expect that at the very end, you would still care about this. It's like a thorn in my throat. I can't let it go. The old man in Samsara shook his head. Can you tell me the specific reason? Why should a dying man know so much? Su Zimo laughed. But there's one thing you're right about. He's truly a person of destiny. That's why he had to die. Do you understand? Hearing Su Zimo's answer, the old man from Samsara was obviously not very satisfied. What are you going to do with me? Samsara asked. Aren't you known as Samsara? Then why don't you stay in Samsara and be tortured until your soul is destroyed? Su Zimo laughed. Why don't you just give me a quick death? The old Samsara asked. Why should I give you a quick death? Su Zimo asked. The old man in Samsara was silent. When Su Zimo founded the Divine Land, he had already mastered the 6 paths of Samsara. Now, he had separated the animal path and hungry ghost path from the 6 paths. With a wave of his right hand, the endless path of Samsara surged around him. In the animal path, there was the shadow of thousands of monsters. In the hungry ghost path, there was a group of inhumane and ugly hungry ghosts. The power of samsara turned into a vortex, stirring the old man and samsara into it. Suzimo heard his painful wails, then calmly left the peak of Yannan Peak. One of the top 10 danger zones, the Endless Immortal Mountain. At this time, the Endless Immortal Mountain was shrouded in immortal fog. It was deep in the endless sky sea, drifting on the vast sea. The Immortal Mountain was majestic and vast, but there was no trace of it. Jiang Macho was on a lonely peak, cultivating with his eyes closed. The power around him was amazing. The raging flames of the Crimson Flame Imperial Physique burned around him. Now that he had completely merged with the Crimson Flame Imperial Physique, a golden flame condensed in his eyes. He opened his eyes and only glanced into the distance. The surface of the endless sky sea suddenly exploded, and in the void above, a vast number of meteorites fell from the sky. Rumble. The explosion sounded all around. Jiang Macho slowly stood up, a golden robe draped over his body, and slowly came to the central peak. Master, you were looking for me? Jiang Macho looked at the old man in front of him and asked. Old man Nothingness nodded slowly. He looked up at the sky that was about to take shape. He said, I should go. Master, where are you going? Jiang Macho hurriedly asked. Old man Nothingness pointed at the sky above his head and smiled without saying anything. Master, do you have any orders? Jiang Macho asked. Stop that person. This is your mission, and also my mission, Old man Nothingness replied. If you succeed in stopping it, we can still meet again up there. Old man Nothingness's words were not particularly thorough, but Jiang Macho could understand. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, the only consequence would be death. I understand. My life was given to me by Master, Jiang Macho said. Master, don't worry. I will do my best to complete my mission. From today onwards, you can leave the mountain. Old man Nothingness sighed and said. From today onwards, there will be no more endless celestial mountains in this world. The sun set in the west, and half the sky was dyed dark red. The dusk on the sea was especially beautiful. However, the celestial mountains in the depths of the sea drifted into the distance and never appeared again. Only a young man in a golden robe was left, step by step, walking out of the endless sky sea. At the same time, in a dense forest, Tangeline also carried a huge axe on her back, and her eyes were like axes, sharp and sharp. She wore a white flowing cloud robe with a few strands of red embroidered on the sleeves. The high-collared neckline seemed to have been specially tailored. Now, she had grown into a slender and elegant woman, with long black hair hanging down to her waist like a waterfall. Her hair reached her waist, and her skin was fair. In front of her was the silhouette of an old man. However, shadow was now very faint, as if he could dissipate at any time with a gentle breeze. Jolene, the era of great battles has begun. Go, Shadow said with a smile. Master, when can we meet again? Tangeline asked. When the time is right, we will meet again. Go, go. Shadow waved his hand and silently disappeared into the forest. Tangeline raised her head and looked at the world outside the forest. Finally, with the axe on her back, she walked out step by step. In Zhenwu Xingzong's Yannan Peak, Su Zimo was lying on a chair, leisurely dreaming. Suddenly, the sky began to tremble. A five-colored light appeared in the void that was originally covered by the eternal Great Tao. This five-colored light contained countless great Taos. There were ordinary metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as slaughter, fate, samsara, void, time, and various other high-level attributes. Light intertwined with darkness. Death and samsara were the same color in the sky. Time and space reflected each other. Destruction, holiness, curse, life, and other elements circled around. This ancient great Tao shook. Yin and Yang retreated, and the five elements protected it. The entire sky shook. The mighty mandate of heaven spun in the center of the sky. At this moment, no matter where one was on the Yuanyang continent, regardless of whether one was a new prodigy or an old monster who had been sealed for many years, they could all feel this power. It was the condensation of an era, the presence of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven has appeared, someone looked up and muttered excitedly. The entire Yuanyang continent fell into a temporary frenzy. The sky was filled with multicolored laws, and all the forces called back their disciples. They were waiting for the mandate of heaven's decision. Not only the imperial lineage, but countless disciples of itinerant cultivators were also looking up at the mandate of heaven. This was a chance for them to defy the heavens and change their fates. Once they became great emperors, they could create their own imperial lineage and go to the realm beyond heaven. On the 13 islands of the East Sea, a young man in white was looking at the sea. The calm sea reflected the colorful sky. The young man's hair was as white as snow, and his eyes were like water. He muttered to himself, "The sea is boundless, the sky is the shore, the mountain is the peak, and I am the peak." The peak towered into the clouds. The void around it was misty and boundless. Two young men were sitting on the ground amidst the clouds. An exquisite chessboard was placed between them. The young man in black on the left leaned back on the ground and poured wine into his mouth. Then, he threw the wine bottle aside and exclaimed, "I want to conquer the world. Who can compete with me?" Next to him, there was a wine bottle hanging in the void. A purple flame ignited under the wine bottle. The wine in the bottle was boiling. The young man in green on the right was much more elegant. He picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a small cup. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhua, you're in the mood. The mandate of heaven has arrived." "Isn't it our great era?" the young man in black said. "If you want to fight, you have to fight with the mandate of heaven. In this great era, the prodigies of all living beings will fight, and you, brother Wen Kuei." When the young man in green heard this, he burst into laughter. The wine in the cup was drained in one gulp. "Drinking while laughing about the world, pointing my sword to the heavens." In the hidden fog forest, which was known as the demonic beast paradise, a man wearing a red robe that seemed to be dyed red with blood was holding a long spear in his hand as he fought in the depths of the forest. Behind him were endless corpses of demonic beasts. They were densely packed, almost covering the entire floor. The thick smell of blood permeated the entire forest. The man's body was dripping with blood. Some of it was his, and some of it was the blood of countless demonic beasts. His eyes were ferocious, his thick eyebrows were raised, his nose was like an eagle's hook, and there were several scars on his face that looked like wriggling dragons. Finally, the long spear in his hand erupted with an astonishing spear intent, and hundreds of towering ancient trees collapsed with a loud bang. The last demonic beast's corpse was also nailed to death in the void. The man looked at Tianming and snorted coldly. "The bones in my hand are as high as a mountain, the blood pool under my spear is like a tidal wave, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are covered in blood." In a faraway imperial lineage, at this moment, the immortal gate was solemnly standing. With the sect master leading the way, a noble ancient coffin was brought out. This ancient coffin was crystal clear, and the water chestnut on it was hexagonal. Under the sunlight, the ancient coffin cast a dazzling light. At this moment, the sect master and all the elders were kneeling on the ground, and the coffin on the ancient coffin was slowly opened. Creak, creak, creak. A somewhat ear-piercing sound rang out. A figure sat up from the ancient coffin. It was a young man with a tender face, probably in his teens. Wearing a purple dragon robe on his body, he seemed to have a feeling that he had wandered out of ancient times. The young man slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, heaven and earth were vast. It was as if he opened his eyes for day, and closed his eyes for night. The sun and the moon rotated in his eyes. "Laozu, the mandate of heaven has been formed, and the time has come," the sect master respectfully said from below. "How many years have I been sealed?" the man asked. His voice was a little hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time, and his throat was very low. "Exactly 9,900 years, the sect master replied. "Exactly the same era." The young man stood up from the ancient coffin. At that moment, the purple dragon robe on his body became tattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon's head was dull, and his clothes were tattered. It was a world of difference from before. A will instantly ascends into the sky, chasing away the stars and the waning moon, the young man said slowly and calmly. On Yannan Peak, Su Zimo calmly looked at the sky and the evolution of the mandate of heaven. Sometimes, hundreds of great Tao gathered together, sometimes, auspicious beasts descended from the sky, and sometimes, the spring rain turned into a rainbow. Golden springs surged from the ground, and sweet dew fell from the sky. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time, and the scenes of the 4 seasons were displayed at the same time. When the sun and the moon changed, the world became black and white. In the past, there was only one samsara every 24 hours. Now, the sun and the moon changed so quickly that it was moving. The world was constantly samsara in black and white. All kinds of great Tao appeared in the world. In an instant, the world began to shake, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The mandate of heaven is about to converge, someone muttered. The mandate of heaven was the essence of an era. When it was stripped from the great Tao, it would naturally cause many strange phenomena to appear. Heavy rain fell from the sky, and lightning and thunder covered the entire void. All living beings were frightened into hiding. This doomsday-like scene was moving. Su Zimo stood in the courtyard of Yannan Peak. The rain fell outside the pavilion. Su Qingshan walked in from outside the courtyard with an umbrella. He came to the pavilion and smiled at Su Zimo. "You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Father, what's your dream?" The mandate of heaven was right in front of him. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. "What? Do you want to carry the mandate of heaven and help me achieve it?" Su Qingshan replied with a smile. Su Zimo was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked, "You and Mother, will you go to the heavens beyond heaven with me?" As soon as he said that, the surroundings were completely silent. The father and son looked at each other. The rain fell, and the thunder rumbled. If Su Qingshan did not plan to go to the heavens beyond heaven, Su Zimo could understand. Perhaps he would not be able to see his parents again. It would be very difficult to come back after going to the heavens beyond heaven. Moreover, Su Zimo had a hunch that whether he could survive this trip to the heavens beyond heaven was another question. "It's not time to part yet. Why are you talking about such a heavy topic?" Su Qingshan said with a smile. "You didn't answer my question," Su Zimo said. "Why are we going to the heavens beyond heaven?" Su Qingshan asked. "To see you, now that you're in the Yuanyang continent, you rarely come back. If you go to the heavens beyond heaven, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to see you again even under the blue sky. When a baby eagle grows up, it will always yearn for a higher and vaster world, instead of staying by its parents' side. Your mother and I both understand that. What's the difference between going to the realm beyond heaven and staying in the Yuanyang continent?" Su Qingshan said with a smile. "As for going to the wider world to take a look, your father has long since woken up from his dream of becoming an expert. When I became Zhenwu Xingzong's vice sect leader, I gave up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. Your mother's and my greatest wish is for you to be safe. In the past, when you were still young, I was able to shoulder and solve any mistakes you made. But now, when I wanted to say that I will always stand behind you, I realized that you are already a tree that is taller than your father. If you can't solve it, what can your mother and I do?" Su Qingshan had always been concise and comprehensive. He was not good with words, and the father and son rarely communicated with each other. But this time, he rambled on for a long time. "When you go to the sky beyond heaven, I will step down from my position as the vice sect leader. Accompany your mother for a stroll. You should see the great rivers and mountains of the Yuanyang continent. Then, find a secluded place and live in seclusion. If you have the chance in the future, come back and take a look. If you don't have time, then..." At this point, Su Qingshan paused for a moment and smiled. "Father will give you a poem. Youthful chivalrous spirit, befriending 5 heroes. Liver and gallbladder holes, hair standing up. In a conversation, life and death are the same. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. Pushing forward bravely, arrogantly, and willfully. Hating to climb the mountain and face the water, holding the 7-string tree in my hand, watching the return of Hong. This poem is like my father's life. When he was young, he looked forward to many things, but in the end, he could only regret them. Since you've already come this far, you should continue walking with a smile on your face. You'll have a bright future ahead of you." Hearing Su Qingshan's long speech, Su Zimo fell silent. Now was not the time to part, but he still felt a little reluctant. "By the way, I almost forgot about the important matter," Su Qingshan said with a smile. I'm here to tell you something. What? Su Zimo raised his head and asked. According to the sect's information, many factions seem to have secretly reached an agreement with each other. You need to be careful when you get there. They still want to join forces? Su Zimo snorted coldly. That's hard to say. Now that Jinwu Xingzong is in the limelight and the heavenly mandate has risen, it's impossible for the sects to fight each other. Su Qingshan said, but you should understand that the battle for the heavens will is different. I'm afraid that when the time comes to fight for the heavenly will, they will join forces. Be it the sect or anyone else, they won't be able to help you. They're just a mob, Su Zimo said. If they're not afraid of death, then feel free to come. Anyway, just be careful. Don't be in danger at the critical moment, Su Qingshan reminded him. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Then you should be quiet for a while. I'll go find out more information, Su Qingshan said. He held up the oil paper umbrella, and his rather imposing figure disappeared into the pouring rain. Su Zimo closed his eyes slightly. After a long silence, he suddenly opened his eyes again and walked out of the pavilion. He came out of the courtyard and halfway up Yannan Peak. The heavy rain was still falling, and the lightning and thunder in the sky began to weaken little by little. The endless heavenly Tao was stripped away, turned into a golden light, and disappeared in the sky. The sky cleared after the rain, and a picture was projected under the originally blue sky. It was a projection of the heavenly Tao that appeared in the sky. The picture covered the entire sky, and everyone in the Yuanyang continent could see it. The location of the battle for the heavens will has appeared, someone shouted. The location of the battle for the heavens will in every era was not fixed. Sometimes it would be on the endless heavenly sea, sometimes it would be in the land of 5 elements, and sometimes it would be in the dark forest. In short, the location was random. Once the location appeared, everyone who was chosen would have to go there. Otherwise, they would be disqualified from participating. As the picture was projected in the void, a silver meteor shower fell from the sky. The meteor shower was so dense that it was impossible to see clearly. There were probably tens of thousands of them. The meteors fell and separated toward the entire Yuanyang continent. Su Zimo looked up and saw a meteor flying toward him, and it sank into his forehead. Suddenly, a mysterious power spread out from his body, and little waves appeared on his forehead. A picture of a 6-pointed star appeared. This meant that he was chosen by the heavens' will. Only those who were chosen by the heavens will were qualified to participate in the battle for the heavens' will. Otherwise, if others rashly interfered, they would be directly destroyed by the heavenly Tao. This was also what Su Qingshan said before. When the heavens will began, whether it was Jinwu Xingzong or God Emperor, they would not be able to help. Some of the saints of the imperial lineage would inevitably join forces. Su Zimo touched the picture on top of his head and did not feel anything different. It was as if it was an ordinary picture. At this moment, the entire Yuanyang continent was enveloped by the silver flow. You could not snatch this meteor. Only it chose you. Some were happy, while others were sad. If someone was chosen, there would naturally be someone who was not. Almost all of the participants were of the younger generation. Brother Zimo, I've been chosen. Lin Ruhu's laughter came from not far away. He ran over happily. On his forehead, there was a picture similar to Su Zimo's. Do you have to be so happy? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Of course. If you're chosen, regardless of whether you fight for the heavens will or not, at least you've been recognized, Lin Ruhu replied. This was also a way to measure the talents of the heavenly Tao. There's nothing strange about this. In the past, the battle of the heavens was not too harsh. There were always tens of thousands of people, Su Zimo replied. Brother Zimo, the sect master asked me to ask you if you need an alliance? Lin Ruhu asked. Alliance. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Alliances were not rare in the battle of the heavens will. In order to avoid being eliminated early, most forces would form an alliance and eliminate others first before killing each other. Naturally, there was a lot of scheming. I don't need it, Su Zimo replied. The heavens will of this era must be mine. His voice was very calm, but the certainty and strength in it carried an extremely strong conviction. Then I'll report to the sect master as it is, Lin Ruhu said. Do you know where that is? Su Zimo pointed at the picture in the sky and asked. Xiancong Island, also known as Boundless. It's one of the 10 great forbidden grounds. Lin Ruhe nodded slightly and replied with a serious expression. Although the battle of the heavens will in the past varied, there had never been such a dangerous place. In the battle of the heavens will in the forbidden grounds, not to mention your opponents, just the forbidden grounds alone was enough to kill you several times. Su Zimo nodded and said, I'm afraid that even before the start of the heavenly fate, this place alone is enough to scare off most of the people. Only some of the weaker ones. The truly powerful ones will never back down because of this. Lin Ruhe replied. Are you going to fight for the heavenly fate? Su Zimo looked at Lin Ruhe and asked. The heavenly fate is yours. I'll definitely help you. Lin Ruhe replied. If you want to fight for the heavenly fate, I'll respect your decision. If you don't want to fight for it, then stay in Jinwuxing Zone. You're not allowed to go. Su Zimo replied. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Ruhe was stunned. He quickly asked, why? Even I don't have absolute confidence in a place like Xiancong Island. If you go, I can't guarantee your safety. Su Zimo replied. Do you think I'm a coward? Lin Ruhe asked. It's different. You're your grandfather's only grandson. You're also one of my few good friends. If you go to the realm beyond heaven, I won't stop you even if you have to sacrifice your life. Su Zimo explained, but this time, I'm destined to inherit the heavenly fate. I don't want that place to be your burial ground. If you want to fight for the heavenly fate, I can let you go. But if you want to help me or prove yourself, then you don't have to go. It's meaningless. Su Zimo's words were straightforward. As one of the 10 great forbidden places, Xiancong Island could not even protect himself if he went there. Moreover, he had a premonition that it would be a bloody battle. Lin Ruhe's strength was indeed not bad, but as a genius who could compete for the heaven's will, no one was weaker than the other. This was his path and he wanted to walk it himself. I understand. Lin Ruhe nodded dejectedly. If you want me to go, I'll go. If you don't, I won't go. Looking at Lin Ruhe's back, Su Zimo sighed. In the end, his heart softened. Perhaps it was because he was about to leave his parents. He had very few friends. Other than Lin Ruhe and Xiaogizi, there was almost no one else. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to them. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to make real friends in the future. Su Zimo even felt that he didn't need friends at all. The Xiancong Island was also known as Boundless. Above the Boundless Sea. The Boundless Sea region was the border between the Endless Sky Sea and the Endless Sky Sea. It was a sea that could almost be compared to the Endless Sky Sea. It was in the northwest of the eastern continent. The next morning, all the disciples and elders of Jinwu Xingzong gathered together. The gate leading from Yannan Peak to the outside of the sect was almost filled with people. Through the long crowd, there was a tree-lined avenue. Several large drums were placed in front of him. Someone picked up a red drumstick and hit the big drum hard. Boom! 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 Shocking sounds resounded all around. Su Zimo walked down from Yannan Peak with the tyrannical shadow on his back. Everyone's eyes were on him. Congratulations to the saint on his triumphant return. Congratulations to the saint on his triumphant return. The voices were like the waves of the sea, echoing one after another in all directions. Everyone shouted in unison, and the sound of the drums soared into the sky. Su Zimo would represent himself and Jinwu Xingzong at the same time. In the end, there would only be 2 kinds of people left in the fight for the heaven's will. One winner, and countless losers. Other than the great emperor, there were very few who could survive. Especially this time on Xiancong Island. Su Zimo turned around and smiled at the crowd. Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhe had been waiting for a long time in front of him. A huge fire bird was in front of him. It had the bloodline of both the fierce cloud sparrow and the cloud-piercing eagle, and it was the fastest beast in Jinwu Xingzong. According to the rules of Heaven's will, once the location of Xiancong Island was announced, everyone had to arrive there within 10 days. After 10 days, Xiancong Island would be closed, and those who did not arrive would be disqualified. What's wrong? Su Zimo looked at Lin Ruhe and Xiaogizi. We were ordered to send you to Xianxia Island, Lin Ruhu smiled. Don't worry, we won't go in. We'll just send you there. Su Zimo nodded slightly and stood on the back of the Firebird. The drumming behind him became more and more rapid. The Firebird let out a sharp cry and spread its wings to fly high. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a red dot and disappeared into the void. It carried everyone's expectations and blessings. Such a scene could be seen in many sects and forces. For most people, Heaven's will was one of their goals in cultivation. It might not be the ultimate goal, but it was definitely something they yearned for. The Firebird was so fast that it seemed to be shuttling through time and space. It was the fastest demon beast in Jinwu Xingzong. The airflow around it was so fast that it seemed as if it could touch the clouds. With all kinds of emotions in his heart, Su Zimo calmly looked down. Why am I more nervous than you at a time like this? Lin Ruhu smiled. Su Zimo smiled. He took down the tyrannical shadow from his back and sat down cross-legged with the saber on his lap. The Firebird's speed was faster than expected. In about 3 days, it had already reached the boundless sea. At this moment, the tyrannical shadow on his leg started to shake, and a restrained saber intent burst out. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and murmured, "We're here." Looking from above, the seawater of the boundless sea domain was much worse than that of the endless sky sea. There was no blue at all. There was only a foamy, nauseating white boiling in the water. There was a path to heaven in front of them. It was a path that existed on the sea. Let's go back. Su Zimo looked at Lin Ruhu and said. We'll wait for you here, Lin Ruhu replied. We'll wait for the moment you bear the will of heaven. Su Zimo did not force them. He stepped down from the air and landed on the path to heaven from the Firebird's back. Before he landed, a sword light flashed in front of him, carrying a strong killing intent. Su Zimo's figure somersaulted in the air and dodged the attack. He stood still and looked up. He saw a young man in a black robe standing not far in front of him. His figure was covered by a black robe, including his head. The long hair on his forehead almost covered his eyes. Who are you? Su Zimo asked. The young man in black said calmly, From the moment you set foot here, there is no distinction between names. There is only life and death. I'll stand, and you'll fall. Su Zimo chuckled as an endless amount of spiritual energy gathered crazily in his hand. He slapped down with his palm, carrying a strong sense of oppression. The young man in black on the opposite side also retreated. He waved the long sword in his hand and dissipated all the wind from Su Zimo's palm. Then, his figure was light. He turned around and slashed with a shocking sword intent. Although the sword intent had already slashed down, the black-robed youth did not expect Su Zimo's movements to be even faster. Almost instantaneously, he appeared behind him. Black spirit energy surged from his palm and slapped towards the young man in black's head. What? The black-robed young man was shocked as well. However, he didn't have any chance to dodge. With a boom, Su Zimo did not hold back at all in this palm strike, and directly sent him flying. The young man in black's figure fell at the edge of the boundless ocean. In order to stop his body from falling, he stabbed his sword into the ground and drew a conspicuous line. The young man in black quickly stabilized his body, but he found that Su Zimo didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked at him with a faint smile. Who are you? The young man in black asked. Didn't you say that names aren't important? Su Zimo smiled. I want to know now, the young man in black replied. Who do you think you are? Su Zimo replied. I want to see this Xianxia Island now, don't disturb me. You should be glad that I don't want to kill you. Su Zimo looked around. At this moment, he was standing on a straight path to the heavens. He stood at one end of the path, and on the other end was a towering gate. The gate was made of an unknown material. It was thousands of meters long and tens of thousands of meters wide. It stretched across the winding sea, and one couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, more and more people were arriving. On the boundless ocean, there were also countless ships coming from afar. They couldn't see clearly, and there was no need to see clearly. Because the battle of the will of the heavens gave everyone 10 days to come here, Su Zimo only used 3 days. He still had enough time to visit this place. People were walking on air, and each of them had a majestic and unfathomable aura. They represented the elites of their respective forces. However, very few people caused trouble, and everyone was wary of each other. From the path to the heavens, they walked towards the gate. Suzimo walked in front, and the young man in black followed behind silently. Suzimo glanced at him and didn't stop him. When he arrived in front of the gate, he realized that the gate was illusory. It was like a wall made of air. He could reach inside with his finger. "This is the uninhabited area of the Xianxia Island," the young man in black explained. "You'd better be careful, this isn't a simple wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Suzimo noticed that the gate began to fluctuate. A mysterious force came from all directions, as if it wanted to devour him. He hurriedly moved his hand away from the gate. However, the devouring power did not intend to let him go so easily. It condensed a monster's head on the surface of the door. Opened S's S, opened Xiankong T with Xiankong Xiankong man, S Xiong have a T show tess. Many people had already arrived in front of the gate. Obviously, they had prepared in advance, and were more knowledgeable than Suzimo. One of them had blue spirit chi surging around his hands. He stretched out his index finger and drew an oval pattern on the gate. After the pattern was formed, a small gate appeared, and the person immediately rushed in. Then, the gate returned to normal. There were also people who had water flowing around their bodies, and they directly stepped into the gate. The young man in black quickly explained, "The gate outside the Xianxia Island is formed by the power of the boundless ocean. Only water-type power can pass through here. Do you have any water-type treasures or water-type cultivation methods?" Seeing that Suzimo didn't answer, the young man in black took out 2 pills from his pocket. "If you trust me, then eat it," the young man in black threw one to Suzimo and explained. "This is a freshwater pearl. I prepared it for you." Suzimo didn't hesitate and swallowed the pearl. Instantly, water-type power spread out. It spread to his limbs and bones, to every part of his body. When he touched the gate again, he realized that it had become a wall of air. "Look, it's Mr. Hunter Dao from the Wuling Creek. Look over there, senior brother Worldly Dust from the Qiyun Temple is here too. The 18 swordsmen of the sword dance altar are all here. Are they planning to kill each other?" "What do you mean by killing each other?" "It's probably a small group that's here to clear the path. The Dark Lord from the Great Light State is here too. That lunatic is here too." The battle of the destiny in every era was like this. In the vast sky, the heavenly axiom would project an image. It was the scene inside the Xianxia Island. No matter which direction you looked from, east, south, west, up or down, you would see the same scene. This was the battle of the destiny. Everyone on the Yuanyang continent could see the situation inside the Xianxia Island. However, it was a pity that the battle of the destiny depended on one's own strength every year. Schemes and tricks were of little help. The battle of the destiny is really a prosperous era. Look at these prodigies that haven't been seen in hundreds or even thousands of years. There are also many people who have only heard of their names but never seen them in person. All of them are gathered here. That's right. Prodigies are everywhere. It's a pity that the battle of the destiny causes too much damage to the prodigies. After the prosperous era, there will be a decline. This is the law of nature. Only when the prosperous era is over can new people establish a new prosperous era. Everyone on the Yuanyang continent was talking about it. During this period of time, it could be said that no one was doing anything. They were all looking at the sky and preparing to welcome the ruler of this era. When Suzimo went through the gate, the world in front of him changed. It was a circular world. He was standing on a small path. The path was very narrow, and only one person could stand on it. There was an oval-shaped island in front of him. The island was a little like a spinning top. The top was round and the bottom was very sharp. There was no landing point on the island. It just floated in the void. The island was rotating slowly. There were rugged rocks on the island, and flowers and trees grew very luxuriantly. The path he was on led to the bottom of the island. There was a long distance between the gate and the island. Other than the path, there was nothing but the void. It was forbidden to fly here. Even if a great emperor came, he would not be able to fly. This was the most terrifying part of the Xianxia Island, one of the top 10 forbidden areas. Since it was impossible to fly, one had to climb up the island step by step from the bottom to get to the island. More importantly, the Xianxia Island was surrounded by the Dead Sea. This ocean of death was different from ordinary ocean of death. Not only was there nothing that could float on its surface, but there was also the ocean of death. Everything that came into contact with it would be devoured instantly. It was like sulfuric acid that could melt one's bones in seconds. You in front, get out of my way if you don't want to. Because Suzimo was standing on the path could only accommodate one person, so the people behind him were all blocked outside. Suzimo looked up and glanced at him, then quickly walked forward. Just as he was about to reach the bottom of the Xianxia Island, he stomped on the ground with his right foot. The path that was originally supporting him was instantly shattered. "Kid, you're courting death." Someone shouted angrily behind him. Suzimo chuckled and ignored the others. However, it was obvious that the others also had other ways. Although they couldn't fly here, other methods were allowed. Some people's swords grew to tens of thousands of meters long and were placed on the path between the Xianxia Island and the Xianxia Island. Then, they stepped on the giant swords and walked over. There was also a woman whose ribbons were tens of thousands of meters long. She stepped on the ribbons and walked over like a fairy. Many people glanced at Suzimo and then looked away. Because the heavenly fate hadn't started yet and it wasn't the time to fight. Doing so would only benefit others. However, some people weren't so rational. At this moment, 3 people surrounded Suzimo. They were staring at him fiercely. "Kid, are you so eager to die?" The young man on the left said. "It's the 3 sons of Xianxia." Someone saw this scene and obviously recognized the 3 people. The 3 sons of Xianxia? Some people were disdainful of this name. How dare such scum fight for the heavenly fate? It's said that the 3 sons of Xianxia are evil cultivators. They like to kill and rob and bully others. How dare they fight for the heavenly fate? The people around were discussing. Suzimo looked up and glanced at the 3 people. "Noisy," he said indifferently. He grabbed the 3 people with his right hand and gathered the wind and clouds in his hand. The power was obviously beyond the 3 people's expectations. "He's a tough one," the leader of the 3 sons of Xianxia said. The 3 people were even more horrified to find that when Suzimo's palm landed, they were directly suppressed. They couldn't even move their bodies. "How can this be?" the leader shouted again in horror. However, the 3 of them had already been sent flying and landed on the Dead Sea outside. In an instant, the bones melted into the water and disappeared without a trace. This? Everyone looked at each other. Although the 3 sons of Qing City weren't very strong, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. "Who is that? You don't even know the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong? You're also here to participate in the battle for the heaven's will?" Someone nearby teased. Ever since Suzimo had caused a lot of commotion, it could be said that almost everyone knew about him. All the sects gave their disciples a hint. No wonder. Someone suddenly realized. This was also the reason why some people didn't attack him even though they knew his identity. "So you're Suzimo?" The young man in black looked at him and chuckled. "Do you want to team up with me?" Seeing that Suzimo did not speak, he introduced himself. "I am Jian Yuyang from Taibai Tower. You should have heard of my name before, right?" "I haven't." Suzimo shook his head slightly. "Then what about Taibai Tower?" the young man in black continued to ask. Suzimo still shook his head. He looked up and saw that many people had already formed an alliance. They had all discussed this beforehand. Even the lone cultivators had gathered together to warm up. "Do you want to think about it?" The young man in black still didn't want to give up and asked. Suzimo ignored him and observed the situation around him. Right now, everyone was gathered below Xianxia Island. Before the battle for the heavens will begins, no one can go up. Some people were sitting cross-legged, while others were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. This scene was a bit strange. This was the battle for the heavens will, the cruelest time, but right now, it was peaceful. Time passed by slowly. During this time, there were a few conflicts and some people started to fight. However, it was still a small number of people. When the dawn of the 10th day arrived, the sky finally began to change. The originally destitute void suddenly shone with a golden light. The heavens that spanned across the void was like the Milky Way, hanging in the void. The heavens shone with all kinds of elemental power. It was very eye-catching. Seeing the heavens the originally slow-spinning Xianxia island also started to spin rapidly. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. If one didn't hold on tightly, they would be thrown out of the Xianxia island and fall into the Dead Sea. Everyone, let's go to the Xianxia island together. Someone stood out and laughed. Then, he took the lead and flew toward the Xianxia island. Although the island rotated at a very high speed, everyone could slowly get used to it. Even if the speed was a bit slow, it was fine as long as they could reach the top of the mountain. Zimo missed a step and aimed at a protruding rock. He jumped up and grabbed it. Then, he lost control of his body and started to spin along with the Xianxia island. Go to hell. A loud shout came from the side. Suddenly, a few people attacked him from all directions. Zimo didn't know these people, but he still chuckled. Looks like this was all planned. The tyrannical shadow circled around him. He grabbed the rock with one hand and held the tyrannical shadow with the other as he fought with the crowd. Everyone, let's work together to drive this guy out. If he's too strong, we won't be able to rest easy. Someone shouted. Looking at Zimo, it was obvious that many people were tempted. Come at me together. Zimo was no longer in a hurry to climb up. Instead, he stood at the waist of the mountain and looked at everyone calmly. He grabbed a person who just attacked him with one hand and broke his neck. With his hands covered in blood, he looked at everyone around him. He wouldn't back down in the battle for the heavens' will. He was destined to step on everyone to reach the top. This was his plan from the very beginning. Use the human wave tactic. Someone suggested. At this moment, about 30 to 40 people surrounded Zimo. They didn't let their guard down at all. Instead, they were all on high alert. Everyone's true fate appeared. In an instant, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared around the Xianxia island. Seeing this, the people outside were all excited. This Shenwu Xingzong son of God is really scary. But with so many people surrounding him, I'm afraid he's in danger. He doesn't know how to hide his strength. Before the battle for the heavens' will, most people keep a low profile so that they don't become the target of public criticism. While everyone was discussing, Zimo had already started to fight with the others. He didn't hold back at all. His speed was so fast that these people couldn't even see his shadow. They were all elites, but the gap between them was so big that it was hard to accept. He grabbed two people's necks and slammed them onto the Xianxia island. The two people's heads were smashed into the mountainside of the Xianxia island, and their bodies were sent flying. Everyone's eyes trembled when they saw this scene. Everyone attacked together. There's no way out. Someone clenched his teeth and yelled. At this point, it was impossible for them to admit defeat. In an instant, all kinds of destinies unleashed a powerful aura, and all the moves were aimed at Zimo. Supreme Taiji Sword. Phoenix 9 Mystic Transformations. Demonic Finger. Yellow Spring of Fortune. Emperor Dragon Burial. Zimo raised his head and looked at the densely packed falling moves. The corner of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. Seeing that he was drowned by all the attacks, the others didn't relax at all. Instead, they all stared at him. The entire void fell silent. When all the dust settled, everyone realized that Zimo was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Someone asked hurriedly. Everyone looked around. Above us. Then, someone shouted with a trembling voice. Everyone seemed to feel that something was wrong. A powerful force gathered above their heads. Everyone looked up and saw Zimo holding a giant rock with one hand. His figure was hanging in midair. In the other hand, a powerful force was gathering. One of the 10 great divine techniques, Heaven-Swallowing Finger of Fortune. Zimo chuckled. Between his 5 fingers, there seemed to be a layer of glowing golden glass. Waves of devouring power spread between his fingers. In front of each finger, there was a black devouring vortex spinning. The power of fortune overflowed on the surface, and the devouring vortex was on the surface. Every finger was a devouring vortex, like a black hole. After enlarging, they hung in the void. As his right hand fell, the wind suddenly rose. Waves of powerful air currents swept over like tornadoes, covering the sky and covering the earth. The scene in front of everyone disappeared, leaving only 5 rapidly spinning black holes. They fell heavily from the void. "Hide!" someone shouted. "How can we hide?" Someone was also helpless. Above was the black hole, below was the Dead Sea. "Let's fight it out with him. We're all geniuses, so we might not be weaker than him." Someone shouted, as if they were cutting off all means of retreat. Although the black hole fell with great momentum, its speed was so fast that it only took an instant. Like a flash of black light, more than half of the dozens of people around the Xianxia island were wiped out. Su Zimo's figure was almost as fast as lightning in the void. Even the remnants of the void could not catch him. Among the remaining people, he appeared directly behind the young man and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. It tore his hand in half. It was like tearing a piece of bread with his hands. After his body was torn apart, a stream of light flew into the distance. "You want to escape?" Su Zimo chuckled and slammed his palm forward. Instantly, the spirit was annihilated in his palm. When the remaining people saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. "Holy Sun Su, we can form an alliance. We didn't mean to go against you." About 5 or 6 people all chose to beg for mercy. The heavenly mandate had not even begun. If they died here, it would be a great loss. "What's there to form an alliance with a bunch of trash like you?" Su Zimo chuckled. "Do you want to live?" They all nodded. "Then climb up. Climb to the top of the mountain and I'll spare your lives." Su Zimo laughed. "Run for your lives." Without hesitation, they all climbed up the Xianxia island with all their might. However, as soon as they turned around, a few beams of light shot toward the skyblade and crushed their bodies into powder. Even their bodies were destroyed. "I lied to you. You believed me?" Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. "Looks like you haven't been taught the ways of the world. That must be Xianxia from the other side of the cloud. And that Saint Yuqiu from the Green Autumn sect. They're all dead. None of them escaped. That must be the saint of Zhenwu Zone. No wonder people have been saying that he's the heavenly mandate. So many people are no match for him. The roles of pray and pray have changed. But this kind of battle is more interesting." The people around discussed animatedly. The sects that lost their saints were naturally furious. Some were angry at Su Zimo, and some were resentful toward their saints. The heavenly mandate had not even begun. Everyone was trying to protect themselves and survive until the end. They, on the other hand, directly chose the strongest one to challenge. Su Zimo stood halfway up the Xianxia island. Because of the battle just now, he had fallen behind the group for a long time. He had to catch up as soon as possible. Although he couldn't fly, he was not slow. With the rocks as his stepping stones, he could cover 100 meters with each step. However, Su Zimo and the group encountered some trouble when they were close to the Xianxia island. In the sky above the Xianxia island, other than the colorful heaven's wheels, there was also an open void gate. Some void bugs crawled down from the void gate and attacked the people at the top. These void bugs were densely packed. It was impossible to tell how many of them there were. Moreover, their attack power was shocking. As long as they were stained with blood, they could directly transfer into the bodies of living creatures. They could devour all the organs. These bugs blocked the group's path. Someone had to stop and ask helplessly, "Do any of you know anything about the Xianxia island?" "I know a little," monk Worldly Dust from the Qiyun temple stood up and said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Of course, everyone knew something about the Xianxia island. However, no one knew anything about it. After all, who would come to the 10 Forbidden Lands for no reason? "I'm sure you've heard of some rumors. A great battle once took place on the Xianxia island, monk Worldly Dust said. "I know. The Xianxia island used to be the pillar of heaven and earth. It said that it supported the foundation of the entire Yuanyang continent." Someone interrupted and explained. Then, some beings came out of nowhere and wanted to destroy the pillar of heaven and earth. Emperor Featherflight of that generation led everyone to fight against them and returned victorious. What you said is only a rough idea, Monk Worldly Dust said. The beings who wanted to destroy the Yuanyang continent came from other continents. Emperor Featherflight didn't kill them. Instead, he forced them to retreat. Other continents? Everyone was stunned, but they quickly accepted it. With their knowledge, it was not difficult to know about the existence of other continents. Then why did people from other continents come to our Yuanyang continent? Someone asked. How would I know? Monk Worldly Dust said with a smile. Why don't you ask them yourself? Wait. At this moment, someone exclaimed from the side. Since these void worms have appeared, does it mean that? Before the young man could finish his sentence, the people around him shuddered. It meant that those beings were about to make a comeback. I've always wondered why the fortune of destiny was placed on Xiankong Island, Prince Baidao from Wolingxi said coldly. According to the past, the place where the fortune of destiny was fought didn't need to be so dangerous. You mean? Someone pointed up, but it was unclear what he meant. Su Zimo found it funny as he watched from the side. He had long thought of these things. The heavenly axiom wanted to use everyone as a weapon and use the fortune of destiny as an excuse to get rid of the outsiders. It could eliminate the threat of the Yuanyang continent and carry the fortune of destiny. It was killing two birds with one stone. This was the heavenly axiom. It could easily toy with everyone, regardless of whether they were from the imperial lineage. Even if they knew, they would still jump into the fire pit because the temptation of the fortune of destiny was too great. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other. Even those who didn't care about the matter looked over. I suggest that we stay united in the current situation. There's no need for internal strife, Prince Baidao said. We'll fight after we kill the enemies. What do you think? I agree, the Dark Lord from the Great Light Realm said. Otherwise, we won't get anything. Holy Sun Su, what do you think? Someone walked toward Su Zimo and asked softly. The person was dressed in a purple robe. His eyes were bright like torches. His white hair fluttered behind him like snow. A jade flute hung from his waist. He looked elegant and his smile was like a spring breeze. He was the holy son of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, Tai Chu. As an old imperial lineage in the eastern continent, Su Zimo didn't have much contact with the Taiyuan heavenly sect. He didn't have any friendship with the holy son of his family. He didn't expect Tai Chu to ask him first. You guys decide. I'm just here to watch the show. Su Zimo waved his hand. Holy Sun Su, you're the strongest among us. Feel free to speak your mind, Lei Yan from the Thunder Tomb said in a thunderous voice. He said. Although no one was willing to admit it, Su Zimo was indeed very strong. You have to listen to my advice, Su Zimo replied. I think you're pretty good. I'll leave the task of leading the charge to you. You. Lei Yan glared at Su Zimo angrily, then snorted and ignored him. Everyone, please stop arguing. Worldly Dust acted like a peacemaker. He looked up at the top of the Xiankong Island and replied, those insects don't seem to have the courage to come down. As long as we don't get too close to the top, we won't be attacked. They must be guarding something. Then let's charge together, the Dark Lord replied. There's no point in rushing forward aimlessly like this. Everyone should gather at one point and forcefully tear open a path. The success rate is high and the casualties are low, suggested Worldly Dust. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Madman Qin from Qin Yu Lu was obviously a hot-tempered person. After a brief discussion, everyone started to charge towards the top of the Xiankong Island. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. His gaze swept across his surroundings. He looked at the Xiankong Island above and the Death Sea below. He seemed to have thought of something. He disappeared into the crowd and unknowingly arrived at the bottom of the Xiankong Island, beside the Death Sea. Looking at the calm sea surface without a single ripple, Su Zimo chuckled. In the next moment, spirit chi surged around him and he jumped into the Death Sea. Often, the most unexpected place was the safest place. Su Zimo was taking a gamble. The Death Sea was still the Death Sea. The strong corrosive force was about to melt his body into rotten water. However, Suzimo had the tree of life. He let it rot as it pleased and the life energy continued to supply him. After entering the Death Sea, all he could see was darkness. It was complete darkness. Suzimo held his breath and swam down to the bottom of the Death Sea. After about an hour, it was easy for people to become irritable in such a dark and enclosed environment. Even Suzimo was about to give up and think that he had guessed wrongly. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in front of him. Suzimo frowned slightly and swam forward at a much faster speed. Soon, he found a thick layer of seaweed at the bottom of the sea. The seaweed was dense and lush, and it seemed to be covering something. And that faint light was coming from the bottom. He was about to go down and test it out, but the seaweed attacked him first. It came from all directions and wrapped around Suzimo's legs, trying to drown him. The tyrannical shadow on his back unsheathed itself. Boundless saber intent fell and shattered all the seaweed. What appeared in front of Suzimo was a path made of bones. The path was made of piles of bones. At the end of the path, there seemed to be a palace. However, his vision was too blurry in the Death Sea, and Suzimo could not see very far. His figure landed on the path made of bones. He saw that the edge of the path was covered with all kinds of tentacles. They were all in a petrified state. Suzimo walked closer and looked carefully. He could feel that there was a magical power inside these tentacles. "What are these things?" he muttered to himself. However, he still walked forward slowly. It was surprisingly quiet along the way, and he did not encounter any obstacles. He came to the front of the palace without any obstacles. Only then did Suzimo see the appearance of the palace clearly. The palace was built in the image of a monster. It was difficult to describe this monster. It was similar to a spider, but instead of legs, there were countless tentacles under its body. Its face was ferocious, but because it was blocked by a few tentacles, it was not very clear. The surface of its body was not friendly to people with trypophobia. They were all densely packed dots, like flowing lava, causing people to tremble in fear. And the door leading to the main hall was the mouth of this monster. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Suzimo walked in directly. The moment he stepped in, the whole place shook. "Ignorant human, how dare you step into the territory of the great Anus?" A voice louder than thunder was heard. The originally calm Death Sea began to ripple. On this path made of bones, all the tentacles along the way seemed to come alive, and it was a scene of demons dancing wildly. Suzimo only felt a powerful force burst out. Not long after he entered the palace, he was directly shaken out. He saw that the monster palace that was originally built was revived. It was so powerful that the entire Corpse Avenue began to shake. The monster stared at Suzimo with its eyes that were as bright as the sun and the moon. It was both striking and ferocious. Countless petrified tentacles began to gather in the air. The Dead Sea was stirred up and became murky. "Kneel down," the monster said in an indisputable tone. "You?" Suzimo chuckled. "If you beg for mercy now, the great Anus may consider sparing your life." The monster looked down at Suzimo with great pressure. "Anus," Suzimo replied. "You're the creature from another continent? How dare you call me by my name?" The monster roared angrily. Then, countless tentacles came charging at Lin Fan from all directions. "You're just bluffing," Suzimo snorted. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was surrounded by sharp blade will, forming a shroud of blade will. Any tentacle that came close to him would be crushed instantly. "Keep going, I'll see how many tricks you have," Suzimo said with a smile as he walked toward the monster. The monster obviously had its concerns. Although Suzimo did not know what it was worried about. If the monster was strong enough, it would not have to hide under the Dead Sea and use the void worm to lure everyone to the top of Xianxia Island. If it were him, he would do the same. The Xianxia Island was a place where everyone fought for the mandate of heaven. He would not stay there unless he was strong enough. Although the monster was powerful, it could only use its tentacles. It was just bluffing. Suzimo used his blade will to soar into the sky. The tentacles could not touch him at all. The monster only panicked when he got closer and closer to it. "Human, leave this place and I'll forgive your offense," the monster said. What's in the palace? Suzimo asked. He could sense that both the sound and the power were coming from the main hall. It did not come from the monster itself. After all, it was nothing more than a palace. Human, if you take another step forward, you'll definitely die, the monster continued to yell. Suzimo ignored him and ran straight into the main hall. Although he personally despised the Heavenly Tao, he was also clear that since the Heavenly Tao had gathered everyone here, it would definitely not push everyone to their deaths. Otherwise, what would happen to the destiny of this era? The world also needed to grow. Looking at Suzimo's figure, the monster seemed to be even crazier. The countless tentacles no longer wanted to kill Suzimo. They just kept blocking him. With the tyrannical shadow in his hand, Suzimo cut through all the obstacles in front of him and finally stood in front of the hall. Human, think carefully. Don't regret coming in, the monster said calmly as it looked at him. As if knowing its fate, the monster did not struggle and instead calmed down. I've never regretted it, Suzimo replied. He stepped into the dark hall. The tyrannical shadow in his hand flickered with a dazzling light, illuminating everything inside. Only then did Suzimo see the scene inside clearly. The space was not very wide, and the surrounding walls were still densely packed with tentacles. Only in front of him was something like an insect egg. It could still scare people with trypophobia to death. Its entire body was pale yellow, like a milky yellow. There was a layer of smooth protective film covering it. It split in the middle, like a heart, and was obviously beating with a thump-thump-thump sound. There was a powerful aura of life coming from it. The aura of life was so strong that it was second only to the tree of life that Suzimo had seen. It was enough to imagine how powerful it was. Kid, you wanted to come in, the creature in the egg said. Bear the consequences. What consequences can there be? Suzimo smiled faintly. Besides, what are you? I've never seen you before. Because of the egg, Suzimo could not see the scene inside. My name is Anis. I'm not a toy. I'm a great cosmic insect, the creature in the egg explained calmly. Where are you from? Suzimo asked. Other than you, do you have any other companions? The creature seemed to be too lazy to answer his question. It just holed up in the egg and remained silent. Not answering? Suzimo chuckled. He raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand high, and a mountain-like aura spread out above his head. He slashed it down heavily. With a bang, the seemingly fragile egg was as firm as a rock. It did not budge at all. Don't waste your energy. You're not strong enough to break my defense, the creature replied calmly. Even if you carry the mandate of heaven, it won't help. I like challenges, Suzimo said with a smile. The 19th style of Tao querying gathered on the tyrannical shadow. The power of creation filled it, and the entire hall shook. Suzimo raised his blade. A blade light cut through the darkness, shattering everything in its path. Even the palace itself had been sliced in half by Ba Ying's shadow. However, when it landed on the egg, it still made a dull bang sound. There was no damage at all. Xianxia, heaven-swallowing finger of fortune, Suzimo shouted. He was unwilling to give up. The heaven-swallowing power gathered on his left hand, and his 5 fingers turned into a boundless black hole. The Xianxia on his right palm spun. When the 10 divine techniques were used, the Death Sea, which had been silent for a long time, started to churn with huge waves. The entire Death Sea was turned upside down. Perhaps it could not stand the powerful pressure. The surrounding void exploded and shattered into pieces. Suzimo attacked the egg again. With a bang, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The hull collapsed, and the path of bones under his feet was also shattered into countless pieces. Suzimo looked down and found that the egg was still unharmed. Interesting, he chuckled. I told you not to waste your energy, the creature inside the egg said. Leave now, and I'll remove all the insects from Xianxia Island. No, compared to anything else, I'm more interested in you right now, Suzimo shook his head and said. The creature went silent for a while, then said, how about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Suzimo asked with interest. Don't you want to fight for the fortune of heaven? I can make those insects cooperate with you and help you fight for the fortune of heaven, what do you think? Why do you want to help me? Suzimo asked. We don't attack each other, I only want a place to rest, the creature replied. I don't think you want a place to rest, but to recover, Suzimo laughed. When you come out of this egg, it won't be like this anymore, so what? Even if you know, you can't do anything to me, not even the heavenly path, the creature replied. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Suzimo chuckled. He waved his right hand and opened the passage to the divine continent. A powerful suction force spread out from it. What is this? The egg asked calmly. You'll know when you get in, Suzimo replied. As the powerful suction force came, the entire egg was uprooted, including the great path of bones that floated together. They were all sucked into the divine continent. Suzimo raised his head and looked up at the sky. The world was strangely quiet. Then, he entered the divine land. As soon as he entered, he heard the creature in the egg laughing. It's rare to see such a new world in the Yuanyang continent. Do you have to be so excited? Suzimo asked. Kid, I should thank you, the creature replied. This new world is much more interesting than the Yuanyang continent. After I absorb this new world, I'll be able to devour the Yuanyang continent. Killing two birds with one stone. You don't seem to understand your situation, Suzimo said with a faint smile. What situation? The creature replied. You'll all become my nutrients. Suzimo did not bother to explain. His attacks could not break the egg. This made him realize that the key to breaking the egg was not power. Or rather, the power that he could come into contact with so far could not move the egg. He could only break it down from its structure. The rules of everything in the world were just a drop in the ocean on the chaos bead. In the divine continent, he was the god of creation. Suzimo waved his right hand. In the depths of the endless void, in a corner that no one could see, the chaos bead slowly appeared. An old bead bloomed with thousands of rays of light, occasionally illuminating thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and stepping through thousands of nebulae. The chaos bead came rolling down with monstrous power. As it descended, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. What is this? The creature in the egg yelled. I want to know what you are, Suzimo said with a smile. When the chaos bead shrouded the entire egg with endless light, the surface of the egg began to change. Streams of rule force were circulating around. That was the law of devouring. No wonder I couldn't break it. Suzimo was relieved. One had to know that even entering immortals only comprehended profundities, and nirvanic emptiness was only natural law. As for rule force, it was still very far away from him. This was not a power he could come into contact with at the moment. How could this be? What did you do? The insect egg was shrinking bit by bit as it was being decomposed. The creatures inside became more and more nervous, and their voices became sharper. It's not too late to beg for mercy, Suzimo said calmly. The great Annis will not beg for mercy, not even in death, roared the voice angrily. Just wait for your death. You can't run away. Still stubborn? Suzimo smiled. Ignoring the other party's shouts and screams, he directly left the divine land. The chaos bead still needed time to break down the worm eggs. Suzimo naturally wouldn't stay there forever. A figure rushed out from the Dead Sea. As soon as he came out, Suzimo felt several pairs of eyes on him. Many people here were paying special attention to him. Seeing that he had disappeared, he must have been holding a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to risk entering the Death Sea. Holy Sun Su, you. Several people looked at Suzimo. Suzimo looked around and found that there was Tai Chu, the holy son of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, Dark Lord of the Great Light Realm, Shi Tian of the Lava Tomb, Gong Sun Zhaojue of the Weiyang Palace. There were also many unfamiliar faces that he didn't recognize. What are you all doing? Suzimo smiled. Holy Sun Su, what did you find? Can you tell us? Tai Chu asked. Now that we're facing a great enemy, we have to work together. Those insects? Suzimo pointed at the sky and said disdainfully. That's only for you. It doesn't matter to me. As soon as Suzimo finished his words, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the top of the Xianxia island. This time, he didn't hold back. In a few breaths, he was already above the Xianxia island. The void worms in the sky seemed to have received some sort of provocation as they swarmed towards Suzumo. The bug screeching was very ear-piercing, and when they gathered together, it gave people goosebumps. Suzumo raised his hand, and the tyrannical shadow was burning with fire and thunder like a peerless blade. He forced his way through the swarm of bugs and reached the Xianxia island. Even though the higher he went, the more insects there were and the denser they still could not stop Suzumo's footsteps. He was the first to reach the top of the island. At first glance, it was a scene of devastation. The size of the island was beyond imagination. It was hundreds of thousands of square meters, almost half of the boundless ocean. However, the scenery on the island was terrible. It was full of potholes of various sizes. Furthermore, these craters were not ordinary craters. Each crater represented a small world. As time passed, some small worlds had self-destructed, but some were still in ruins. It's the heavenly pit. The young man in black, who called himself Xianxia from the Taibai pavilion, also walked up. People began to land on the island one after another. In fact, they didn't use their full strength in the beginning because they were afraid that there would be dangers on the island. Now that they saw Suzumo going up, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Heavenly pit? Suzumo repeated after hearing Xianxia's words. That's right. Emperor Feiyu led everyone here to fight a decisive battle. The battle created the heavenly pit, and it hasn't been repaired even after 1,000,000 years, Xianxia explained. From the beginning to the end, the space had been repairing itself. It was enough to imagine how glorious it was back then. Suzumo looked up again and saw the void gate in front of him. The bugs had run out from the void gate here. They were endless and couldn't be killed. If we destroy the void gate, we can stop the bugs, someone said. The monsters that Emperor Feiyu faced back then were so powerful. Now, it seems that they were just barely passable, Xianxia said. Suzumo smiled. That was because they didn't see the big guy under the ocean of death. If it really revived, even emperors would have a hard time. Everyone didn't hold back. They all attacked. The void collapsed. Space and time were destroyed. Countless bugs were sacrificed. The void gate was destroyed in an instant. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a sword light bloomed behind them. Dozens of people were stabbed in the heart by the sword light. Their internal organs were directly crushed. Even their souls were shattered. You guys? The people who were killed shouted in pain. Then, the thousands of people remaining on the battlefield all turned around and looked at Suzumo. Holy Sun Tzu, I'll send you out first. Don't mind me. You're too strong. Suzumo chuckled at the sudden turn of events. He wasn't surprised at all. These people seemed to have contacted each other in private. Those who didn't ally with them were mostly killed just now. Destiny was an existence that could change one's fate. Therefore, Suzumo expected that no matter how strong he was, these people wouldn't give up so easily. Even if everyone allied together, they would still fight for a chance. The young man in black and Xianxia were still in disbelief when they saw the scene. Why are you guys, join us or die with him? Someone asked calmly. I'm not ashamed to be with you guys. Xianxia snorted. He looked at Suzumo and said, how about we ally? Suzumo ignored him. Instead, he stretched out his right arm and curled his fingers, making a provocative gesture. All of you, attack together. Today, we'll dye Xianxia Island red with blood. Kill. The crowd roared. Thousands of people spread out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to attack if they were concentrated together. Instead, they would be injured by Suzumo. Suzumo looked up and saw that in the sky, there were various colors and shapes of destiny. They were like blooming stars. They hung high in the sky. Occasionally, a few people would shine brightly like the sun and moon. Samsara. Formation masters, trap him. Someone shouted. A young man with a chessboard on his back walked out from the crowd. This young man was Mo Chen, who had some interactions with Zimo before. He was from the Mo family, which was the family of the Tao Formation Emperor. The 6 elements indestructible formation created by the Tao Formation Emperor was known as the pinnacle of formations. It was widely known that it couldn't be destroyed from the inside. At this moment, Emochin was surrounded by spirit energy. The formation board on his back was taken down. The chessboard was the 6 elements indestructible formation that had been engraved long ago. The Emo family rarely took it out because the conditions to set up the 6 elements indestructible formation were too harsh. The amount of resources and manpower required was unimaginable. Even though they were of the imperial lineage, they couldn't afford to use it more than a few times. This time, they had no choice but to take it out to help Emochin fight for the destiny. Above the disc array, the 6 elemental forces continued to revolve. 6 different elements intertwined with each other in different colors, forming a circular Tai Chi shape. Protect him. Don't let the formation break, Holy Sun Zongqing from Tuocheng Mountain reminded from the side. The surrounding people blocked Emochen's path. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Su Zimo stood in place indifferently and had no intention of making a move. Just like that, he allowed Emochin to set up the formation. The so-called 6 elements were God, Devil, Demon, Immortal, Underworld, and Human. It meant that once creatures from the 6 realms entered the formation, unless they attacked from the outside, they would not be able to break the formation. If you want to leave the formation, you must not be within the 5 elements and transcend the 6 realms. Only then will you not be affected by the 6 elements indestructible formation. Countless dense array talismans floated out of the void. These array talismans were different from array flags and array seals. The array talisman was a unique medium for the 6 elements indestructible array. Because its power was too strong, ordinary mediums would not be able to withstand it for long. The Tao Array Great Emperor had specially invented this item. As more and more array talismans fell, the void around Su Zimo began to change. Layers of ripples appeared around him, and the ripples grew stronger and stronger. The array disc enlarged by thousands of times and enveloped Su Zimo's head. Then, Emochin shouted, "Pardon." The array disc descended with majestic power like a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo felt that the void around him had changed. It was as if the sky above Xianxia Island was enveloped by a mysterious force. And this power came from all directions, like a long line, and Su Zimo was like a puppet hanging on the long line. It wanted to connect to Su Zimo's body. "It's trapped." Someone's face lit up as he shouted. "Everyone, don't hold back. Use your strongest attacks and send him straight into the crater," someone hurriedly said. At this moment, everyone was standing in the air, except for Su Zimo, who was standing on top of the crater. Strangely enough, the Xianxia Island used to be restricted in the air. However, after reaching the top, one could walk in the air. Up in the sky, there was a huge commotion as countless forces gathered. It was hard to believe how powerful the attacks of thousands of heaven's favorites would be. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the world. When the attacks landed, the entire Xianxia Island began to shake. However, the defense of the Xianxia Island was beyond imagination. An ordinary island would have been reduced to dust under these attacks, but the Xianxia Island only shook a little. Inside the 6 elements indestructible array, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Everything was annihilated. The dust was like a sandstorm, raging and howling. "Everyone, don't stop. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath," someone continued to shout. They did not want to give Su Zimo any chance to react. Wave after wave of attacks fell. It was obvious that they were afraid of Su Zimo. Boom boom boom, the explosions continued to resound in the sky. The entire Xianxia Island began to sink. Seeing this scene, the people in the outside world began to discuss. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed first." "You don't know how to hide your strength," someone said gloatingly. 10 lives won't be enough to kill him. I'm afraid his divine soul will be destroyed." So what if he destroyed the killing immortalism? Destiny is enough to drive people crazy. However, these were the thoughts of ordinary people. Most of the people who had fought with Su Zimo remained silent. On the ruins of the killing immortalism, the remaining disciples gathered together in silence. Under the leadership of the Supreme Laozu, the 5 patriarchs stood together and looked at the sky. "What do you think?" the Supreme Laozu asked. "He avenged us," the sect master Feng Tianya said calmly. "Do you really think he can die?" the Duobao chuckled. "Please enlighten me," patriarch, Feng Tianya quickly replied. You've been the sect master for so many years, but your vision hasn't grown at all, the duobao snorted. After destroying his true fate, he was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. He seemed to be aging a little bit every day. Although he had lost his strength, his vision was still there. He almost killed me with one palm. Do you think these people can kill him that easily? But that 6 elements indestructible formation is indeed a little troublesome, Sanzu said. The 6 elements indestructible formation was indeed a wonder of the Tao of formations. He strived for the perfect and flawless formation. Let's wait and see, the Supreme Laozu said. The surroundings fell silent, not a single sound could be heard. On the Xianxia island, the sky pride stopped attacking and stared at the center of the island. When the dust settled, a few more craters could be seen on the already shattered sky. The sandstorm was dissipating bit by bit. The scene below also became clearer. Where is he? Someone asked in surprise. Apart from countless craters, there was no sign of Suzimo. Don't tell me he's been reduced to ashes, someone said in surprise. Don't let your guard down. Let's go down and search for him, someone suggested. Hey, have you guys had enough fun? At that moment, a voice came from the side. Everyone froze and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Suzimo had come out of the 6 elements indestructible formation and was leaning against a mountain peak beside the Xianxia island, looking at everyone with interest. It was as if everyone was wearing funny makeup and was performing on the stage like a clown. How did you come out? Emochan asked in horror. The 6 elements indestructible formation was the most powerful formation in the Yuanyang continent. Do you still remember me? Suzimo asked with a smile. Of course, Emochan replied with a bitter expression. When he first joined the Emo family, he had obtained the 6 elements indestructible formation through a fortuitous encounter. He used his body as the disc and the 6 elements indestructible formation as the core. Every part of his body was engraved with different formations. He had gone through countless tortures to finally achieve what he had today. However, when Suzimo went to the Emo family, he had threatened him to hand over the 6 elements indestructible formation diagram. However, what did that have to do with breaking the 6 elements indestructible formation? Emochan had a bad feeling. Could it be that he had figured out how to break the formation with just the diagram? However, that was a little unrealistic. Suzimo smiled and waved his right hand. The sky spill astrolabe flew over from the void. He could walk out of the 6 elements indestructible formation because of the sky spill astrolabe, which could deduce any formation in the world. The astrolabe surged and countless stars flickered as streams of light shone down. Everyone realized that the 6 elements indestructible formation below them was expanding infinitely and enveloping everyone inside. It was also at that moment that Emochan discovered that he had lost control of the 6 elements indestructible formation. What have you done? He asked, aghast. You'll know soon enough. Suzimo smiled. After the 6 elements indestructible formation trapped everyone, it also meant that they would never be able to leave if no one was outside looking for the formation core to break open. Tell me now. Suzimo looked at everyone present. How do you want to die? Don't panic. There are so many of us. Do you think we're afraid of him? Lei Yan said calmly. Let's fight it out with him, someone shouted, and everyone charged towards Suzimo. Looks like you guys still haven't realized the gap between us, Suzimo said, law phenomenon. The god-fiend visualization samsara appeared in his mind. At this moment, he was about 10,000 feet tall and had a burly figure. Demonic chi floated around him as demonic clouds enveloped him. Under the aura and force around him, everyone close to him was sent flying. Looking at the imposing figure of Suzimo, it was as if an ancient god-fiend had descended to the world. Demonic chi soared into the sky, carrying the sky on his shoulders. His eyes were like the sun and moon. He took a step forward, and the sky shook and the earth shook. He tore the sky apart and looked down at everyone with an extremely strong sense of oppression. Today, Saber sleepless, he said calmly. The tyrannical shadow was instantly magnified by hundreds of times. After fusing with the true God sword, it could also be magnified. He held the giant tyrannical shadow in his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At the same time, the heaven-shaking giant shadow behind him was also condensing. The cyclone in his body was spinning rapidly. Endless heaven-shaking power, demonic chi, and Genesis power merged into one. The heaven-shaking giant was similar in height to Suzimo. From afar, it looked as if two giants had stepped through the sky and came out of the rolling thunder. Suzimo waved his hand, and countless figures were sent flying. However, when the opponent's attack landed on him, it did not hurt or itch. It was completely useless. "What kind of monster is this?" the Dark Lord said with a serious look. Although he came from the Great Light Realm, he had darkness in his heart since he was young. It was the opposite of light. However, he did not expect that he would find another way to cultivate and become a saint of the Great Light Realm. Not only the Dark Lord, but the saints of every force were also on guard. The saint of the Blood Tomb, Xianxia, appeared behind him. A bloody sun appeared. At this moment, Weiyang Palace, Fengshui House, Coiling Dragon Cloud Sea, Hanyun Holy Sect, Twilight Island. All kinds of imperial lineage stood out. There was ice and snow that melted everything. Thousands of miles of snow fell. There was a flaming sun that spun in the sky. The sun and the moon shone together, shining brightly. There was an ancient divine beast that leaped over the mountains and walked over like a bull demon. There was also a sword, come that shattered the void. The sword will that filled the sky shattered everything and turned into smoke. There were all kinds of heavenly wills, all kinds of moves that were left behind by the great emperors, and all kinds of self-created moves. Like raindrops, they all charged toward Suzimo. There was no longer fear or panic in their eyes. Instead, there was an endless fighting spirit. Attack from different directions. Keep him busy, the Dark Lord ordered everyone. Under the sky, the will of dawn pierced through the sky. He looked up. He grinned and chuckled softly. Gods gather in the 9 heavens, ghosts surround the 9 underworlds. Billions of living beings bow down to me, and millions of gods and demons are willing to be my generals. This is my era. Whether you surrender or resist, you will become the bones that will pave the way for me to reach the top of the heavenly mandate. He waved his hand and all the attacks were annihilated by his palm. Some people were shocked. How is this possible? Their heads were buzzing. The only attack that they were proud of was annihilated with a wave of his hand. Is he really that powerful? Someone mumbled to himself. He stomped heavily on the Xiankong Island. No matter how they attacked, the island only shook. But now, cracks appeared on the island. With one slash of the saber, these people could not even resist. More than a dozen people were killed by the blade. Run. Some people were scared. They felt that the figure in front of them was too big to climb. They didn't even have the courage to fight. Where can we run to with the 6 elements indestructible formation? Emochin replied. Do any of you have any ideas? Just use it, or we'll all die here. At this moment, Suzimo was invincible. No one could stop him. Several people were killed with a single slash. They couldn't even put up an effective defense. Are we going to die like this today? I don't want to. Someone shouted to the sky. Veins popped out on his forehead. He had been cultivating since he was young. Even if they were born in the imperial lineage, they had experienced many hardships along the way. Not to mention the individual cultivators who had struggled to get to where they were now. They were so close to the mandate of heaven, only one step away. The 7-colored mandate of heaven was hanging above their heads. Everything was like a dream, and they died in such a cowardly way. It was not that they could not accept death, but anyone who dared to fight for the mandate of heaven came with the mentality of dying if they could not succeed. It was just that they could not accept being tortured and killed like this. Everyone yearned for the death of Mount Tai, and no one wanted to be as light as a feather. Everyone, I have one last idea, a voice said from the side. It was as if the shade in the desert had given everyone hope. They quickly turned their heads and saw that it was the sacred son of the invincible sect, Zhongsun Wutian. He was wearing a golden robe, and his long hair was scattered behind him. At this moment, he was looking at everyone hesitantly. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no time to waste, someone asked. The ancestor of the invincible sect, the invincible emperor, left behind a technique called the ancient strike, Xianxia Wutian said. It can condense everyone's strength and unleash the strongest attack. As everyone knew, the strength of a human was limited. It would continue to increase with cultivation, but no one could fully utilize this strength. It was just like how a human could lift anything in the world, but they could not lift themselves. Ancient strike? Why have I never heard of this technique? Someone asked in confusion. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This technique is a forbidden technique, Xianxia Wutian said. It comes from the ancient times, and it will disappear forever. Once this technique is used, it can condense all the strength in your body. However, once the technique's duration is over, your entire body will be no different from being paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, the ancient strike will be over. Hearing Xianxia Wutian's words, everyone fell silent. No wonder he had been unwilling to say. Once used, they would be like trash, at the mercy of others. However, it seemed that they could not find a better way. The 6 elements' indestructible formation trapped everyone. They could not win, and they could not escape. Do we still have a choice? Someone asked. Everyone fell silent. Then come. Let's go all out. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who is truly invincible, said young Master Bai Dao. Everyone turned back to look at Suzimo. He was like a demon god stepping through the air. Lightning surged around him, and all living things were annihilated. A soft shout cut through the darkness like a clap of thunder. He was indomitable, as if he could swallow the mountains and rivers. Between the saber light and the sword shadow, he was invincible. I'll use myself as a vessel. Let go of your true fate and let me absorb it. Don't resist, Xianxia Wutian warned. Otherwise, if we fail at the last step, we will all suffer heavy injuries. All right. Everyone nodded. Xianxia Wutian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The moment he abruptly opened his eyes, his entire aura changed. A boundless aura emanated from his body, and a grayish gas surged around him. Everyone stood behind him with their hands on his shoulders, forming a long line. Yin and Yang, the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, the abode of the gods. As he muttered, the grayish gas wrapped around his body, enveloping everyone inside. In the next moment, a void gate appeared in front of Xianxia Wutian. Endless power was condensing inside the void gate. Everyone could clearly feel that the power in their bodies was quickly dissipating. Along with their true fates and spiritual qi, they were attached to Xianxia Wutian. The power in the void gate was getting stronger and stronger. Suzimo looked over with interest. Interesting. His gaze passed through the void gate, and everyone's souls seemed to be frozen. Through layers of the void, the origin of ancient times. There, something was awakening. A grayish light spread out in the darkness. Kill. Xianxia Wutian's face was twisted, and he almost used the last of his strength to shout that word. Everyone behind him also looked ferocious, and the word kill shook the sky. The murderous intent rushed into the clouds and broke through the sky. It was as if it had materialized, and directly turned into a sharp sword. The grayish gas in the void gate rushed out completely. It was as fast as the speed of light and disappeared. Even Suzimo could not catch it with the naked eye. All the void along the way was shattered, and everything turned into dust. Only a grayish light beam was left in the air, destroying everything. The moment the grayish light beam went out, everyone's figures fell to the ground, and there was not a trace of spiritual qi in their bodies. Suzimo looked up. The grayish light beam hit his abdomen directly and pierced through it. It's done. Xianxia Wutian shouted excitedly. For existences at their level, they would not die from being hit in the abdomen, unless their souls were destroyed. This was the power of the ancient strike. It could tear apart souls with the power of the ancient strike. When the grayish light beam penetrated his body, Suzimo found that the grayish power remained in his body. Then, all of it surged in the direction of his true fate. He did not stop it and let the grayish light beam rush in. Where his true fate was, a round planet was slowly rotating. When the grayish gas came, it was like a moth to a flame. The moment it came into contact with the planet, it disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Outside, everyone's eyes were on Suzimo. "Why is he still standing?" someone said. "I think his true fate is a bit strong. It will take some time." But then again, after fighting for so long, do you know what his true fate is? As soon as he said this, everyone was silent. They seemed to have never seen Suzimo's true fate. He had not even used his true fate, but he was already so invincible. Suzimo looked away and then calmly looked at everyone present. "It's time to end this," he said faintly. "You are fine?" Zhang Sun Wutian asked. Suzimo did not answer him. Instead, he raised the tyrannical shadow and slashed down with the scimitar. Dozens of people died under the blade. He walked over step by step, as if he was the Grim Reaper with a scythe. "Is it really over like this?" someone murmured. "So what if I die? I, Chu Fengchen, have experienced many obstacles in my life and finally reached this point. Even if I die, I will not be a person waiting to die, a fish at the mercy of others." The young man named Chu Fengchen stood up, holding the sword in his hand, and pointed it at Suzimo. "Remember my name, Tian Ke, Chu Fengchen." Although he did not have much power after the ancient strike just now. However, he still struggled to charge towards Suzimo. He held his sword like an ordinary person. Step by step, he charged towards Suzimo. He knew that he had already lost. No matter what, he would die. He just wanted to die a meaningful death and not end up in such an embarrassing manner. Everyone at the scene was affected by it. So what if they died? "Remember my name, Shuabufan of the Purple Autumn Peak. Wang Yin of the Hidden King Divine Palace. Li Yuntian of the Kanglin Emperor Sect. Su Wufa Tian, Wang Ting." All kinds of names were announced. It was quite heroic. At this moment, they did not ask to bear the mandate of heaven, nor did they ask to live. What they really wanted was to be remembered by the world. When occasionally mentioned, they would be satisfied if they could skip over one of their names. Humans were always like this. Their greed would never be satisfied. At first, they only asked for 3 meals a day and a place to stay. Later on, they slowly wanted to be a powerful dynasty or be unrivaled in the world. Unfortunately, most people would only let go of their greed when they were about to die. "If you knew this, you shouldn't have participated in the battle for the mandate of heaven," Suzimo said indifferently. "Unfortunately, except for death, very few people will wake up." Everyone held a weapon and shouted their name loudly. Each of these names was once a famous existence. They were either famous or had done many deeds. Unfortunately, there were simply too many of them to count. Ningyu of the Wind Phoenix Arena. Luo Wenzhou of the Flying Luo clan. At this moment, there were still people constantly announcing their names and charging towards Suzimo. Even if they were as weak as mortals. "We just want to express our attitude. Each of us can die a worthy death," Luo Wenzhou roared. "To be able to die in my hands, it can be considered a worthy death." "It should be an honor," Suzimo said with a smile. He did not show any mercy. He raised the tyrannical shadow and fell just like that. Wind and thunder throbbed, and a rainbow pierced the sun. It was as if a demon king had descended. Under each blade, countless geniuses were destroyed. With each step he took, several miles of land fell under his feet. Above the crater, the slaughter was in progress. Many people watching the battle could not bear to look directly. Too cruel. Since when has there ever been such a thing? This is a massacre without any resistance. I know that Wang Yin as well. He's one of the geniuses of our western continent and was once famous. What a pity. That's right. That Li Yuntian is a famous monster in our southern continent. I didn't expect him to be so weak. This year's great emperor is probably him. It's not that simple. The battle for the heavens hasn't ended yet. What do you think his title will be if he inherits the mandate of heaven? Many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the heavenly pit above the Xiankong Island was filled with blood and corpses. Countless corpses were piled up together. There were over 1,000, or even close to 10,000 corpses. Fresh blood mixed with a strong fishy smell drifted in the air, as if the entire sinkhole was dyed red by blood. The crack in the middle of the Xiankong Island grew bigger and bigger. until it completely split apart from the center. The originally majestic island collapsed to the north and south. However, the island did not really collapse. It was just that after it split apart, it was held back by some mysterious power. It was floating in the void. This was the power that kept the Xianxia island afloat. Su Zimo swung his saber and chopped down the last corpse in front of him. He looked around like the god of death. Anyone who can still move, I'll kill. Anyone who can still move, I'll kill. Step by step, he stepped over the corpses and walked toward the north of the Xianxia island. The Xianxia island was huge. Its surface area was about 6 or 7 times that of Xinwu. He looked up at the heavens while that was still flashing, which meant that it was not over yet. He looked up into the distance. On the Xianxia island, all kinds of steep mountain peaks rose up into the sky. Golden flames were burning in the north, burning and distorting the entire void. In the south, axe and tent soared into the sky. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning crackled as if it was going to split the sky. In the east, ripples appeared in the void. Strange phenomena occurred one after another. There was Tao in the beginning. It was the origin of all things and the foundation of all things. In the west, the roars of beasts filled the sky. A huge figure appeared on a mountain peak. It raised a huge mountain peak. A strong beast aura swept across the sky, stirring up a storm of blood. The sky was filled with strange phenomena. Since you've finished your test, show yourselves. I'm too lazy to look for you one by one, Su Zimo said loudly. His voice spread across the entire Xianxia island. In the next moment, a dozen figures appeared in the sky. In the battle just now, some of them were hiding in the dark. They did not participate in the battle from the beginning. Therefore, the 6 elements' indestructible formation did not trap them. Su Zimo raised his head and looked around. There were some old acquaintances and some unfamiliar faces. Jiang Macho, Tan Jiolin, Tai Chu, Jian Yusheng. Seeing this, the people outside who thought that the battle was over were energized. That's Chu Tianyang of the celestial race. And that one, Qing Ruoshui of the celestial race. And those two, Wang Buhui of the Magpie Bridge Wonderland and White Lotus Fairy. They came together to fight for the heaven's will. There's only one heaven's will. Who will it be given to? Didn't you see? The people from the Well of Divines and Demons have appeared. I remember that the people from the Well of Divines and Demons have not participated in the battle for the past few generations. I almost forgot about this giant. It seems that the real powerhouses only appear at the end. Those people before were used as cannon fodder and didn't even know. Looking at the dozen people around him, Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Come at me together. My patience is limited. Holy Sun Su, I admit that you're strong. But do you think that everyone in this world is mediocre? The holy son of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, Tai Chu, said. The Tai Chu body around him was awakened. His snow-white hair fluttered behind him. Although he was a man, he gave off a demonic beauty. The Tai Chu body is the origin. Some people say that the Tai Chu body can be traced back to the River of Destiny, Su Zimo said with a smile. Have you checked your own destiny? The River of Destiny is not something that can be checked casually, Tai Chu said calmly. That's a bit of a pity. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. If you checked your own destiny, you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Holy Sun Su, do you know the word conceit? Tai Chu frowned and said calmly, I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Then from now on, your life will have one more fear, Su Zimo replied. Jiang Macho and Tan Jiolin looked at each other. The Broken Axe Emperor physique and the Crimson Flame Emperor physique were both activated. Two powerful forces stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky and rushed up from the clouds. Golden flames entwined with the intent to cut off all means of retreat. Jiang Macho looked at Su Zimo. His face was no longer young and inexperienced. He was no longer an avenger of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, but a savior. Everyone has the right to kill the demons, he said calmly. Su Zimo glanced at him and replied calmly, you will die a horrible death. Life and death are not important. Killing the demons is the right thing to do, Jiang Macho replied. Old Man Nothingness had once shown him a painting of the Yuanyang continent tens of thousands of years ago. It was a scene that had been lost. The demons wreaked havoc in the human world. Cruelty and violence were everywhere. "We are the chosen saviors," Tan Jiolin said from the side. "Killing the demons is our mission." In a sense, they were all chosen. If it weren't for the divine ancestor, Tan Jiolin might still be an unwanted daughter of the Tan family. And if it weren't for Old Man Nothingness, Jiang Macho would have been suppressed when he took revenge on the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Su Zimo didn't explain, didn't argue, and couldn't be bothered to. After all, who would argue with someone who was about to die? "I only have one thing to say. Whether the demons are good or bad is not something you can define with a few words." Chu Tianyang of the Divine Clan smiled and said, "Holy Sun Su, don't misunderstand. I have no quarrel with you. It's just that I want this destiny too. You are too strong, so I can only join forces with you." The Divine Clan seems to be a large clan in the outer heavens. "Are you a branch?" Su Zimo asked. He knew a lot about heavens beyond, and he had met a few people who came down from heavens beyond. Although he didn't know everything, he still had some common sense. Both the Divine Clan and the Divine Clan were large clans in the outer heavens. It was different from the Yuanyang continent. The current Yuanyang continent was prosperous for the human race. But the outer heavens were different. Several large clans fought against each other. "We are a branch clan, an unwanted branch clan," Chu Tianyang replied calmly. This was not a secret. Otherwise, their lineage would not have been sent to the Yuanyang continent. "Do you want to take a look at sky beyond?" Su Zimo asked. "Follow me, I'll take you to see the peak of the mortal world. The god race is nothing. When the time comes, I'll make you the master of the god race." "It does sound tempting," Chu Tianyang said with a smile. "However, I want to shoulder this heaven's will myself. I want to fight for the position of master of the god race. I've given you a chance, but you need to be alive first." Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. "Everyone, let's work together," Tai Chu said. The two people from the Magpie Bridge Immortal Realm had green and purple lights revolving around them. In the void, a Milky Way-like bridge of magpies was built. Every immortal magpie was extremely agile. They gathered on the bridge, and the surrounding void was affected by the bridge. "This is the celestial bridge of my Magpie Bridge Celestial Realm. Everyone can be so close to the celestial bridge, yet so far away. I can teleport anywhere," Wang Buhui said. It was a bit similar to a formation, but the more powerful thing was that the formation could be destroyed. However, it was very difficult to destroy the celestial bridge unless the caster was killed. The divine blood in Chu Tianyang's body flowed backward. Although the bloodline in their bodies was far less dense than that of the god race, it was still not enough. However, it was still not to be underestimated. A drop of blood was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It carried divinity, as if an ancient divine descendant had shattered the sky, and a rolling divine power descended. His eyes were in high spirits, and his long hair moved without wind. His black robe was like splashed ink, floating around him. "Kill." His feet swept across the void. There was a sonic boom under his feet, and a large area of the void collapsed. He directly attacked Su Zimo. Cross-training divine fist. A divine light appeared on his fists. Then, endless fist intent erupted. One fist shook the sky, and the other shook the nine nether. The fist intent was so fierce that every time he punched, it was accompanied by a roaring tornado. The fist wind and the force exploded with a rumbling sound. Su Zimo fought with his opponent. His fist wind was also fierce, and every attack was accompanied by the collapse of the sky and the earth. Qin Ruoshui of the divine race was a woman. She was dressed in a white robe, and she looked and dressed like a fairy, full of immortal aura. Her red lips were a little red, and all living beings on her white robe fell. "Door of Profundity." She shouted softly, and then joined the battle. Above her head, the wind and clouds and the void changed, and the spirit energy was turbulent. A huge amount of spirit energy was quickly gathering. She raised her hands above her head and forced them apart. A heavenly gate reflected thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, opening from the top of her head. Inside the heavenly gate, it was like another world. It was like a reflection of the Yuanyang continent. All kinds of living beings were reflected in it. The divine race was like the word Tian in their name. Legend had it that they lived above the clouds and looked down on the entire Yuanyang continent. They could hide all the changes and major events. She raised the heavenly wool above her head, and a silver light flickered from inside. It directly attacked Su Zimo. The silver light hit his abdomen, and Su Zimo did not dodge. Although it was not fatal, there was still a kind of stiff pain. Countless silver lights flew out from inside, and she kept a distance from Su Zimo. She only fought with long-range attacks. With the help of the immortal bridge, she could teleport anywhere, and it was hard to catch her. The other person was Xiao from the Well of Divines and Demons. He was wearing a black robe with golden gilt, and his cloak was also made of the same golden material. At this moment, he clenched his fists and pressed them against the ground, his face pale. Blue veins seemed to be popping out on his forehead. As he raised his hands, a well of divines and demons appeared on the ground of Xiankong Island. Spring and autumn was a well that buried gods and devils. This was the origin of the Well of Divines and Demons, and also the origin of the name of this faction. You people from the Well of Divines and Demons are really generous, to give you the treasure of your faction. Su Zimo said. Aren't you afraid that you will never see the world after you die in battle? That's not something you should worry about. Xiao replied calmly. An ancient and vicissitude black gas came out from the Well of Divines and Demons. It appeared in the void of space, surrounded by ferocious faces. The entire well was carved with runes that were about to be lost. Terrifying screams could be heard coming from inside. Xiao raised his hand, and several peerless demons came out from the Well of Divines and Demons. They were huge, each of them as large as Su Zimo. Black chains coiled around their bodies. These demons were extremely ferocious. Kill him, and I promise to return your freedom. Xiao said calmly. Deal. A deep voice came out of the room. Only to see a few devils madly rushing forward, charging towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo had to dodge the attacks from the silver light from the gate of heaven, as well as deal with Chu Tianyang and these demons. Jiang Macho and Tan Jiolin exchanged glances. The Crimson Flame Emperor physique and the Broken Axe Emperor physique were activated at the same time. They attacked from the left and right, surrounding Su Zimo. For a moment, thunder rumbled in the sky and earth burned. A few peerless demons roared. They were like ferocious beasts from the primordial era. They charged forward recklessly with no regard for their own safety. Rumbling explosions and shattering void flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Su Zimo dealt with them with ease while dodging. These people were all top-notch. With the help of the immortal bridge, they could travel through the void indefinitely. Su Zimo roared angrily. He stood still and looked around with bright eyes. His aura grew stronger with each wave. Apart from the God-fiend visualization art to strengthen his divine soul and the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth to strengthen his body, he activated the 9 transformations of the war god and the demon body of purgatory. Coupled with the heaven-shaking technique, he was now like an incomparably majestic ruler who could split heaven and earth apart. The world's great Tao rose and fell, and only he was supreme. He raised his right hand high. The book of life and death in his hand floated in the void. The aura of life and death overflowed and filled the entire void. Chains of life and death spread out from it. Then, he began to tie up everyone around him. Even with the immortal bridge's infinite travel, it was useless. The chains seemed to have the ability to track people and constantly wrapped around them. Chu Tianyang's cross-training divine fist came again. Su Zimo snorted coldly. How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon? He didn't care about the others. He directly used the tyrannical shadow, shattering all the void, and slashed over with the roar of wind and thunder. The heavenly gate of 3 lives surrounded him. The war god armor covered its surface, and a domineering aura soared into the sky. In this era, how can you fight me? The saber fell, and Chu Tianyang's fist was actually cut off. The tyrannical shadow was like a bloodthirsty beast, swallowing directly. Chu Tianyang's figure flew backward. He crashed into the peak of a strange mountain. With a boom, the strange mountain broke, and dust flew everywhere. Save me! A large mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth, and his chest caved in. Chu Tianyang shouted. Who can save you? Suzimo shouted. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Stop him. Jiang Macho shouted from the side. If one of them died, their battle prowess would be reduced by 1 point. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. The scarlet flame imperial physique was burning. This flame could burn anything, and it could burn the 9 heavens and 8 desolations. It was one of the most violent flames in the world. The raging flame seemed to have turned into a meteor as he charged towards Suzimo from above. Scram! Suzimo roared. His roar was like a thunderclap that exploded in the void. Jiang Macho's figure was directly sent flying. He stepped out, bringing with him an extremely powerful aura. Wind and thunder rumbled in the surroundings as all the auras surrounded him. Suzimo stepped on Chu Tianyang's side. It was as if he was looking at an ant, or as if he had caught an ant. The giant hand lifted Chu Tianyang up and stopped him in midair. No. Chu Tianyang struggled with all his might. Veins bulged on his face as the divine blood in his body began to burn. Unfortunately, in terms of strength, he was still too weak. Suzimo glanced at Xiaomo in the distance. He seemed to be summoning something next to the well of divines and demons. He threw Chu Tianyang's corpse away. With a bang, the body smashed into the well of divines and demons in a bloody mess. The well of divines and demons trembled. With the might of a single blow, Chu Tianyang's soul was destroyed and scattered. A bunch of rabble. You really think you're some big shot? Suzimo sneered. The Book of Life and Death had already bound the 2 cultivators of the Magpie Bridge Wonderland. Although the 2 of them kept dodging, they couldn't completely avoid it. His figure shot into the sky, rushing towards the bridge built by the Magpie. Stop him! Jiang Macho shouted. Tanjiolin took the lead and appeared above Suzimo's head. She was full of power, and the giant axe in her hand chopped down with a heavy force as if she was cutting off all means of retreat. With a bang, the blade and the axe collided. Shockwaves rippled through the void, destroying everything in its path. The cultivators hurriedly dodged to the side. Although Tanjiolin was sent flying, Suzimo's speed was also restricted. Pre-celestial 5 manifestations, 1 beginning and 1 breath. Alpha Supreme's shout came from afar. His figure turned into a wisp of clear air. A wisp of formless primal chaos chi enveloped down from the sky, encircling Suzimo. Alpha Supreme, Grand Simplicity, Grand Supreme, Grand Simplicity, and Grand Ultimate were the pre-celestial 5 manifestations. They were the 5 stages that the universe had to go through when it came to the world. Only after going through these 5 stages would a true world be born. I, Alpha Supreme, can return to the origin of all things, pushing him from the beginning of all things to the beginning of none, Alpha Supreme said. Help me, I need a bit of time. As Absolute Beginning spoke, he began chanting. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was deep. Alpha Supreme has nothing, nothing has no name. Where one begins, there is one, but there is no form. Alpha Supreme, the origin of Tao, the beginning of Qi. Grand Ultimate, before heaven and earth were separated, the origin of Qi was mixed into one, which was Alpha Supreme. I have the broken ex-emperor physique, I can't hold him back, but I don't think I can last long, Tanjiolin said. At this moment, her figure had unknowingly become much taller. She was like a giant axe that soared into the sky, cutting through iron like mud, cutting through thorns and thorns, able to cut through everything in the world. The will of the cauldron filled the surroundings. She raised the giant axe and charged at Suzimo resolutely. Jiang Macho's gaze was also deep, and the flames around him burned more and more vigorously. The momentum was so great that it seemed like his entire body was going to spontaneously combust. The void around him was completely burned by the flames. A divine dragon formed from scarlet flames coiled around his body. Heaven Gate, Set, Qingruoshui of the celestial clan shouted from above. Her white clothes fluttered, and her long hair danced in the wind. Several silver lights from the Heaven Gate landed around Suzimo's body, and then quickly dispersed. They turned into several similar Heaven Gates, trapping Suzimo within. Just a last-ditch struggle, Suzimo said. He took a step forward, and all the Heaven Gates around him were destroyed. They couldn't stop him at all. He ignored the others and pulled down the chains of the Book of Life and Death above his head. On the other side, the two people from the Magpie Bridge Wonderland, Wang Buhui and White Lotus Fairy, were shocked. The two of you can die first. Su Zimo punched out twice, and their bodies were directly sent into the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death continuously devoured their vitality. On the side, the Fire Dragon and Tan Jiolin's attacks arrived one after another. Everyone entangled Su Zimo, and Alpha Supreme's aura in the sky became more and more powerful. The entire sky was filled with Alpha Supreme's aura. After a long time, his eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, a dim breeze blew under the vast and mighty sky. The breeze was like the sky darkening as it swept over. Absolute beginning, tracing the origin. In the dark breeze, the entire sky seemed to darken. Sand and pebbles flew, and the sun was covered. A ray of light enveloped Su Zimo. Backtrack, Absolute Beginning said softly. The void began to ripple as if time and space were reversing. Time and space were disorderly. With Su Zimo as the center, the void had completely sunk in. This is the unique ability of the Absolute Beginning body. It can backtrack a person to their origin, Absolute Beginning said to Su Zimo. No matter what kind of existence you are, you didn't appear out of thin air. There's always an origin. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled. Do you know why I didn't stop you? Why? Absolute Beginning asked with a frown. Because I also want to know my origin, Su Zimo replied. In the past, he had always thought that he was a devil master and that he should be a devil. However, after talking to the seven-faced devil general and the others, he realized that he wasn't a devil in his previous life. He just suddenly appeared among the devils and led them to change their fate. As for his true origin, the devil generals didn't know either. Therefore, he also wanted to know his origin. Or perhaps, where each generation of demon masters came from. Why couldn't he be killed? He could keep on killing samsara. When Absolute Beginning's power enveloped his body, Su Zimo felt the changes in his body. He shook his head in disappointment. If you could gather the 5 manifestations of Khanate, it might be more interesting. However, Absolute Beginning alone doesn't seem to be of much use. He stood where he was, unaffected by Absolute Beginning's power. No matter how time and space were reversed, he remained indifferent. That's all you people have left. Let's end this as soon as possible, Su Zimo said calmly. With us here, you won't be able to bear the mandate of heaven, Tan Jiolin said. You? Su Zimo smiled. Could you please repeat what you just said? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Amidst the mist, a blue planet slowly rose into the sky. This planet had a dreamy beauty to it. Azure blue, dreamy and illusory, as if it did not belong to this world. The moment it appeared, it seemed to be on 2 different extremes from this world. The surrounding void began to collapse, unable to withstand its powerful force. This powerful aura directly suppressed his entire body, and it slowly circulated on its own. The power of the Great Path permeated the surroundings, and the sound of the Great Path rang out amidst the dispirited atmosphere. It seemed to resound in everyone's hearts. Everyone stared blankly at the azure planet. He only felt a great sense of terror. It was as if the word terrifying couldn't even begin to describe it. It was as if a mayfly was trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He only felt that he was extremely small. In front of this planet, he actually felt like an ant. It was vast, enormous, and boundless. It was difficult to describe this planet. This is a small world, Jiang Macho muttered to himself. When have I ever seen such a small world? Xiao Mo swallowed hard and replied. This is that guy's true fate? Why don't I even have the courage to resist? The azure planet surged and crushed everything in its surroundings. Su Zimo's aura grew stronger and stronger. He looked around. Everyone trembled, feeling a sense of fear that came from their very souls being frozen. Their bodies froze from the bottom of their feet to their foreheads. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if the slowly revolving azure planet had some sort of magic. Perhaps only death will make you understand how foolish your so-called resistance is. As soon as he spoke, it was like a heavenly decree, sentencing everyone to death. No! Xiao Mo roared, wanting to run to the side. But it was too late. He couldn't even move a single step. The azure planet grew larger above his head, then fell with a rumbling sound. As it fell, everything was destroyed. Whether it was Tanjiolin, Jiang Macho, or even Qingruoshui and Xiaomo, they were all reduced to nothingness. There was no sign of struggle. In everyone's eyes, the last thing they saw was Su Zimo. That imposing figure that exuded a monstrous aura. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. Such a scene stunned everyone. But at this moment, Su Zimo didn't have anything else in his eyes. He looked up, only to see the heavenly will hanging in the sky. When everyone was dead, a beam of light appeared where he was standing. The light enveloped him. The colorful heavenly will turned into a rainbow and wandered in the void. Su Zimo stepped into the air, his purple robe fluttering in the wind. The tyrannical shadow returned to its scabbard. His eyes were calm. In this life, I am the demon lord. I will rule over everything, Su Zimo said. Who will rise and fall? Only soul. His voice wasn't loud, but it traveled through the Xiankong Island, the boundless ocean, and the entire Yuanyang continent. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up and saw the heavenly will in the sky circling around him. All kinds of great Dao surged, including the power of the 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was as if a hole had been opened in the sky. In the past, the great emperors carried the heavenly will with their own bodies and entered the great Dao. But Su Zimo didn't use his body to gather the heavenly will. He used the blue planet of the divine land as a shield and channeled the heavenly will's light into the divine land. Su Zimo's divine soul returned to the divine land in the entanglement of countless great Dao laws. This was the moment when the divine land was reborn. In the past, because of Su Zimo, the most powerful cultivators on the divine land could only cultivate to the divine pulse level. It was difficult for them to advance further. But now, with the heavenly will, the divine land could advance further. It would develop from a low-level continent to a mid-level continent. The entire divine land shook as countless attributes appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone on the divine land could see this scene. What's going on? Is this a phenomenon of heaven and earth? Is some treasure born? There seems to be a Taoist rhyme. It's not simple. Others who carried the heavenly will and became great emperors could comprehend profound meanings. But they could only comprehend one profound meaning. Those who became immortals could only comprehend simple 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Those who carried the heavenly will could comprehend high-level profound meanings. For example, time and space, fate, destruction, order, and so on. Su Zimo was different from them because his heavenly will was a real world. So he could use all the attributes. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or high-level, countless great Daos surrounded him. He scanned his surroundings. The mighty mandate of heaven was condensed in the sky above the divine land. The whole divine land had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The 9th meridian in his body also made a bang, bang, bang sound. At this moment, the profound meanings of countless attributes, condensed like a waterfall of spiritual energy, rushed toward the meridian. With a boom, there was a muffled sound in his body, like the beating of a drum. The divine land was originally one with him. He was breaking through the 9th meridian, and the divine land was also undergoing a self-transformation. Su Zimo's divine soul wandered in the void with a solemn expression, surrounded by endless great ways. Around him, there were many visions. Golden lotuses rose from the ground, sweet dew fell from the sky, and seeds of the great ways fell, and the sound of the great ways withered. The sound of impact in his body was still ringing. The 9th meridian was as solid as a rock, like a dam, and no matter how huge waves of spiritual energy hit it, Su Zimo did not stop at all. He tried to break through the meridian in one go, otherwise, it would be more difficult for him to break through it next time. He used the vitality of the tree of life. If he was injured, he would be treated immediately. Finally, maybe a few hours, a few days, a few months, or a few years passed. In the boundless void, there was no measurement of time. He didn't care about this. There was a crack sound in his body, like the sound of glass cracking. Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the silent void instantly froze. It seemed that when he opened his eyes, he had crossed hundreds of millions of miles, covered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and the vast earth. He crossed all kinds of dangerous places from a corner of the void. Rare treasures, strange people, and the best of the world were all in his eyes. With just a glance, he could see everything in the world for 10,000 years. When spring comes, I won't open my mouth first. Who dares to make a sound? The ninth meridian in his body-breaking void, was completely opened. The 12 meridians were Luan Quan, Bone Sage, and Chao Feng. Kuan Hai, Huan Shui, and Mu Huan Song. Lin Ke, Qing'an, and Body-breaking void. Bai Yuan, Qiming, and Xian Duan Kong. One meridian was a small cycle, and every 3 meridians was a big cycle. His strength would increase dramatically. At this moment, the 9 meridians in Su Zimo's body were reflecting each other. It was as striking as the stars in the sky. The spiritual energy, which was as majestic as the vast ocean, flowed through the meridians and veins in his body. Between the meridians, there were countless meridians. If you don't open your meridians, your spiritual energy won't be able to circulate through these meridians. In a sense, the meridian gate was more like a gateway. It carried the function of connecting the various meridians. Although Su Zimo's figure was only 1.87 meters tall, it was this kind of body that gave people a feeling that it contained a powerful force. He was like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. This boat was not struggling on the surface of the sea, but it contained the entire sea. The sea is in the skiff. Retracting his gaze from the void, Su Zimo closed his eyes and felt the power in his body. Endless power. There was a difference between becoming a great emperor and entering the immortal Tao. Those who entered the immortal Tao were recognized by the great Tao. He didn't need to go through trials like the heavenly tribulation. He slowly reached out his hand. The profound meanings of various attributes entwined around his fingertips and palms. Sometimes the power of the 5 elements surged, and sometimes thunder surged. Sometimes fate gave the future, destroying and shattering all the void. Sometimes order established a new world. Time and space were distorted, darkness shrouded, and light descended. Ordinary people could only use one attribute, but he could do anything. He could use any attribute at will. The biggest difference between Su Zimo and them was the Tao he cultivated. When ordinary people cultivated themselves, the mandate of heaven was also condensed in their bodies. However, Su Zimo cultivated the world. All his power came from the divine land. As a complete world, the divine land had all the profound meanings of any attribute, and he could use them at any time. Now, the divine land had taken a step forward. The first mandate of heaven in the divine land era began to condense in the void. In a small era, the first mandate of heaven would appear. At that time, all the chosen people would be able to compete for the mandate of heaven. All the creatures on the Yuanyang continent looked at the mandate of heaven. Although they didn't know what it was, they could vaguely feel that it was extraordinary. This matter needed to be led slowly and made progress bit by bit. They needed to know that it was a gift from the heavens and the great path, and not someone controlling it from behind. Now, Su Zimo was wearing a purple robe. His aura was restrained. If he didn't use his full strength, he would be like an ordinary person. No one could see through him. He could retract and release his power freely without revealing a trace. It was obvious that he had good control of this power. He stepped on the air and came to the 1,000 Demons tribe. Although he didn't do anything deliberately, everyone who was swept by his gaze felt a sense of oppression. The chaos bead was still hanging in the void. The insect egg was so thin that it couldn't be seen. Only then did Su Zimo clearly see the monster inside. It was an insect with a body that looked like white jade. Although it was small, less than 50 centimeters, the structure of its body was very complicated. Its body was covered with dense barbs. The muscles on its limbs were bulging. It was very eye-catching. Its claws were very sharp like a mantis. In front of its head, there were 2 horns. There were no facial features on its face. It was full of eyes of uniform size. Each eye was a different color. This insect didn't crawl. Instead, it walked upright. It had a pair of wings that were as thin as a cicada's. "This little thing looks quite delicate," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Kid, what is that thing?" The monster looked at the chaos bead above its head and asked in a low voice. Even if you are a great emperor, you can't destroy my insect egg. How can it melt so easily? Its origins were extraordinary to begin with, and it had seen and experienced countless storms and waves. However, it had never lost its composure like this. Even when it saw Suzimo, a great emperor, appear in front of it, it wasn't so shocked. That's not something you should be concerned about, Suzimo replied. Have you thought about your fate? You dare to kill me? The strange insect looked at Suzimo and asked. Suzimo didn't answer. Instead, he waved his right hand and endless emperor's aura gathered in his palm. His meaning was obvious. I'm afraid you don't know where I come from, the strange insect said. I come from the immemorial divine border tribe. Our tribe lives in the vast universe. We eat the world as our food. We are the strongest tribe in this world. In front of our tribe, you humans are just food that we can't even swallow. The strange insect's tone was very calm. There was no arrogance or pride in it. It was as if it was stating a simple fact. If you capture me now, you'll be hunted down by my clan when you go to the realm beyond heaven. I'll be the only one who can protect you then, continued the insect. You have my scent on you. They'll follow that scent all the way here. Even a great emperor won't be able to do anything. Do you dare kill me? Immemorial divine border? Why haven't I heard of it? Asked Suzimo. It's not something you can come into contact with. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well in a small world, said the strange insect. As soon as it finished speaking, it screamed in agony. Suzimo's foot landed heavily on its head. The insect's head sank deep into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. You're so powerful. How did you end up as my prisoner? Asked Suzimo. If it weren't for the Yuanyang continent's heavenly Tao, even 10 great emperors wouldn't have been able to do anything. Do you think I lost to you? Asked the strange insect. What do you mean? Asked Suzimo. When our immemorial divine border attacked the Yuanyang continent, we underestimated the heavenly Tao and were heavily injured. In the end, we were annihilated under the leadership of that great emperor Featherflight. Of hundreds of insects, I was the only one who survived, said the strange insect unwillingly. I was on the brink of death. In the end, I went into hiding. I spent hundreds of thousands of years recuperating and trying to make a comeback. Now, I'm not far from my prime, but the heavenly Tao has already set its sights on me. Then, it sent you destined contenders to Xianxia Island and made all my efforts go to waste. I hate it. I was just one step away. Just one step. I could have recovered, broken through the Yuanyang continent's seal, and returned to the immemorial divine border. Then, the army would have destroyed everything. Then you're quite pitiful, said Suzimo. Brat, you have my scent on you. Unless you never ascend, the moment you reach the sky beyond heaven, this scent will be detected by my people. The strange insect said, it won't do you any good. Instead, it'll bring you death. Why don't you let me go? I'll let bygones be bygones. Let you go? Suzimo smiled and shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe this is a good thing. What do you mean? The strange bug asked. Your identity must be extraordinary, Suzimo said. Let me give you an example. Arjanwu Xingzong is the #1 sect in the eastern continent. But even so, if an ordinary disciple of the sect went missing, very few people would notice. Only when a holy son of my level goes missing would the sect go to great lengths to search for him. Your primeval god border should be the same, right? If no one comes looking for you at that time, it means that your identity is very ordinary, and I don't have to worry. But if someone comes looking for me, it proves that you are not ordinary, and your life is in my hands. What do you think they would be willing to pay in exchange for you? By the way, does your clan have any treasures? Let's see if your life is worth anything. Hearing Suzimo's words, the strange insect angrily scolded, Human, you are shameless. The great primeval god border clan will not be threatened by anyone. Then let's wait and see. For now, you can just stay here. Even if you want to die, you can't, Suzimo replied. After that, he ignored the strange insect. Baimont and the others also came from afar. Congratulations, Master, everyone congratulated. It's the will of heaven. Master has finally taken the first step. Yes, this is only the first step. The great emperor is the end, but also the starting point, Su Zimo said with emotion. Let me rest for 100 years. After 100 years, I will set off for the outer sky. I will go to a bigger world and fight for it. Su Zimo pointed at the strange insect and said, keep an eye on it. Its identity is not simple, don't let it play any tricks. After giving some instructions to Bai Mont and the others, Su Zimo returned to the Yuanyang continent. Now that he was carrying the heavenly mandate, the images in the void disappeared. No one knew what was happening on Xiankong Island. Only the words, I am the Devil Lord, and I will rule over everything, echoed in the void. It spread across the entire Yuanyang continent and fell into everyone's ears and hearts. Devil Lord, someone murmured. Is he the emperor of this generation? There were also many people of the imperial lineage who sighed. In the end, he still lost. In the face of absolute power, all schemes, and alliances were like flowers in the mirror or the moon in the water. They were impractical and meaningless. In the past, the great emperors rose through bloody battles. When have we ever seen such a one-sided victory? That's true. In the past, when have we ever seen everyone fight only one person? This year's heavenly talents are all gone. I'm afraid the Yuanyang continent will be empty for a while. Everyone on the Yuanyang continent was talking about it. The so-called empty period was when the heavenly talents did not have enough manpower. If all the powerful heavenly talents died, the rest would be like monkeys in a mountain without tigers. That's nothing. The great emperor will stay on the Yuanyang continent for 100 years. These 100 years belong to him. After 100 years, when he ascends, the heavenly talents will have enough time to catch their breaths. By then, the continent will be prosperous again. The person next to him explained. For those who had seen the battle of the heavenly mandate, it was not a big deal. But for those who saw it for the first time, they were filled with emotions. This year's battle of the heavenly mandate had come to an end. The Devil Lord had taken over the era left behind by the previous great emperor. At this moment, he was the ruler of the Yuanyang continent. A boat floated slowly in the boundless ocean. It floated toward the east, where the eastern continent was. This boat seemed to have a special aura. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, they could not move it at all. It moved forward very slowly in this vast sea. It suppressed the waves, and everything was peaceful. In the distance, the God Emperor's figure was standing on a reef. He raised his head and looked at the boat that was sailing towards him. Congratulations, he said with a smile. At this moment, the God Emperor was also filled with emotions. Fate was a strange thing. Su Zimo leaned against the corner of the boat. He slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Why are you here? To talk to you. There's something else, the God Emperor replied. He followed beside the boat. His feet stepped on the water, and there were no ripples. It was very calm. What is it? Su Zimo asked. The ruins of the gods will open soon. You will go then, right? The God Emperor said. The ruins of the gods. Su Zimo thought for a moment. He seemed to have made an agreement with a family called the Fan family. They were willing to leave a spot for him. But with his current status, he did not need that spot. If he wanted to go, no one would dare to stop him. It was just that it had been so long. If the God Emperor had not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. Let's go take a look. Su Zimo nodded. What's wrong? He asked. How much do you know about the gods' relics? God Emperor asked. I haven't had time to understand, Su Zimo replied. Legend had it that the gods' relics was the last place where the gods disappeared during the mythological era. In that mythical era, when gods were everywhere, the gods ruled the whole world. Until one day, the gods of war and the gods fought a great battle for some reason. After the battle, the gods were at dusk, and there were no more gods in the world. Even the traces of the gods, including the legends, had disappeared without a trace. Only the gods' relics, as the last place, symbolized the glory of that era. However, the conditions to enter the gods' relics were harsh, and even the great emperors could not violate them. It would only open once every 100 years. In the past, the gods' relics were occupied by the forces of the central mainland, and no one was allowed to invade. However, with Suzimo and God Emperor's status, no one would dare to stop them. This was also why Suzimo knew everything about the gods' relics. As for the situation inside, he had no idea. I came to find you because I want to explore that place with you, God Emperor said. I'd been to the gods' relics once before, but there were some places that even I felt were dangerous, so I didn't dare to barge in. This time, with you around, we can take care of each other. Sure. Suzimo nodded. When the gods' relics open, you can come to Zhenwu Xingzong. God Emperor nodded slightly, then asked, what do you plan to do next? Nothing, I'll stabilize my realm and explore the next level, Suzimo replied. After the Great Emperor realm, it was different from the other realms. The Great Emperor was divided into 5 realms. They were Yin Yang, Void Refinement, Ascension, Life and Death, and Heavenly Venerable. It was not an exaggeration to say that the gap between the 5 realms was huge. For someone like Suzimo, who had just inherited the mandate of heaven, he had just become a great emperor and had not even reached the first realm, Yin Yang. These 100 years were enough for him to step into Yin Yang and then ascend to the heavens beyond heaven. At this level, one had to rely on comprehension. Comprehension. Some people comprehended the Tao in one night and broke through. Some people spent their entire lives without making any progress until they died of old age, regretting it for half their lives. After chatting with God Emperor for a while, the two of them parted ways. The boat traveled smoothly, and Suzimo adapted to the power in his body. After shouldering the heaven's will and entering the Great Emperor realm, his strength had experienced a surge. He needed time to get used to it. Before this, the power in his body was like a stormy sea, surging violently. From time to time, a muffled sound would come from his body. But now, this energy had gradually calmed down, and it flowed slowly within his body like a gurgling stream. If one looked closely, they would discover that Suzimo's blood was slowly turning golden. His eyes became more and more oppressive. In fact, in Suzimo's eyes, his vision seemed to have changed. He could clearly see the various elemental profound meanings floating in this world. The flow of air, everything in detail. It was as if the higher he went, the more thoroughly he could see through the world and the nature of the world. Profound meanings were the principles, and above the principles were the principles, or what, Suzimo didn't know. He would only understand these things when he went to the heavens beyond. After shouldering the heaven's will, he didn't make much of a commotion. The entire Yuanyang continent was in an uproar now. Everyone knew that the new great emperor was the Devil Lord, the current saint of Zhenwu Xingzong. Suzimo returned to the eastern continent. He waved his right hand, and a void gate was torn open in front of him. His figure stepped into the void gate, and a few minutes later, he appeared in front of Zhenwu Xingzong's mountain gate. He had already changed out of his purple robe and was wearing a long white robe. The long robe was made of brocade clouds, and there were a few golden waves engraved on the back. The cuffs and collar were specially tailored. At this time, the spring breeze was just right, and the sun was not dry. Suzimo walked past Zhenwu Xingzong's mountain gate. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Saint." Suzimo smiled and waved his hand. Looking at his departing figure, the 2 couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. They just stared blankly. The Great Emperor is alive. I can't believe I saw the Great Emperor alive in my life. Yeah, Zhenwu Xingzong now has 5 Great Emperors. It will definitely become the strongest force in the Yuanyang continent in the future. Even killing immortalism was defeated by the saint. No one else dares to go against us. Suzimo took the lead to go to Qingshan Peak to see his parents. No matter how big the world was, his parents were the most important. Wenren Yun and Su Qingshan seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Su Qingshan patted him on the shoulder and looked him up and down. He smiled and said, "It's good that you're back." "Let me see if you're hurt," Wenren Yun said worriedly. She also saw that during the battle for the heaven's will, everyone was besieging Suzimo. Suzimo smiled and shook his head. He looked at his parents and chatted with them for a while. For some reason, he felt that the 2 of them seemed to have something that was hard to talk about, as if they had something to say. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong?" Suzimo asked directly. Just say it. There's nothing I can't do on the Yuanyang continent. Since you asked, I'll tell you directly, Wen Renyin replied. Throughout your journey, your father and I have never stopped you from doing anything regarding your cultivation, including your own thoughts. We've always let you choose. But now, you've become the great emperor and are at the peak of this world. I know that you'll leave the Yuanyang continent soon. Along the way, you've been cultivating. Haven't you thought about anything else? What is it? Su Zimo asked in confusion. He didn't quite understand. Could it be that there was something else other than cultivation? Your marriage. As the saying goes, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no children is the worst, Wen Renyin said quickly. Haven't you thought about it? Su Zimo wanted to say, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. But after thinking about it, he didn't answer. Mom, there's no hurry, Su Zimo said. Why isn't there a hurry? Let me tell you, before you ascend, leave a grandson for me and your father, Wen Renyin said. Otherwise, Mom's heart will always be empty. Seeing how worried Wen Renyin was, Su Zimo fell silent. Most parents in the world only cared about their children. They hoped that they could grow up and start a family. If their only son left, whether they could see each other again in the future was another matter. Let me think about it, Su Zimo replied. Wen Renyin was about to say something, but Su Qingshan stopped her. Let the child think about it. Don't push him too hard. Su Qingshan said, go and see Laozu. They probably want to see you too. Su Zimo nodded slightly. After bidding farewell to Su Qingshan and Wen Renyin, he left Green Peak and went straight to the one-line sky behind Xinwu Xingzong. No one stopped him, there was no place in the world that he couldn't go. Passing through the cave of life and death, he came to this vast forest-like realm. Su Zimo looked into the distance, took a step, and appeared at the top of the cliff. The 3 Laozu sat there, waiting for him. Seeing Su Zimo come forward, Sengoku stood up and bowed to Su Zimo. Laozu, why are you doing this? Su Zimo smiled. Great emperors have their own prestige, everyone who sees them has to bow, it has nothing to do with age or seniority. Su Zimo didn't insist and just chuckled. Now that you've become a great emperor, Xinwu Xingzong's prestige is at its peak, the walker said. In your era, sects were like plants in the wilderness, developing without restraint, no one else or other forces dared to compete with you. I understand, Su Zimo nodded. I came here to ask the Laozu how much you know about the ruins of the gods. Hearing Su Zimo's words, they looked at each other. Sengoku said, when we were young, we also went there once. Rather than calling it a ruin, it's more like a graveyard of the gods. Graveyard? Su Zimo asked in surprise, the gods are all dead? The end of the age of mythology was inseparable from the disappearance of the gods, most people thought that the gods just disappeared. No one thought that the gods would fall. Who has the power to end the gods? Whether or not all the gods have fallen, we don't know, but it is indeed the gods' mausoleum, or a mausoleum, Sengoku replied. There's both great fortune and great misfortune inside, opportunities and dangers coexist. There was no lack of Laozu immortals who had died in there. There are also those who are lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter and ultimately bear the mandate of heaven. You want to take a look? The walker asked. Of course. Su Zimo nodded. It's best to be careful. Even great Emperor Xinwu couldn't see through that place, Sengoku replied. Su Zimo nodded. I'll be meditating for a while. He stabilized his Tao heart and made some preparations for entering the heavens beyond heaven. Laozu nodded in agreement. The great emperor could only stay on the Yuanyang continent for a limited amount of time. The heavenly Tao did not allow an invincible being to live in this world. This would destroy the order of the world and make it difficult for it to develop. After saying that, Sengoku pulled out 2 items from the void of space. One was a book, and the other was a token. He handed the 2 items to Su Zimo and said, "This is the Xinwu token." Before Great Emperor Xinwu ascended, he said that he wanted to shine the glory of Xinwu Xingzong in the heavens beyond heaven. He ended the rule of the demon beasts during the Desolation era, established Xinwu Xingzong, and started the era of emperors. I reckon that even if he went to the heavens beyond heaven, he would still establish Xinwu Xingzong there. However, the heavens beyond heaven is far from the Yuanyang continent. Even if the great emperor went there, he would only be a core force. Countless years have passed, and I don't know how he's doing up there. I'll give each of the previous great emperors of Zhenwu Xingzong a token. Take the token and go to the heavens beyond heaven. You can look for Great Emperor Zhenwu or Zhenwu Xingzong to see if you can find any clues. Firstly, you can visit our ancestors of Zhenwu Xingzong and see if they're doing well up there. Secondly, when you go to the upper realm, you'll have no one to rely on. Maybe you'll have a family to protect you. Su Zimo took the token solemnly. He didn't want any protection, but he was sincerely impressed by Great Emperor Zhenwu's greatness. These ancestors didn't stop at nothing. They even wanted to shine the name of Zhenwu Xingzong in the heavens beyond heaven. He was alone and had nothing to worry about. After he separated from his parents, he probably wouldn't have anyone to care about. Then, he took the book. The book wasn't recorded on paper. Instead, it was engraved on bamboo. It looked very old. This was left behind by Great Emperor Zhenwu before he ascended. It contains some of his understanding and experience of the Great Emperor realm. You can take a look at it. It might be helpful to you, Sengoku explained. Thank you. Su Zimo nodded and thanked him. Sengoku waved his hand and sighed. The only pity is that you're growing too fast. Is it bad that I'm growing too fast? Su Zimo smiled. It's not that it's bad. Every great emperor has a war general, but what about you? You single-handedly destroyed all the prodigies, Sengoku said. Otherwise, Zhenwu Xingzong could have another Laozu. I can't see through your character. The only people who are close to you are Lin Ruhu and Zhang Gilin. My original choice for a war general was Lin Ruhu. Unfortunately, that kid isn't the one to stay in the Yuanyang continent. Then let Xiaogizi stay, Su Zimo said. He's willing to stay? Sengoku asked. Don't these two want to follow you wholeheartedly? There are many beautiful things in this world other than following me. Su Zimo smiled. There was a hidden meaning in his reply, but he didn't say it out loud. After chatting with the Laozu for a while, Su Zimo left and returned to his Yannan peak. Xiaogizi and Lin Ruhu had been waiting for a long time. You two came quickly, Su Zimo said with a smile. Both of them were wearing long blue robes with black and red complementing the blue. They looked very energetic. The two of them chuckled. Xiaogizi said, Zhenwu Xingzong has been very lively these days. Senior brother, don't you want to go and have a look? Everyone is waiting for you to show up. What's so lively about it? Su Zimo replied. Ever since you inherited the mandate of heaven, Zhenwu Xingzong has been visited by many major forces every day. Lin Ruhu smiled. The elders have been busy receiving the imperial lineage. The sect is also thriving. The desire to win among the disciples is getting stronger. There's no need to join in the fun. Su Zimo waved his hand. What do you two plan to do in the future? I want to go to the outer sky with you, Lin Ruhu said directly. When we go to the outer sky, I want to explore it on my own. Xiaogizi seemed to want to say something, but he stopped. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Is there something you can't say? Xiaogizi hesitated for a moment. His son was born 3 days ago. Lin Ruhu couldn't stand it anymore and said. Su Zimo knew that Xiaogizi and Yao Xingnan had been together for a long time. He suddenly remembered that his parents had told him about the child. It seemed that Xiaogizi's child had stimulated them. That's a good thing, Su Zimo said with a smile. Why can't you say it? Xiaogizi was still silent. Seeing that Xiaogizi was hesitant to speak, Su Zimo smiled and said, That's not like you. I want to stay in the Yuanyang continent. Xiaogizi took a deep breath and looked at Su Zimo nervously. Then stay, Su Zimo said with a smile. You're not going to ask me why? Xiaogizi asked. Apart from following me, there are many wonderful things in life, Su Zimo said with a smile. For example, your wife and your newborn child. It's normal that you can't bear to leave them. On the path of martial arts, not everyone yearned to reach the pinnacle. There were also some people who were happy to live a stable life. It was enough for them to make stops along the way. Yes, I, Zhang Gilan, lost my parents when I was young. I entered Jinwu when I was young. At first, I thought that following my senior brother to roam the martial world was my only joy and my lifelong dream. Xiao Gizi replied, but later, I had a wife and a child. After I became a husband and a father, I became more and more worried. More and more, I didn't want to move forward. That's good. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. You don't blame me? Xiao Gizi asked. Blame you for what? Su Zimo asked. Not being able to follow you forever, and the promise we made back then, Xiao Gizi replied. I told a few ancestors that I wanted you to stay. You can be considered a witness to my era. Su Zimo shook his head with a smile. You and Ruhu are my few friends. Of course, I respect your choice. At this point, Su Zimo smiled again and said, Where's your son? If it's convenient, I'll go and take a look. He's at Ziyun Peak. I'll take you there, Xiao Gizi quickly said. Then, he asked, what about the Imperial Lineage Sect Masters? They all want to visit you. Aren't you going to meet them? They're not important. Su Zimo waved his hand. Under Xiao Gizi's lead, the three of them arrived at Violet Cloud Peak. Xiao Gizi used to be an ordinary inner disciple of the sect, but after following him, his strength grew stronger and stronger, and his status also rose. Now, he lived on his own mountain peak. This was the treatment that many core true disciples received. Ziyun Peak was located to the east of Jinwu. When the sun rose, the first wisp of purple qi in the morning would illuminate this place, which was also how it got its name. The entire mountain wasn't particularly majestic. It was a medium-sized mountain and was mainly purple in color. Walking along the mountain path, the three of them arrived at the courtyard halfway up the mountain within 10 minutes. The courtyard was exceptionally quiet. There was a field of flowers planted at the side, and the scenery was pretty good. Yao Xingnan walked out of the inner room with the newborn baby in her arms. Newborn children like to sleep. Su Zimo glanced at him. Although he was no different from an ordinary child, he looked quite similar to Xiao Gizi. Looking at the baby, Xiao Gizi's eyes were full of fatherly love. Su Zimo smiled and slowly reached out his hand. Several balls of light revolved around his palm. Choose one for your son. Treat it as my gift, Su Zimo said. This is? Xiao Gizi asked. He looked at these balls of light of different colors. Each of them was so vast and seemed to contain endless power. 100 battle physique, Su Zimo replied. Although he had killed those people after the Battle of the Heavenly Mandate, their 100 battle physiques had been preserved. Su Zimo put them away, but he didn't need them anymore. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Xiao Gizi chuckled. He pointed at the absolute beginning physique and said, I'll choose this one. Absolute beginning has Tao, and Tao follows nature. Su Zimo pointed with his right hand. Immediately, the absolute beginning physique in his hand turned into a streak of light and flew into the baby's body. He used an extremely gentle method to merge with the baby, so it would take some time. Stay here with the baby. There's no need to send me off, Su Zimo said. Come to my mountain peak in a few days. I'll help you increase your strength. Thank you, senior brother, Xiao Gizi said gratefully. Su Zimo waved his hand and left Violet Cloud Peak with Lin Ruhu. After leaving Violet Cloud Peak, the sky outside gradually darkened. Su Zimo looked up into the distance. The last light of dusk dyed the horizon. The setting sun was like a large disk that gradually disappeared into the void. Although he was cruel and merciless, and even more so when it came to his enemies. However, Su Zimo had done everything he could to his brother. After parting with Lin Ruhu, Su Zimo returned to South Swallow Peak. In his room, he opened the book that Sengoku had given him. It contained the true martial Great Emperor's understanding of the Great Emperor realm. When the true martial Great Emperor ascended, he had only just reached the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, the knowledge here was all about Yin-Yang. There were very few realms after that. After a Great Emperor comprehended an esoteric intent, he would form an esoteric bridge in his body, which was the so-called Yin-Yang bridge. The Yin-Yang bridge was connected to the laws and was formed by esoteric intent. Su Zimo did not move at all. Instead, thousands of esoteric intents gathered in his body and flowed through his meridians. Then, they became the source of thousands of streams that gathered in his abdomen. The yin-yang bridge sounded easy, but the process was extremely complicated and tedious. The more he cultivated, the less he could feel the passage of time. During this period, apart from helping Lin Ruhu and Xiao Gizi increase their strength, he had spent all his time cultivating. It was just that his cultivation speed was not as fast as before. Until 2 months later, God Emperor came to Zhenwu Xingzong. He came very secretly and did not alert anyone. He came to Yannan Peak. The god's relic is about to open. God Emperor went straight to the point. Got it. Who will participate this time? Su Zimo asked. The imperial lineage of the central mainland will definitely go. However, with you and me around, it will be easy to get anyone to participate, God Emperor said. Seeing how passionate you are about the god's relic, you must have gained something, right? Su Zimo asked. There's something I want inside, but it might be something you need too, God Emperor said. Now that you and I are forming the yin-yang bridge, we need that thing very much. Pack up and let's go. There's nothing to pack. Su Zimo waved his hand. The two of them left Zhenwu Xingzong, stepped into the air, and headed in the direction of the central mainland. The god's relic was located at the border between the Saint Flower Domain and the Lingtian Domain. The two of them were extremely fast. It was not an exaggeration to cover 1,000 miles with each step. Along the way, the great mountains and rivers of the Yuanyang continent were revealed beneath their feet. After a few days, they finally arrived at the place where the god's relic was going to open. This place seemed to be a canyon. The endless canyon spanned across the two domains. It was like a winding divine dragon lying on the vast land. At the top of the canyon, several figures were sitting on both sides. Every one of them had an astonishing aura. Wind and thunder thundered. At this moment, when Su Zimo and God Emperor arrived, everyone stood up. They bowed deeply to the two of them. Greetings, Devil Master and God Emperor. Rise, all of you. Su Zimo waved his hand. He took a rough look and found that almost half of the Laozu forces in the 5 major regions of the Yuanyang continent were gathered here. It was obvious that the god's relic was very attractive to them. The Laozu forces, who were originally powerful and calm, looked at each other after Su Zimo and God Emperor arrived. They were a little uneasy. Where is the god's relic? Su Zimo asked. Someone immediately replied, Devil Master, 3 miles to the east of the canyon on the left side, the void there is void. Every 10 years, in samsara, the yin and yang of the canyon will reverse and finally open a door for others to enter. Su Zimo followed his line of sight. In the lush forest, there was indeed a huge fluctuation in the void. And it had already affected the space beside it. It was a little like devouring, and it was constantly expanding. Is this relic a small world? Su Zimo asked. Sort of. The space inside is very big, but it is also very dangerous, the person next to him replied. Even we can only explore the periphery. We don't dare to go in. This sentence was a little exaggerated. After all, they were the peak of the secular world of the Yuanyang continent. If even they didn't dare to go in, it was not surprising that the god's relic was comparable to the 10 forbidden lands. How long until it opens? Su Zimo asked. Based on the current expansion of the void, I'm afraid it will open by tomorrow morning, someone replied. Su Zimo nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of oppression grow in their hearts. Their hearts trembled. They knew that this was Su Zimo's warning. He had the final say in the god's relic. Su Zimo and God Emperor found a flat rock and sat down to meditate. God Emperor smiled and asked, I'm afraid you're also forming the yin-yang bridge right now. Su Zimo nodded and replied, why? You've already condensed it? Although God Emperor's heavens will was restored, his previous cultivation was gone. Like Su Zimo, he started cultivating when he first entered the Emperor realm. How could it be so fast? God Emperor raised his head and said, however, there is a divine crystal in the ruins of the gods. It is formed from the corpses of the fallen gods. It can help you comprehend the power of Upanishads more efficiently. Are you aiming for the divine crystals? Su Zimo asked. I am greedy for other things, but the inside is not simple. I don't dare to rashly go in. God Emperor smiled. The two of them discussed the problems related to the Emperor realm. Although God Emperor became an emperor early, he had never been to the heavens beyond. He didn't know much about the path of the Emperor realm compared to Suzimo. Finally, after a night, at dawn the next day, white waves appeared on the horizon. Spreading out from the void, the first ray of light of the morning shone down, like a silver frost falling into the Long Dragon Canyon. On the grass and trees around the canyon, dewdrops were light, round, and crystal clear. After a night of turbulence in the void, there was finally a rumbling sound. A black door opened in the void. The situation inside the door couldn't be seen clearly, but the black color attracted everyone's attention. "Sirs, please." Everyone looked at Suzimo and God Emperor and said respectfully. If the two of them didn't enter, they didn't dare to enter either. As the two of them entered the door, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. In front of the two emperors, the pressure was too strong. They couldn't even breathe properly. As emperors, they were truly invincible. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of devastation. The ancient mausoleum had no end in sight. The most common blue bricks and green tiles were used to build this long mausoleum wall that looked like the horizon. The buildings here had gone through several great eras, but still stood tall. On both sides were tall trees that looked like silver frost. The weather here was strange. It was clearly spring outside, but here it was still snowing like goose feathers. The pure white snow drifted in the void, bringing with it a sense of closure. As far as the eye could see, there were mausoleums in front of them. There were no tombstones, no markings, just simple mausoleums. There were about a few hundred of them, and this was only where the eye could see. The area here was vast, no less. Were there so many divinities in the age of mythology? Suzimo muttered. Not all of them are divinities, some of them are buried with monsters. God Emperor explained. He had been here once, so he was naturally familiar with the place. The outer mausoleums have all been explored, let's go inside. What exactly happened here? Suzimo asked. Everywhere was a scene of ruin and desolation. It was as if the entire mausoleum had been taken over by grief and anger. Standing here, one's emotions would naturally be affected. Follow me. God Emperor led Suzimo straight to the path ahead. As soon as the Laozu who came with them came in, they quickly separated from the two of them. Because everyone knew that if they walked with these two, they wouldn't even get to drink the soup. Their feet stepped on withered leaves, on pure white snow, on piles of bones. They couldn't even tell what was under their feet. The two of them came to the end of the path, where there were several forks in the road ahead. And at the end, there was an ancient stone tablet. This was the only remaining stone tablet in this mausoleum. The catastrophe has come, the broken body, bless me, Yuanyang, the god has fallen. It was difficult to trace the age of this stone tablet, but the dense cracks on it seemed to tell the story of its many years. These words were deeply engraved on it. Catastrophe, the god has fallen, Suzimo muttered to himself. He turned back to look at God Emperor and asked, do you know something? It's just a guess, I don't want to say, I'm afraid of misleading your judgment, God Emperor said. Let's talk about it after we get out of the divinity's ruins. After all, this is a matter of the past, it's no longer important. Suzimo's hands touched the stone tablet, he didn't know who set it up, or who wrote it. But even after thousands of years, he could still feel the sadness and all kinds of emotions of the person who left it. Leaping over the stone tablet, God Emperor led Suzimo onto the path on the left. The two of them finally stopped in front of an ancient mausoleum. This mausoleum was deliberately built. It seemed a little out of place with the casually dug tombs around it. The mausoleum was 100 meters tall, the soil on it wasn't ordinary soil, but star sand. Grains of star sand could be seen clearly, but unfortunately, after countless years, the stars had dimmed. The tomb also didn't have a name, but from the size of it, one could tell that the owner wasn't ordinary. Underneath the star sand was a large door made of separation and reunion wood. Separation and reunion wood was the wood of the acacia tree, but this tree had already gone extinct during the Age of Desolation. The only places where separation and reunion wood could still be found today were these ancient ruins. Su Zimo walked in front of the door, only to see a very old picture carved on it. It was a human figure, but it was already a bit blurred. The figure held a halberd in his hand, wearing a blue robe made of golden sand. His eyes were empty and lifeless, his long blue hair scattered behind his back. Just as Su Zimo's hands were about to touch the door, a powerful force pushed him away. Following that, the entire tomb began to tremble. As the earthquake cracked, the irregular tombs around also collapsed. A cold wind blew through the tomb. God Emperor calmly spoke, "You've triggered the tomb's seal?" Su Zimo asked. "That's right. Every tomb here has its own restriction. It can be considered as a form of protection for the deceased." The Divine Emperor explained, "If you want to enter the mausoleum, you must destroy the restrictions." Su Zimo looked around. On top of the tombs, pairs of hands pushed away the soil on top of them and crawled out. This relatively large mausoleum was like the king of an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. As soon as his seal was triggered, the smaller tombs around it also began to tremble. The existences that crawled out of these tombs all had something to do with their cultivation when they were alive. Those with lower cultivation had already become bones. Those with higher cultivation still had their bodies from when they were alive, only their clothes were a bit tattered. They were like puppets, walking corpses, all of them rushing towards Su Zimo's group. At a glance, there were at least a few dozen of them. "These people aren't divinities, so there's nothing to be wary of," God Emperor smiled. "They're probably the servants of divinities. When I came to the old ruins before, I stopped in front of this tomb. I suspect that the owner of this tomb is a real divinity. That's why I didn't go in." As God Emperor explained, power surged out from his hand. The power Upanishad he comprehended was God power. Golden divine power flowed slowly in his hand, carrying the nobility of a noble. He flicked his finger, and in an instant, the divine power erupted with a blinding light. It soared into the sky, blocking the heavy snow above its head. Golden light enveloped the entire sky. It was as if a vast ocean had been branched into countless rivers. As the golden light fell, it was dazzling and brilliant. Below them, the walking corpses that were charging towards them were all covered by the golden light, and then their bodies disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A beam of golden light, nothing could resist it. This was divinity. "I suddenly thought of something," Su Zimo said with a smile. "What?" God Emperor asked. "What is your relationship with the God race?" God Emperor's power was something that Su Zimo felt from the God race's holy son Chu Tianyang when he was fighting for the heaven's will. It was a very similar power. Before this, he never thought that God Emperor would have anything to do with the God race. After all, the Divine Gate was an independent force. "We were one a few 10,000 years ago," God Emperor smiled. "If you don't want to say, I won't force you," Su Zimo replied. "It's not that I don't want to say, I just don't want to talk about that race again," God Emperor replied. "Fine, another grudge," Su Zimo waved his hand. He didn't want to listen anymore. It was just a casual question. Placing both of his hands on the door, the spirit energy within his body surged, and he forcefully pressed down. With a creak, the door that had been sealed for a long time finally slowly opened. The air inside was very dirty, a pungent smell wafted out. It was probably because it had been sealed for too long that the air didn't circulate. And the lighting was very poor, it was very dim. "Let's go." Su Zimo took the lead and went in. The space inside was quite spacious. As soon as the two of them went in, they heard a bang as the door behind them closed on its own. The two of them exchanged glances, then continued forward. This was a very narrow tunnel, they couldn't see the end and didn't know where it led. After walking for about 10 minutes, their vision finally widened. The two of them came to a large hall. There were many glowing pearls around the hall, still giving off a faint glow. In the middle of the hall, there were 9 blood coffins. Each blood coffin was suspended in the air by chains. "Who dares to intrude into the resting place of our Lord?" a hoarse voice came from inside the blood coffin. Followed by a light sigh of surprise. "2 emperors in one era, that's a strange thing. Who are you?" God Emperor asked. The two of them were seen through at a glance. More importantly, the other party didn't seem to be afraid at all. Only a bit surprised. "You came to our tomb, but you don't know who we are," the voice from the 9 blood coffins replied. But that's not important, this isn't our era. Our titles have already been lost with time. You may leave, we won't trouble you, we also don't want to fight seniors, God Emperor smiled. We're only here to ask for a few things. The voice from the blood coffin paused for a bit, then asked, what things? Divine crystals. Impossible. God Emperor's words were cut off as soon as they came out. The divine crystals of a fallen divinity are extremely precious, and more importantly, this is blasphemy against the divinities. We don't care if it's blasphemy or disrespect, Suzimo said. We can't just come here for nothing. If that's the case, then let's fight. The existence from the blood coffin casually spoke. Bang bang bang. 9 noises came from the side. As the noises came from the 9 blood coffins, these people didn't waste any time and were very straightforward. As the lid of the coffin was opened, 9 figures walked out from it. They were 9 old men, all wearing the same red robes. All of them were as thin as dried twigs, without any flesh, as if their skin was only covering their bones. The only difference was their height. Some were as short as a child, some were over 2 meters tall. Each of them had a glint in their eyes. Under the loose red robe was an extremely powerful aura that resembled a violent storm. The people of the later era are becoming more and more arrogant, one of the old men spoke. That's still better than taking advantage of your seniority, Suzimo smiled. Little child, when we ruled, you probably weren't even born yet, one of the old men casually replied. We originally wanted to leave the later era, but there were so many troubles that we had to pay the price to be at ease. That depends on whether or not you have the ability, God Emperor casually spoke. You're just a bunch of zombies. You should have tucked your tails between your legs a long time ago, Suzimo said. He raised his right hand, and a vast amount of power gathered in his body. The Emperor's aura was vast, and countless mysteries swirled around his body. The powerful aura was like a roaring tsunami, suppressing the 9 people across from him. The 9 people across from him were not to be outdone. Bloody light filled their bodies, and streaks of bloody aura shot into the sky, as if they wanted to rush out of the tomb. It enveloped the entire sky, standing against Suzimo as an equal. He was dressed in red robes, and his aura was similarly extremely strong. Suddenly, his robes fluttered with loud sounds. The 9 figures soared into the air, leaving behind streaks of blood-red traces in the air. Then, they disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared next to Suzimo and God Emperor. Their every move was filled with powerful bloody aura, tearing through the void. So this is the mysteries of blood, Suzimo said as he fought. This reminds me of a race, God Emperor nodded in response. These 7 people were very powerful, and they cooperated well with each other. They had some battle tactics. Blood-colored spirit aura filled the air, but Suzimo and God Emperor didn't take it to heart. When the Emperor's aura was vast, they were almost suppressing the 7 people. With a palm strike, one of them was sent flying. His chest caved in, and he crashed into a few blood coffins in the hall. Blood race, the 2 of them looked at each other and said. Because God Emperor recovered his mandate of heaven by going to the blood race to obtain the heavenly law Red Lotus, he had a deep impression of them. Now, he could feel the same power as the blood clan from these people. While they were fighting, the sturdiness of the hall was beyond imagination. After experiencing such a powerful tremor, it still didn't collapse. It was as if there was a mysterious power supporting this place. You disturb our Lord's rest. You deserve to die, one of them shouted. You don't have that ability, Suzimo chuckled. The heaven-shaking power in his body surged, and the profound meaning of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth wrapped around the tyrannical shadow. It was impossible to guard against. He waved his hand and another dark Upanishad fell. It directly swallowed the old man, drowning him in endless darkness. How many profundities have you comprehended? The old man shouted furiously. After attacking for a long time, they didn't have much time left. In their current state, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Moreover, with Suzimo's profound meanings, it was impossible to guess what his next move would be. With a snap of Suzimo's fingers, the spacetime profound in the surroundings began to fluctuate. Everyone's silhouettes were trapped in place. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free in an instant. Then, he raised the tyrannical shadow and gathered the profound meaning of destruction on the blade. That dark black spirit chi was like a will-o'-the-wisp from hell. It carried with it the desire to devour and kill. It looked like it was about to swallow them whole. At this moment, a voice came from inside the hall. "All right, let them in." This voice was so powerful that when it fell, everyone's aura was suppressed. It was as if the snow in the spring of March had met the scorching heat of summer, melting without a trace in an instant. Su Zimo frowned and looked at the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He was suppressed just now. He looked inside the hall. That was where the inner hall was. According to the old men, it seemed to be the residence of some blood god. He exchanged a glance with the divine emperor and then kicked away the few elders in front of him. He walked directly into the inner hall. This place was much more magnificent than the hall outside. It was more like a great hall. The gilded gold physique was majestic and beautiful. There was a blood-red chair at the top. The area inside was also more spacious. The floor was covered with the skin of some kind of demon beast. In the middle, countless precious flowers were blooming. Su Zimo looked around. There were sunflowers, jade corals, blood lotus seeds, greenwood celestial vines. In short, there were all kinds of rare herbs and mystic flowers. They were clustered together. Above them, there was a purple coffin floating in the air. This coffin was simple and grand, much larger than the 9 blood coffins outside combined. There were many indecipherable patterns carved on it. Complicated and gray. The purple coffin was surrounded by these precious flowers, making the entire hall seem especially peaceful and tranquil. When Su Zimo and the old man walked in, they saw that from the purple blood coffin, an endless amount of blood chi began to spread. It covered the entire hall. Finally, it condensed into the shape of a human figure in the air. This was a blood-red figure. Although it wasn't a real life, its powerful aura was still shocking. "Welcome, rulers of the new era," the blood-red figure smiled. "This welcoming ceremony of yours isn't very friendly," God Emperor pointed at the people outside and replied. "It's a kind of test. Otherwise, how could you be qualified to see me?" the blood-red figure replied. "You mean a god?" Su Zimo looked at the purple coffin and asked. "According to what you said, I guess so," the blood-red figure replied. "I know your purpose for coming. You want the divine crystal, but I can't give it to you so easily." "Then we have no choice but to offend you," God Emperor said indifferently. "Sometimes, fighting won't necessarily solve problems," the blood-red figure said calmly. "This is the ruins of the gods, it's not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Even if you defeat me, it's meaningless if you don't know where the divine crystal is. State your conditions." Su Zimo didn't want to waste time. The other party was willing to see them, so they must have a favor to ask. "Help me see someone," the blood-red figure replied. "Who?" God Emperor asked. "He's an old friend of mine." "You can go with my token," the blood-red figure said. As soon as the blood-red figure finished speaking, a token floated out from the void of space. This token was made from an unknown material, and the patterns engraved on it were also strange and indecipherable. "It's that simple?" the Divine Emperor asked in surprise. "That simple. Give the token to her, then come back and tell me about her situation. That'll count as done," the blood-red figure replied. "Where's the person you want us to see?" Su Zimo asked. "Go to the north, there's a large ice tomb, that's where she's buried," the blood-red figure replied. Su Zimo nodded. Together with God Emperor, they left the blood god's tomb. As soon as they came out, God Emperor asked, "Do you really believe what he said?" "That's not important," Su Zimo replied. "It's only on the way, there are many tombs they want to explore, so this is only on the way. As for whether or not blood god's words are true, that'll depend on the situation. If he's lying to him, he doesn't mind throwing his corpse into the wilderness so that he won't be able to rest in peace even after death." After the two of them came out of the tomb, they continued forward. There were only small graveyards all around, so they weren't very interested. Finally, after a few minutes, the two of them stopped in front of a large ice palace. Along the way, Su Zimo also saw a few corpses, all of which belonged to the people who came in with him. Standing in front of the ice palace, they could feel a chill coming from inside. Even with their constitution, they could still feel the chill, which means this place isn't simple at all. The frozen door was sealed shut. The Divine Emperor's palm landed, and the entire door instantly shattered, shattering into countless ice sculptures. Inside, a gust of cold wind that sounded like the weeping of ghosts blew out from inside the tunnel. The wind narrowed its eyes and instantly froze God Emperor into a statue. With a cracking sound, God Emperor broke free from the ice. He smiled. "I was too careless. Let's go in and take a look," Suzimo said. The two of them went in first, looking at the scene inside. Their shock was hard to describe with words. They were in a frozen world. This place was like a kingdom of ice, a small world that belonged only to ice. Iron trees, silver flowers, all sorts of trees that looked like a primeval forest rose from the ground. All sorts of beautiful flowers bloomed one after another. There were birds, white rabbits, green grass, and snow. There was also a waterfall that seemed to have fallen from the heavens, frozen in ice. As far as the eye could see, there was everything here, but nothing was alive, all of it was made of ice. It gave off a contradictory feeling of prosperity and bleakness. The layer of ice on the ground was constantly shattering, snow was falling from above. One by one, white tigers made of ice crawled out from the ground. The tigers roared, their ferocious heads roared as countless white tigers rushed towards the two of them. These white tigers weren't weak, but they weren't enough for the two of them. Suzimo calmly walked forward step by step. With a gentle wave of his left hand, countless white tigers were sent flying. Every single one of his movements seemed to be formed by nature, and his might was shocking. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, and space was unable to endure his might and shattered apart. The white tiger's wails continued to ring out. Pong, pong, pong. The sound of the white tiger crashing into the layer of ice also continued to ring out. The two of them continued forward, and nothing could stop them. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the icy mausoleum. The earth trembled and all living things were destroyed. White frost covered the air. Right in front of him was a majestic statue. The statue was of a woman. She held an ice staff in her hand, and her snow-white hair flowed behind her. A crown fell on her head. His wide white robe fluttered in the wind. The law of ice filled the entire boundless void. "Outsider," a majestic voice rang out. The gigantic statue in front of him began to move. Her right hand reached out, and every move she made caused snow to fall and ice to cover thousands of miles. The snowstorm in the depths of the mausoleum began to rage. It whizzed past as if it wanted to devour the heavens and the earth, drowning everything in the blizzard. As the giant hand fell, God Emperor threw a punch. In an instant, his body was frozen, and he was sent flying by the fan. His god's profound meaning was also frozen. "Are you all right?" Suzimo asked from the side. God Emperor broke free from the ice and spat out the ice in his mouth. His hair was disheveled, and he was in such a sorry state after just one move. What exactly are these gods from the age of mythology? Didn't they say that even the great emperors couldn't survive for long in the Yuanyang continent? Who knows about such ancient matters? Suzimo replied. He took the opportunity to slash with the tyrannical shadow in his hand. A shocking blade tore through the snowstorm and the void, then fell from the sky and landed heavily on the statue's body. Pong! Not even a trace of the ice statue was left behind. The strength of its defense was shocking. Immediately after, another palm came down. Suzimo and the other man's figures hurriedly scattered and dodged. "Outsider, prepare to receive the wrath of the ice god," the vast voice echoed throughout this world of ice and snow. "We were sent by the blood god," God Emperor shouted. Hearing God Emperor's voice, the giant palm in the snowstorm seemed to hesitate, even the snowstorm itself stopped for a brief moment. God Emperor hurriedly had Suzimo take out the token. As soon as the token was thrown over, it was instantly swallowed by the snowstorm. After a moment of silence, the voice in the snowstorm spoke again. "What did he send you here for?" "He wanted to know how you were doing, so he sent us here to see you," God Emperor hurriedly replied. Suzimo chuckled on the side. He didn't think God Emperor would back down so quickly, he wasn't even serious yet. Would he be so kind? The voice in the snowstorm coldly asked. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. God Emperor didn't answer. After all, he didn't know the full story behind this. "Tell him, we won't give up, everything will return," the voice in the snowstorm continued. "We'll pass on your message," God Emperor replied. Scram! His voice was filled with rage. Let's go. The God Emperor looked at Suzimo. He only wanted to leave this place, the power of the divinities had already surpassed his imagination. You're going to leave without any dignity? Suzimo asked. What do you want to do? God Emperor was a bit surprised, looking at Suzimo. Don't you know the word shame? Suzimo replied. Wielding the tyrannical shadow in his hand, his figure slowly walked deeper into the snowstorm. This is not your era. Whether you're a divinity from the old days, or a false divinity, in my era, you will all have to bow your head. The tyrannical shadow's blade chi was constantly flowing. Countless mysteries circled around him. There's no need to fight with them, we're only here for the divine crystals, God Emperor shouted from behind. It has nothing to do with the divine crystals, I'm just annoyed, Suzimo turned around and casually said. They were the rulers of the age of legends, so be it. This is the age of emperors, the age where I carry the will of heaven, what right do they have? As soon as he said what right, the blade chi around Suzimo's body had already reached its limit. As he swung the tyrannical shadow, the weak blade phantoms erupted with endless blade chi, tearing apart all the ice and snow in his path. The 19th stance of Tao querying was unleashed. Strike after strike, the blade chi was endless, tyrannical beyond compare. All the ice and snow in his path were nothing but dead souls under the blade. The God Emperor looked at his courageous figure and suddenly felt as if he could see the difference between the two of them. I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, I'll satisfy you. The voice in the snowstorm seemed a bit angry. This was the price a human had to pay to challenge a divinity. She felt humiliated. Endless ice and snow appeared in his sight along with the wind. That was the rage of the ice god. Icicles formed one after another, thousands, tens of thousands of them all shot towards him. When the God Emperor saw this, his expression turned vicious. He then said, "Count me in as well." His divine power surged, and he stepped into the ice storm, attacking the giant ice statue. Suzimo activated lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and the heaven-shaking giant also stood up behind him. The powerful pressure of the tyrannical shadow left behind layers upon layers of shadow in the void. One slash was an endless storm, one slash was tens of thousands of ice arrows. This slash cut through everything in the world. He stepped forward, and the layer of ice under his feet shattered, and the sound of cracking could be heard. F***CKU, God. Die. The tyrannical shadow in his hand tore through the void, and with thunder and lightning, it landed on the statue. Boom. A deafening explosion soared into the sky, causing the ice mausoleum to collapse from the tremors. The layer of ice shattered, and the countless creatures in this world of ice also shattered. A white ray of light flew out from the broken statue. It was a woman. She was naked, and the surface of her body was covered with a layer of ice. She had long snow-white hair. Her facial features were unimaginably exquisite, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Even her lips were white, and her eyes were completely white. Her ears were like elves, pure white. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the entire world had stopped. It wasn't that time had stopped, but that it had been frozen by ice. Endless cold air was emitted from her body, and it was endless. She held the ice staff in her hand, and looked at Suzimo and God Emperor. She said, "Once in 100 years, Samsara, the door to the god's ruins has finally been opened. Let's start with the two of you." The ice staff in her hand lightly tapped the void. Suzimo and God Emperor were instantly frozen in place. "This isn't an arcane, it's a law," God Emperor exclaimed. And most importantly, this law was a law of the Tao, not an immortal law of the immortals. Only those who had entered the Tao like them would be suppressed. Otherwise, ordinary immortal laws would really be useless against them. What was the mythological era like? How could there be such a powerful being in the Yuanyang continent? God Emperor was still mumbling to himself. It seemed that many secret letters from the mythological era had been hidden. Why did the heavenly Tao allow these people to exist? Suzimo squinted too. It was his first time feeling danger since he had become a martial monarch. The woman lightly tapped the air with her jade-like left finger. It crossed the endless void and charged towards the two with an unstoppable aura. Although it was just a finger, in the eyes of God Emperor, it was no different from a torrent of wild beasts. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Su Zimo was just about to let Baimont and the others out when he suddenly saw a powerful aura soaring into the sky. The ground began to crack as a figure traversed through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With a single step, he arrived in front of the two of them. It blocked the finger in the air. Another boom was heard, and the void was completely torn apart. Everything was annihilated, and the wind and snow stopped. The two of them looked forward and saw that the figure was a man in a blood-red robe. Thick blood flowed on the surface of his body. His blood aura soared into the sky, and a sea of blood spread out, suppressing the wind and snow. "This is the blood god?" God Emperor said in surprise. Although the two of them had seen the blood god in the tomb before, it was only a shadow formed by blood. They had never seen his real body before. "Who knows?" Su Zimo replied. "You're still as impatient as before." The blood god looked at the ice god opposite him with a gentle smile. "Why did you ask them to come?" The ice god pointed at Su Zimo and Baimon and asked indifferently. "Do you think I don't know what you're planning?" The blood god replied. "Ice, listen to me. Let's stop. This is not our era. We're just people from the old days." "Stop? If it weren't for you, would we have ended up like this?" The ice god said indifferently. "Perhaps the ice god's voice trailed off, as if she was gnashing her teeth with endless hatred. "No matter what, this time, no one can stop us." "I won't stop you. I only have one question. Even if you leave the god's ruins, what can you do?" The blood god replied, "We're all the same. We can't live forever. We can only struggle at death's door here. Are the people who made the deal with you still here, and the times have changed? They don't dare to make the deal anymore. Do you understand?" "I don't. I only know that we will return to this era and rule everything," the ice god replied indifferently. "You can't stop us." She raised the ice staff in her hand. Endless ice and snow gathered at the tip of the staff. "You've all gone mad," the blood god sighed. "You've been blinded by greed." A flower petal suddenly formed on the ice staff. The flower petal exploded in the air, as if it was a signal. Then, the entire god's ruins went into an uproar. The ice god's gaze fell, and her voice echoed. "We were planning to return to the world when we were ready. Now that you've discovered us, we can only move forward." As the entire god's ruins began to shake, the blood god turned to Su Zimo and the blood god. "There are some things that I may have to trouble you with." "What is it?" the god emperor asked. "Go to the war god mausoleum, wake him up, and end everything," the blood god said. "Okay," the god emperor agreed without hesitation. "What do we get in return?" Su Zimo asked. "You can still fulfill your promise of divine crystals. The Yuanyang continent is in danger now." "How can you have such thoughts?" the blood god said. "Even if the Yuanyang continent is destroyed, what does it have to do with me?" Su Zimo asked. "I can still go to the outland. It doesn't affect my interests." "Then your own safety has something to do with you," the blood god said. "If the war god doesn't appear, you won't be able to leave here alive." "You don't have to worry about that," Su Zimo replied. "I have my ways." The blood god stared at Su Zimo. After a while, he finally admitted defeat. He said, "All of our divine crystals and treasures are stored in the war god mausoleum. If you go there, you'll succeed." "Where is the war god mausoleum?" Su Zimo asked. The god's ruins was very wide. They saw many mausoleums along the way. But there were no inscriptions on them, and they didn't recognize them. "You won't find it. I'll send you there," the blood god said. He waved his right hand, and a blood-red force turned into a blood line that floated in front of the two. "Follow this blood line and you'll reach the war god mausoleum. Go quickly." "I'll hold them back, but I don't know how long I can hold them back," the blood god said. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disintegrated and turned into a bloody mist that covered the sky. Bloody clouds floated out and formed a boundary of blood. "Let's go," the god emperor said. The two of them followed behind the sanguine thread and quickly ran forward. "Do you think there's some kind of grudge between these gods?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "Who knows? It seems that some want to rule the Yuanyang continent, while the other wants to stop them, the God Emperor replied. At this moment, the gods' ruins was in turmoil. It seemed that not only the blood god and the ice god, but other gods were also awakening. In the northwest direction, an evil aura rose into the sky. It was a black torrent that surged in the sky. In the east, dense flames were burning, and the entire sky was illuminated by the red light. Fiery clouds floated in the sky. In the south, thunder raged, destroying heaven and earth. The sky darkened, and thunder dragons roared. Several powerful auras filled this ancient land, and more were coming. The sky constantly changed, and everything was reflected in the sky. Numerous godly puppets soared into the sky. The two followed the bloody line and ran quickly. Along the way, there were also many other creatures. They all crawled out of the tombs. Some were working together, while others were killing each other. It could be said that it was a complete mess. Many monsters came to stop Suzimo and the blood god. The two of them were surrounded by Emperor's aura. How could ordinary monsters stop them? They followed the bloody line forward. Finally, in the distant fog, a vast palace appeared faintly. However, before the two of them could take a closer look, a large hand reached out from the ground and slapped towards the two of them. The sky above them was destroyed. The large hand burned with blazing flames, burning the world and the 9 heavens. The two of them quickly retreated. The moment the large hand fell, everything was reduced to ashes. The ground cracked, and the raging fire burned. The front of the cemetery was turned into a sea of fire. It was like an insurmountable chasm. The two of them were in the midst of the raging flames. In front of them, the raging flames parted to form a path, and a man walked out of the flames step by step. He wore a fiery red robe and had a fire-shaped mark on his forehead. As he walked, raging flames appeared under his feet. A powerful aura surrounded his body. "This road is blocked," he said indifferently as he looked at Suzimo. "Fire god?" God Emperor asked. However, the other party didn't pay any attention to him. He just stood there calmly, blocking their way. Suzimo unsheathed the tyrannical shadow and was about to fight when God Emperor stopped him. He looked at God Emperor in confusion. "Leave him to me. You only need to go to the War God Cemetery." God Emperor stood up and said indifferently. "He's only cultivated for a few more eras than us." "How infuriating. Are you sure you can do it?" Suzimo smiled and asked. "Even if I can't, I still have to," God Emperor coldly snorted. Emperor's aura surrounded his body as he raised both hands above his head. Boundless God's mysteries surrounded him. The void of space around them began to change. "Go quickly," God Emperor looked at Suzimo and shouted. Suzimo stepped forward. Fire God wanted to stop him, but God Emperor shouted again. "Gate of the Gods." Above his head, the Gate of God's mysteries opened and a ray of light shined from within. As the light fell on Fire God's body, his entire body was locked in place. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. 30 seconds. "Hurry up and go," the Divine Emperor shouted. Suzimo didn't even look back as he flew towards the cemetery. Fire God was angrily roaring, his fiery red hair seemed to be on fire. Suzimo didn't have time to care about anything else and quickly arrived in front of the cemetery. This cemetery was very old, surrounded by a few walls. But a few parts of the walls had already collapsed. Weeds were growing inside. Some of the weeds were even as tall as half a person. And at the center of the cemetery was a single grave. It was different from the tombs of the gods, not as grand and majestic as one might expect. Instead, it looked more like a normal person's grave. As Suzimo arrived, before he could even look around, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. A tunnel opened up. By itself. "Come in." An old voice came from inside. "War God?" Suzimo tried asking. "You'll know when you come in," the voice replied. Suzimo glanced at the God Emperor who was still fighting Fire God a bit further away, then rushed into the tunnel. This place was very bright, with hundreds of stairs. The walls on both sides were filled with murals. But Suzimo wasn't in the mood to look at them, so he followed the stairs all the way to the innermost part of the cemetery. There was only a single statue here. Sitting there alone, with its back to the stairs he came from. It wasn't until Suzimo arrived that the statue slowly turned to face Suzimo. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," the statue spoke. The statue was of an old man, with a kind face and a head full of silver hair. The statue was so lifelike that even the wrinkles and gullies on his face could be clearly seen. He wore a loose gray robe that was spread out on the ground. "Waiting for me?" Suzimo asked in surprise. "The mandate of heaven for this life is yours," the old man answered. "Of course I'm waiting for you, Senior. Are you War God?" Suzimo asked. "It was Blood God who told me to come here. I already know about what happened outside, but there's nothing I can do," the old man answered. "I've used all my power to create this ruin of the gods, so my true body has already rotted away. Unable to come out, I'm only here to pass on a message," Suzimo said. "The reward is divine crystals. If you can defeat those divinities outside, not only will my divine crystals be yours, even their divine crystals will be yours," the old man smiled. "Furthermore, you'll also receive a portion of my power. Just tell me what you want to do," Suzimo replied. "Although I can't come out, I've kept my power. I can give it to you," War God answered. "The mission of saving the gods' ruin is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light appeared around the stone statue. Then, the light condensed into a red bead that floated in the void. The old man's voice sounded a bit tired. "Do not disgrace the name of War God. I still haven't said if I accept or not," Suzimo answered. "This is killing two birds with one stone. You'll receive my power and countless divine crystals. It'll greatly benefit your future path," the old man answered. "Is there such a good thing in this world?" Suzimo replied. "It's like a pie falling from the sky. It's not for free," the old man said. "You have to suppress the gods here to get my power. Consider it a test. When you go to the Outland in the future, don't disgrace the name of the god of war." "I want to know something," Suzimo said. The old man seemed to have guessed it. After a moment of silence, he said, "The origin of the gods' relics. I don't want to talk about that time. After all, it was a failure of my leadership. But if you must know, I hope you won't tell anyone." "I must know," Suzimo nodded and replied. "The mythological era was very different from your era. The great emperor was not the strongest existence. The gods were all extraordinary. There were void refinement, soul conduit, and heavenly venerables. Even the great sage was not a problem," the old man said slowly. It was as if he was telling a story. His tone was full of sighs. "Unfortunately, the Yuanyang continent is only a middle-level world with limited limitations. It can't be compared to a great world like the Outland. Even if we worked hard to cultivate, there was an insurmountable gap between us and the Outland. Later, the gods were unwilling to fall behind. They contacted the super-existence of the Outland and wanted to break through the barrier between the Yuanyang continent and the Outland. They wanted to merge the two worlds into one. In this way, they could enjoy the same power as the Outland. It's a little crazy, but it's really a good idea," Suzimo replied. "Do you think the heavenly axiom will agree?" the old man asked. "The heavenly axiom will wipe out everything that is a threat to the Yuanyang continent. We, the gods, are among them. Once the heavenly punishment comes, not only will we be destroyed, but all living things will be affected. When the time comes, all living things will be plunged into misery and suffering. I'm afraid the peaceful continent will fall apart and disintegrate in an instant. As the leader of the gods, I naturally won't allow this to happen." The old man said, "I found the heavenly axiom and made a deal with it. If I solve the problem of the gods, the heavenly punishment will not come." "So you started a war with those gods?" Suzimo asked. "It's not just me. Some of the gods are on my side, including the blood god," the old man said. "I fused myself with this place and formed the ruins of the gods. It was the conclusion of everything. Unfortunately, I didn't expect them to be so stubborn as to attempt to restart the mythological era. But times have changed, and they can't do anything. But I don't want to cause trouble again, so I need you to solve it." "Why me?" Suzimo asked. "I sense a familiar aura from your body." "It's my war god's 9 transformations," the old man said. "Furthermore, you're the one who bears the fate of this era. You're the most suitable person for this role." "I don't like being a hero. I only fight for benefits," Suzimo replied. "That's right. Defeat them and everything here will belong to you, the old man said. The power of the war god and so many deity crystals should be enough for you to protect yourself in the sky beyond heaven. Su Zimo looked at the ball of light that condensed on the statue in front of him. He reached out his right hand and slowly placed it in his palm. The next moment, the light shone brightly and turned into a shocking stream of light that surged into his forehead. Endless power spread out from his limbs and bones. He only felt a warm feeling around him. Then, countless cells seemed to be activated and expanded. He unconsciously used the war god's 9 transformations. In this empty mausoleum, an extremely powerful aura burst out. In the ruins of the gods outside. Those outsiders had either fled or died. At this moment, the place was in chaos. The gods had awakened. After the ice god's power was released, the gods woke up one after another. Fire god, evil god, thunder god, massacre god, heavenly star god, they controlled different divine daos, and each of them was like a natural disaster descending. They caused the entire ruins to be turned upside down. The blood god couldn't hold on anymore. Blood god, why don't you join us? You're just waiting for death, the thunder god said with a thunderous voice. The blood energy around the blood god was getting thinner and thinner. His divine Tao was about to be crushed, and he looked very haggard. Everyone, let's stop, the blood god said with difficulty. You've already fallen to such a state, why are you still so stubborn? We're in this state because of the war god, the fire god said angrily. If it wasn't for him, we would have already joined forces with the heavens beyond and now enjoy the glory of the great world. Do you really think that the heavens beyond will coexist peacefully with you? Breaking the barrier is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house, the blood god replied. If it wasn't for the war god's mercy, you wouldn't even have a place to stay in these ruins. You would have been buried with the old era. Cut the crap. Since ancient times, the winner takes all. The massacre god's killing intent was thick. The divine Tao of slaughter in the surroundings crushed through the void. He sent his divine intent down. I'm afraid the war god doesn't dare to come out. He's only bluffing now. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die with this place. Another heavy blow. The blood god's figure was sent flying. His divine Tao was completely shattered. He no longer had any strength to fight. The ancient deities were right in front of him. They stepped over his body and continued forward. That was the exit to the god's ruins. It would only open once every 100 years. The blood god struggled to stop them, but he no longer had any strength left. He could only watch as the deities left one by one. At this time, a shocking aura erupted from the tomb in the distance. A battle intent shot up to the sky. The battle intent shot up to the highest heavens, taking over the entire void. This power was extremely domineering. As soon as it appeared, the power of the other deities was completely suppressed. That fighting spirit was still expanding, and it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. That's. A deity glanced at the center of the battle intent. It's the direction of the war god's tomb. How could that old man still have the strength to come out? The heavenly star god asked in surprise. If he could come out, how could he have tolerated us until now? Something's not right. This doesn't seem to be the war god. The power is very similar, but if you sense it carefully, there are some differences. They were very familiar with the war god. After all, they had interacted with him for so many eras. No one understood his power better than these deities. In the direction of the tomb, the battle intent began to move. And the direction it was moving in was slowly heading towards them. As that power approached, all the divinities who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. They stared at that direction in shock, not moving at all. Su Zimo donned the war god armor as he slowly walked out of the tomb. Outside the tomb, the god emperor was heavily injured, lying in a pool of his own blood. The god emperor looked at Su Zimo, only to see his towering figure. Even though he wasn't that tall, he still left others in the dust. Leave the rest to me, Su Zimo patted his shoulder. He sent a strand of life force into the god emperor's body. Both he and the god emperor had only just become emperors. But that fire god had at least reached the 4th stage of emperor, life and death realm. He had already expected that the god emperor wouldn't be his match. In this chaotic deity's ruin, Fog and sand filled the air, as various divinities appeared in the void of space, as if to show their existence. Light footsteps could be heard from the sandstorm, as Suzimo's figure gradually appeared. Everyone's expression became solemn. "Who are you?" The divinities all looked at him. Fire God asked. "The one who buried you." Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and casually replied. "Seems like that old man really had no one else to choose, that's why he sent these brats to their deaths," the void god coldly snorted. As soon as he said that, Suzimo's figure disappeared from their sight. At the next moment, before anyone could react, the tyrannical shadow had pierced through his chest and pinned him to the tomb next to him. With a hong, the tomb collapsed, causing the ground to crack. "What did you just say?" Suzimo picked his ear and asked impatiently. The divinities around him exchanged glances, then nodded. Fire God angrily roared, sending a large amount of fire towards him. The flames in the sky continued to burn, manifesting all sorts of creatures. Dragons roared and tigers roared. Raging flames blazed. Even the air was extinguished into white smoke. The ice goddess wasn't going to back down either. She raised her ice staff at the same time, and a vast ice divine Tao swept forth. Together with the fire god, they each occupied half of the sky. It was as if the world was split into two halves of ice and fire. And Suzimo was at the center of this critical point. When the two powerful forces charged at him, he didn't even frown. He clenched his fists tightly and threw a heavy punch. The two divine Daos were completely destroyed. The ice god and the fire god retreated as well. Their expressions were ugly. "He inherited the power of the war god," the heavenly star god said. "I do know a little." The void god stood up from the mausoleum and said. "Legend has it that when the power of the war god is bestowed upon another person, it will appear according to that person's aptitude. I'm afraid this kid isn't any weaker than the war god." "Then what should we do? Our years of planning are going to be ruined again," Thunder God shouted. The heavenly star god didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Suzimo. He shouted, "Honored one, how about we discuss some conditions?" Suzimo turned to look at him. His deep gaze landed on him. The heavenly star god's body immediately tensed up. He then replied, "You don't have to sell your life to the war god. He can't give you anything. Work with us. Let's rule the entire world together. I alone can rule the entire world. Why would I need trash like you?" Suzimo asked indifferently. He was the one who had inherited the mandate of heaven, and was the strongest expert of this era. If not for coming to the god's historical remains, who in the outside world could do anything to him, hearing Suzimo's overbearing words, the expressions of the gods turned sluggish. Even though there was nothing wrong with what he said, this was too, "We can help you form an alliance with the existences in the beyond heaven. Even though you are strong now, you aren't invincible," the heavenly star god said. "Honored one, don't you want to take another step forward? Go and experience the so-called great sage." That's right. After Suzimo received the power of the war god, he had reached the final level of the 5 levels of Heavenly Emperor. Celestial. He was just a step away from becoming a great sage. But this single step was enough to block many people from reaching the great sage for their entire lives. This single step was similarly unreachable. Great sage. This was a word that could cause people to be captivated and crazy. Some people were even willing to give up everything for it. "Do you find it interesting to draw empty promises?" Suzimo asked. "Honored one, how would you know if you don't try?" the void god hurriedly said. "I won't try with some losers." Suzimo raised his hand. The war god armor erupted with a powerful aura. The Tao of the war god suppressed all the deity Daos in the surroundings. A powerful battle intent surged out and charged towards the crowd. "Since you are so obstinate, then let's fight to the death." The void god extended his hand. The entire void was grasped in his hand. This boundless void seemed to be roaring soundlessly. It wanted to restrict Suzimo and trap him within. But it was a pity that it was useless. Suzimo stepped on the void. The surrounding void was completely crushed by him. His figure was so fast that even his afterimages could not be seen clearly. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the void god. A fist stirred up endless wind and clouds as it smashed towards the head of the other party. With a hong sound, the head exploded like a blood bag. But the figure of the void god quickly retreated. A new head instantly grew out. Ancient star fall. The heavenly star god shouted from the side. One could see his heavenly star deity Tao surging. Many meteors fell from the sky like meteors. The meteors pierced through the atmosphere, bringing with them an unparalleled force. Su Zimo chuckled. He extended his right hand. Just like that, it was as if he was holding up the entire sky. All the meteors were held within his palm. With a wave of his hand, countless meteors came crashing down like a meteor shower. The heavenly star deity Tao was instantly destroyed. The power of Su Zimo's figure increased dramatically. With a single punch, a deity Tao was destroyed. The furious roars of the divinities resounded non-stop. Everyone, disperse and escape. The ice god shouted. There will be a day when he will go to the sky beyond heaven. It's fine as long as the Green Mountain remains. The deities nodded. Clearly, they agreed with this. Su Zimo's power had suppressed them. They were not willing to risk their lives. Because even if they did, they might not necessarily win. Seeing these deities wanting to escape, Su Zimo laughed. Do you really think you can escape? With a wave of his hand, the entire god relic started shaking. The god relic was originally created by the war god. Now that he had obtained the power of the war god, he naturally had the ability to control this place. The god relic was in turmoil. One could see that the entire sky was about to collapse. That door leading to the outside world was directly closed. He slowly extended his hands. A powerful force condensed between his palms. Su Zimo clasped his palms together. A round ball with a vast aura condensed. In Su Zimo's hands, a ball filled with explosive power was condensing. The surrounding void began to change. He put his palms together, and that ball was annihilated in his palms. An invisible power erupted with him as the center. The aftermath of the annihilation of this ball fell, attacking from all directions. Those deities who were originally preparing to escape only felt a powerful force enveloping them. Under this force, they felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. It was difficult to move, and they could not break free. Void God, can this void seal be broken? Fire God asked. This is not a void seal. In this God's remains, he is the only true God. Void God hurriedly replied. This seal is the world seal of the God's remains. That old man still had a trick up his sleeve. He said that he would give us a place to rest in this God's remains. He just wants to use this to imprison us forever. Fire God angrily roared. The flames around his body were burning furiously, incinerating the entire void above his head. Unfortunately, it was of no use. This God's remains was a small world. Under the suppression of a small world, they could still resist if they were in the outside world. But in here, they could not resist at all. I am not as benevolent as the battle god. The battle god did not have the heart to kill you because he still remembers old sentiments. Su Zimo walked forward, sweeping his gaze across everyone's faces. He said indifferently, but I don't have any sentiments towards the mythological era. I only have one sentence. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. You can choose for yourselves. Brat, who do you think you are to order us around? Thunder God angrily said. We deities, even if we die, will not submit to you. Hearing Thunder God's words, Su Zimo laughed. Then I will satisfy your request. His big hand fell, and the world suddenly changed. Incomparably, the sky was covered. He grabbed Thunder God's neck, forcibly tearing his body into pieces. Thunder God Tao gathered, wanting to be reborn. He directly slapped out, and that Thunder God's Tao was destroyed. His large hand grabbed with force, and a rumbling sound that sounded like the wrath of the heavens could be heard. A black hole appeared in the void, swallowing everything. The newly formed lightning divine Tao did not even have the chance to react before it was swallowed and torn apart by the black hole. No. The God of Thunder's terrified shout resounded in all directions. The entire divine Tao was completely annihilated along with the closing black hole. Without his divine Tao, what remained of his divine soul wanted to escape into the void. Unfortunately, the entire world was under Su Zimo's control. How could he escape? Su Zimo made a grabbing motion with his large hand and pulled the struggling divine soul over. With a light clench of his fist, it exploded with a boom. Everyone, who else wants to try? Su Zimo asked. There was silence all around. No one wanted to die. Although they spoke well, when the real life and death were placed in front of them, these ancient gods who had lived for countless eras were all silent. Honored one, how do you want to deal with us? The heavenly star god asked with an embarrassed smile. Destroy your own divine Tao. I'll let you spend your remaining years peacefully in these ruins, Su Zimo replied. The heavenly star god originally wanted to say impossible, but when he saw the expression in Su Zimo's eyes, he forcefully swallowed his words. The gods were silent. I don't have time to wait for you to decide. Su Zimo felt the power of the war god within him. Time was limited, and the power in his body was about to dissipate. When that time came, it would be hard to say what would happen. Since you are not willing to speak, then I will decide for you. Su Zimo waved his large hand. Another boundless might rumbled down from the sky. The figures of the gods were all enveloped by him. Under the pull of this great power, everyone's divine Tao was withdrawn. Some gods were still trying to resist, but they were all heavily injured by a single slap. In front of this great power, the gods were as silent as cicadas in winter. They were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. With their divine Tao taken away, even though the gods did not die, they were reduced to mortals. Perhaps their divine souls were strong enough to allow them to cultivate again. However, it was almost impossible for him to recover to his current level. After these divine Taos were extracted from the void, he did not destroy them. Instead, he fused these ownerless items into his body. Every divine Tao was a type of comprehension. Of course, he was not in a rush to comprehend them. The gods were lying on the ground weakly. They would not be able to recover without a long period of recuperation. Everyone, do you want to live? Su Zimo asked. What else do you want? Fire God replied. Our divine Tao has already been taken away. Do you still want to humiliate us like this? Give me all your deity crystals, and I will leave, Su Zimo said. The gods glanced at each other. The void god waved his hand and said with a tired expression, give it to him. No one was willing to offend this fiend. They only wanted to send him away as soon as possible. The gods reached their hands out, sending out a few balls of light from their tombs. Inside them were countless deity crystals. Su Zimo took a quick glance and estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them. They had been storing them since the Age of Legends until now, so they were quite rich. Su Zimo took the divine crystal and no longer paid attention to the crowd. Instead, he walked in front of Blood God. Where is War God? Blood God looked at Su Zimo and asked expectantly. He won't be able to come, Su Zimo replied. I understand. Blood God bowed deeply to him and said, thank you for your help this time, for the sake of benefits, that's all. Su Zimo waved his hand. He said, it's time for me to leave as well. Farewell, Sir. Blood God nodded. When he found the God Emperor again, the God Emperor's wounds had mostly healed. He was basically fine now. As a Grand Emperor, as long as his fate was not harmed, there would be no problems. He casually took out a few dozen deity crystals and gave them to the God Emperor. You've dealt with it all? The God Emperor asked. At this point, War God's power had been completely hidden. This power won't be used up, but there's a time limit to how long it can be used. It'll take a long time before it can be used again. Su Zimo nodded. He took one last look at the god's ruin, then left with the God Emperor. Everything that happened during the Age of Legends was about to come to an end. After leaving the god's ruin, Su Zimo looked at the God Emperor and said, everything that needs to be taken care of is done. After 100 years of seclusion, we'll head to the sky beyond heaven. The two of them went their separate ways from the central continent. One returned to Xinwu, the other to the old territory. The spring wind blew softly across the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the void of space in front of him and appeared in front of Xinwu's mountain gate. This time, he went into seclusion to comprehend his gains from this trip. Xinwu was very lively today. The sect was opening its gates to recruit new disciples. It could be said that there was a sea of people at the foot of the mountain. It was noisy and chaotic. Because Su Zimo carried the mandate of heaven, Zhenwu Xingzong was the most famous force in this era. Countless people racked their brains trying to break in. The queue stretched from the gate to the foot of the mountain like a long dragon. Have you heard that Zhenwu Xingzong's standards for recruiting disciples are very high? It's the highest among all the sections. Some youths were discussing. Of course, Zhenwu Xingzong is the most powerful force in the continent. If the standards are not high, how can you be worthy of them? I think you should stop wasting your time. You will definitely be eliminated. It's not certain who will be eliminated. Don't look down on others. That's right. I'm also a famous person in Tianyang City. The youths were discussing. All of them were full of vitality, just like the season at this moment. The spring breeze was just right, and the sun was not dry. Su Zimo walked up the stairs in front of Zhenwu Xingzong's gate. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He could feel that he was a member of this world amidst the noise of the secular world. He was not the high and mighty great emperor. A Tao cultivator must first enter the Tao before he could transcend. If he did not enter the Tao, how could he transcend the Tao? Halfway up the mountain, Su Zimo saw that there seemed to be a dispute in front of him. A group of people was gathered there, pointing and talking. He looked up and saw that the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong seemed to have noticed him. A group of disciples ran down the mountain gate. Go back quickly. You want to join Zhenwu Xingzong? A frog at the bottom of a well wants to fly. That's right. You're just like your father who died of illness. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reincarnated. The crowd was punching and kicking, and there were two people in the middle. A young man and a little girl. The young man shielded the little girl in his arms and allowed the punches and kicks to land on his body. He gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Someone who didn't understand asked curiously, "What are you doing? Did he offend you?" We're all from Fang village. This kid is a half-beast man. Do you understand? His father was born with a demonic beast. He and his sister. Beast man? Everyone looked at the young man curiously. He had a tail on his back, and his eyes were pure white, without a single trace of black. The people around him were laughing at him, and there were also those who didn't care about the situation. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples came down and asked with a frown, "What are you all doing here?" "Senior brother, it's nothing. We're just playing." Someone laughed. Everyone, disperse. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be disqualified, the disciple replied. As soon as these words came out, all the youths kept quiet out of fear. They all scattered like a swarm of bees. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple glanced at the young man in the middle of the field, shook his head slightly, and finally left. The young man struggled to stand up and looked at the little girl in his arms. "Big brother, I'm scared," the little girl said softly. "It's okay. Big brother will definitely become Zhenwu Xingzong's disciple and cultivate hard to protect you," the young man clenched his fist and said seriously. "I believe in Big brother." The little girl hugged the young man's arm and smiled innocently. "Hard work doesn't come with words," Su Zimo said with a smile. The young man looked up at Su Zimo and was silent for a while. Finally, he said, "I will prove it." Su Zimo smiled and threw a cultivation manual to him. Then, he turned around and left. "Who are you?" The young man looked at the manual in his hand and shouted. "You don't need to know." Su Zimo pointed at his chest. He said, "If you want to become strong, the most important thing is the Tao heart." The young man didn't say anything and just watched Su Zimo's back disappear from his sight. Back at Zhenwu Xingzong, this was just a small episode. He just found the young man pleasing to the eye. His Tao heart was good. Su Zimo didn't visit anyone else. Instead, he began his long secluded cultivation. He refused all visitors. The first step of the great emperor realm was to form the Yinyang Bridge. His soul returned to the divine land. He sat cross-legged in the void with the chaos bead hovering above his head. A ray of light fell from the chaos bead. It enveloped Su Zimo. Su Zimo only felt that his mind was unprecedentedly peaceful. It was as if he could clearly see every movement around him, even the flow of the air. His brain improved several times in an instant. He put the divine crystals around him, piled them up, and slowly absorbed them. He began the first step of his enlightenment. The Yin-Yang Bridge. The great Tao was silent. 1 year of cultivation meant 100 years of life. In the past 100 years, the divine crystals around him slowly decreased. The world changed, the sun and the moon rotated. Whether it was the Yuanyang continent or the divine land, earth-shattering changes were happening. The craze for becoming a great emperor began to fade. After all the prodigies died on Xiankang Island, there were finally rising stars who began to rise one by one. In the past 100 years, the rise and fall of the forces were also constantly changing. There were often rumors circulating throughout the entire continent. There were prodigies who did earth-shattering things and became famous all over the world. Those prodigies who passed away were finally forgotten. In a corner of the divine land, in a void that had been forgotten for 100 years. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. The yin-yang qi in his body flowed in reverse, exuding a majestic aura. The shadow of the vast and boundless bridge was already reflected in Su Zimo's body. As the yin-yang qi flowed in continuously, the bridge became more and more solid, more and more majestic. Su Zimo's aura became more and more powerful. Rumble. Muffled sounds kept coming. His qi and blood became more vigorous. He suddenly opened his eyes. The world in his eyes seemed to be divided into two extremes. His eyes pierced through the layers of the void. Finally, he muttered to himself, "It's been 100 years. I've finally entered the yin-yang realm." This was with the help of the chaos bead and various divine crystals. Otherwise, he might not be able to comprehend it even if he was given 1,000 years. This was the huge gap brought about by the higher the level. His figure passed through the divine land and returned to the Yuanyang continent. Walking out of the room on Yannan Peak, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. It was as if he did not belong to this world. The unfamiliar sunlight shone on his body. Su Zimo calmed down for a long time before he let out a long sigh of relief. He looked up. Others could not see it, but there was a faint sense of oppression in the sky. He knew that it was almost time to leave. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. After walking out of Yannan Peak, Zhenwu Xingzong had many new faces. Many people did not even know him. Everything had changed. A sense of strangeness came over him. He walked toward the green peak. On the way, he met Xiao Gizi. Today, Xiao Gizi had become Zhenwu Xingzong's most prestigious senior disciple. He was wearing a dark blue robe. He had long hair that flowed down his back and was tied with a blue ribbon. His expression was more determined, and he had the aura of a leader. Seeing Su Zimo appear, Xiao Gizi said in surprise, "Senior disciple, you're out." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "That's right. It's been almost 100 years." Xiao Gizi nodded. He asked, "Senior disciple, did you gain anything?" "A little." Su Zimo smiled. "You're in such a hurry. Where are you going?" "Isn't this year's core disciple competition?" "I was ordered to host it," Xiao Gizi said. "Senior disciple, why don't you come with me? The younger generation of Zhenwu Xingzong is also thriving. Sometimes I feel that I'm getting old." "What about Ruhu?" Su Zimo asked. "He's the same as you. He's either been training or in seclusion for the past 100 years. "I haven't seen him in a long time," Xiao Gizi replied. "Then let's go and have a look." Su Zimo smiled. "I've been in seclusion for 100 years, and I'm a bit tired. I need to go to a crowded place to get used to it. After all, humans were social animals. Let alone 100 years, if you had to stay in a sealed space for a few days, you probably wouldn't be able to stand it." On the way to the core disciple competition, many disciples greeted Xiao Gizi when they saw him. But very few people still remembered Su Zimo. The current disciples were all from the new faction. When they came to Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo had already been in seclusion. So it was understandable that they didn't know him. "Did anything interesting happen in the past few years?" Su Zimo asked. "What else could it be? It's just that there are geniuses everywhere, and secret places have appeared," Xiao Gizi said. "This continent has never changed since ancient times. I'm sick of it. Speaking of this, Xiao Gizi added, but there are a few good seedlings in Jinwu Xingzong, which made me want to train them. The two of them arrived in front of the competition. This place was already filled with many inner disciples. There were also countless inner and outer disciples who had come to watch the battle. This competition caused quite a stir in Jinwu Xingzong. Senior brother Zhang is here. Everyone, be quiet. Hey, who's that person beside senior brother Zhang? He looks like a stranger. To be able to be with senior brother Zhang, her identity must not be simple. The arena was divided into 8 sections. Su Zimo sat down on the seat of honor. Before he could sit down, a disciple next to him suddenly said, "Senior brother, this is senior brother Zhang's seat. Please move to the side." Su Zimo glanced at the disciple, then looked at Xiao Gizi. "Who are you?" Xiao Gizi turned his head and asked with a frown. The disciple quickly replied, "Senior brother Zhang, I'm Yan Xing, an inner disciple." "Do you know who he is?" Xiao Gizi pointed at Su Zimo and asked. I don't know." The disciple quickly shook his head. He was just trying to act smart in front of Xiao Gizi. There are some people you can never afford to offend. Get lost. Xiao Gizi waved his hand and said with some disgust. "Ah, yes, yes." The disciple was stunned for a moment, then ran away in a panic. Why get angry over such a small matter? Su Zimo said with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that he's a disciple of the same sect, I would have made him bleed today, Xiao Gizi said coldly. He sat next to Su Zimo. After he finished his speech on the stage, many of the core disciples below had already started their competition. Do you see that young man? Xiao Gizi pointed at one of the arenas. He said, among the disciples that Jinwu Xingzong has recruited in the past few years, he's the fastest growing. He's also the most hardworking. I even intend to train him to be my successor. Hearing Xiao Gizi's words, Su Zimo looked up. He felt that there were too many coincidences in this world. He also knew the young man who was competing. When he returned to Jinwu Xingzong, he met the half-beast man at the mountain gate. He remembered that he seemed to have given the other party a cultivation method. Originally, it was just a matter of convenience. He didn't expect that the cause and effect of this world would be so coincidental. Senior brother, you know him? Xiao Gizi asked curiously. We met once. I remember that he seems to have a younger sister, Su Zimo said. Don't mention it. His sister is now a femme fatale. Many of our Jinwu Xingzong disciples don't have the heart to cultivate all day long. They only know how to curry favor. I can't stop them, Xiao Gizi said. Greed and lust are human instincts. If you have no desires, what's the point of living? Su Zimo said with a smile, as long as you don't do anything against the rules, everything is negotiable. The battle in the arena was in full swing, but Su Zimo rarely watched. He could see the strength of these people and the outcome of the battle with just a glance. This kind of battle was just to enjoy the atmosphere occasionally. Nothing else was interesting. He didn't let down Xiao Gizi's expectations. The half-beastman youth won first place in this competition. What's his name? Su Zimo asked. Zhang Xiaopu, Xiao Gizi replied. It's rare for senior brother to be interested. Remember to pass on a message for me. Say that he has already proven himself. Su Zimo waved his hand slightly. Xiao Gizi went on stage to announce the reward for first place. Naturally, he had to say some words of encouragement. Su Zimo had to say goodbye to his parents and left. On the arena, Zhang Xiaopu's aura was like a rainbow. He looked around with shining eyes. At this moment, he was Jinwu Xingzong's most dazzling disciple. As far as his eyes could see, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. The figure only caught a glimpse of it before it disappeared into the crowd. Zhang Xiaopu was shocked. He seemed to recall the scene in front of the mountain gate. The cultivation method that almost changed his fate. He wanted to chase after it, but was stopped by Xiao Gizi. It's time for the award ceremony. It's not right for you, the first place, not to be here, Xiao Gizi smiled. Who was that? Zhang Xiaopu quickly asked. You'll know later, Xiao Gizi replied. He told me to tell you that you have proven yourself. Zhang Xiaopu was silent. He bowed deeply in the direction that the figure disappeared. 100 years passed. The flowers and trees on Green Mountain were still lush. Nothing changed. The only change was that many purple poplar trees were planted on the path up the mountain. They were similar to poplar trees, but their entire body, including their leaves, were purple. The red and purple colors all over the mountain were intertwined. It was a beautiful scene. When he saw his parents again, Su Zimo could clearly feel that they seemed to have aged a lot. Su Qingshan's temples were already white. Wen Renyun was cooking in the wooden house. In fact, people like them have already abstained from eating and don't need any grains. You've come out? Su Qingshan asked with a smile. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. I've stepped down from my position as the vice-sect leader. Su Qingshan said. You can relax a bit in the future. Spend more time with your mother. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Su Zimo was silent for a while, then said. It's time to leave. Sooner or later, you'll have to leave. Su Qingshan smiled. He walked forward and patted Su Zimo's shoulder. Like a man. At this moment, Wen Renyun walked out of the house. She was holding a bundle in her arms. She walked in front of Su Zimo and helped him tidy up his clothes, smoothing the long hair on his forehead to the back. Then she smiled and said, This is the clothes I made for you. Wear it. Su Zimo took the bundle and nodded heavily. Go. Wen Renyun's voice sounded like she was about to cry. She suppressed her emotions and said, I don't want you to have any grandchildren. Just promise me that you'll take good care of yourself and stay alive. Your son's life is harder than the sky. Su Zimo smiled. Wen Renyun smiled and took out a jade bracelet from her arms. She put the jade bracelet in Su Zimo's palm and smiled. This was originally prepared for your future wife. But now you don't have the chance. Take it. If you meet the right person in the future, give it to her. Take it as a gift from me. Su Zimo was silent. He suddenly felt a little sad. Since his rebirth, his journey had been very smooth. It seemed that everything was under his control. He had never encountered anything that didn't go his way or made him feel uncomfortable. However, the separation at this moment made him feel sad. Prepare well. Go. Wen Renyun said. After leaving the Green Peak, Su Zimo put away the bundle. He asked Shenwu Xingzong to spread the news. Tomorrow, he would ascend to outer heaven. When the time came, the door from Yuanyang continent to outer heaven would open. If anyone wanted to go to the outer sky, they should come to Shenwu Xingzong as soon as possible. The heavenly gate would be opened for a day. It would close in one day. If he wanted to go again, he would have to wait for the next generation's Grand Emperor to shoulder the heaven's will. The news soon spread across the entire Yuanyang continent. In fact, not many people wanted to go to sky beyond heaven. Some people were too weak. They might be torn apart by the world wall before they could even reach the sky beyond heaven. There were also some people who were highly respected in the Yuanyang continent, but they were probably worthless in the realm beyond heaven. As the saying goes, one would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That was the logic. There were also some who wanted to go to the realm beyond heaven, but they couldn't abandon their ties to the Yuanyang continent. Love and family were both things that he was worried about. Therefore, very few people would go to the outer sky, except for those who pursued the dream of becoming a powerhouse. In the evening, Lin Ruhu and God Emperor came to Zhenwu Xingzong. They called Xiao Gizi, and the four of them drank wine under the moonlight on Yannan Peak and talked about the past. Child Su is drinking here. Why didn't you invite me? A woman's voice came from outside the courtyard. Miss Jing was wearing a red robe, like a blooming rose. The red robe spread out on the ground. She walked in from outside with a strong rose scent on her body. Why are you here? Su Zimo asked. Why? Am I not welcome? Miss Jing smiled. I want to go to the outer sky too. Of course, I have to find Child Su. You are a guest. Have a seat. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. Of all the people he knew, Miss Jing was the only one he couldn't see through. The last breeze of spring blew across the sky. The temperature was just right at night. A bright moon hung in the sky. Everyone was talking about the outer sky. They all say that Miss Jing knows everything. How much do you know about the outer sky? God Emperor asked. The outer sky is divided into 9 realms. We broke through the gate of heaven from the Yuanyang continent and went to the mortal realm. Miss Jing raised her wine cup. She took a sip of her red lips and said, the 9 realms are like the 9 heavens. The mortal realm is at the bottom. Below the mortal realm is the Yuanyang continent. Why did Miss Jing go to the outer sky? God Emperor asked again. I am a member of the outer sky. Of course, I went home. Miss Jing smiled. She said it very frankly, without hiding anything. But God Emperor's expression froze. He stared at her, as if he wanted to see through her. Unfortunately, it didn't help. Everyone knew how difficult it was to come to the Yuanyang continent from the outer sky. But for Miss Jing, it didn't seem to be a big deal. It was as if she was just casually talking about her family. Since she didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. They didn't talk that night. They drank until the next morning. Some people who wanted to go to the outer sky began to gather at Jinwu. The light of dawn bloomed before dawn. Su Zimo put down his wine cup, stood up, and said with a smile, everyone, it's time to go. He took the lead and walked to the top of Yannan Peak. The others followed closely behind. Standing at the top of the mountain, the cold wind blew gently. His clothes suddenly fluttered, as if a cry from the heavens was vaguely heard. He looked around the Yuanyang continent. This was the last time he saw this world. Then, the Emperor's aura around him surged. The vast Emperor's aura soared into the sky, stirring up a storm in the sky. The entire Yuanyang continent could feel that power at any time and place. What's going on? In Jinwu, the feeling was very strong. A disciple asked curiously. You don't know yet, do you? The Emperor of Jinwu is going to open the gate of heaven. Then let's go and see. It's enough to see this once in a lifetime. That's right, that's right. At the bottom of the mountain, Zhang Xiaopu raised his head and looked at the imposing figure on the top of the mountain. With a look in his eyes, he seemed to have understood something. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. The dazzling light was like a rainbow. The sun and the moon rotated and shone on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo stepped into the air. With the tyrannical shadow in his hand, he walked up to the sky step by step. He waved his right hand, and the mandate of heaven coiled around him like a long dragon. Under the call of the mandate of heaven, the heavens seemed to respond. The shadow of a gate vaguely appeared in the depths of the void. Open, Su Zimo shouted. The momentum was as majestic as the boundless universe. The mandate of heaven rushed toward the gate of heaven with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the eyes of all the creatures on the continent were focused on the gate. Because they knew that there was another, even more vast world inside. They could only catch a glimpse of an era. With a boom, the power of the mandate of heaven exploded in the sky. The gate of heaven in the sky was pushed open little by little. As the heavenly gate above their heads was slowly pushed open, an even more dazzling light shone down from within. Everyone, please. Su Zimo stepped into the air and looked around as he spoke indifferently. God Emperor took the lead and flew towards the heavenly gate. Following that, some people that Su Zimo did not know but also wanted to go to the heavens beyond also flew towards the heavenly gate. Those who could enter the heavenly gate were at least immortals. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the tearing of 2 worlds. Child Su, let's meet again in the heavens beyond. Lady Jing also smiled and disappeared into the heavenly gate. Lin Ruhu also looked at Su Zimo and said, Brother Zimo, I want to go there alone. Did Laozi give you the true martial token? Su Zimo asked. Yes. Lin Ruhu nodded. If there is also Jinwu in that world, then we will meet there. Su Zimo smiled. After entering the heavens beyond, everyone was transported to a different place. It could be said that they were transported randomly. There was a 1 in a billion chance that 2 people would be transported to the same place. However, among the 9 domains of the heavens beyond, just the ordinary domain alone was vast. There was no need to think about such a thing. After seeing that everyone had gone to the heavens beyond, Su Zimo did not enter. He still stood in the void and waited. No one knew what he was waiting for. After a period of time, as the sun set, the sunlight in the heavenly gate became weaker and weaker. It seemed that the gate was about to close. In the end, they still didn't come. He sighed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt something and looked towards the north. He saw a figure slowly walking towards him. From the void. She wore a long blue robe with several bunches of lavender embroidered on it. The collar was specially cut, and her long black hair was draped behind her, braided into small braids. Her cold aura was even more moving. A green sword hung from her waist. Lan Qir's figure stopped in front of Su Zimo, and the faint scent of lavender filled the air. Neither of them spoke first. Lan Qir stretched out her right hand and threw an item to Su Zimo. Then, she stepped into the air and walked into the gate of heaven. Su Zimo did not stop Lan Qir. He knew that she still could not let it go. He could empathize with her. He had killed her entire family. He could understand. In his previous life, the other party abandoned everything and wanted to live in seclusion with him. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. He never thought that in his second life, he would be so ruthless. His heart ached for this girl, but he and the Demon Slayer clan were destined to be two parallel lines that would never cross. Some things were the bottom line. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Let's take it slow, Su Zimo muttered. Moreover, with his current situation, it was not a good thing for the two of them to be together. There were more enemies in Beyond Heaven. There were also many people who were stronger than him, so he couldn't let his guard down. Only by going all the way up to the other side and surpassing the Great Tao could one rule over everything. He looked at the item that Lan Qir threw to him. It was a sachet. He opened it and saw purple lavender inside. It smelled good. On the surface of the sachet, there was a concentric knot. Almost everyone knew the story of the concentric knot. It was also the most direct way for people to express their love. It was rumored that a man once gave a woman a crystal needle. The woman took out the thread and threaded it with the crystal needle. Then, she made a concentric knot as a gift to the man. She weaved her feelings into the knot to express her love and longing. Su Zimo sighed and put away the sachet and hung it on his waist. Then, he looked in the direction of Zhenwu Xingzong. He bowed deeply and then stepped into the air. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the gate of heaven that was about to close. On the green mountain, Wenren Yun was crying her eyes out. Su Qingshan hugged her in his arms. Her tears almost wet his chest. Wife, why don't we have another child? Do you want to die? His body felt like it was being torn apart. Su Zimo could feel that two different worlds were intertwining with each other. But at this time, he was powerless. He could only let them fight. His body was in pain all the time. As time passed, the tearing feeling became weaker and weaker. At a certain moment, the light in front of him suddenly shone brightly. Su Zimo felt that his entire body had completely left the Yuanyang continent. After coming into contact with the new world, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. In the ordinary realm of the 9 domains. On Mufa Mountain, there was a sect called Tianwu. The Tianwu sect was not very big. It was one of the sects on Mufa Mountain. They and the Jiawei sect divided the mountain into two. In the ancient legends, it was said that the Tianwu sect was glorious in the past. The Tianwu emperor came from Mufa Mountain. He was dazzling in the entire Xinghan Empire. There were even rumors of him in the 4 domains. But since the Tianwu emperor left the ordinary realm, the Tianwu sect gradually went to the end. Its glory was gone. It was just a small sect with a few hundred people. Relying on the treasure mountain that was Mufa Mountain, they struggled at death's door. And they often had conflicts with the nearby Jiawei sect. The two sects could not stand each other. They both wanted to drive each other out of Mufa Mountain and monopolize it. At this moment, at the back of Mufa Mountain, there were many herbs planted here. It was the place that provided all the disciples of the Tianwu sect. Su Zimo woke up from his blurry vision. He struggled to sit up. He was the first to feel the difference in his body. His cultivation was gone. To be precise, his body had to adapt to this world's great path and laws. Currently, he was no different from a mortal. He closed his eyes and felt for a while. He already had an idea. It would take about 3 days to adapt to this world's laws. In other words, he could only recover his great emperor realm after 3 days. Currently, he did not have any strength. But he was not worried because he had the divine continent. Without the suppression of the Yuanyang continent, Baimont and the seven-faced demon general should have recovered to their peak. 10 meridians. That was the legendary great sage. At least he did not have to worry about his safety. The most important thing now was to figure out his current situation and understand this world. He felt a little weak. It was a terrible feeling. Su Zimo had not felt so weak in a long time. Looking around, there were mountains and all kinds of herbs. He was sitting in the middle of the herbs. Just as Su Zimo was about to stand up and walk around, a few voices came from not far away. Did you see the intersect grand competition this time? Senior brother Zhua is so handsome. He won first place again. Senior brother Zhua Bufan is okay. I think senior brother Modu is the strongest. Unfortunately, he has always disdained to participate in the competition. Tisk, senior brother Modu is so muscular. I'm afraid he's afraid of losing to senior brother Zhua Bufan. Nonsense, he obviously doesn't want to participate. Senior brother Zhua Bufan is a hypocrite. I often saw him having affairs with many female disciples in the sect. The two women quarreled fiercely. In the end, they could only look at the third woman. Lan'er, who do you think is more powerful? Shangguan Lan was wearing a white dress. She had a graceful figure and had a straight face with makeup. She chuckled and said, a few days ago, the Xinghan Empire released a new heroes list. Are the two senior brothers in the top 100? Hearing Shangguan Lan's words, the two women next to her chuckled. They replied, Lan'er, you're joking again. The Xinghan Empire's heroes list is not just about the Xinghan Empire. It records the young heroes of the entire Four Directions region. Even our Tianwu sect's first senior brother is only ranked 98th. He's at risk of falling out at any time. How can senior brothers would be on the list? That's right, the other woman next to her also said. But I believe that one day, senior brother Modu will be on the list. I say, can't you guys be more knowledgeable? Shangguan Lan shook her head and said helplessly. Don't always look at our Tianwu sect. Look at the world outside. The Xinghan Empire and the Four Directions region are all stronger than us. I don't care. No matter how strong they are, we can't touch them, the woman on the left said. Senior brother Zhua is the only one who can see and feel at ease. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go collect herbs and refine pills. Senior brother Zhua has just finished a duel and is slightly injured. I have to give him pills. Little girl, you're in heat, right? The three women meditated and came to the herb garden while talking and laughing. The terrain here was low and there was no shelter. Therefore, when they arrived, they immediately saw Su Zimo standing in the middle of the herb garden. Which sect are you from? The woman on the left asked quickly. Why are you here at the Spiritual Medicine Peak? The Spiritual Medicine Peak was a place managed by female disciples. For some reason, no men were allowed to enter. At this moment, when they saw Su Zimo, their initial reaction was that a disciple of their sect had broken in. This person doesn't look familiar, the woman on the right said. After the decline of the Heavenly Martial sect, there were less than 100 disciples left in the sect. As everyone stayed together for a long time, they would occasionally get to know each other. May I ask where this is? Su Zimo asked. You're not a disciple of the Heavenly Martial sect? The girls instantly realized. I accidentally passed by this place, and I seem to have lost some of my memories. Please don't misunderstand, I don't mean any harm, Su Zimo said with a smile. Amnesia? They looked at Su Zimo from head to toe. He maintained a certain distance and appeared to be very vigilant. It could be seen that Su Zimo's looks were not bad, and he was rather handsome. Moreover, he didn't look like an evil person. How did you get here? Shangguan Lan asked. I'm not sure. I was here when I woke up, Su Zimo replied. Can you tell me where this place is? Don't worry, Shangguan Lan waved her hand and said to the other two, you two go and inform senior sister. I'll keep an eye on him. Be careful then. The two nodded and ran off into the distance. Su Zimo shook his head helplessly and found a rock to sit on. You really don't remember anything? Shang Wanlan asked. I can't help it if you don't believe me, Su Zimo said. Then I'll tell you. This is the Heavenly Martial Sect in Mufa Mountain. Do you know that? Shang Wanlan said. Can you be more specific? Su Zimo asked. Galaxy Empire? You should know about the Four-Way region, Shang Wanlan continued. Four-Way region, I have some impression of it, Su Zimo nodded. He had some understanding of the heavens beyond before. The ordinary region was divided into two regions, the north and the south. The north was called the Four-Way region, while the south was called the Tuatsung region. As for the Galaxy Empire, there were many empires here that he didn't know about. Just as the two were chatting, they heard footsteps in the distance. The two women from before had returned, and there was another woman beside them. This woman had a valiant temperament. She had short hair that reached her ears and was wearing a tight black gown. It showed off her curvaceous figure incisively and vividly. Her red phoenix eyes were bright and full of expression, as if she could see through your heart with a glance. She had a sword on her waist and another sword on her back. Her facial features were quite delicate. Senior sister, Shang Wanlan greeted the woman when she saw her. How should we deal with this person? The woman glanced at Su Zimo. Before he could speak, the long sword on her waist was already out of its scabbard. She went straight for Su Zimo. Su Zimo didn't resist. With his current strength, he couldn't resist anyway. The sword was less than a centimeter away from his throat, and finally stopped. With a cold glint, the sword returned to its scabbard. Let him stay, the woman said indifferently. What do you want him to do? Shang Wanlan asked. Just find him a job, the woman replied. We'll take care of his food and clothing. Did you hear what our senior sister said? Hurry up and thank her, the woman on the left said. Before Su Zimo could speak, the short-haired woman waved her hand, turned around, and left. Follow me, Shang Wanlan brought Su Zimo out of the mysterious grass nursery. The other two women followed behind. Although our heavenly martial sect isn't big, we have strict discipline. If you don't have anything to do, try to stay in the spiritual medicine peak and don't run around. What's the name of that woman just now? Su Zimo asked. That's our senior sister, Xia Wanqing. You should call her senior sister Xia. Do you hear me? The woman on the side replied. That's strange. In the past, senior sister didn't allow any man to come to the spiritual medicine peak. But today, she let you stay. Maybe it's because I'm handsome, Su Zimo replied seriously. I didn't expect you to be so shameless, the woman on the side made a face. Su Zimo was brought to the spiritual medicine peak. It was a mountain filled with all kinds of precious herbs. Halfway up the mountain, there were a few large halls built. Su Zimo was brought to one of the large halls. In the center of the large hall, there was a huge golden furnace. From now on, you'll be in charge of burning the furnace, Shang Wanlan said. Also, what's your name? I forgot, Su Zimo replied. Forgot? Shang Wanlan frowned. After thinking for a while, she said. Then I'll call you Big Fool. That's too careless of a name, Su Zimo protested. You don't seem to know anything and look silly. That's quite suitable, Shang Wanlan smiled. Then it's decided. In order to better understand this world and have a place to stay, Su Zimo began his life as an alchemist's apprentice. His daily task was simple. It was to add charcoal to the alchemy furnace and observe the shape of the pills. The spiritual medicine peak was used to refine pills for the entire heavenly martial sect. It was provided to all the disciples. Su Zimo was also quietly recovering his strength. Other than managing the alchemy furnace, he would also borrow some books from others and read them in his free time. On the spiritual medicine peak, other than Shang Wanlan and Xia Wanqing, there were two other girls called Huang Yi and Zhang Chenchen. They were the ones he was familiar with. As for the other girls, he had no contact with them. Dahan, it's time for lunch. Huang Yi ran over and shouted. Maybe it was because they had no contact with other men on the spiritual medicine peak, or maybe it was because Su Zimo had a good appearance. Other than Xia Wanqing, who she couldn't come into contact with, The other three girls were quite enthusiastic towards her. I'm not hungry. Su Zimo shook his head with a smile. Go eat. The alchemy furnace will be fine for a while. Huang Yi smiled. She looked very happy, even her eyes were smiling. Did something good happen? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Senior Zhua is coming to the spiritual medicine peak this afternoon. Huang Yi's face was full of love. Then she shouted, Aya, you won't understand even if I tell you. What Senior Zhua? Is he as handsome as me? Su Zimo asked. Of course he's. Huang Yi was halfway through her sentence when she looked at Su Zimo carefully. Then she said, SOSO, but he's stronger than you. He's the number one in the inner sect. You can't catch up to him. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. He continued to burn the charcoal in the alchemy furnace. A series of crackling sounds came from the charcoal fire. Oh right, senior sister Xia is looking for you. She wants you to find her after lunch. Huang Yi quickly said. Got it. Su Zimo nodded. He cleaned up the alchemy furnace and walked outside. Xiao Wanqing lived in a courtyard far away from the pill furnace. The layout of the courtyard was very quiet. There were willow trees planted all around, and Boston ivy covered the entire wall. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Pavilion, rockery, flowing water. Senior Martial Sister Xia, Su Zimo called out from the door. The door to the inner room opened automatically. Come in. Su Zimo walked towards the room. There was a faint fragrance in the room. Xiao Wanqing was wearing a green dress and sitting in front of the dressing table, dressing up. She had a head of black hair mixed with some green strands. Senior Sister Xia, why are you looking for me? Su Zimo asked. Xiao Wanqing stood up, and her curvaceous figure was fully displayed. He looked at Su Zimo lazily and asked, Do you know why I let you stay? I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. I'll be frank, I want you to marry me, Xiao Wanqing replied. Ah? Su Zimo was stunned. You're despicable, you're lusting after my body. What are you thinking? Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and said. I won't hide it from you. My grandfather is the sect master of the heavenly martial sect. Logically speaking, the position of young sect master should be inherited by me. Unfortunately, I'm a girl and the sect elder strongly opposed it. He was afraid that the sect would fall into someone else's hands after I got married. Xiao Wanqing calmly explained, so I made a bet with my grandfather. As long as I find a man that he is satisfied with before he abdicates, he will let me be the young sect master. Do you understand? So I just happened to appear at the right time, Su Zimo said. You chose me, but why me? The others in the sect won't help me, and there will be endless trouble. I chose you because I'm not familiar with you. This is just a deal. Xiao Wanqing said. Sounds a bit melodramatic. Su Zimo thought for a while. He replied, then why should I help you? I can give you the resources you need for cultivation, and since you lost your memory, I can help you find your background, Xiao Wanqing replied. How about it? Think about it. It sounds good, but I refuse, Su Zimo said with a smile. I will only stay here for a period of time, and then I will leave. I don't want to be involved in some sect master struggle. You have no reason to refuse, Xiao Wanqing said. But I refuse, Su Zimo replied. If you don't agree, I will tell grandfather that you abandoned me and played with my feelings. Xiao Wanqing said. Are you sure you want to do this? Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. What? Xiao Wanqing looked at him. Then I agree. When will we consummate our marriage? I can't wait, Su Zimo said with a light smile. Xiao Wanqing did not reply to him, but reminded him, since you want to be my husband, although it is in name only, you still have to have some ability. No matter how unbearable you are, you still have to pass grandfather's test. Then what should I do? I'm used to being a salted fish, Su Zimo replied. I see that you are only a mortal now. It's too late for you to cultivate. Xiao Wanqing said, since martial arts won't work, then literature will do. Read more books, and your literary talent might be better. Grandfather might be satisfied. At this point, Xiao Wanqing did not care about Su Zimo's opinion. She said directly, "From tomorrow onwards, if you want to read any books, just let them get it for you. Also, why don't you move into my small courtyard and live there? Since you have already arranged it, I have nothing to say." Su Zimo waved his hand. He left the courtyard. He did not expect his identity to change so quickly. "Master," Baymont's voice came from the divine continent. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo asked. "You have to be careful of some people," Baymont said. "The Holy Court and the 10 great families are the first to bear the brunt, and there are also some hidden families. Since you are here, you might meet them at any time. With our current strength, it's best to keep a low profile. It's not good to clash with them. They probably can't wait to find me after knowing that I ascended," Su Zimo said with a smile. "You don't have to worry about that. The Holy Court is in the Calamity Immortal domain, and the 10 great families are in the Limitless domain. The threat in the ordinary realm is very small," Baymont said. "The best way is to unseal the ancient Era's Devil Cave without alerting them to our presence. At that time, your strength will increase again. The best way is to wait until you have enough capital to fall out with the Heavenly Tao. There's no hurry. Let me adapt to this world first," Su Zimo replied. In the afternoon, he moved into Xiao Wanqing's courtyard. He lived next door to her. He did not need to make any more pill furnaces, so he openly read books. Mufa Mountain was under the rule of the Star River Empire. Outside the Star River Empire, in addition to the empires like him, there were also various dynasties and Tao courts that stood in the world. They preached the Tao to the world. This place was like a corner of the four-square domain. In the afternoon, Su Zimo was a little tired of staying in the room, so he was ready to go out for a walk. However, he could only move around in the spiritual medicine peak. Xiao Wanqing was afraid that he would be exposed, so she did not dare to let him come into contact with too many unimportant people. In the mountains of the spiritual medicine peak, there was a distance between them. He saw Huang Yi and Zhang Chenchen walking over with a few young men in green robes. They were talking about something along the way, and Huang Yi was very happy. "Dahan." Huang Yi subconsciously called out Su Zimo's name from far away. However, she instantly realized that Su Zimo's identity was a little different now. She quickly stopped talking. "Junior sister, who is this?" A young man in the group said with a smile. "Since when did the spiritual medicine peak have other male disciples? He looks so unfamiliar." "Senior brother Zhua, let's go. You'll know in the future." Huang Yi only wanted to quickly skip this topic. "What's the hurry?" Zhua Bufan replied with a smile. "This afternoon, I heard that senior sister Xia found her Mr. Right. I was very curious at first. Could it be him?" The surrounding people were laughing loudly. Huang Yi and Zhang Chenchen, who were next to him, looked embarrassed. "Brother, how should I address you?" The people blocked Su Zimo's path and asked with a smile. "Just call me Daddy." Su Zimo smiled shyly. "Daddy?" The few of them subconsciously muttered to themselves. Then, they immediately reacted. "Kid, what do you mean? Didn't you ask for my name?" Su Zimo replied. "What's wrong? Why are you looking for me?" "Kid, your senior sister Xia's husband?" Zhua Bufan asked. "We haven't entered the bridal chamber yet. Isn't it inappropriate to call me husband?" Su Zimo smiled embarrassedly. "I still like people calling me Daddy. You have a sharp tongue. I hope you can still be like this when the time comes." Zhua Bufan snorted coldly and left. "Senior sister Huang, your ideal husband doesn't seem to be that good." Su Zimo looked at Huang Yi and smiled. Huang Yi's expression was also ugly, and she quickly chased after him. The group of people all left. Only a young man looked at Su Zimo and smiled. "Friend, let's get to know each other. My name is Wen Liang." "What? Is there anything else?" Su Zimo asked. Wen Liang looked around and smiled. "To be honest, I don't know where you came from, but senior sister Xia, it's best if you don't get involved in this mess. It's purely a suggestion, a kind one." "What? Are you afraid that I'll be washed away by this muddy water?" Su Zimo laughed. "Do you know our heavenly martial sect's first senior brother, Li Xiaoyuan? Wen Liang asked. I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head. You don't even know this? Where do you hang out with your friends? Wen Liang said. He is ranked 98 on the heroes ranking. He is the most talented disciple of the Sky Martial sect in the past 100 years. He had already reached the peak of the Void Meridian realm at such a young age. You said you've never heard of it? Is the Void Pull stage very strong? Su Zimo scratched his head and asked doubtfully. Alright, I'll be direct. Senior brotherly likes senior sister Xia and has been pursuing her. You understand, right? Wen Liang said. Is it because he likes senior sister Xia, or is it because her grandfather is the sect master? Su Zimo laughed. Anyway, it's good that you and I know it. Leave early while you still have the chance, Wen Liang warned. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. After walking around the spiritual medicine peak, Xiao Wanqing came looking for him not long after he returned. She took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Zimo. She said, this is your cultivation resources for this month. If it's not enough, you can tell me. Su Zimo took the ring and nodded slightly. I heard that you met Shu Bufan today? Xiao Wanqing was silent for a while and asked again. Su Zimo nodded again. You don't have to pay attention to him. He's just Li Xiaoyuan's lackey, Xiao Wanqing replied. Since you're my husband, I'll guarantee your safety. Also, Grandpa wants to see you tomorrow. Be prepared, I'll take care of everything. Su Zimo did not answer and only listened with a faint smile. After Xiao Wanqing left, he tried to cultivate. The spiritual energy in his body became more and more abundant, and he was getting closer and closer to the recovery of his realm. The night was silent. The sky began to brighten, and Su Zimo got up early. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, he met Xiao Wanqing, who had also pushed open the door. Breakfast had just been prepared and was placed in the pavilion in the courtyard. I remembered my name yesterday, Su Zimo said with a smile. Su Zimo, Xiao Wanqing murmured. I'll remember it. I might have to go out in a while. There's a secret realm in the Xianxia Empire, and the nearby sects will probably participate. You don't have to tell me, Su Zimo said with a smile. After breakfast, under Xiao Wanqing's lead, the two of them walked towards the Heavenly Martial Sect's meeting hall. This was also his first time leaving the spiritual medicine peak. The Heavenly Martial Sect's scenery was not bad. The depths of the mountain were like a natural treasure. The mountains were steep, and the trees were lush and green. Dozens of strange peaks stood there, pointing towards the sky. On a solitary mountain peak, a huge and vast hall stood there. The hall covered an area of almost 10,000 square meters, and it was made of gold. A door that was more than 10 meters tall was placed in front of it majestically. There were people coming and going around. When Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing arrived, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Most of them were pointing and whispering. Occasionally, they would meet some people who would greet senior sister Xia. Su Zimo could see that Xiao Wanqing seemed to be very nervous. However, she still forced herself to stand in front of him. When they walked into the hall, the scene inside instantly became much more solemn. There was a red carpet under their feet, and an old man sat at the top. There were countless people standing on both sides. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Martial Sect was just a small sect. However, looking at the architecture and style of the hall, it seriously did not match the power of this sect. Greetings, sect master, elders, Xiao Wanqing greeted. Seeing that Su Zimo was indifferent, she quickly pulled Su Zimo's robe. Su Zimo had no choice but to follow her greeting. The two of them then stood on the left like everyone else. The old man sitting at the top had a very powerful aura. His beard was very long, and it was almost completely white. His slightly cloudy eyes scanned the surroundings. In the end, his gaze lingered on Su Zimo for a long time before he retracted his gaze. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today, I gathered everyone here because there are a few important matters to discuss. First, it's about the secret realm that was recently discovered by the Galaxy Empire. Great Elder, you'll talk about this matter." The old man who stood on the first row on the right slowly stood up. According to the current information, this secret realm should be related to the Nine-Night Immortal King. Nine-Night Immortal King, wouldn't the Jiawei sect be in an uproar? Someone at the side gloated. The Jiawei sect has indeed taken action. The Great Elder led the team and went to the Galaxy Empire a few steps ahead of us, the Great Elder of the Heavenly Martial sect said. The nine-night immortal king is their problem. We're not in a hurry, the Elder replied. When the time comes, we'll just let a few young disciples go and gain experience. With the Galaxy Empire around, anyone who goes will just be eating soup. Who's the nine-night immortal king? Su Zimo looked at Xiao Wanqing and asked. Legend has it that our Heavenly Martial sect and the Jiawei sect used to be large sections. Our ancestor, the Heavenly Martial Emperor, and their ancestor, the nine-night immortal king, were both famous figures, Xiao Wanqing said softly. That's why they're so anxious about the nine-night immortal king. Now that our two sects have declined, everyone is searching for their own ancestors. I hope our ancestors can return and revive our sections. Where did your ancestors go? Su Zimo asked. Who knows? Rumor has it that they went to the other regions of the 9 regions and never returned. Just as the two of them were whispering, the elder called out, Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing quickly walked forward. Let's talk about you next, the elder said. He glanced at everyone present and said, everyone knows that it's time for me to step down. The election of a new young sect master is imminent. I've said before that if Wanqing can solve her husband's problem, she'll be the young sect master. What do you all think? I have no objections, the Great Elder said with a smile. However, as Wanqing's husband, he should be tested to see if he's worthy of Wanqing. I agree with the Great Elder, the second elder stood up and said. How can a mediocre person be worthy of Wanqing's status? Everyone was talking at once, causing a huge commotion. It was a mess as everyone was talking about the situation. Perhaps even the elder did not expect the crowd's reaction to be so big. Quiet down, the elder patted the armrest of the chair and coughed a few times. The crowd instantly quieted down. Wanqing, what do you think? The elder asked. Thank you, seniors, for your love and concern. Xiao Wanqing looked around and lightly smiled. The test is certain, but since you're my husband, you have to accompany me for the rest of my life. Naturally, my opinion is the most important, isn't it? That's inappropriate. The Great Elder shook his head. If you're just an ordinary disciple, we won't interfere in your marriage. But since you want to be the young sect master, you can't be careless even if it's for our Heavenly Martial sect. That's right. Since our ancestor, the Tianwu Emperor, founded the sect here, our ancestor is still in this world. We have to manage the entire sect well. The seventh elder also stood up and said. What if one day the ancestor returns from his travels and the sect is gone? How would he feel? How do you want to take the test? The old man at the head asked. Of course it's a competition. We'll have 3 tests. If he passes, we'll acknowledge his status, said the Great Elder. It was obvious that these people had planned this beforehand. I don't agree, Xiao Wanqing said. Let's listen first. What are your 3 views? The old man at the head asked. The first test is beast taming. Our Heavenly Martial sect has raised a group of beasts in the back mountain. Let him compete with Mo within a quarter of an hour, whoever tames the most will be considered the winner. The Great Elder said. That's not fair. Mo lives in the Imperial Beast Hall all year round. Compared to my husband, it's easier for him, Xiao Wanqing quickly said. If he can't even beat Mo, how can he be the husband of our Heavenly Martial sect's young sect master? The Great Elder said indifferently. He didn't give Xiao Wanqing a chance to refute. He continued, the second test is a competition. He'll fight with Li Xiaoyuan. 1 round to determine the winner. As for the third test, let him choose himself, so that he won't say we're bullying him. He only needs to win 2 out of the 3 tests. That's fair, right? Fair? Xiao Wanqing sneered. Li Xiaoyuan was the number 1 disciple of the Heavenly Martial sect's younger generation. He was in the top 100 of the hero ranking released by the Xinghe Empire. Not to mention Su Zimo, any of the younger generation in the entire Heavenly Martial sect was no match for him. Grandpa, look at them. They're bullying me on purpose, Xiao Wanqing looked at the old man at the head and said. Everyone looked at the old man. They knew that the final decision was in the old man's hands. The first test is fine. As for the second test, replace Li Xiaoyuan with Shuabu Fan, the old man said calmly. He looked at Su Zimo and asked, what do you want to choose for the third test? It's up to you. Isn't it 2 out of 3 rounds? I won't choose the third test for now, Su Zimo said with a smile. If I lose the first 2 tests, there's no point in continuing the competition. At least you have some self-awareness, someone at the side said with a scornful smile. If that's the case, prepare yourself. Tell us the time of the competition, the old man said. This afternoon, Su Zimo replied. Great Elder, you go and prepare for this matter, the old man waved his hand. He said, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. Xia Wanqing still wanted to say something, but looking at the situation, she left angrily. After everyone left, the elders of the heavenly martial sect gathered together. Great Elder is really far-sighted. This time, that girl has no way out, the second elder said with a smile. Once we defeat her, we can let Xiao Yuan inherit the position of young sect master. Sect master is already old. It's time for him to step down, the great elder looked at the horizon and said indifferently. Did you find out about that kid's background? No, it's like he appeared out of thin air, the seventh elder shook his head and replied. But in such a short time, Xiao Wanqing won't be able to find a helper. And looking at her expression just now, she should be lacking in confidence. If that kid dares to lie in these muddy waters, I'll make sure he can't even pass the first test, the great elder said indifferently. When the time comes, I'll use some methods to anger the demonic beast while taming it. If there's an accident and he dies under the claws of the demonic beast, everything will be settled once and for all. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. On the way back, Su Zimo looked at Xiao Wanqing and said, why are you so angry? The fire is already burning your eyebrows, and you still don't care about anything, Xiao Wanqing said. What do we do now? I thought grandfather would stand on my side. I didn't expect him to actually agree. Your grandfather has his own considerations, Su Zimo said with a smile. What else can we do? We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. As he spoke, he yawned, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll take a nap instead. You're going to piss me off, Xiao Wanqing looked at Su Zimo and said. What? You're in such a hurry to marry me, Su Zimo said with a smile. Back in the courtyard. Su Zimo cultivated in his room for an entire afternoon. The power in his body was recovering. He could feel that he was becoming more and more integrated with the sky beyond heaven. There was no longer the feeling of rejection from the world when he first came here. He spent the entire afternoon recovering his power. In the afternoon, the sun in the sky was setting bit by bit. The great elder had already sent someone to call Su Zimo to compete. In the courtyard, Xiao Wanqing called Su Zimo to her room. As soon as she entered, she took off her clothes. Senior sister Xia, there's no need to be in such a hurry, Su Zimo said. I can come back after I win the competition. What are you thinking? Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. She was wearing a thin gold-threaded robe. Wearing this can protect you at a critical moment. Su Zimo took it in his hand and sniffed it. Why are you like this? Xiao Wanqing's face was red as she said embarrassedly. Don't misunderstand. I'm just checking if you have body odor, Su Zimo said. You're the one with body odor. If it weren't for the fact that you helped me, I wouldn't have bothered with you, Xiao Wanqing said coldly. You should wear this robe yourself. I don't need it, Su Zimo said with a smile. Don't be ungrateful, Xiao Wanqing said. I'm doing this for myself. If you're lucky enough to win, I can become the young sect master. Xiao Wanqing replied, of course, if you really can't do it, you can just admit defeat. Your safety is the most important. Su Zimo took the robe and left the courtyard with a smile. Xiao Wanqing followed behind him. A disciple was already waiting at the door. Child Su, please. He followed the disciple all the way to the Imperial Beast Hall. The heavenly martial sect was especially lively today. Perhaps it was because this new son-in-law wanted to compete and pass the 3 tests, so all the disciples in the sect rushed over. The Imperial Beast Hall was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All kinds of noisy discussions could be heard. Do any of you know our new son-in-law? I don't know him. Even the people from Spiritual Medicine Peak don't know much about him. He seems very mysterious. Who in the Sky Martial sect doesn't know that senior sister Xia is senior brother Li's woman? This shitty son-in-law doesn't know what's good for him. When Su Zimo and the others arrived, the discussion grew louder and louder. It wasn't until the elders stopped them that the situation eased a little. The sect leader of the Heavenly Martial sect was sitting at the head of the table. The other elders stood to the side. There were dozens of areas in the Imperial Beast Hall that were protected by arrays. Different demonic beasts lived in each region. There were scarlet thunder leopards, amethyst-winged lions, dark moon-white tigers, and many other ferocious demonic beasts. At the back of the Imperial Beast Hall, there was a covered house. He didn't know what was in the room, but there was an extremely powerful beast aura. In front of the Imperial Beast Hall stood a young man in black. He had short hair, a resolute face, and a short knife hung from his waist. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Emodu, he looked at Su Zimo and introduced himself. I don't want to compete with you, but I'm following the elder's orders. Please bear with it. In fact, I don't mind if you become Xiao Wanqing's husband. Su Zimo chuckled. The Grand Elder looked at the two of them and asked, Are you ready? The two of them nodded. Then, he shouted, Release the demonic beasts. Everyone, back off. Everyone retreated to the outside of the iron fence. They gave up the empty space in the middle. Following which, the array cages opened one by one, and the demonic beasts slowly walked out from within. Seeing Su Zimo and the others, the demonic beasts began to roar. There are many ways to tame a demonic beast. You can tame it or suppress it. As long as you make it submit to you, it will count. Emodu reminded Su Zimo. Then, he unsheathed the long knife at his waist. He fought with the demonic beasts that came out. The demonic beasts were roaring. Perhaps they had been imprisoned for too long, but they were all wild. After a long battle, several demonic beasts had already fallen in front of Emodu. He didn't kill those demonic beasts, but only beat them down. He turned around and looked at Su Zimo to see how he was progressing. Then, when he turned around, he was completely stunned. He saw Su Zimo sitting leisurely on a rock, watching him fight as if he was watching a show. Those demonic beasts all surrounded him. Unexpectedly, not a single one attacked Su Zimo. What is this? Emodu was dumbfounded. These demonic beasts are crazy. Go and attack him. In order to drag Su Zimo down with him, Emodu fought while luring the demonic beasts to Su Zimo's side. But in the end, he helplessly discovered that some demonic beasts walked past Su Zimo without attacking him. How did you do it? Emodu looked at Su Zimo and asked. I don't know, Su Zimo waved his hand. He said, maybe I'm popular. He stood up and walked towards the back of the Imperial Beast Hall. There was an area blocked by a formation. Just now, all the demonic beasts were released, but this place was not. What are you doing? Emodu looked at him and asked loudly. Nothing, I'm just taking a look, Su Zimo said with a smile. He slowly came to the front of the formation and only glanced at it with his eyes. The other people around didn't notice anything. Then, the formation suddenly shattered. A deafening roar of a beast could be heard from within. How did the formation break? Someone shouted around. In an instant, the beast's aura enveloped the entire Imperial Beast Hall. A purple demonic dragon with 7 wings appeared in front of him. It's the 7-winged demonic dragon, it's about to rush out. The demonic dragon was roaring. Its body was shackled by dozens of iron chains. At this moment, it was constantly struggling against the chains. Before anyone had a chance to react, with a few bangs, the 7-winged demonic dragon broke all the chains. The rolling dragon's aura descended. Just when everyone thought it was over, they saw that the demon dragon didn't move anymore. Everyone looked again and saw that the demonic dragon was lying on the ground, licking Su Zimo's shoes with its tongue. That intimate look was no different from that of a pug. This? Everyone turned pale with fright. For a moment, they were stunned and didn't know what to do. They looked at each other, and then they were dumbfounded. Is this still a demonic dragon? The demonic dragon that they couldn't subdue no matter how hard they tried is now sucking up to someone else like a dog. You, what did you do? Emodu swallowed his saliva and asked. I really don't know, Suzima waved his hand innocently. Maybe, it's because I'm popular. I don't believe you, you're so bad, Emodu complained. Suddenly, a situation caused the competition to stop. What's going on with this demonic dragon? The first elder murmured in a low voice. He stepped over the iron fence and wanted to walk over from inside. As soon as he got close, the seven-winged demonic dragon roared and its huge body rushed forward. The 7 pairs of wings stirred up a storm. The first elder was so scared that he screamed and flew backward. You over there, the first elder looked at Suzimo and shouted. First elder, my name is Suzimo, Suzimo said with a smile. Can you control it and make it quiet? The first elder said. I'm not familiar with this demonic dragon. Besides, I'm panicking now. Suzimo shook his head innocently. And the competition isn't over yet. This is a matter of my life. I can't be careless. It's over, the first elder said quickly. You win this competition. First elder, don't force yourself, Suzimo said embarrassedly. I didn't do anything. I'm a little embarrassed to win. Don't force yourself, don't force yourself. You win this competition, the first elder replied. But what's the use of your words? Suzimo asked. The first elder had no choice but to look at the sect master next to him. The old man waved his hand slightly and replied, Suzimo wins the first round. In that case, let's begin the second round, Suzimo looked at the crowd and said. Who's Shuabufan? Step forward. He's just lucky. Shuabufan walked out of the crowd with a gloomy face. He looked at Suzimo and said, Brother Su, you really have a bad memory. Didn't we just meet the day before yesterday? Really? My memory isn't very good. I only remember meeting a wild dog at the spiritual medicine peak the day before yesterday. Then, it barked at me and asked me to skin it and tear its bones. I gave it a good beating, Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing his words, Shuabufan's face became even gloomier. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and sword intent surged. He looked at Suzimo indifferently and said, Brother Su, please enlighten me. Don't worry. Suzimo patted the 7-winged demonic dragon's head. It was lying next to him affectionately. Little 7 is now my pet. It should be a part of my strength. It wants to fight for me. Go ahead and fight it. What kind of joke is this? This demonic dragon has already entered the Emperor vein. Even if the Sex Laozu comes, he won't be able to do anything to it, Shuabufan said. You're cheating. What do you mean by cheating? Pets weren't prohibited in the previous competitions, Suzimo replied. It's clearly the guardian beast of our heavenly martial sect. When did it become your pet? Shuabufan defended himself. You're saying that he's your guardian beast? Call it and see if it responds, Suzimo replied. Little 7. As soon as he shouted, the 7-winged demonic dragon instantly growled and wagged its tail. If the dragon language could be translated, Suzimo estimated that the other party's rough meaning would be ing ing ing. Go ahead and call it. See if it responds. I'm not going to argue with you, Shuabufan snorted coldly and looked at the great elder next to him. The great elder smiled and replied, Child Su, this is indeed a bit against the rules. You have to go on stage yourself. Since it's to choose a son-in-law, it must be you, not this demonic dragon. Great elder, do you really think it's against the rules? Suzimo asked. It's against the rules, the great elder said with a smile. In that case, I admit defeat in this competition, Suzimo said directly. Isn't there a third competition? I'll decide the third round. Then I want to compete again. Allow my demonic dragon to go on stage. My opponent is still Shuabufan. Hearing his words, the great elder's expression changed instantly. The elders looked at each other. Before they could say anything, the old man nodded and replied, approved. As soon as he said that, Shuabufan was instantly dumbfounded. The 7-winged demonic dragon slowly stood up. Its huge body carried a strong sense of oppression. It walked towards him step by step. The blazing dragon breath blew onto his face. His legs were trembling. In the end, with the demonic dragon's roar, He was so scared that he wet his pants. I'm not fighting anymore. You're a bully. Embarrassed and humiliated, Zhuobufan threw the long sword in his hand on the ground and ran away while shouting. This is too embarrassing. He's the number one disciple of the inner sect? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Our heavenly martial sect has really declined. It's really embarrassing for such a person to represent our heavenly martial sect. Although I don't like this new son-in-law. This new son-in-law is really lucky. The demonic dragon must be blind to submit to such a person. Maybe there's something special about him. I think you're just jealous. There was a lot of discussion around. The disciples all had their own opinions. When the elder saw this scene, they all fell silent. The elder at the top coughed a few times. He said, if that's the case, then Suzima wins the third round. 2 wins and 1 loss. It's his win. Everyone, what do you think? Sect Master, I think there's something fishy about this competition. The second elder stood up and said. Moreover, his identity is unknown. Shouldn't we wait until the investigation is clear before making a decision? Alright, this matter concerns the future young sect master of our heavenly martial sect. It's a big matter for our heavenly martial sect. The elder nodded and said, since the second elder has said so, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you 7 days to give me a satisfactory answer. If you don't find anything in 7 days, your position as the second elder should be shifted. Hearing the elder's words, the second elder quickly waved his hand. He replied, I'm just saying. Actually, I think this new son-in-law is not bad. Everything will be decided by the sect master. Wanqing, come here. The elder waved his hand and said to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing quickly walked forward. The elder said, 3 days later, I'll hold a grand ceremony and officially announce you as the young sect master. You should be prepared. I understand. Xiao Wanqing quickly nodded. Since that's the case, everyone can leave. Wanqing, come with me. The elder stood up and waved his hand. Sect master, what about Mo Long? The first elder quickly asked. What does Mo Long want? Ask him. The elder asked. He can't make decisions for it. Our heavenly martial sect has imprisoned it for many years. If it doesn't have any resentment and doesn't destroy the sect, then we'll let it be. After the elder finished speaking, he left with Xiao Wanqing. Everyone was left looking at each other in dismay. After bringing Xiao Wanqing back to his courtyard, the elder coughed a few times. There were traces of blood in his coughs. Grandpa, are you all right? Xiao Wanqing quickly asked. It's nothing. It's an old problem. The elder smiled and shook his head. Sit. Sit down and talk to Grandpa. Xiao Wanqing sat opposite him worriedly. The elder smiled and said, You're lucky to meet that person. I'm very satisfied. Grandpa, I'm sorry, Xiao Wanqing said in shame. I lied to you. Actually, I found him to put on an act for the position of young sect master. Grandpa, can't you see? The old man chuckled. But you should be at the age of marriage. Can't you make the act real? I think that man is not bad. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Xiao Wanqing snorted. If you talk nonsense again, I'll ignore you. Grandpa, you don't have much time left. Do you want to support this huge sect alone for the rest of your life and experience all kinds of deception? The old man said. Grandpa, you'll be fine, Xiao Wanqing hurriedly replied. I'll go to the Galaxy Empire to ask for medicine for you. Listen to Grandpa first. Do you know why I agreed to let him pass the 3 stages? The old man said. Xiao Wanqing shook her head slightly. If he can pass those 3 stages perfectly, I'll be worried that you won't be able to suppress him in the future. If he can't even pass 1 stage, it'll be difficult to rely on him. The old man explained. Therefore, in those 3 stages, it's best if 2 wins 1. He's just a mortal, but he's brave and resourceful. Now, there's that demonic dragon. I think that when you become the sect master in the future, some of the elders in the sect won't dare to be too presumptuous. At this point, the old man coughed a few more times. He continued, when you become the young sect master, You'll have to start cultivating your own forces and direct descendants. These old fellows have to be replaced. Otherwise, your position as sect master won't be stable. You can't be soft-hearted. Grandpa has always been like this. I understand, Grandpa, Xiao Wanqing said with a downcast expression. Go. The old man waved his hand. Life and death are human nature. You don't have to care too much. After the competition ended, several elders left in a hurry, perhaps to discuss countermeasures. As for the youth called Amodu, he was entangled with Su Zimo. Brother Su, can you teach me this beast-taming method? Just this domineering aura can make the demonic dragon submit like a dog. There's no other method. Charisma, Su Zimo replied. Brother Su doesn't treat me as a brother, Amodu said. Can we be brothers just because we met once? Su Zimo laughed. Then Brother Mo's brothers would spread all over the world. The two of them chatted along the way until they reached the spiritual medicine peak. Amodu just left. Returning to the courtyard, Xiao Wanqing seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. She was wearing a white and red dress. Her long hair had been carefully combed, and her makeup was exquisite. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be filled with colors. Thank you for today, Xiao Wanqing said with a smile. It's okay. I was just lucky. Su Zimo waved his hand. That black dragon is strangely close to me. Being handsome is so troublesome. 3 days later, grandfather will announce me as the young sect master at the grand ceremony. In addition, he will also announce our marriage. Xiao Wanqing lowered her head and said in a weak voice. You don't really want to marry me, do you? Su Zimo asked. I might have to leave soon. Where are you going? Xiao Wanqing's face changed as she hurriedly asked. You haven't found out your identity yet. You can stay in the Heavenly Martial Sect for now. I want to walk around the ordinary realm. Su Zimo laughed. You think the Heavenly Martial Sect is too small? Xiao Wanqing said. But it's very dangerous outside. How can an ordinary person like you survive? Isn't there a 7-winged demonic dragon? It will go with me. Su Zimo said. That's true. Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly. Suddenly, she said, I'm not feeling well. You've been busy all day. Rest early. Looking at Xiao Wanqing's figure entering the room, Su Zimo touched his chin. This girl can't really be interested in me, right? In the next few days, Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing's relationship returned to normal. They would occasionally meet and chat for a while, but there was no follow-up. However, the disciples they met all began to call him young master. The next morning, when Su Zimo walked out of the courtyard, he found that the outside of the Heavenly Martial Sect was very lively. Some elders were also gathered at the door. They seemed to be welcoming someone. Su Zimo didn't know many people in the Heavenly Martial Sect, but he saw Shangguan Lan's figure in the crowd. He asked, What are you guys doing? Shangguan Lan looked back at him. Oh, it's young master. Our Heavenly Martial Sect's first senior brother, Li Xiaoyuan, is returning to the sect today. You guys are making such a big scene. Even the elders are here. Just to welcome him? Su Zimo said in surprise. Li Xiaoyuan's position in the Heavenly Martial Sect was so high. Not entirely. Li Xiaoyuan and the second prince of the Galaxy Empire are good friends. This time, senior brother Li returned with the second prince, Shangguan Lan said with a smile. The elders are mainly here to welcome the second prince. Su Zimo nodded in understanding. For the Galaxy Empire, they weren't very strong in the Foursquare regions. However, compared to the Heavenly Martial Sect, which was in a corner, it was more than enough. Especially the second prince of the Galaxy Empire. He was definitely an important guest who was qualified to compete for the throne in the future. Boring. Su Zimo yawned and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Shangguan Lan asked. Back. I'm not interested in them, Su Zimo said. Don't you want to know more about your love rival? Shangguan Lan laughed. Li Xiaoyuan has been chasing after senior sister Xia for a long time. I don't think he'll give up so easily. Su Zimo laughed. Before he could say anything, a cry of surprise came from the front of the group. They're here. Look, that's the second prince of the Galaxy Empire. Why are there 3 people? Who's the girl in the middle? Everyone was discussing. A few elders stood at the front of the group. Su Zimo looked around casually. At the end of his sight, 3 fierce horses were slowly coming up from Mufa Mountain. There were 2 brown horses on the left and right sides of the 3 horses. The one in the middle was Snow White. The man on the left should be the second prince. He was wearing a golden robe and had a dignified look on his face. His long hair was tied up by a blue crown. His eyes were calm and oppressive. The man on the right should be Xianxia. He was wearing a green robe unique to the heavenly martial sect and carried a long spear on his back. A wine gourd hung on his waist. He looked good and was talking and laughing with the girl beside him. As for the girl, her face was covered by a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Her long white dress was fluttering in the wind. His body carried an aura of lightness. The great elder of the heavenly martial sect welcomes the second prince to the heavenly martial sect. The great elder's face was red as he smiled. Li Xiaoyuan was his grandson. Of course, he was proud. Great elder, there's no need to be so courteous. I've heard of Tianwu sect. When Tianwu Emperor was still alive, this was the most prosperous place in the 4 square regions, the second prince, Chen Luo, chuckled. I've always been busy. Now that I've received Brother Xiao Yuan's invitation, I wanted to pay you a visit. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me. The moment the second prince arrived, he lowered himself to the ground. His attitude was very satisfying. As expected of the second prince of Xinghe Empire. He's so humble despite his noble status, a disciple commented. Yeah, if I can marry the second prince, I'll reach the heavens in a single bound. Don't even think about it. With your looks, it's fine as long as people don't vomit. Even Shang Wanlan, who was standing beside Su Zimo, looked at him with glowing eyes. She praised, the second prince of Xinghe Empire is really good. You have such a handsome guy by your side, yet you're ignoring him. Instead, you're envious of those things that you can't touch, Su Zimo sighed. You're senior sister's man. How can I? Shang Wanlan rolled her eyes at Su Zimo. It's fine. I'm a very generous person, Su Zimo replied. He's the second prince of Xinghe Empire. In the future, he'll have the chance to become the ruler of the entire empire. What about you? What are you? Shang Wanlan asked. In Tianwu sect, I'm afraid I'll have to act according to senior sister's wishes. How much do you know about 4 square regions? Su Zimo asked. Or rather, the entire ordinary regions. What do you want to do? Shang Wanlan asked. Have you heard of Zhenwu Xingzong? Su Zimo asked again. Is that your family? Shang Wanlan asked. Do you remember something? I do have some impression, Su Zimo replied. I've never heard of it. The name sounds good. I wonder which corner of the world it's from, Shang Wanlan replied. She knew all the prestigious and famous forces in the ordinary regions. Although she had never been there, they were famous. Zhenwu Xingzong was definitely not one of them. That would mean that they were the same as the heavenly martial sect, a small force. Of course, the ancestors of the heavenly martial sect had glory. Perhaps some people still remembered it. Other than the second prince Chen Luo and Li Xiaoyuan, the great elder looked at the veiled woman beside him. He smiled and said, How should I address you, miss? The woman only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. The great elder stood there awkwardly. Great elder, don't mind her. She's just here to take a look at us. You don't have to worry about her, Chen Luo hurriedly said. Only then did the great elder have a way out. He quickly said, Everyone, please follow me. Our heavenly martial sect has already prepared a top-notch courtyard and various spirit feasts. Thank you for your hard work. The second prince waved his hand. The crowd only started to disperse after they disappeared from sight. Shang Wanlan sighed, When can I find such a husband? You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't get too caught up in it, Su Zimo said. Even if he deceived me, I'm willing, Shang Wanlan said. He's ranked 76th on the heroes ranking after all. He's stronger than you. Sometimes, don't be fooled by the surface of things. Su Zimo shook his head and left. He wanted to find Zhenwu Xingzong first. If this force really existed, they would at least have a place to stay. After returning to the courtyard where he was resting, Xiao Wanqing was nowhere to be found. However, he met an unexpected person. Li Xiaoyuan. He came here as soon as he returned to the sect. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked. Where's Wanqing? Li Xiaoyuan asked. You call her so intimately. Is she close to you? Su Zimo replied. I don't want to argue with you, Li Xiaoyuan said indifferently. I want to talk to her alone. Then talk to him, Su Zimo waved his hand. With a dragon roar, the seven-winged demon dragon's huge body tore through the void and descended above him. What do you want? Li Xiaoyuan's expression changed as he looked at Su Zimo. He had just returned to the sect, and the Great Elder had already told him the basic situation. He also knew that Su Zimo had a seven-winged demon dragon. Otherwise, how could he talk to Su Zimo so calmly? However, he didn't expect the other party to summon the demon dragon without saying a word. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to catch up, Li Xiaoyuan replied. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and the power of the venerable bloodline surged around his body. Looking at the Emperor bloodline demon dragon, his gaze was solemn. The huge pressure made him understand that he had no chance of winning. It also misses you and wants to catch up with you, Su Zimo waved his hand. The seven-winged demon dragon's huge body had already pounced over. Su Zimo didn't care about what happened next, but Li Xiaoyuan's screams came from outside the courtyard. The seven-winged demon dragon didn't kill him, but humiliating him was unavoidable. Although Su Zimo didn't have any feelings for Xiao Wanqing, they were still related in name. Su Zimo felt that he couldn't accept such a blatant provocation. He had nothing to do now, so he found a recliner and slowly leaned against it in the courtyard. Leisurely. His current mission was to find Zhenwu Xingzong, and then liberate the ancient Devil's Cave. However, according to Baimont, the ancient Devil's Cave was protected by the Holy Court and the 10 great families. Attacking by force was definitely unrealistic. If there were no clues in the ordinary realm, he could only go to other realms to take a look. In the afternoon, Xiao Wanqing walked in from outside the courtyard. Her expression was very ugly. Seeing Su Zimo's leisurely appearance, she angrily snorted a few times. What's wrong? You've been bullied outside, and you're venting your anger here? Su Zimo opened his eyes and said. Our marriage has been delayed, Xiao Wanqing replied. There's also the matter of me becoming the junior sect master. Someone else interfered? Su Zimo smiled. Let me guess, Li Xiaoyuan shouldn't have the ability to do so. Then it's the Star River Empire's second prince. You've seen him? Xiao Wanqing asked in astonishment. What reason? Su Zimo nodded. The second prince said that the 9-Night Immortal King's secret realm would be given to our heavenly martial sect, and that at this critical moment, we should take care of the secret realm first. And not the young sect master ceremony, Xiao Wanqing said. Just because of a secret realm? Su Zimo asked. It's not an ordinary secret realm. According to the second prince, the 9-Night Immortal King's inheritance is inside. Xiao Wanqing nodded. Why would the 9-Night Immortal King's inheritance be outside the 9-Night Immortal sect? Su Zimo asked in astonishment. Why didn't these ancestors leave their inheritances to their descendants? It didn't make sense. In fact, when our ancestor, the Tianwu Emperor, left, he didn't leave behind his inheritance, Xiao Wanqing explained. Otherwise, our two sects wouldn't have declined so quickly. When the Tianwu Emperor and the 9-Night Immortal King were still around, Mufa Mountain was one of the most famous places in the Four-Way regions. Every year, thousands of disciples would come to Mufa Mountain. Xiao Wanqing's mood was somewhat low. I wholeheartedly want to revitalize the sect, but one person is insignificant. Are you willing to come with me? You're pretending to be pitiful just to make me stay? Su Zimo saw through her intentions. I've already told Grandpa that when the time comes for the secret realm inheritance, you'll come with me, Xiao Wanqing said directly. I also want to take a look at the Xinghe Empire. Su Zimo nodded. Also, help me keep an eye out for a faction called Zhenwu Xingzong. Got it. I'll ask Grandpa to help me find it. I'll inform you if there's any news. Xiaowanqing nodded. Because the schedule for the trip to the Xinghe Empire was set for 3 days later. Su Zimo also had nothing to do. If he wanted to cultivate, it would be useless to rely on this period of time. Also, what was comprehending the Great Tao? What was the Great Tao? It was the various forms of life, birth, old age, sickness, and death. It was the world of the mortal world. It wasn't just for you to sit there and comprehend. Because there were all living beings, their happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, birth, old age, sickness, and death, greed, stupidity, and hatred. In the end, they intertwined and formed the current world. Only then did the Great Tao exist. The so-called comprehension, the so-called transcendence. We transcended all living beings, and in the end, we had to return to all living beings. Until one day, when you were no longer bound by the Great Tao, you could become a supreme existence. Su Zimo wanted to walk through the 9 regions, starting from the ordinary regions. He wanted to train, experience, and finally comprehend all living beings. The next morning, loud shouts outside the door woke Su Zimo from his sleep. The second prince of the Xinghe Empire is here to visit Miss Xia. Su Zimo opened the door and said indifferently, "What are you shouting for so early in the morning? Can't you let me sleep?" "Who is this friend?" Second Prince Jinluo looked at Su Zimo and asked. Beside him was Li Xiaoyuan and the woman in white. The woman's face was covered from beginning to end, never revealing her true appearance. "He's Xiaowanqing's husband." Li Xiaoyuan lowered his head and intentionally lowered his voice. "So it's Child Su," Jinluo said with a smile. "Please forgive me for my sudden visit." "Since you know it's rash, you still came," Su Zimo replied. "Just tell me if you have something to say." "I can only tell Miss Xia about this," Jinluo shook his head and replied. "Then you should leave. She's not free." Su Zimo was too lazy to waste any more time. He went straight to his room and prepared to go back to sleep. "Child Su," Jinluo called out from behind. Su Zimo turned to look at him. It's best to leave some leeway when doing things. That demonic dragon is indeed powerful, but it's only an emperor bloodline. It's not invincible yet. Jinluo said indifferently, "My Xinghan Empire also has no lack of powerhouses with saint bloodlines." "Are you done?" Su Zimo waved his hand, "Xiaoqi, see the guest out." The figure of the 7-winged demonic dragon appeared again. Li Xiaoyuan's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but recall the humiliation yesterday. His clothes were torn, and in the end, he had to hide and go back. If he was seen by others, his reputation would be completely ruined. Could it be that he had to do it all over again, seeing the demonic dragon's figure moving forward, its bone-like sharp claws grabbed at the two of them? Li Xiaoyuan almost closed his eyes. But in the next moment, he heard a muffled bang. When he opened his eyes again, a white figure blocked in front of him. It was the woman in white. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind as she blocked the 7-winged demonic dragon's huge body with one hand. No matter how hard the 7-winged demonic dragon tried, it couldn't make her take half a step back. Su Zimo looked at the woman in white. She was also staring at him. Interesting, he yawned and muttered to himself. "Child Su, can we talk now?" Jinluo said. "What do you want to talk about?" Su Zimo asked. "Name your conditions and let Miss Xia go," Jinluo said. "Whatever you want, just say it. Brother Xiaoyuan is infatuated, I will try my best to help him." "Thank you, Second Prince," Li Xiaoyuan hurriedly expressed his loyalty. "The heavenly martial sect has really declined," Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He said, "I can name my conditions?" "That's what you said." "As long as it's within my ability, you can name it," Jinluo nodded. "I want her," Su Zimo pointed at the woman in white. He said, "Come to my room at night and warm my bed." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence all around. Only a cold killing intent condensed from the white-clothed woman's body, enveloping Su Zimo. "What? Can't you do it?" Su Zimo asked. "You're courting death," the woman in white said. This was the first time she spoke. Her voice was extremely cold, as if it was a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. "Child Su, this joke isn't funny," Jinluo also said. "Then forget it, it's boring," Su Zimo shook his head. The woman in white in front pushed hard, and the seven-winged demonic dragon's huge body directly flew out. She swung the ribbon on her sleeve hard. The ribbon was like a blade, cutting towards Suzumo's neck. Just as it was about to touch Suzumo's neck, a figure appeared on the other side. A sword flicked the ribbon and blocked in front of Suzumo. This figure was Xiao Wanqing. She looked at them and said indifferently, "You've gone too far." "She provoked us first," the woman in white said. "I provoked you first? Why would I provoke you so early in the morning?" Suzumo replied. "The sword just now cut the ribbon in half." He slowly picked up the ribbon, looked at the woman in white and smiled, "This is yours, I'll return it to you." The ribbon was thrown out of his hand, and the woman in white indifferently reached out to catch it. In the next moment, there was a rip sound. The ribbon cut through her palm, leaving a deep wound on her palm. Blood continued to flow down from the wound. The woman in white was stunned on the spot, not only the wound, but also quietly looked at the ribbon in her hand. This world is really big, the four directions domain and the ordinary realm are just a corner. Suzumo waved his hand. "I'm sleepy, I'm going back to sleep." The woman in white suddenly raised her head and stared at Suzumo. She didn't even blink. "You can consider what I just said," Chenluo shouted from the side. "Let's go," the woman in white glanced at him and said indifferently. She took the lead and walked out of the small courtyard. "Wanqing, Li Xiaoyuan looked at Xiao Wanqing, wanting to say something. But he was directly interrupted. "I'm not a commodity that can be casually thrown around, let's go." Seeing them leave, Xiao Wanqing thought for a while, then walked straight into Suzumo's room. In the room, Xiao Wanqing looked at him and asked, "What happened just now?" "What?" Suzumo looked at her. "That ribbon. I don't know what the ribbon is made of." "It's very sharp, right?" Suzumo said. "You offended the second prince this time." "You're not being rational," Xiao Wanqing said. "How can there be so much rationality in life?" Suzumo replied. "Actually, the second prince came to the heavenly martial sect for another reason," Xiao Wanqing said. Suzumo looked at her in confusion. "The battle for the position of prince is very cruel. Not only does it require one's own strength, but it also requires the help of many external forces," Xiao Wanqing said. "He wants the support of the heavenly martial sect. After he inherits the throne, the heavenly martial sect can be revived in the Xinghan Empire." "Your grandfather agreed?" Suzumo asked. "Grandfather said that the battle for the throne is like a battle between dragons and tigers. The consequences of a single failure are unbearable. A small sect like the heavenly martial sect can't interfere," Xiao Wanqing said. "He's still considering." "It's right not to interfere," Suzumo said. "Be careful that the heavenly martial sect will have the surname Chen in the future. Look at Li Xiaoyuan. Isn't he the second prince's lackey now? Take care of yourself." "It's better to be careful after offending the second prince," Xiao Wanqing said. After the two chatted for a while, Xiao Wanqing left. Suzumo slowly reached out his hand. Waves of emperor qi wrapped around his palm. It felt good to have power. He walked out of the courtyard and looked at the seven-winged demonic dragon guarding the door. He gently pointed with his right hand. A stream of light flew into the center of its brows. "This is your reward," Suzumo said. When his voice fell, the seven-winged demon dragon let out a fierce cry. Its entire body was shrouded in demonic clouds. Waves of dragon roars, each louder than the last, rang out from the courtyard. It was transforming. The wings on its back were getting bigger. Its four claws also looked much sharper. His originally pitch-black body became even darker, leaping from the Emperor Vane realm to the Saint Vane realm. "You'll have to take action in the Galaxy Empire this time," Suzumo said. "Against those people, if I were to attack them, I would be bullying the weak. It would be too boring." The seven-winged demonic dragon hurriedly nodded and growled. On the way back to the courtyard, Li Xiaoyuan said angrily, "This brat is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Isn't he just relying on an evil dragon?" The second prince, Chenluo, raised his hand to silence him. He turned to look at the woman in white and asked, "What happened just now? I remember that you haven't been injured in a long time." "This world is so big," the woman in white replied. What are you talking about? Chen Luo looked at her in confusion. He's warning me, the woman in white replied. What right does he have? Chen Luo was stunned. I'm only responsible for your safety. You better not cause any trouble, or I won't be able to protect you, said the woman in white. Let's wait until we reach the Empire. Chen Luo nodded slightly. They went to the Galaxy Empire on the second day. Xiao Wanqing had already finished packing, and Su Zimo didn't have anything to pack. There were a total of 7 people going to the 9 Knights Immortal King's secret realm. Other than the second prince, the woman in white, and Li Xiaoyuan, there was also Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing also brought Shang Wanlan along, and the group was led by the 6th elder. Originally, the first elder was the leader, but because he didn't get along with Su Zimo and the others, the sect master sent the 6th elder, who was in his line. The group rode the storm-wind horses and headed towards the secret realm at an extremely fast speed. It's probably been more than a year since we last went to the capital of the Galaxy Empire, Shang Wanlan sighed. Because Mufa Mountain was indeed some distance away from the capital. Other than to do things, they rarely left. This time, we're going for the secret realm, Xiao Wanqing reminded. Then senior sister, when the secret realm is over, can we stay in the capital for a few more days? Shang Wanlan asked. If Miss Shangwan is willing, I'll be the host. You can go anywhere in the capital, the second Prince Chen Luo said with a smile. As for Li Xiaoyuan, his eyes were on Xiao Wanqing the whole time, and he asked about her well-being from time to time. Xiao Wanqing was a little annoyed. She looked at Su Zimo next to her. After leaving the sect, Su Zimo had been lying on the 7-winged demonic dragon and sleeping. The 7-winged demonic dragon's body could be big or small, and it had just changed to a suitable size, so it walked steadily. Su Zimo was lying on it comfortably. She gently kicked Su Zimo's foot with her foot. However, Su Zimo did not pay attention to her. Instead, he turned over and continued to sleep. In fact, at this moment, his consciousness was already in the divine land. With those people in the outside world, he could say, if you don't agree with me, talk to you. He came to the divine land to talk more with Baimont and the others. It was more useful. The 9 realms of the outer heavens were the ordinary realm, the sinful demon realm, the Kungsu realm, the tribulation immortal realm, the celestial realm, the Zhongshuan realm, the ghost realm, the illusory sea realm, and the blazing fire realm. Among the 9 realms, the ordinary realm was at the bottom. The celestial realm was at the top. Each realm had its own characteristics, except for the ordinary realm. It was more like an all-inclusive hodgepodge. Baimont told Su Zimo a lot of things about the demons in the past. Because of the exile of the ancient devil's den, there was a way to summon it back. Su Zimo had benefited greatly from the divine crystals he had obtained in the god's ruins. The divine crystals had been nourishing his divine soul, allowing him to comprehend the great Tao all the time. It was even close to the great Tao. The power of the god of war also allowed him to feel the power of the 5 stages of the great emperor in advance, so it was much easier for him to comprehend. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. Everyone had walked down Mufa Mountain and came to a town. It was already late, so they planned to rest here for the night. Since when did we have a town at the foot of Mufa Mountain? Shang Wanlan asked in surprise. How come I didn't know before? From the looks of it, it should be a new town, Xiao Wanqing said in surprise. The words Wind Rain Town entered their eyes. The town wasn't big, so they only found an inn after searching for a long time. The 6th elder walked up and asked for 7 rooms. This inn didn't even have a waiter, only the manager. He said with a smile, I'm sorry, but there are only 3 rooms left. There aren't many people in this town, so how come there are no rooms? Chen Luo asked with a frown. It's because this town is remote, so I'm the only inn here. And it's very small. Do you want to discuss it? The manager said with a smile. How do we stay in 3 rooms? Chen Luo asked with a frown. He had a noble status, and as a prince, he naturally had to stay in a room. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only Su Zimo walked around the inn. Then he slowly knocked on the wooden board beside him. Pong, pong, pong. Your town is pretty good. Hearing Su Zimo's words, everyone was stunned. What are you talking about? Xiao Wanqing asked. Which friend is it? Come out and meet me. Su Zimo walked out of the inn, looked at the sky, and asked. Eh? A low murmur came from the sky. A small heavenly martial sect actually has such a person, to be able to see through my flowing cloud waterside pavilion. Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed greatly. Especially the second prince, Chen Luo, who seemed to have thought of something. When everyone looked at the small town again, they only felt that there was something strange about it. Some of the trees were lush, while others were withered. The residents of the small town walked up and down the streets, but if one looked closely, they would realize that they seemed to have been programmed. They were repeating the same actions and postures. The smile on the inn's manager's face became more and more strange. Chen Luo asked in the air, "Is this Senior Xiankong?" "Little kid, you're quite knowledgeable." The old man's voice sounded. In the next moment, the ground beneath their feet trembled. The small town that everyone was in was uprooted and then shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. When they looked around again, they realized that they were only standing in the wilderness. It was empty all around. Where did the town come from? In front of their line of sight, an old man slowly walked over. He was dressed in a gray robe and looked like a Confucian scholar. He was in high spirits. At this moment, he stretched out his right hand. The small town that had shrunk a few hundred times was spinning in his hand. It was as if the large town was just a toy in his hand. Su Zimo looked at it and felt that it was novel. This was more like a technique that could make things big or small at will. Of course, the difficulty was definitely not as simple as it seemed. "Greetings, Senior Xiankong," the second prince quickly greeted. "Since you've heard of my name, you should know what I'm here for," Xiankong said. "Senior, are you here to kill me on behalf of the Sunset Empire?" the second prince replied. "Senior, as the Laozu of the Peaceful Age Lane, are you going to interfere and break the rules in a battle between empires? Isn't the girl beside you also from the Peaceful Age Lane?" Xiankong replied. "She's just a junior," the second prince hurriedly replied. "Don't worry, this old man isn't so tasteless as to bully the weak," old man Xiankong said. "I won't kill you, but someone else will." He waved his hand, and a young man walked out from behind him. This young man was also wearing a gray robe and had a red hat covering his head. "This is my disciple. He is fighting for me," old man Xiankong said. "If you win, you can leave." "Senior, are you here on behalf of the Sunset Empire or my good brother?" Chen Luo asked. This time, the inheritance of the nine-night immortal king was discovered. His imperial father had given him the responsibility of the entire process. If he could do it to his satisfaction, the position of crown prince would not be far away. The only people who would stop him at this time were either his good brothers or enemy nations. That's not important. Old man Xiankong waved his hand. The young man at the side took the lead and walked out. He cupped his fists together. "Yu Qingyun of the Peaceful Era Market." The white-clothed woman also slowly walked out and similarly replied, "Yu Huachang of the Peaceful Era Workshop." "Senior Marshal Sister Yu, excuse me," Yu Qingyun said softly. He grabbed with his large hand, and the sky instantly darkened. A huge mountain appeared from his hand and pressed down on Yu Huachang. When this mountain was thrown out, it was only the size of a palm, but when it landed, it instantly turned into a real mountain. The ribbon in Yu Huachang's hand wrapped around it, and it actually became 1,000 meters long. The beautiful ribbon was like a great river and mountains. It tied the entire mountain together and directly threw it out. With a boom, after the mountain fell, it did not split into pieces. Instead, it turned into a gust of clear air. It returned to Yu Qingyun's hand. Immediately after, countless ribbons rushed towards him. Yu Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura around him was majestic, and he waved his hand again. A primitive forest appeared in front of him. In this forest, thousands of beasts galloped, and all kinds of beasts rushed out. As for Yu Huachang's ribbon, it also split into countless strands and gathered together. Some were swords, some were axes. For a moment, she stood together with the beasts. Beside him, Xiao Wanqing looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Who do you think will win?" "If it's normal, she will win. But with that old man beside her, Yu Qingyun will definitely win," Su Zimo replied. "Why?" Xiao Wanqing asked. Because they can't afford to lose, Su Zimo said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he looked at the seventh prince beside him. He asked, I heard that you're ranked 78th on the hero ranking? Why? Chen Luo replied indifferently. Then why don't you go? Let a woman go, Su Zimo said. Then why don't you go, brother Su? Chen Luo asked. The one they want to kill is you, not us, Su Zimo said. He looked at old man Xianxia beside him. He said, Old man, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Young master, you should wait. We'll decide after this competition is over, old man Xianxia said. In front, Yu Qingyun and Yu Huachang were already engaged in a fierce battle. The Tao of transformation in the hands of the two could be said to have reached perfection. All kinds of different creatures collided. However, Yu Huachang clearly had the upper hand. Seeing that Yu Qingyun was being pushed back step by step and was about to be defeated, old man Xianxia next to him bent his right hand in a hidden place. A powerful qi surged into Yu Qingyun's body. In an instant, his power skyrocketed. The surrounding forest transformed and exploded. Yu Huachang's body was also sent flying. Looks like you've lost, old man Xianxia said with a smile. Senior, if you want to kill us, just do it directly. Why do you have to resort to these tricks? Chen Luo said. Old man Xianxia, you're getting worse and worse. At this moment, a voice came from the distant horizon. You actually attacked a junior. Have you forgotten the rules of our peaceful era lane? Hearing this voice, second Prince Chen Luo's expression instantly relaxed. It was another old man. He was dressed in a yellow robe and held a jade cauldron in his hand. He slowly walked over in the air. Perfected Yu Ding, old man Xianxia said indifferently. You have to interfere in this matter too. Why? Do you have an opinion? Perfected Yu Ding said indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll let them off today, old man Xianxia replied. But there's something you have to remember. The foundation of the peaceful era lane cannot be changed. The decree of the Thousand Bull Dao Court has already been issued. I think you understand the actions of the great world better than I do. Seeing that Perfected Yu Ding did not speak, old man Xianxia left with Yu Qingyun. Master, Yu Huachang greeted Perfected Yu Ding softly. Are you all right? Perfected Yu Ding asked. I'm fine, Yu Huachang shook her head slightly. Although she was injured, it wasn't serious. Perfected One, are you hiding something from me? Second Prince Chen Luo looked at Perfected Yu Ding and asked. What's the matter with the Thousand Bull Dao Court? I can't tell you, but if you want to know, you can ask Emperor Chu, Perfected Yu Ding replied. Emperor Chu was the current monarch of the Xianxia Empire. He had ruled this empire for 300 years and could be said to be a hero of his generation. No matter what, thank you for saving my life, Chen Luo's emotions eased slightly. He said gratefully, the peaceful era workshop is becoming more and more unruly. The great era is coming, and rules are meant to be broken, Perfected Yu Ding replied. Alright, I'm here on the orders of Emperor Chu. I'll escort you all along the way. When Perfected Yu Ding came, he only chatted briefly with Chen Luo. As for the people of the Heavenly Martial Sect, he automatically ignored them. Even when Li Xiaoyuan and the others came to visit him, he ignored them. Their statuses were not equal. In front of him, the Heavenly Martial Sect was not even worthy of a glance. Of course, unless the Heavenly Martial Emperor could return. With a Heavenly Martial Emperor in charge, not to mention the Xianxia Empire, even the Thousand Bull Dao Court had to be respectful. After some small interludes, everyone set off again. They did not encounter any danger along the way. 7 days later, they arrived at the capital. The capital of the Xianxia Empire was called Changtian. In Su Zimo's eyes, the scale of this Changtian city was just so. He had seen many cities along the way, and he had also destroyed a few main cities of the imperial lineage. This city was indeed ordinary. Walking into the city, Chen Luo wanted to return to the imperial city. He looked at Li Xiaoyuan and said, Go find an inn with Miss Xia and the others to rest. After I'm done, we'll set off for the secret realm together. After the 9-night immortal king's secret realm was discovered, it was within the borders of the Xianxia Empire. Therefore, it was immediately protected. Outside forces were not allowed to interfere. Everyone who wanted to enter had to be approved by the empire. As she watched Chen Luo leave, the woman in white also cast a glance at Su Zimo before she left. Then, she left with him. Sixth Elder, Wan Qing, let's go find an inn. I'm familiar with the capital. Li Xiaoyuan smiled. No need, we can find it ourselves, Xiao Wanqing directly refused. She pulled Shang Wanlan and Su Zimo to an inn not far away. The sixth elder smiled and followed closely behind. Li Xiaoyuan stood in place with an ugly expression on his face. He squinted his eyes for a long time before his expression returned to normal and he followed after them. The number 1 Inn under the heavens. That was the name of the inn. The decorations inside were not bad. After the 5 of them walked in, they each asked for 5 rooms. Then, he sat down at a table on the first floor. They were travel-worn and didn't have a good meal along the way. A table of hot dishes was served, and everyone was eating with relish. The sixth elder reminded them from the side, don't be too demanding in this mystic realm. It's best if you can gain something, but even if you can't, your own safety is still the most important. Sixth elder, don't worry, Li Xiaoyuan smiled. With the second prince here, nothing will happen. No matter what, the second prince is still a member of the imperial family. We are from the Tianwu sect. I hope senior brotherly won't mix us together, Xiao Wanqing reminded him. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and did not answer. In his heart, he had already been on the second prince's side. If the second prince became the ruler of the Xinghan Empire in the future, he would have contributed greatly. His future was limitless. How could he stay in the small Tianwu sect? At this moment, a yellow-robed young man walked down from the second floor. Everyone, our master invites you, the yellow-robed young man walked up and said with a smile. Who is your master? Xiao Wanqing asked. Just go, the yellow-robed young man replied. Xiao Wanqing and Su Zimo looked at each other. Let's go, Su Zimo smiled. I'll take care of everything. Everyone stood up and wanted to go up to the second floor, but they were stopped by the yellow-robed young man. Everyone, our master only wants to see Lady Xia and Child Su, the yellow-robed young man said. You don't need to go up. Then let's go, Su Zimo said. The 3 of them went up the stairs together. The upper floor of the inn was not bad. After passing through a few rooms, they finally arrived at a room. Please come in. I'll wait outside, the yellow-robed young man said with a smile. Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing pushed the door open and entered. The room wasn't big, and there was a young man standing by the window. He had his hands behind his back and was admiring the scenery outside. Seeing Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing enter, the young man smiled and said, I took the liberty to invite you here. Let me introduce myself. Chen Tiansheng. So it's the first prince, Xiao Wanqing reacted immediately and greeted him. Just call me Brother Chen. Calling me the first prince is a bit distant, Chen Tiansheng said with a smile. May I know why the first prince has invited us here? Xiao Wanqing asked. I'm going to the secret realm tomorrow. You two should know about the 9-night immortal king, Chen Tiansheng said. I've been worrying about not having anyone by my side. May I know if you two are willing to come with me? We've already promised the second prince. It's not good to break the promise, Xiao Wanqing replied. Since that's the case, I'll be frank, Chen Tiansheng replied. Father is about to appoint the crown prince. I've been thirsting for talent and hope that the 2 of you can join my lineup. If I ascend the throne in the future, you can choose any of the civil and military officials in the court. Hearing the first prince's words, Xiao Wanqing glanced at Su Zimo. The conditions were quite good. It's up to you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Xiao Wanqing thought for a while and finally shook her head. I'm sorry, first prince. Our heavenly martial sect has no intention of participating in the struggle of the imperial family. It's not your heavenly martial sect. I'm only recruiting the 2 of you, the first prince said with a smile. This concerns your future. You don't have to be anxious. You can go back and think about it. There's no need to think about it. I'm very grateful for the first prince's kindness, but I'm not interested in the struggle for the imperial family right now, Xiao Wanqing refused. What she wanted now was to obtain the position of junior sect master. She didn't care about anything else in the outside world. Since that's the case, I won't keep you, Chen Tianqing said with a smile. Seeing Su Zimo and Xiao Wanqing walk out of the room, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Master, the yellow-robed youth from outside walked in. He asked, how should we deal with them? If they can't be used by me, then kill them, the first prince waved his hand and said sternly. I don't want them to see the sun tomorrow. I understand. The yellow-robed youth's figure disappeared. Coming down from the second floor, Li Xiaoyuan looked at the two and asked, who's looking for you? An acquaintance. You don't know him, Xiao Wanqing said calmly. While eating, she had a lot on her mind. Originally, Sky Martial Sect only wanted to come to the secret realm to drink some soup, but they were somehow dragged in. After eating, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone returned to their rooms. Su Zimo was resting when he heard a knock on the door. Are you asleep? Xiao Wanqing's voice came from outside. What's the matter? Su Zimo opened the door and asked curiously. I can't sleep. I want to talk to you, Xiao Wanqing said. Because of the first prince? Su Zimo asked. There are many things that make me feel irritated. Xiao Wanqing walked into the room and slowly sat down on the chair beside him. All the irritability comes from one word, weak, Su Zimo said. If you can become strong one day, you don't need to be invincible. You won't have to go through these daily trifles. When do you plan to leave? Xiao Wanqing was silent for a while, then asked. If possible, after coming out of Nine-Night Immortal King's secret realm, Su Zimo replied. Can I not leave? Xiao Wanqing lowered her head and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Why don't you consider leaving Sky Martial Sect? Su Zimo asked. I want to revitalize Sky Martial Sect. That's my dream, Xiao Wanqing replied. Yes, you have your dream, and I have mine, Su Zimo smiled. But before I leave, I can help you get rid of some. I don't need you to help me. Just take care of yourself and live well, Xiao Wanqing said. She stood up and walked to the bed. Outside the window, the full moon was shining brightly. I haven't admired the moon in a long time, she muttered. Su Zimo patted her shoulder. Only to see Xiao Wanqing's body go limp, directly falling into his embrace. He slowly carried her and placed her on the bed beside him. He then looked outside and smiled, since you're here, there's no point in hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air in the room. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air. You do have some skills. I believe that there are not many people in the Imperial City who can see through my stealth technique. The black figure said faintly. Did the first prince send you? Su Zimo asked. Since you failed to recruit him, you decided to kill him. The dead don't need to know so much, the black figure said. His figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, his sword was already stabbing towards Su Zimo's back. Su Zimo immediately sent a slap over, and the other party's body was sent flying heavily. Before the black figure landed on the ground, he reached out his hand again and sucked the black figure in front of him. A hand gripped his neck. I really don't want to kill ants, but you guys keep coming in front of me. Su Zimo looked at him. The figure was tightly wrapped, and only the eyes that were exposed were filled with fear. Sir, as soon as he spoke, a ball of nameless fire ignited and burned him to ashes, along with his bones. The night was silent. When Xiao Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, she found herself on Su Zimo's bed. She hurriedly checked her body. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to you, Su Zimo said as he pushed the door open. You were sleepy last night, so I didn't disturb you. I went to your room to sleep. I'm sorry, Xiao Wanqing's face was slightly red as she hurriedly got off the bed. Sixth Elder is still waiting outside for dinner. The second prince is here. He's going to the secret realm today, Su Zimo said. Wash up as soon as possible. Got it, Xiao Wanqing nodded. After the two of them cleaned up, the second prince's group had been waiting outside for a long time. Everyone, there might be some changes, Chen Luo said as he looked at Xiao Wanqing walking down. What's wrong? Xiao Wanqing frowned slightly. Father originally left this secret realm to me, but after I returned to the palace yesterday, Father seemed to attach great importance to this secret realm. Chen Luo said, I don't know the exact reason, but he's preparing to personally go to the secret realm. What does the second prince mean? Xianxia asked. I was supposed to take you there, but now, you'll be following our main group, Chen said. I'm here to warn you that when you follow father, don't say anything. Just follow and act according to the circumstances. Emperor Chu? Xianxia asked. Yes, father is currently gathering at the north gate. Let's go now, Chen said. Xianxia nodded slightly. In fact, now that things had come to this, she didn't want to go to the secret realm anymore. But since the second prince personally came to inform her, she couldn't refuse. The group finished their preparations and walked towards the north gate of the imperial city. When they arrived at the north gate, there were already many people gathered there. Among them was the first prince. When he saw Suzimo and the others, the first prince was slightly surprised and then fell into deep thought. Suzimo raised his head and looked over. The man sitting at the head of the table, on a raised throne, was most likely Emperor Chu. He had a square face and was dignified without being angry. He had the aura of someone who had been nurtured. Many people couldn't help but lower their heads when they looked at him. He was the emperor and the ruler of the Star River Empire. He looked straight ahead with his brows furrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. There was an old man on each side of Emperor Chu. One of them was Perfected Yuding. The other person was an old woman that Suzimo didn't recognize. He also saw Yu Huachang and a few other princes. I'm afraid this isn't a simple exploration of the secret realm, Suzimo said with a smile. Brother Su can tell. Chen Luo didn't hide it. He said, the Thousand Bull Dao Court is involved in this matter. Normally, only a sect that had produced a great emperor or an existence stronger than a great emperor could be called a Dao Court. The Heavenly Martial sect used to be a Dao Court. However, after the Dao source of Mufa Mountain was destroyed, they slowly declined and became a small sect. It's not convenient for me to say the details. You'll know when you get there. The formation at the north gate seemed to be waiting for something, which naturally attracted the attention of the people in the city. After waiting for a while, a young man in white walked out of the city. The young man had a graceful bearing and carried a long sword on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had the demeanor of a swordsman. Isn't that the heartless swordsman, Si Kongji, ranked 7th on the hero ranking? The appearance of the young man caused a huge commotion at the north gate. Behind the young man, there was a burly young man in steel clothes with a hammer on his back. That's Wu Dao, ranked 3rd on the hero ranking. Si Kongji and Wu Dao walked forward and bowed slightly. Greetings, Emperor Chu. You two young talents are too polite. We still have to rely on you this time, Emperor Chu said with a smile. We will do our best for the Xinghan Empire, Wu Dao replied. Where's Xianxia? Emperor Chu looked behind and asked. Si Kongji and Wu Dao looked at each other and fell silent. He went to the Sunset Empire. Xianxia was ranked 4th on the hero ranking. Emperor Chu slapped the throne heavily. His face was moody and his brows were tightly knitted for a long time before slowly relaxing. If we can get the inheritance this time, you can ask for whatever you want in the Xinghan Empire, Emperor Chu replied. As for the others, it's fine if they don't think highly of our Xinghan Empire. Your Majesty, shouldn't we go? The old woman beside him asked with a hoarse voice. Her entire body was covered in a black robe. She walked silently and curled up. Let's go. Emperor Chu waved his hand. What about the third person? Spiritual Master Yuding asked. Without Xianxia, who will participate? Emperor Chu didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the princes. He said, who will go? If you win, the position of Crown Prince will be yours. They were all excited. The position of Crown Prince was up in the air. They had been fighting openly and secretly for a long time, but they didn't have a standard to judge. Now that Emperor Chu had spoken, the winner would be Crown Prince. However, if they lost, the consequences were self-evident. The words were very clear. Let's go. Emperor Chu waved his hand. He was a little tired. He closed his eyes slightly and looked like he was in deep thought. Miss you. The second prince looked at Yu Huachang and said, if we really need you, I'll have to trouble you. I'm only responsible for protecting you, Yu Huacheng said indifferently. If I go, my life will be in danger. This is also a way to protect me. Chen Luo said. I promise you that if I become crown prince, I'll make your peaceful era market the #1 power in the Xinghan Empire. Yu Huacheng was silent and didn't say anything. Everyone set off with the main group. There weren't many people, but there definitely weren't few either. It seems that we're the only ones who are kept in the dark. Su Zimo looked at Xiao Wanqing and smiled. I also feel that things aren't that simple. Xiao Wanqing nodded. All the abnormal actions of the Star River Empire seem to be a sign of something. Let's take it one step at a time. Xiao Wanqing sighed. The secret territory was not far from the Galaxy Empire. The Empire had sent a large number of soldiers to guard the place. After following the main army for about 2 hours, they finally saw the soldiers of the Galaxy Empire. In these 4 hours, the princes had done everything they could to win the competition. As for what kind of competition it was, Su Zimo and the others had no idea. Your Majesty, the general in black armor kneeled on the ground and greeted. Emperor Chu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the tiredness on his face was swept away, and his body erupted with a shocking power. This power was that of a true monarch. Above all, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. With just a glance, it gave off an extremely strong pressure. Dressed in an imperial robe, he slowly stood up from the throne. Have the lords of the Thousand Bull Dao Court arrived? Emperor Chu asked. Not yet, but the people of the Sunset Empire have arrived, the black-armored general replied. They came quite quickly, Emperor Chu snorted and said indifferently. Let's go meet them. He walked down. Spiritual Master Yu Ding and the old woman followed on both sides. The princes and Wu Dao followed behind. Second prince, what's going on? Xiao Wanqing walked forward and asked. We just came to this secret territory. If it's inconvenient, we can just leave. Since we're already here, I'm not afraid to tell you, Chen Luo said after thinking for a moment. You should know about the Sunset Empire, right? Xiao Wanqing nodded. There were many empires in the 4 regions, but around Mufu Mountain, the 2 largest empires were the Star River Empire and the Sunset Empire. Our Star River Empire and the Sunset Empire are both under the rule of the Thousand Bull Dao Court. Some time ago, the Dao Court issued an order to integrate the forces in the territory. The Star River Empire and the Sunset Empire have been fighting for 1,000 years, and now they are going to merge. Chen Luo said. Merge? Xiao Wanqing was stunned. This was not a small matter. Whether it was for the residents of the 2 empires or the rulers, it was not a good thing. If they merged, what would happen to the current royal family, who would decide the ruler? The royal families of the 2 empires would definitely not be convinced. It seems that you've also thought about it. It's obviously not wise to rely on war to solve it. It would be a great loss to both empires, Chen Luo explained. So the Thousand Bull Dao Court has been thinking about using a simple method to solve it. The 9-Night Immortal King's inheritance is an opportunity? Xiao Wanqing asked. The inheritance appeared in the Star River Empire. We originally thought it was an ordinary inheritance. Father gave it to me to take care of. It wasn't until I returned to the palace that I found out that this inheritance might not be an ordinary inheritance of the 9-Night Immortal King. There's a big secret hidden within, the second prince said. The Thousand Bull Dao Court set a rule that whoever obtains the inheritance and turns it over to the Dao Court can become the ruler of the 2 empires. I still don't understand, Xiao Wanqing shook her head and asked. In that case, you can search for the inheritance fairly. Why are you looking for people like Wu Dao and Si Kongji? That's the problem. The secret realm has restrictions. Only one person can enter at a time, Chen Luo replied. Who goes first? Whoever has the advantage will naturally have a greater advantage. The 2 empires quarreled for a long time. In the end, the Thousand Bull Dao Court decided to compete. They found 3 youths from each empire and decided who would be sent in first based on 2 out of 3 wins. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing completely understood. In that case, why did the second prince bring us here? This has nothing to do with our heavenly martial sect. The Thousand Bull Dao Court only wants the inheritance of the 9-Night Immortal King. As for the other things inside, they're not interested, Qianluo said with a smile. When the time comes, we can let you in. Just treat it as them eating the meat and us drinking the soup. If the second prince has something to say, just say it. Xiao Wanqing was unmoved. This explanation didn't make sense. Why would Qianluo help the heavenly martial sect for no reason? Because of Li Xiaoyuan, he was just a dog. No one would care. Other than that, there was almost no connection between them. If the second prince doesn't say it, then we won't accompany you. Seeing that Xiao Wanqing was about to leave, Qianluo hurriedly stopped everyone. He chuckled. Actually, there are some reasons. The Thousand Bull Dao Court will send someone to judge the competition between the two empires. It's equivalent to the nature of a judge. End of chapter 1058. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.